Chapter 269, Plastic Brother-Sister Relationship. Mayu Internet Cafe Handong University Branch. The waiter brought 3 cups of coffee. Sitting opposite Pei Qian, in addition to Lin Chong, there was a woman who looked about 27 or 28 years old, who was somewhat similar to Lin Wan, but looked much more mature and stable, with a kind of leadership aura. Without Lin Cheng's introduction, Pei Qian knew that this person was most likely Lin Wan's elder sister, Lin Yu, who was in charge of Shenhua Group's mobile phone business. It can only be said that the difference in family background determines the ceiling of career, to a certain extent. Assistant Qian is about the same age as Lin Yu, but without such a prominent family background, no matter how hard he works, the upper limit is just an assistant to the president. Lin Chong still looks very energetic as before. After introducing each other, Pei Qian and Lin Yu exchanged a few polite words and sat down separately. "Boss Pei, long time no see." Lin Chong smiled and said, "I heard from All Wan that Boss Pei opened a good restaurant. It is very popular on quanmindianping.com and has a very high rating. It has become the most popular high-end restaurant in Jingzhou. I wonder if I have the luck to try it." "Boss Pei, don't worry, I'll treat you." "Mingyun, private chef?" "Haha, don't mention it." Pei Qian took a sip of coffee with a very sad look on his face. "Sorry, if you want to eat, you have to wait until the 26th, which is this Sunday. Because it's fully booked, I can't eat any time." "Pfft." Lin Chong almost laughed out loud. "It's so popular? It's already booked until this Sunday?" "No, I reserved this Sunday a long time ago. To be precise, the reservation is already until the middle of next month." Pei Qian was even more worried. Lin Chong couldn't help but sigh. "Awesome, President Pei. I remember when we met last time, you hadn't opened this restaurant yet. It's only been more than 2 months, and this restaurant has become so popular? President Pei is really something." Lin Cheng's words were not a compliment, but were completely sincere. Because catering is really not something that can be done simply by throwing money. There are also many bosses around Lin Chong who want to open a restaurant to make money when they have some spare money, but most of them lose money. What's more, this kind of high-end restaurant with a particularly high price is very easy to lose money. But Mr. Pei actually made this restaurant profitable in just over 2 months, and it received rave reviews and reservations were booked until next month. This skill is really amazing. However, Pei Qian felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. It was similar to the epitaph of Mr. Chiao before, "You can do it." Hearing that Mr. Pei could not eat at the Wuming restaurant tonight, Lin Chong was not angry. "Okay, then I will follow the local customs. Such a high-end restaurant, waiting for a table is nothing. I will play in Jingzhou for 2 days until this Sunday." Pei Qian nodded. "No problem, I will treat you then." Lin Chong hurriedly shook his head. "No, no, no, Mr. Pei, I will treat you." Pei Qian was firm. "It must be me." It's not that he has any special treatment for Lin Chong. The main thing is that all the dinners are paid with system funds. The more money you spend, the better. Pei Qian will never miss any opportunity. If Lin Chong treats you, won't Pei Qian make money again? In total, he lost twice as much money, which is absolutely unacceptable. Seeing Mr. Pei's firm attitude, Lin Chong did not insist. Anyway, it was just a meal, and it didn't cost much. "Why do you two have the leisure to come to Jingzhou? Is it because of Lin Wan's matter?" Pei Qian asked, casually. He knew very well that Lin Yu and Lin Chong came to Jingzhou together, and there must be something wrong, and it was mostly because of Lin Wan's matter. Lin Chong nodded. "Yes. The old man seems to be indifferent, but he is still very worried. This time, he forced me and my elder sister to come here, of course, because of the same reason as before. And, compared with the previous one, the difficulty this time has increased." Pei Qian. It seems so. The situation has worsened. Pei Qian's idea before was to arrange Lin Wan to work at Shangyang Games, in charge of the inevitable failure of the project Hot Blood War Song, and then he would invest a lot of money there. In this way, the money was lost, the game was also a failure, and Lin Wan's self-confidence was also hit hard. Maybe he would give up the game industry and honestly go back to inherit the billions of assets. Logically speaking, the original plan was perfect. But now, it has gone wrong inexplicably. The mobile version of Hot Blood War Song was a great success, and Lin Wan's confidence was unprecedented. Now I'm afraid I can't get rid of him. What should I do? Pei Qian drank a sip of coffee silently, feeling melancholy. Lin Chang also looked a little melancholy. This time, Yuan can be said to be proud. In our family, the old man and my eldest sister are strongly opposed. My second brother Lin Zhou and I support Yuan. But we only support her mentally, to try her luck. We don't think she can really make a name for herself in the game industry. After all, the game industry is a very cruel industry, and Yuan's personality is a bit too idealistic. So although Lin Zhou and I support her, we just think that she should suffer some setbacks in reality, figure out the difficulties of this industry as soon as possible, and come back honestly. Pei Qian listened and nodded silently. Yes, I think so too. But then again, in fact, Lin Wan's family all think that she can't succeed. Although Lin Zhou and Lin Chang supported Lin Wan, they only supported her efforts to pursue her dreams, and did not think she could really succeed. Lin Chang continued, so, the success of the Hot Blood War Song mobile game this time was also unexpected for us. Even when Shenhua App Market provided her with a recommendation position, we never thought it would be profitable. In the past 2 days, Lin Wan posted a lot of information about Hot Blood War Song in our family group, such as player reviews, official platform recommendations, profit data, etc., and also at my eldest sister. Although Shenhua App Market only gave 10%, this is the money earned by Yuan herself after all, and she is very proud. So, the old man is really a little impatient, and urged me to think of a solution quickly. Pei Qian. Indeed, I couldn't sit still either. Pei Qian could imagine how proud Lin Wan was in his family group. Thinking back then, no one in the family was optimistic about her ability to make a name for herself in the game industry, and then she ran to Yangqing and Jingzhou alone, silently persisting for so long. As a result, he has now made a hit game that has been praised by the official, which is a perfect proof of his ability. How can he not show off? It is conceivable that after this, Lin Wan will definitely work harder to shine in the game industry, and the possibility of returning to inherit the family business will be greatly reduced. But at this point, Pei Qian was not convinced. He looked at Lin Yu sitting opposite him, his heart full of complaints. In the final analysis, isn't it because you insisted on giving Lin Wan a recommendation? If you hadn't given Lin Wan a recommendation, she wouldn't have thought of turning Hot Blood War Song into a mobile game, and this game wouldn't have become popular at all. So, 90% of the blame is on you. Of course, President Pei was just thinking about it in his mind and couldn't say it out loud. After all, everyone is a victim. We are all wanderers in the world, and no snowflake is innocent when an avalanche occurs. Strictly speaking, President Pei has also made many mistakes. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sighed silently. Let's find a way to remedy it quickly. Pei Qian asked tentatively, so, what is your attitude? Lin Yu, who had been silent, spoke up, my attitude has not changed, and I still hope that Yuan can go back quickly. Although she has proved herself this time, I think there is a lot of accidental factors. I don't think Yuan has fully realized the cruelty of this industry, nor do I think there is any point for her to continue. Pei Qian nodded silently. That's right. There are indeed many accidental factors here, I think so too, Lin Chang added. The main thing is that Yuan is so carefree, she just walks around outside and has a good time. The old man can't do anything with her, so he keeps putting pressure on me. Mr. Pei, it's so hard for me. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. I remember that you also regretted not being able to become a lead singer of a band before, and you have always supported Lin Wan in pursuing her dream. Lin Chong nodded. Yes, that was the case before. But Wan's dream has been fulfilled, she has made a successful game. And my dream has no chance to be realized at all, it was completely shattered. So I felt very unbalanced, I changed sides. Pei Qian. Sure enough, the fake brother-sister relationship immediately fell apart under the pressure of Mr. Lin. Lin Yu continued, of course, I also know that Lin Wan is now Mr. Pei's confidant and favorite, and is the director of your newly acquired Shenyang game. You must be very reluctant to let her go. Reluctant? No, on this point, my attitude is highly consistent with Mr. Lin. I just hope she can leave earlier now. Pei Qian immediately raised his hand. Boss Lin, you are too polite. Lin Wan's talents can be better utilized in Shenhua Group. I am definitely not that kind of selfish person. Please take her away as soon as possible. Lin Yu was very happy. Boss Pei, it's great that you think so. But it's still the same problem as before. Wan is too stubborn. If the means are too blunt, it will only backfire. I'm afraid that this matter needs to be carefully considered by President Pei. Pei Qian drank coffee and remained silent. He saw that Lin Yu and Mr. Lin had obviously run out of tricks to deal with Lin Wan. But I have no tricks either if you ask me to do this. If I could let Lin Wan go back to inherit the family business, I would have done it a long time ago. Why would I wait for you to come to me? Pei Qian shook his head silently. To be honest, I don't have any clues about this matter, and I'm afraid I can't help. Lin Chong hurriedly said, it doesn't matter. I believe that President Pei, such a genius, will definitely be able to come up with a solution. What's more, Wan trusts you very much now, and your success rate is higher than ours. Don't worry, President Pei, you are not fighting alone. If you need anything, Shenhua Group will do everything possible to support you. After the matter is done, there must be another reward. Huh? Another reward? The kind that can avoid system funds? Seeing the sincere eyes of the two, Pei Qian nodded reluctantly. In that case, I will think of a way. Chapter 270. Mr. Chiao, you can't post the video. Although he verbally agreed, Pei Qian was also very clear that this matter could not be rushed, and he had to take a long-term view and work slowly. Lin Wan is now in a state of extreme self-confidence, and at the same time, she is extremely wary of her family. She must also know that if the game she made is successful, Mr. Lin will definitely be even more restless and will do everything possible to get her back. As long as Pei Qian behaves a little more obviously, he may be discovered by Lin Wan. So, Pei Qian not only has to find a way to arrange for Lin Wan to leave, but also has to make Lin Wan feel that this matter has nothing to do with her family, and it is not because of Mr. Lin and Lin Yu and others who are secretly making trouble. How to operate. Originally, the best employee selection is a good reason, but the next best employee selection is still early. What if we force an exception for Lin Wan and arrange another best employee selection in the near future? On the one hand, it is a bit fake, and on the other hand, there is no guarantee that everyone will vote for Lin Wan. Bao Su and others are all strong competitors. If you want to ensure that Lin Wan is selected, you have to do some secret operations, which is too troublesome. Pei Qian thought about it and decided that the best reason was business expansion. Tell Lin Wan that Tenda is planning to develop new industries, and as an old employee with outstanding business capabilities, you will be responsible for some new work. At that time, we will make it more difficult for her and make her give up. But how to do this specifically? Pei Qian didn't have a good idea for the time being. So, Pei Qian just agreed to this matter and didn't rush. After all, turning back as the shore will be launched in about a week, and Pei Qian's primary goal now is to ensure the loss before settlement. September 29, Wednesday. Pei Qian first went to see the new Moyu Internet Cafe. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan strictly followed Pei Qian's requirements and made it their first goal to open the store as soon as possible, so they didn't spend too much time on decoration. The overall style of the Internet Cafe looks relatively simple. However, the tables, chairs, computers, etc. purchased are still exactly the same as the previous Moyu Internet Cafe, plus the familiar Moyu Internet Cafe logo at the door of the store. The recognition is still quite high. Pei Qian walked around the new store and felt quite satisfied. After canceling the coffee and bar areas, the main part of the store is all computers, which looks more compact than the original Moyu Internet Cafe. There is a rest area and a projector, which is similar to the micro-viewing area in the previous Moyu Internet Cafe. After all, in Pei Qian's opinion, this micro-viewing area not only takes up space, but also does not make money, so there is no reason to abandon it. The computer and peripherals are still high-end, which can definitely ensure that large games can run at full capacity, and even have some excess performance. Pei Qian walked around, verbally praised Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang for their efficiency, and then left. It doesn't matter what the current state of the Internet Cafe is. What matters is whether it can successfully make a loss in a week or two. So, let's see again in a week. Pei Qian returned to the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. The development of Turning Back is the Shore has been declared completed, and it is scheduled to be officially released on October 1st. At present, the final tuning work has been basically completed. In other words, Mr. Qiao has basically completed his historical mission. In the past month, Mr. Qiao has made outstanding contributions to the numerical planning of the game Turning Back is the Shore, and Pei Qian has always been deeply grateful. But now, Pei Qian has some heartfelt words to say to Mr. Qiao. Boss Pei, thank you for your care during this period. This trip to Qingshan is very meaningful to me. The game Turning Back is the Shore is a game with very rich spiritual connotations. When I return to the imperial capital, I will definitely make a video as quickly as possible to share with you my experience of playing Turning Back as the Shore. Qiao Liang looked energetic. After arriving in Qingshan, Qiao Liang's mental state can be said to be full of twists and turns, and he has experienced many ups and downs. There have been joy, confusion, and doubts about life. But now, he only has one feeling, that is, a full sense of achievement. In addition to material rewards, he also saw the true face of Mr. Pei, ate excellent food at the nameless restaurant, and completed the game Turning Back as the Shore before all other players. Qiao Liang felt that he had established a good first-mover advantage compared to other up-hosts, and he could crush other up-hosts in terms of technology and game understanding. The introduction video of this game is done, and it will definitely be another hit video. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang felt that his fighting spirit was burning. The time to increase fans has come. Pei Qian fell into silence, especially when he heard the sentence, the fastest speed to produce a video. His hands couldn't help but tremble. Pei Qian has experienced the power of Qiao Laoshir's videos many times. From Lonely Desert Highway to Game Producer, Qiao Laoshir's videos have always brought a lot of attention to the game, causing Pei Qian to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, this time, we must take into account the unstable factor of Mr. Qiao. At least we can't make the same mistake as before. Pei Qian's face suddenly became serious. No, Mr. Qiao, you can't post the video. Qiao Liang was stunned. Why? He didn't understand. Isn't it better for you to promote the game by posting videos? Moreover, the difficulty of Turning Back is the Shore is so high, and the plot in the game is so profound. Doesn't it need a hardcore player like me to interpret it? Moreover, Mr. Pei specially invited me to try it out. He must have the intention of asking me to help with video promotion, right? Pei Qian coughed twice. Mr. Qiao, will you write a movie review and spoiler the first time the movie comes out? Qiao Liang was stunned. No. Spoiler? That's too unethical. Just like circling the murderer on the first page of a detective comic, that's not what a human would do. Pei Qian nodded, that's right. For the audience, if they go to see the movie after getting spoilers, then the excitement of the movie will be greatly reduced. The experience of seeing it for the first time and the second time is completely different. The same is true for games. The more special the game, the more so. Qiao Liang was still confused, but he seemed to understand a little bit. Indeed, Turning Back is the Shore is a very special game, and he was also tortured when he first saw it. Pei Qian said earnestly, think about how you felt when you first saw this game. Did you feel surprised, astonished, and a little mysterious? This is because before playing, you don't have a clear expectation of the specific situation of this game, so you will have this wonderful feeling. If you release a video and hint to players in advance that this is a difficult game, a game with rich content that needs to be constantly explored, then players will have preset standards before playing, and the experience they get will be completely different, understand? So what I mean is, don't be the one who spoils the game. Qiao Liang blinked and understood what Mr. Pei meant. And it feels like what Mr. Pei said is indeed quite reasonable. Now recalling the feeling of seeing Turning Back is the Shore for the first time, although I was abused badly and full of confusion, but this feeling of confusion seems to be quite wonderful. Just like when playing many games, when I first saw them, I was a rookie and was always abused, but I felt that this game was particularly fun and even addicted to it. When I really become a master, I will play this game with a completely different mentality, and I will never feel the feeling of the first sight again. If I release a video explaining Turning Back is the Shore in detail, and players know that this game is difficult before entering the game, will their mentality towards playing the game change? Most likely. So, Mr. Pei is very thoughtful. But, what about the popularity? Qiao Liang was silent for a moment. Indeed, Mr. Pei, you are right. My video may indeed affect the player's first impression of the game. But even if I don't release the video, other hosts will release it. Qiao Liang was a little unwilling. The first host to release the strategy video will definitely have a huge advantage. Is it possible to give up this excellent opportunity to increase fans? Pei Qian had expected it and nodded and said, I know, this is inevitable. But after all, you have been playing for a long time and are the host who understands this game the most. My suggestion is that you can wait a week after the game is released before releasing the video, at least to ensure that the first batch of players can experience the most initial experience of this game. Even if it is a week later, you can still ensure that you are one step faster than other hosts. At the same time, it can also let players truly experience the feeling of suffering you felt at that time. Qiao Liang suddenly realized that it was right. I suffered so much when I played this game, and I figured it out completely by myself. How can I let others get away with it like this? It must be better to let everyone suffer a little. Players are being abused like dogs, and then they watch my strategy video, so won't they be grateful to me as if they saw a savior? Great. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang nodded fiercely, no problem. I really shouldn't affect the player's experience, so I'll post the video a week later. Mr. Pei is thoughtful. It turns out that truly great designers are good at controlling the player's mentality. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Okay, the trick was successful. In fact, Pei Qian's purpose was not for the player's gaming experience at all. He mainly wanted to reduce the influence of Mr. Qiao's video as much as possible. If Mr. Qiao posted the video at the same time as the game was released, then the player's tolerance for the game would be greatly improved after watching his video. The game's dissuasion effect has weakened, and fewer people have refunded. Doesn't it mean that the game's profitability has increased? That is absolutely unacceptable. On the other hand, as long as Mr. Qiao didn't post the video in the first week, the players would definitely hit their heads and bleed in the game, and then the negative comments on the game, turning back on the internet, would naturally explode instantly. After a week, all the refunds were made, and all the complaints were made. Most of the hardcore players had almost figured out the way out, so naturally someone would release a strategy video. At this time, if Mr. Qiao released a video, the impact would not be that big. In this way, the impact on turning back is the shore was naturally minimized. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel complacent, seeing that I only needed a few words to resolve a crisis. I hope that players will all turn into grumpy old men and make the reputation of the game turn back collapse in the first week, and it will be irreparable. By then, even if Mr. Qiao posts a video, it will be useless. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 271, Ma Yiqun's Suggestion. After seeing off Mr. Qiao, Pei Qian returned to Shenhua Haojing and first went to the Terminal Chinese website on the top floor of Tenda building for a tour. At present, the business of Terminal Chinese website has stabilized, and most people are in a state of self-entertainment. Although the traffic of the website is slowly increasing, it is still terrible overall, and there is no sign of improvement in the short term. In many online literature forums, the reputation of Terminal Chinese website is not good. Most authors regard it as a very pitfall website and strongly recommend that newcomers come here to mix full attendance. Only those authors who have no ambition at all will choose Terminal Chinese website as their first choice because of this little bit of full attendance. So, editors usually have only two things to do: review manuscripts, or write books for self-entertainment. Of course, some people, including Zhu Xingyan, are writing the official plot of Turning Back as the Shore, which is also another form of self-entertainment. However, because the official version of Turning Back is not a shore has always been placed on the homepage, it has also been criticized by readers in various ways. If Zhu Xingyan had not had good psychological quality and strong ability to withstand pressure, he might have been criticized to death long ago. The reason why readers criticized it was very simple. The plot was scattered and messy, with no exciting points, which made people confused. After all, this thing is more like a collection of game plot designs than a collection of game plot designs, which does not meet the expectations of most readers for the internet. Everyone is used to it. Just criticize it. Anyway, this plot is for the game from the beginning. In addition to the work of the Chinese website, Ma Yiqun is also working on the TPDB website, which has achieved initial results. Seeing President Pei coming, Ma Yiqun hurriedly let go of his skirt and personally reported to President Pei on the recent work situation. 5 minutes later. Although Ma Yiqun has been trying his best to beautify the achievements of the Chinese website so far, Pei Qian still accurately got the fact that this website is still very unsuccessful. Very good. The work of the Chinese website is very effective, and the TPDB website is also doing very well. Don't be too eager for quick success, just keep it up. Pei Qian is still very satisfied with Ma Yiqun, this employee. Although Ma Yiqun has strong business qualities, under the reasonable use of President Pei, his business qualities were completely not brought into play. It must be said that this was a great victory for President Pei. Since taking over the Chinese website, the website has been losing money continuously, with few readers and few reliable authors. This reflects Ma Yiqun's excellent workability. Pei Qian sighed silently. This is one of the few talents among his employees that can make people feel at ease. Seeing that President Pei was in a good mood today, Ma Yiqun hesitated, not knowing whether to do what he had been thinking about. After thinking it over and over again, he decided to speak. President Pei, I have an idea about the Chinese website. Or, a suggestion. Oh? See. Pei Qian was a little surprised, but he didn't make a fuss. Although Ma Yiqun had a serious deviation in his understanding of the internet, his intelligence level was no problem. Having been the CEO of Chinese website for so long, He must have some opinions on the development of the website, which is normal. Ma Yichun said, Boss Pei, I've thought about it. The biggest problem of endpoint Chinese network is that the income of middle-level authors is never going up. The income of bottom-level authors can be guaranteed to a certain extent because of the existence of full attendance. But once these bottom-level authors want to move up to the ranks of middle-level authors, it is basically impossible to support their families or work full-time with their royalties. Because our website currently has too few readers and cannot generate enough subscriptions, even if these authors write a good book, they will be restricted by the website's ceiling and it will be difficult for them to really become popular. Pei Qian nodded. Yes, this is the problem I thought of discussing a long time ago. The reason why he pretended not to know was to spend more money on the website. But now that Ma Yichun has brought it up, Pei Qian can no longer pretend not to know. He can only pretend to nod his head to show his agreement. After all, it is impossible for the smart and wise Pei to not even understand this. That would be too fake. Ma Yichun continued, so, I have thought of a way to improve this. We should artificially increase the income of middle-level authors, and even the top authors who may emerge. If the current number of subscribers is not enough, we will have to pay to make up for this income. Suppose a good book appears on our website, and its actual level is equivalent to the boutique level of Wuxian Chinese network, then we will pay to make up for the author's royalties. In this way, some low-level authors will not worry about being buried on our website, and will be more motivated. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. That makes sense. But how do you judge whether this book has reached the boutique level? Ma Yichun said, on the one hand, it is through the data of the website, such as the proportion of subscribers and all paying readers, including various data such as votes and clicks. On the other hand, it is artificial evaluation. This matter can only be done by me. This problem is not something that Ma Yichun has discovered until now, but it is not easy to come up with this solution and muster up the courage to propose it. Until this time, Ma Yichun was still a little nervous, afraid that Mr. Pei would be angry. Because he knew very well that this suggestion was a bit bold, because the discretion he asked for was too great. Assuming that the monthly manuscript fee of a high-quality author is 10,000 yuan, and the full attendance of the Chinese website is only a few hundred yuan, it means that the 10,000 yuan must be supplemented by the website. If there are 10 or 20 authors who have reached the level of high-quality works, then the manuscript fees that need to be supplemented every month will reach hundreds of thousands, 200,000, or even more. All this money is decided by Ma Yichun, to whom it is given. Although it is also necessary to refer to the data of the website now has only so many readers. Isn't it a simple thing to do something with the data? So in the final analysis, it is still Ma Yichun who decides who to give the money to. If you think of him in a bad way, he completely arranges his relatives and friends to make an account, translate an unknown book into Chinese, and then put the manuscript fees into his own pocket through secret operations. Therefore, the problem raised by Ma Yichun is objective, but this suggestion is not so appropriate. This is an overly idealistic plan. Once the executor has a little selfishness, it may go seriously astray and even have a counterproductive effect. If the management gets involved in some corruption and the news reaches the ears of the authors, the reputation of the website will be completely ruined. This is a big risk. However, Ma Yichun could not think of any other solution. There are too few readers. Even if the bottom readers write a good book, they will not get any royalties. This has seriously dampened the enthusiasm of the authors at the bottom level to write. This is a problem that must be solved. Therefore, regardless of whether Mr. Pei accepts it or not, he has to bite the bullet and make suggestions. Pei Qian did not reply immediately, but thought about it for a while. Let Ma Yichun manage the money? That can be considered. Pei Qian trusts Ma Yichun, mainly because he trusts his vision of online literature. Ma Yichun writes online articles and fails every time, which is enough to show that there are major problems in his way of looking at online literature. In this case, the books that he thinks can become masterpieces are certainly not much better. In other words, even if all these books are selected, the recommendation positions are filled, and the royalties are all paid according to the masterpieces, it will not have much impact on the endpoint Chinese website. At the same time, the endpoint Chinese website can also spend an additional large amount of expenses. This is a timely help for Pei Qian, who is eager to spend money. After comprehensively considering the risks and benefits, Pei Qian nodded immediately. Okay, no problem. In addition to the full attendance of the contracted authors, I will give you an additional 2 million, you can spend it first. Ma Yichun was stunned and said quickly, Boss Pei, 2 million is a bit too much. There are not many authors on the website who can really reach the level of quality. I think that only 200,000 a month is enough. Pei Qian waved his hand, it doesn't matter. It's no big deal to pay more to quality authors. Our website might as well buy a horse bone for 1,000 gold and give the author more money. This is not a bad thing. Don't be too stingy. Since you have decided to make up the royalties of these authors, you might as well make up a little more so that they will have a stronger sense of belonging to the Chinese website. Pei Qian was not worried about this. Anyway, the books selected by Ma Yichun were all a bunch of garbage. Even if they gave these authors more money, what would it matter? If the books are not good and cannot attract readers, then all the money will be equivalent to all down the drain. Pei Qian was too happy. Moreover, there is still 1 month to settle, and Pei Qian can't wait to spend more money. 2 million seems a bit too much to Ma Yichun, but Pei Qian can't wait to throw a little more. Ma Yichun was deeply moved. Sure enough, Mr. Pei is Mr. Pei, he always does things in such a generous way. What a great deal. If we can give more royalties to those authors who have the ability to write masterpieces, then the competitiveness of the Chinese website will be stronger than other websites. Over time, it will form a virtuous circle. What moved Ma Yichun even more was that President Pei actually trusted him so much. These 2 million were equivalent to being thrown directly to Ma Yichun for his own use. What kind of trust is this? Can ordinary leaders have such courage? If they don't fight for President Pei, are they still human? Ma Yichun patted his chest and said, President Pei, don't worry, I will do my best to select a group of talented and high-quality authors, and I will never let this money go to waste. Pei Qian smiled on the surface, but he laughed in his heart. As long as you do your best, my money will definitely go to waste. Otherwise, you are a good employee that I value very much. Chapter 272 As long as the reason is good, there is no need to worry about the system not reporting it. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Leaving the finish line, Pei Qian came to Tengda's office area again. As the release is approaching, everyone looks excited and expectant. Some employees, including Liata, are still running the game process seriously. The game has been tested. Even if there are still bugs, the chance of encountering them is very small, but everyone is obviously still worried. The last-minute test is like the check before handing in the exam paper, which is more of a psychological comfort. And Bao Su is still playing other games, and it seems that he has no intention of participating in the testing of these people. Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. Very good. This is the scene I want to see. It seems that Bao Su has really figured it out. During the 2 paid vacations, he obviously realized something, and now he is willing to be a slacker. Every time Pei Qian came, Bao Su was either playing games or browsing the web, and never worked seriously. This made Pei Qian trust Bao Su even more. In fact, according to Pei Qian's original plan, he recruited Bao Su because he hoped that Bao Su could play games and spend his time in the company. Although the process has experienced some twists and turns, the result is still in line with expectations. If Bao Su continues like this, then maybe he can be assigned some other work appropriately? But before that, Pei Qian thinks he still needs to make another careful observation. Thinking of this, Pei Qian came to Bao Su's side. Bao Su hurriedly turned around. Mr. Pei, is there anything? Nothing, I just want to ask, how are the details of the feel of turning back to the shore being adjusted at present? Pei Qian asked with a warm face. It should be. Bao Su was about to say it should be fine, but suddenly realized that it was wrong. Once this was said, the consequences would be very serious. He has been secretly playing turning back to the shore during this period, and then privately sent some small questions to Li Yada, and other people should not know. But if Bao Su answered this question, and answered it clearly, what does that mean? It means that he knows the situation of the game very well. If that happens, wouldn't Bao Su's efforts to pretend to be a slacker and avoid being selected as an excellent employee all this time be in vain? Bao Su was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. What a close call. He quickly changed the subject. Well, I should ask Li Yada, right? I don't know the details very well. Oh, yes. Pei Qian nodded and turned to walk towards Li Yada's workstation. Yes, Bao Su was not responsible for this aspect of the work after returning from Europe. If it were the old him, he would definitely play the game many times and carefully adjust the feel and details of the game, even if it was not his job. But now, Bao Su has completely changed this bad habit. It's really gratifying. Pei Qian was relieved. And Bao Su breathed a sigh of relief. Too dangerous. He seemed to see the serious consequences of saying this wrong. Maybe half a year later, the Sahara Desert, the Nile River and the pyramids will be waving to him and say welcome. And now, he has successfully avoided such a tragic fate. I really can't relax for a moment. Bao Su breathed a sigh of relief and opened the game again. He was thinking, should I get a privacy screen protective film or cover for my monitor? When he thought that such a hard life would last at least until the next outstanding employee selection, Bao Su felt a little sad. Back in his office, Pei Qian turned on his computer. He was also very conflicted about whether to promote turning back. Promote it? One more player means one more risk. Don't promote it. With Tengda's current popularity, the game would still attract a lot of attention even if it is not promoted. Moreover, it would cost more money to promote it vigorously. After struggling for a while, Pei Qian decided to forget it. The lessons learned from the Fried Pigs Trotters and Hot Blood War Song Power-Up Edition made him feel that it would be safer not to promote it for the time being. It is not worth it to spend a little more money and add such a big risk to yourself. It's better to be low-key. It's better not to have so many players paying attention to it. Although Tengda has many die-hard fans now, it's best not to promote it as much as possible. The fewer people know about it, the better. As long as we don't promote it deliberately, even if the first batch of players discuss it, it will take at least 2 or 3 days after the release to become a hot topic, right? 1 day later is 1 day later. Pei Qian thought silently while opening the official platform to see the situation of Hot Blood War Song. However, the most recommended position on the homepage is not Hot Blood War Song. Pei Qian was stunned and didn't react for a while. Because Hot Blood War Song was officially recommended a while ago, it has been on the recommended position on the homepage. It should have been less than a week since the recommendation, so why was it removed? I looked closely at the title on the recommended position. The Light of Domestic Games, Tenda's new game is about to be released. Pei Qian? What does the official platform mean? Did I ask for a recommendation position, and you force it on me? Pei Qian was speechless. Now he didn't have to worry about whether to promote in the early stage, because the early promotion work had been fully done by the official platform. There was no such thing as a hot topic 2 or 3 days after the game was released. Now the heat was already brewing. It was all because of the recommendation position arranged by the official in advance. Pei Qian was speechless. What did this mean? The recommendation position of the official platform was very important. It was directly given to a game that had not yet been released. Isn't this a joke? But after thinking about it, he understood. The game Turning Back is the Shore had to be submitted for review before it was released, and it could only be released after passing the review. After the review, the staff of the official platform had already understood some detailed content of the game. Of course, the staff responsible for the review would not really play through the game manually. When submitting for review, they would prepare the official editor and game instructions to ensure that each reviewer could quickly pass each ending. The reviewer obviously saw the Chinese cultural content contained in this game, so it added a lot of points invisibly. As a company that has developed a series of games such as Sea Fortress and Game Producer, Tenda has always been the focus of attention of the official platform and has always been given many official recommended positions, SO, with excellent works first. And this game is a good Chinese-style game. The official directly gave it a warm-up recommendation position. Pei Qian was silent. Official, you are really amazing. I am in this situation, why do you still give me special treatment? I just want to be a small transparent game producer, okay? Pei Qian clicked on the recommendation position with a sad look. After clicking, it directly jumped to the game details interface of Turning Back is the Shore after it was launched, but so far, there is not much substantive content on this interface, only the game name, a simple game introduction, and a few original paintings. The official release date is October 1st. In the comment area, many players have already occupied the floor. What a face. The new game hasn't even been launched yet, but it's already got a recommended spot on the homepage? Tenda is awesome. After all, they're treated like the sons of the officials. I guess Tenda's operators are quite sensible and know how to maintain a good relationship with the officials. We still need to maintain a good relationship? That's strength, don't you understand? Game Maker is a game that has become a legend, and Tenda deserves this kind of treatment. Are other game companies dissatisfied? If you have the ability, why don't you make a similar game? Oh, I'm really envious. Pei Qian's eyelids twitched and his head hurt a little. What a face. What envy. Continue reading. What game is it this time? Look at these pictures. It looks like a Chinese-style RPG game? Is Tenda finally working towards a large-scale 3A masterpiece? I'm really looking forward to it. Indeed. The official has reviewed the game content and put up a recommendation, which should mean that the game is well made. You can look forward to it. After reading the top comments in the comment section, Pei Qian was upset, but couldn't help but smile. You are all so optimistic? Haha, if I can't arrange the official, can I arrange you? Pei Qian felt like a butcher with a kitchen knife, and these players were like bamboo rats who knew nothing about the objective situation, still chewing bamboo, completely unaware that their death was approaching. Forget it, let everyone be happy for 2 more days. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. When they see the game, they will definitely turn their love into hate and curse the game, right? Pei Qian imagined this scene and felt very comfortable. So we're just waiting for the game to be officially released? Well, I still feel a little uneasy. Although there's no point in sharpening your sword before the battle, it's always good to sharpen it. And spend some more money, by the way. Since the official has already helped promote it, there's no point in hiding it. Pei Qian planned to find another place to spend some money. He opened the Aladeo website and found Xiaohu Review. Pei Qian decided to spend money to buy some water army. Although Pei Qian was very disappointed with the water army found by Xiaohu Review last time, this blame cannot be completely put on those water army heads. After all, they are also paid to do things. If you really want to look into it, it is still Mr. Pei himself who is more responsible. What's more, the other party returned the 1,000 yuan for buying Water Army, and this attitude made Pei Qian very satisfied. The other party is so open, it's not too much to give him a second chance, right? Considering that the result of buying Water Army last time was quite unsuccessful, Pei Qian decided to change the way of using Water Army this time. Whether it can change the result is not the point, the main thing is that this time I can't pay out of my own pocket. In fact, this behavior can't be strictly considered as buying Water Army. As long as the reason is good, there is no need to worry about the system not being able to report it. Chapter 273. I was timid when I asked for money, but the system reported me and hit me hard. Pei Qian sent a message to Xiaohu Review using the account of Hardcore Review. 2 minutes later, Hu Xiao replied. Brother, if you need anything, just tell me. Pei Qian was a little surprised. This guy really brushed Ellie Island 24 hours a day. Because Pei Qian sent the message using Ellie Island's private message, not social software. The up-host of Xiaohu Review could reply so quickly, which means that he has been paying attention to Ellie Island's private messages. Of course, it is also possible that he is paying attention to Weibo, forums, Ellie Island and other websites at the same time. I can only say that this is the attitude that a professional up-host should have. Pei Qian thought about the wording for a while. The system does not allow the purchase of Water Army, probably because in the system's view, whether it is using Water Army to brush false negative comments or false positive comments, it is a fraudulent behavior, which will affect the judgment of ordinary consumers on a certain product. Since this behavior is classified as fraud by the system, then system funds cannot be spent. But if it is not fraud, then can system funds be spent? I asked a group of people to give a normal review of the game, which is the same as paying for the review. The system can't ban it, right? Mr. Pei is such a person who is good at finding loopholes in the rules. Do you accept customized business? Pei Qian asked. Hu Xiao did not dare to neglect it at all and replied quickly, of course. Our brothers are all very capable in business. They are not only experienced, but also know how to adapt to circumstances. Just tell us what you need, and we will definitely meet it. Of course, there may be a slight fluctuation in price. After all, customization is a technical job. Since the last incident, Hu Xiao has paid close attention to this Hardcore Review up-host. This up-host is not short of money, has very clever marketing methods, and probably has some unspeakable complex connections with Fei Huang Studio. Hu Xiao is happy to establish a good cooperative relationship with the other party, and maybe there will be a place for the other party to help in the future. Of course, Hu Xiao doesn't mind making a little more money. Pei Qian thought for a moment and typed, let your brothers play a game, and then give some comments on the game based on their first impression. Hu Xiao was stunned, that's it. Pei Qian, yes, give the price. Hu Xiao felt a little confused, and he quickly asked, brother, let me confirm again, you just said to give comments based on first impression? Just tell me clearly, are you asking our brothers to give good reviews or bad reviews? I'm afraid I misunderstood you. Hu Xiaoran felt a little dizzy. This was the first time he saw someone spend so much money to hire a Water Army. You have to give a clear goal when you ask the Water Army to do the work, right? Brainless praise, brainless criticism, reverse criticism, pretending to be reasonable but actually taking sides, stepping on one and praising another, shifting the target. These are what the Water Army brothers are good at. But as a sponsor, you have to make it clear, right? There are so many ways to operate, and you don't make it clear which one to use. What if you make a mistake? Pei Qian, just ask the brothers to experience this game, and then give an evaluation based on their first impression. I've made it very clear. Whether it's a good review or a bad review, as long as you evaluate it based on your first impression. And, I must emphasize, that I'm not hiring water troops. I'm just paying some brothers to experience the game and let them give some opinions on the game. Hu Xiao was speechless for a moment. You made so many requests to a troll leader, and then said I'm not buying trolls? Brother, this is a private chat, I won't expose the chat records, you don't have to be so nervous, right? Hu Xiao was a little confused, but in line with the principle of customers are God, he still carefully read the other party's words from beginning to end and tried to understand them with the most superficial concepts. So, you just pay people to play the game and then write some reviews. As for whether the review is good or bad, there is no specific requirement, just follow the first impression, right? Pei Qian, yes. Hu Xiao, what about the platform? Pei Qian, all places, including the official platform, Ellie Island, Weibo, forums, etc., you can do it as you like. Just quote directly. Anyway, I can use the system funds, and President Pei instantly became rich and powerful. I was submissive when I asked for money, and the system reported me, and hit me hard. After waiting for 2 minutes, the other party replied. In this way, the base price is the price of high-quality reviews, 20 yuan for 100 posts. Of course, if it is on Weibo, we will seriously consider the content of some popular Weibo posts, and then attach certain comments and reposts to make it look more authentic. In some other places, such as game-related videos in Ellie Island, we also try to post some highly praised comments. There are some mixed charges involved here. For example, how much does a microblog with a lot of likes, reposts, and comments cost? We must calculate it in detail. But don't worry, we are all professionals. We will definitely do a perfect job in this regard, and we will try to give you a discount on the price. Here is the quotation. Hu Xiao just sent the quotation, and the other party replied quickly. Don't make it so complicated. I'm too lazy to calculate. It's better to pay per person. 300 yuan per person. Organize 300 or 400 people for me and arrange enough work for each person according to the content of the package. It doesn't matter whether the evaluation is good or bad. Just evaluate it according to your first impression. Is there a problem? Hu Xiao was a little dizzy. Of course there is no problem. What's the problem? You are willing to spend money to play, why should I be unhappy? But why? What do you want to spend this money for? It is obviously not as cost-effective to buy the number of comments directly as to buy the number of people. Hu Xiao calculated it and knew that according to the standard of 300 yuan per person, 300 or 400 people would cost 100,000 yuan. But the problem is that it is such a waste of 100,000 yuan. However, Hu Xiao thought again, this hardcore reviewer is so good at marketing, would he just throw money around when he has nothing to do? There must be something else behind this. So Hu Xiao didn't ask any more questions, and nodded directly, no problem, don't worry, I will definitely do it. Wait a minute, I will tell my brothers and give you a reply later. After arranging the water army, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. 100,000 yuan is a small amount of money. If you can use the system funds to report it, it is harmless to spend it casually. Pei Qian knew very well that no matter how many water troops he bought, it would be difficult to completely influence the trend. Even if there were hundreds of water troops constantly changing their accounts to post comments, compared with the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of players, they were still a minority after all. Moreover, Pei Qian had a system stuck here. He could not ask these water troops to directly post good or bad reviews. He could only use this roundabout way to let them write reviews according to their first impressions. Of course, the reason why Pei Qian was so confident was because he knew very well that these water troops' first impression of turning back as the shore was definitely very bad. Just think about it, you will know that these water troops are definitely not technical players, and it is even questionable whether their computers can run turning back as the shore. This group of people's gaming experience is definitely very bad. Let them evaluate turning back as the shore according to their first impression. How can it be good? Therefore, Pei Qian perfectly bypassed the restrictions of the system. Not only did he hire water troops and set a trend online, but he also did not spend his own money. It's perfect. 100,000 yuan is not a lot of money. Pei Qian plans to throw in a little money to see the effect. If the effect is very good, or if there is no effect, then continue to throw in money. If it has the opposite effect, then you have to stop and stop the loss. Pei Qian didn't dare to throw too much money at once. If it turned out the same as last time, it would be a big problem. Just as he was about to close the chat window, another message came from the other side. Brother, this game still needs to be purchased. What should I do with the money for the game? Pei Qian was speechless. He just said that he was a professional water army? Do I need to teach you how to get a refund after buying a game? But then he thought again. It is estimated that the other party rarely receives such special customized service requests. When others hire water army, they must explain the general words. The water army only needs to copy and paste or slightly modify them, and then they can start working. Pei Qian hired water army, and he had to let them experience the game themselves. It seems a bit difficult. Pei Qian replied, it's okay, you can get a refund after playing. If you find it troublesome, I will give you another 20,000 yuan hard work fee. Hu Xiao, thank you very much, boss. But by the way, does this game require high configuration? I'm afraid your brother's computers can't handle it. Pei Qian. You are so troublesome. If you can't use it, then you can't use it. Just download it and play it. If your computer is stuck, then give the game a bad review. Or even if you don't download it, just do a cloud review and criticize the game. I won't pursue it, right? Now you ask me this, how do you want me to answer? I can't possibly tell you in such detail. Pei Qian thought for a moment and replied, I'll give you another 20,000 yuan, so you can solve this problem yourself. If it doesn't work, let's find a better internet cafe nearby. Hu Xiao, okay. Brother, you're so open-minded. As expected, money can solve all problems, especially when using system funds. Everything was settled, and Pei Qian happily got off work. Just wait for the game to go online tomorrow. October 1st. Turning Back as the Shore is officially released. The moment the purchase button was available, countless anxiously waiting players pressed it without hesitation. However, a small number of players keenly noticed that there was a line of small words on the game's introduction interface, no reason refund within 5 hours. On other games on the official platform, this line of small words is generally no reason refund within 3 hours. Of course, the very few players who noticed this line of small words only thought that this was another conscientious operation by Tenda, and had no idea what kind of dangerous information was hidden behind it. Pengcheng. Hu Xiao was at home, and had just explained the new mission to his Navy brothers. Although this mission seemed a bit psychedelic, the other party was generous after all. Since the money was enough, there would be no other problems. Hu Xiao has already arranged the candidates, and he is just waiting for the official release of the game before he starts working. How about I try it too? Hu Xiao just has nothing to do recently. No manufacturer wants him to make money, and he doesn't want to make videos himself. Of course, Hu Xiao disdains to roll up his sleeves and do the work of the water army himself, and he doesn't care about the money. But judging from the situation on the official platform, this game seems to be quite popular, and it should be good to play it casually as a pastime. Thinking of this, Hu Xiao decided to download the game and play it for a while. The downloaded installation package is 8 GB. It's okay, download it. Although Turning Back as the Shore itself has relatively high requirements for computer configuration and high precision of art resources, the game process is not very long and it is well optimized, so the installation package is controlled at about 8 GB. This is not a very difficult number to accept. Hu Xiao himself is also a little curious. The other party said that it is better to evaluate according to the first impression. So what will everyone's first impression of this game be? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 274 The Water Army is confused. Additional update 7 out of 10 for the big boss Bayanmeng, who has to do important things again and again. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Hu Xiao's home internet speed is very fast, and the game is downloaded quickly. As a professional app host, the brand desktop configuration of Hu Xiao's home is not low. After all, he often edits videos and has some game needs. There is no handle, but this game can also be played with a keyboard and mouse. As a person with a sense of ritual, Hu Xiao got up and made a cup of tea, drank 2 sips leisurely, and then entered the game. He is not very clear about what kind of game this is. But from the name, it should be a game full of Buddhist nature, right? And this is a Chinese-style game. From the official promotional pictures, it seems to be about reincarnation, rebirth, and transcendence. Well, it should be full of Zen, right? Since it is a game full of Zen, should you calm down and experience it with your heart? Hu Xiao found that he actually had a little vision of this game. After the black screen, the first thing that comes to mind is a melodious melody. This melody is melodious and graceful, yet has a unique sad atmosphere, and it is all played with traditional Chinese instruments. An old female voice chanted slowly in a hoarse and long tone. We miss each other in life and never meet, the world is bloody. I can only see the flowers blooming but not the leaves, and it is difficult to hold them together all the way to the underworld. The road on the Sun to River is long, and the Naiha Bridge is heartbroken. A bowl of tea soup ends the past, and a foot of clear water moistens the shallows. Her voice is melodious and long, but it makes people feel a kind of bone-chilling sadness, as if ghosts are summoning souls. These words sound like poems and ballads, and they are a bit chilling. The picture appears, a bright red maple leaf falls into the stream and is washed away by the stream, and then a streak of bright red blood flows along the stream and is soon diluted. The camera moves up, and a skinny hand falls on the water with a snap, splashing some waves, and then it is motionless. The camera continued to pull up along the skinny hand, and what came into view was the tattered clothes, hideous wounds, and wide-open eyes on the body. Although dead, the wide-open eyes still made people shudder. In these eyes, there seemed to be fear, despair, struggle, and a little bit of unwillingness. The camera continued to move upwards, and several withered ankles passed in front of the camera. A wild dog with all its hair dried up and as thin as a skeleton, with dark red saliva flowing from the corners of its mouth and bloodshot eyes staring at the camera, left and continued to search for the next target. It seemed that these people had completely lost their minds and turned into blind killers. The old and hoarse voice sounded again. People have 3 souls and 7 spirits. People whose lifespan has been exhausted are led by the black and white impermanence, set foot on the yellow spring road, and go to the underworld to be judged by Yama. Or reincarnate, or enter the 6 reincarnations, or enter the endless hell. The corpse by the stream suddenly twitched. The camera did not stay on it for too long, but continued to move, passing by the stream and wasteland beside the village, and stopped at this small village hidden in the mountains. Until one day, the black and white impermanence no longer guide those who are about to die. The souls wander in the world, but cannot be guided, and can only become lonely ghosts wandering on the road to the underworld. Cannot live, cannot die. Over time, these lonely ghosts become more and more ferocious, lose their humanity, and lose their memories. The world has become purgatory. The camera turned, and several innocent people were slaughtered by villagers with pitchforks and hatchets, and they wailed in despair. In a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city, the dim golden Buddha light turned into a barrier, isolating the wandering souls who wanted to rush into the dilapidated temple. I and the ruined temple, an old monk was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, facing the crumbling Buddha statue, reciting scriptures over and over again. Not far away, a scholar ran out of his burning house, stumbling and running wildly, with disheveled hair, looking like a madman. He shouted and laughed, his voice unclear. Reincarnation in the burning house, drowning in the sea of suffering. Long night of stubbornness, can never change. There is no path to the sacred mountain, clasping hands is empty. The road to the underworld is long, turn back and you will be on the shore. Turning back and you will be on the shore? Ha 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 ha. Amid the scholar's crazy laughter, the screen gradually went black. Then, the laughter stopped abruptly. The old voice sounded for the last time, lonely ghosts, wandering in the world, the 6 paths collapsed, the door to the underworld opened. After a slightly longer black screen. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds, a beam of light came out of the dark screen. This is the first perspective of the buried person. Soon, the camera turned to the outside of the tomb. This is a desolate mass grave, with broken tombstones lying crookedly on the ground or buried in the withered grass. There are many open coffins on the mass grave, all of which are very low-quality thin wooden coffins, and are broken beyond recognition. Some coffins contain broken bones, perhaps eaten by hungry beasts, while some coffins are empty, with only soil washed in by rain. There are also a large number of corpses randomly abandoned in the mass grave, most of them with incomplete limbs and heads. 2 holes were smashed in the extremely thin coffin lid, and a skinny hand with some muscles left came out of the hole and pushed the coffin lid aside with all his strength. A pale dead man sat up from the grave. Hu Xiao looked at the tea in his hand, and then looked at this rather unfriendly cutscene CG, feeling that his expectations might have deviated a little. What kind of Buddhist game is this? There is a big problem. Hu Xiao wanted to give up a little bit. Anyway, this game has just been downloaded, and you can refund it at any time. But then he thought again, let's play it, what if this game is fun? Huh? You can even write an epitaph for yourself? What a weird link, skip it. Hu Xiao subconsciously wanted to skip it, but found that it seemed that he couldn't skip it, and he had to enter some information before he could. Originally wanted to enter 3 periods, but it seemed a bit inappropriate, so he entered 2 Chinese characters. Hu Xiao thought about it and typed, hee hee. He didn't think too much and just chose the first interjection that came to his mind. After choosing, the game officially started. Hu Xiao controlled the game character and rushed straight to the monster in front. 3 seconds later, the game character screamed and fell to the ground. The screen turned gray, and 2 big words appeared on it, hee hee. Hu Xiao. He didn't quite understand what happened just now. Where's the long health bar I had just now? How come my health bar disappeared just after being touched by the monster twice? Is there a bug in this game? Hu Xiao was unwilling to resurrect, climbed up from the mass grave again, and rushed towards the monster in front of him. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hu Xiao fell into a stagnation state. After a few minutes of stagnation, he pushed the keyboard and mouse forward, leaned back in the chair, and fell into deep thought. What is going on? Why is my character as fragile as paper, and it disappears as soon as it is touched? Is it because I opened it in the wrong way? Or is there something wrong with my gameplay? Confused, Hu Xiao opened the chat group of the Water Army and wanted to ask others about the situation. However, the other people in the group were as confused as Hu Xiao. Has anyone downloaded Turning Back? My computer configuration is too low, it keeps freezing, and then it freezes. My computer also freezes and freezes for no apparent reason. This game has a very high configuration, and my computer can't run it, it's like a slideshow. Haha, my computer can handle it. To tell you the truth, you didn't die because of the computer lagging. Fuck, what kind of stupid game is this? The first monster can kill people in seconds? How can we continue playing this game? I don't know. Anyway, I have already refunded the money. Didn't the boss ask for good or bad reviews? I decided to give a 1-star bad review directly. Not to the point of giving 1 star directly, right? Will you really not give me a second chance? My laptop can't handle this game. I plan to find an internet cafe later. This boss is very generous. Isn't it a bit irresponsible to give a bad review just because of this? After all, he didn't say to give a bad review, but just let us evaluate it based on our first impression. Yeah, the first impression is that this game is terrible. But it could also be a problem with your computer? The group actually started arguing. Hu Xiao scratched his head, feeling a little dizzy. It was the first time he saw everyone in the Water Army group discussing something so seriously. In the past, the group was like a well-trained army. Someone gave an order to like or forward a comment, or to attack a certain account, or to quickly unify the tone. In short, the orders were enforced and the response was fast. However, today, the group seemed to have become a vegetable market, and everyone expressed their opinions. There was a group of people who gave bad reviews after playing the game. Some people feel a little sorry for such a generous sponsor, and think they should try harder and not be so irresponsible. Watching everyone arguing, Hu Xiao was also a little confused. What should I do if I encounter a civil war among the Water Army? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 275, The Water Army that perfectly infiltrates the comment area. So how do you rate it? I'm going to give it 1 star directly. I think it's okay. The damage of the 2 monsters in front is just a little high. After dodging, it's also very easy to kill them. Just for this, give it 1 star? Why don't you reflect on your clumsy hands? Question mark. What's wrong with your question mark? We have principles when we are Water Army. We get paid to do things. After all, we are paid by the boss. Are you so irresponsible? Fuck, you are so righteous, why are you a Water Army? A beggar, do you really think you are the emperor and put these memorials? You are not a beggar? You are so awesome, why do you come to be a Water Army? Why don't you be a keyboard warrior? What's wrong with me finding a job to earn pocket money? How do you know that I am not a keyboard warrior in my spare time? Seeing that the 2 people in the group were about to battle elegantly and casually, Hu Xiao hurriedly asked them to stop. Okay, stop arguing. Both of you will be on a 1-hour silence package. We are professionals, we need to control our anger, understand? Don't bring your emotions to work, be as calm as me, understand? Hu Xiao was speechless. In fact, this is very normal. Although these Water Armies are in the same group, they are all paid to do things. There are hundreds of people in a group. How can they know each other? Moreover, most of these Water Armies are netizens who have little money, are not satisfied with their lives, and like to point fingers at the internet. There are many elegant and easygoing people who like to greet each other's immediate relatives when they disagree. Now that they quarreled over such things, it can only be said that it is not very surprising. Hu Xiao only realized now that the request made by the uphost hardcore review seems not that simple. There is a pit here. If this group of Water Armies is given a very clear goal, such as blackening or praising this game to death, then the Water Armies will definitely do things for money and will never say a word more. There will definitely be no one who jumps out to sing the opposite tune. After all, Water Armies also have professional qualities. But now, the boss does not require everyone to evaluate. So these Water Army were discussing in the group, and they had an internal conflict because of disagreements. The administrator stepped in and urgently banned several people, and said that if they were gentle and easygoing in the group, they would be kicked out directly, and they would not receive any work from Water Army in the future, and the situation was under control. Hu Xiao observed the comments of everyone and found that most people had a bad evaluation of this game. Many people's computer configuration is not good, and they are basically stuck when playing this game. The gaming experience is very bad, so naturally the first impression is not good. There are also some people like Hu Xiao, whose computer configuration is fine, but after entering the game, they are directly abused by the monsters and doubt their lives. Of course, they don't have a good impression of this game. But there is still a small number of people in the group who think this game is okay. The picture is good, the action is smooth, and the sense of attack is also very good. Although the monsters will kill people in seconds, as long as you are a little careful and don't get chopped, you can still beat these monsters. This small group of people have a good first impression of the game, so it is completely opposite to the views of others. This is very normal. After all, no matter what group you are in, there are inevitably some players who like to challenge themselves. There are many internet-addicted teenagers who are used to hanging out in internet cafes in the Water Army group. They have rich gaming experience. When they encounter such a difficult game, their first reaction is not to be angry and want to smash the computer, but to find it very challenging. Although these people are only a minority, they also represent another different voice. Hu Xiao thought about it and felt that it was unlikely to unify the opinions, and there was no need. The boss asked everyone to give comments based on their first impressions, and did not say that they must give good or bad reviews. In this case, let everyone express themselves freely. Hu Xiao typed and said, "Okay, everyone, stop arguing and start working. If you want to give it 1 star, give it 1 star. If you want to give it 5 stars, give it 5 stars. Everyone is a professional at leading the rhythm. If there is a personal grudge, use the keyboard to solve it on the forum, don't argue in the group. People pay you to type on the forum, but you will only be banned if you type in the group." Everyone in the group thought about it and realized that it was the same. What are you arguing about in the group? Let's get started. Those Water Army who had a very bad first impression of the game directly gave a 1-star bad review, wrote a few comments that they were very disappointed with the game and did not recommend it, and then refunded and uninstalled the game. Those who were more interested in the game directly gave it a 5-star good review, and then came up with a lot of excuses to praise the game. After all, everyone is a professional in such things as brainless praise and brainless criticism. They are good at leading the rhythm. If you ask them to write a bland review, it will be difficult for them to write it. And the review is not over after writing it. This time everyone gets 300 to 400 yuan, and it's definitely not enough to just post a comment. Everyone has a task and must post comments, posts, and reviews on official platforms, Weibo, forums, and other platforms. They must also post comments under popular posts, and give each other likes and reposts, etc. After all, the boss spent a lot of money, so this series of packages must be arranged. So, these Water Army who posted comments began to share their Weibo, comments, and other links in the group. Please help like this comment, brothers. I can copy this comment and post it. Brothers who need it can refer to it. Brothers, this Weibo is posted by me, everyone forward it to each other. It seems that a player in Ellie Island has released a video complaining about this game. Brothers who are criticizing it, please like it and try to push it to the front page. There is a post praising this game. Brothers who are praising it, please hurry up and increase its popularity. The Water Army in the group immediately started working intensively, constantly sharing the content about the game. Turning back is the shore on various websites. Some people gave negative comments, and some people gave 5-star praise. Both sides tacitly did not fight in the group, but brought the spirit of the nitpicker to other websites and forums, fighting fiercely. Looking at all this, Hu Xiao couldn't help but hold his forehead, always feeling that there was something wrong with this style. This is the first time I've seen this happen. It's like 2 groups of people bought our group's Water Army at the same time and fought each other. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already done what the boss asked. However, the reviews of this game are really messy, completely polarized. Out of curiosity, Qingshan also went online to look at the players' reviews of the game. Turning back is the shore. It is indeed polarized, with many 5-star and 1-star reviews. There are indeed factors of Water Army fanning the flames, but after deducting the influence of Water Army, players' reviews of this game are still mixed. The points of being criticized are nothing more than the same too. The game requires high configuration and is difficult. Some players posted in the forum to complain that they have died more than a dozen times in front of monsters. There must be a big problem with the numerical design of this game. Some scolded the programmers, some scolded the planners. In short, most people think that the numerical value of this game is probably accidentally pressed an extra 0. I really can't stand it. This game is too difficult. It's impossible to play. Can anyone tell me whether the numerical value of this game will be adjusted back to normal in the future? If it is adjusted, I won't refund. There are many comments like this. Although the game has received mixed reviews, players are not that angry. Because this game can be refunded within 5 hours, the game has just been released, and it is still early before the 5-hour refund period. After trying it out, everyone found that the quality of this game is still good, whether it is the picture, action, sense of attack, art design, etc. It is excellent. The configuration requirements are high, and we can find a way to solve it. As for the abnormal numerical difficulty, we can only hope that the official will make adjustments. Many people think that this may be a malicious bug in the game, so they are not in a hurry to refund, but are waiting for the official statement. If the official can urgently fix the bug that the monster can kill people in seconds, then the game can still be played. However, not long after, the official Weibo said, "Dear players, the current numerical difficulty of the game is the best difficulty after the official adjustment. It is not a malicious bug, and the difficulty will not be adjusted in the future. This is to better ensure the gaming experience of every player." After a few minutes, this Weibo was forwarded to various forums and player groups, and the comments below the Weibo began to increase rapidly. Question mark. Slowly typed a question mark. The official is messing around? They actually said this difficulty is the optimal difficulty after adjustment? To ensure the gaming experience for every player. Funny. I originally thought the official was manslaughter, but it turned out to be intentional? Are you there? Can you explain what epitaph means? You won't make any adjustments in the future? Are you sure? Haha, I'll see if I can still be so tough when the game sales plummet. Screenshots are waiting for slaps in the face. Watching a bunch of noobs crying and screaming, I can't beat the monsters, because the official setting of the difficulty is too high. It has nothing to do with my handicap. Otherwise, why do people say that Chinese players are only worthy of playing web games that mindlessly click the reset button? If the difficulty is slightly higher, they will clamor for the official to change the difficulty. Can you change it to 999 with one knife? Is this a slightly higher difficulty? What kind of game is a cerebral palsy player? Hurry up and get treatment. I at #yuan%*. Soon, the war in the comment area of this Weibo spread rapidly. Qingshan vaguely saw some shadows of the Water Army in these fighting comments, but he couldn't confirm it. Qingshan knew very well that there must be Water Army in the group who participated in this discussion. The comments with a lot of likes in the front may all be brothers in his group. But it's hard to say who they are. Because other people's comments also sound like those of a troll army. Chapter 276, Who are you looking down on? I'm happy too. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. This is the first time that Qingshan has seen the Water Army so naturally integrated into ordinary comments. It is simply seamless. Qingshan originally wanted to refund and delete the game, but after watching the fierce quarrels on the internet, he fell into deep doubts and became a little curious. The game is so difficult, it is obviously intentional by the official. The attitude of this Weibo is very clear, almost writing on the players' faces. Except for being more euphemistic, it is basically no different from the 6-character mantra. But why? Is it deliberately going against the players? It doesn't make sense? How can a game company deliberately offend players? Don't you want to make money? With this doubt and curiosity, Hushao plans to look for some strategies about this game, maybe he can find some clues from it. Open the game forum and take a quick look. The forum is not much different from Weibo and the comment area of the game, and it is also a mess. Obviously, there are also some water army posts adding fuel to the fire, but it is still difficult to distinguish which are the water army and which are the angry players. Among the large number of complaint posts, there are also some posts sharing experiences. One of the more popular posts is titled Action Game Hardcore Players Update Game Progress in Real Time. At the beginning, I was indeed tortured by this game, but after careful observation, I found that this game is not as difficult as many people say. Its difficulty is obviously demonized. Although the monster kills people with 2 hits, people can basically kill monsters with 4 or 5 hits. As long as you are careful and don't make mistakes, you can still play it. This game reminds me of the high-difficulty horizontal version of the game I played when I was a child. I feel a sense of excitement for no reason. 2333 inch. I also want to complain. After death, all the monsters will be resurrected. It's so fucking despairing. I passed the first small scene. This elite monster here has killed me 5 or 6 times. I will try to pass it this time. In the post, there are also many netizens commenting. Fuck, this guy is such a great player, he's a genius at action games. I'm still wandering around the monsters at the door. You've already killed so many? You must remember to record the video and send it to Ellie Island, so we can watch it. Can you live stream on the ZZ platform, bro? I want to learn your skills. Live streaming is still in its infancy. Although there are some websites that can live stream, and the technology is almost mature, this trend has not yet been targeted by many investors. So the first reaction of most players is to record videos, and only a small number of players mentioned live streaming. The host obviously did not think about live streaming, but just posted 2 screenshots after a while, and then simply typed a few lines to talk about his views and understanding of the game. Soon, not only posts, but also some simple videos appeared on the Isle of Ellie. Some were abused by monsters, and some successfully defeated the first monster and posted videos. There are many kinds of videos. Hushao couldn't help but sigh, this person is really different from others. After watching a few videos, the player was agile and the monster couldn't touch him at all. Instead, he was killed by a few backstabs. After watching the video, Hushao fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that the way to open it was wrong? Why didn't others have any problems playing it? It seems that as long as the skills are right, it's not that difficult. Hushao felt that his confidence had been rekindled and he returned to the game. There was still a long time before the 5-hour refund deadline, and Hushao felt that he was safe. Hee hee. An hour later, Hushao fell silent again in front of the computer. Sure enough, it was an illusion. This game is really not for humans to play. Hushao was speechless. This time he decided not to hesitate, refund the game, and delete it. This damn game is still selling for 128 yuan, it's too much. Don't even think about staying in my computer for a second. Go and give it a bad review. Hushao felt very angry. Sure enough, his idea from the beginning was wrong. Why should I try this game? It's just asking for trouble. Hushao felt a little upset. He looked at the time. It was still early before the refund deadline. He couldn't wait to run to the forum to vent and find people like him. Hu Xiao, who was indignant, posted a post himself. This game is garbage. Mindlessly raising the monster's attack power is just to disgust people. Hurry up and refund. If you haven't bought it, there's no need to buy it. It's a complete waste of life. Spend money to ask for trouble. Within 2 minutes, Hu Xiao refreshed the page and someone commented. Hee, another loser who blames the game when he can't win. This game is definitely not for the handicapped. The official extended the refund period probably to take care of old people like you. You deserted after a little setback. In the war era, people like you should be the legendary traders, right? Seeing these comments, Hu Xiao was instantly furious. I have a bad temper. How can I tolerate this? Hu Xiao often battles with people online, so how could he bear such grievance? He just typed quickly with both hands and cursed wildly. As a result, the opponent was not much better, and the two began a high-intensity confrontation. From physical health to friends and relatives, and finally to the origin of life and mankind. As they quarreled, Hu Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did it feel so familiar? Hu Xiao rarely encountered such an equal opponent. After all, most people have a serious job, and it is impossible for them to type on the internet every day like Hu Xiao. This time, the opponent not only has a rich vocabulary and a high level of yin and yang, but also types very fast. While ensuring quality, he is not inferior in quantity. With doubts, Hu Xiao transferred his post to the group. Are there any brothers paying attention to this post? Soon, someone replied. Jake_0, brother Hu, don't worry, I am fighting with this brain-dead OP. I have completed the task and disgusted this hand-dead OP, hee. Jake_0 has been banned for 24 hours. Hu Xiao was so angry that his hands were shaking. Damn, it turned out to be a brother in his group. No wonder this pair of landing skills are so skilled. But it was also because of the brothers in his group that Hu Xiao couldn't do anything to him. After all, this was a misunderstanding. Kick him out of the group directly, which might chill the hearts of other brothers. The only way is to ban him for 24 hours to vent his hatred. After a long time of muddled confrontation with his brother, Hu Xiao looked at the time. He didn't close the game program, so there were about 2 hours left before the refund. Forget it, let's get a refund. But looking at the refund button, Hu Xiao fell silent again. Do you really want a refund? Could it be that I really gave up and admitted that I was a clumsy player? No, try again. The more Hu Xiao thought about it, the more unwilling he became. If he gave up now, wouldn't it prove his incompetence and rage? At least he had to get rid of these monsters in the mass grave, right? Hu Xiao entered the game again. After dying many times, Hu Xiao finally learned some lessons. You have to lure the monsters one by one. Attack one by one. When you see the monster raise his hand, you must dodge it first, and then look for an opportunity to attack. In short, you must not be greedy. Hu Xiao followed the instructions of the master in the video and fought steadily. After being stabbed, he still successfully killed several monsters around the mass grave. No, hee. I'm so awesome. After killing these monsters, Hu Xiao felt his heart was still beating violently and his hands were shaking. It was so tense and exciting. Is this the feeling of adrenaline rush? This game doesn't seem as difficult as imagined. Hu Xiao felt that he was instantly full of motivation, and he controlled the task to continue moving forward. 3 minutes later, a butcher with a machete appeared in front of Hu Xiao. This was the first elite monster he would encounter in the game. Hee. After a long time. In front of the computer, Hu Xiao put down the mouse and quietly lit a cigarette. Ah. What on earth am I doing today? I actually wasted so much time in such a game. Hu Xiao even doubted his life a little. He was numb to death, and he didn't know how much time he had wasted in this place. At this time, there was only one feeling, that is, emptiness. Endless emptiness. Forget it, I'll refund it. There's no need to waste so much time on this game. Hu Xiao looked at the time. It was almost time to refund. If it dragged on like this, the refund deadline would be exceeded. It can only be said that once you get addicted, time flies really fast. Hu Xiao was about to quit the game when he saw a line of small words on the screen. Refund it. It's impossible to complete the game with your level. There's no need to insist on it. There are many things worth pursuing in life. Why waste precious time and money on such a game? Hu Xiao. Who the hell are you looking down on? Hu Xiao was planning to refund the game, but now he has changed his mind. In fact, the words on the screen are quite sincere and true. After 5 hours without leaving the small village at the beginning, it is really unlikely for such a player to complete the game. In addition, there are indeed many more worth pursuing things in life. Playing such a game makes you angry, suffer, and waste money. There is really no need. In Pei Qian's opinion, this paragraph is simply a sincere exhortation. Any player with a little bit of knowledge should be moved, right? In addition, such a friendly reminder also makes players realize that the game time is about to expire and they have to hurry up to refund the game. However, in Hu Xiao's opinion, it is a completely different feeling. It is absolutely impossible to complete the game? What if I complete the game? Why waste precious time and money on such a game? I have a lot of money and time, I am willing to waste it, what's your business? I won't refund today. Hu Xiao's stubborn temper came up, and 9 cows couldn't stop him. I will fight this game to the death today. With anger, Hu Xiao set out on his journey again. Wait a minute, how much does this game cost? Oh, 128. 128 is 128, it doesn't matter. Chapter 277 An industry that will definitely dissuade Lin Wan from doing business. Additional update for the boss who repeatedly said that he would do something serious August 10th. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts with the game. October 3rd. 3 days have passed, and Pei Qian has also been closely following the situation after the launch of Turning Back is the Shore. After all, he has high hopes for this game, and he absolutely cannot afford to lose. First of all, the comments from netizens are basically the same as Pei Qian expected. In short, it was scolded badly. Especially under the official Weibo, players were all kinds of weird. On the game details page of the official platform, there are also a large number of players who gave 1-star bad reviews. The arguments on the forum are also very fierce, and the trend of polarization is serious. The TPDB website has currently collected many reviews of this game, including those from consumers and netizens on the internet. At present, the score of Turning Back is the Shore on TPDB is 7.2 points, and the comments from consumers and netizens have obviously lowered this score. As for the media ratings, because the time is still short, most game media cannot finish the game so quickly, so the ratings have not yet been released and cannot be summarized. Pei Qian was not particularly confident about this. After all, media ratings would not focus on the difficulty of the game, but would consider all aspects, such as the quality and connotation of the game. These game media may still give a good score for the high quality of Turning Back, and the TPDB score may still rise at that time. But no matter what, the reputation of this game among ordinary players has a little collapse at the beginning, which can be said to have met Pei Qian's expectations. It doesn't matter whether the TPDB score is high or not, as long as you can't make money. Pei Qian looked at the refund situation of players, and found that only less than 30% of them were funded. He was still a little disappointed about this. What does it mean? I have clearly told you to refund, but the refund rate is less than 30%. The monsters in the mass grave, the elites with machetes, the epitaphs that appear when you die, and the prompts in the last few minutes, you actually survived? This is not reasonable at all. And this 30% refund rate also needs to take into account the reasons of publicity. Many people came to play turning back for Tengda's golden signboard, and many players who didn't want to suffer at all also entered by mistake. After discovering that this game was actually a torture game, the first reaction of these players who entered by mistake was definitely to refund. But even so, the refund rate was less than 30%, which made Pei Qian very dissatisfied. Of course, Pei Qian didn't have any better solution. He had done so much. If the players didn't want a refund, it meant they really didn't want one. Pei Qian couldn't force them to refund by pointing a gun at their heads. He could only wait and see. Although the refund rate of nearly 30% did not meet Pei Qian's expectations, it was already very high compared to other games. In addition, the game's current mixed reviews meant that the situation at the beginning was still relatively good. Pei Qian also paid attention to the situation on Ellie Island. Some people had uploaded videos about turning back on the shore on video websites, but there were no particularly complete and comprehensive strategy videos. Most of them were recorded as they played, so the quality of the videos was not high and the popularity was also average. This was also within Pei Qian's expectations. Anyway, as long as Mr. Qiao didn't release a strategy video, everything would be fine. It would take at least a week for these new players to slowly figure out the tricks of turning back on the shore, and Mr. Qiao would only release videos a week later. By that time, the remaining players would basically be diehards, so it would be okay to let them watch a strategy video, and most of the players who were persuaded to quit would never come back. Well, it's a good start, I hope it can keep up. Pei Qian turned off the computer and went out. Today is Sunday, and we agreed to go to Mingyun private kitchen to treat Lin Chong to a meal. Lin Yu was busy with work and had already left Jingzhou. Lin Chong seemed to be much more idle, probably because the two were responsible for different businesses and had different work intensities. Mingyun private kitchen. Pei Qian was happily chewing crab legs in a good mood. Lin Chong on the opposite side was also eating with relish and praising it. However, as the two of them were eating, the topic turned to Lin Wan. Boss Pei, how have you considered the matter I asked you to do last time? You don't need to consider it perfect. If you have any ideas, just bring them up and we'll work it out together. Lin Chong was quite concerned about this matter, and it was obvious that the old man had put a lot of pressure on him. Only by getting Lin Wan back as soon as possible can we feel at ease. Pei Qian thought for a moment. I'm thinking of arranging her to do some other business in the name of business expansion. Lin Chong was stunned. Don't let her continue to make games? Pei Qian nodded. Yes, don't let her continue to make games. Because continuing to make games is too risky. She just led the employees of Shangyang Games to make a very popular mobile game. Whether it is work enthusiasm, employee status, or external reputation, it is at its peak. If she continues to make games, the chances of the next game's success are still very high. If she makes another successful game, the situation may be completely out of control. Lin Chong agreed. Yes, that makes sense. Lin Wan has only made one game so far, but he is already showing off in the family group. If he makes another one, won't he be so proud? This time, there is no room for error. But, Mr. Pei, there is a problem. Lin Chong hesitated. Making games is Ah Wan's dream. You arrange her to other departments under the pretext of business expansion. Will she be happy? Pei Qian was confident. It will definitely not work if it is too obvious. Besides, Lin Wan is indeed not willing to completely give up the work of the game department. In this case, let her be responsible for both the game and the business of another department, isn't it? There are a lot of things to do on both sides. If she is too busy, the chance of failure will naturally increase greatly. Lin Chang's eyes lit up. Hey, good idea. But what business should I choose? What kind of reason should I use? This still needs to be carefully considered. Yuan is very smart, don't let her get suspicious. Pei Qian nodded. Yes, I have a few considerations, but I haven't confirmed them yet. Lin Chang was very interested. Tell me about it. Pei Qian picked up a piece of sushi. This is my idea. First of all, we must retain Lin Wan's position as director of Shenyang Games, so that she is still responsible for making a game in name. If she is not responsible for anything related to the game, it will be too obvious, and it will be easy to be suspected and cause her resistance. On this basis, find her a new job. This new field must be related to the game. In this way, we can legitimately tell her that we must enter the XX field for the purpose of business expansion because this field is conducive to the development of games. At present, the fields I think of are live broadcasting and mobile phones. Lin Chang couldn't help but admire. Great. Pei Qian's operation was very clear. He told Lin Wan that in order to better promote the game, we are now going to develop live broadcasting or mobile phone business, and you will be the person in charge of this new business. In this way, Lin Wan will have to take on two duties, and her energy will definitely not be enough, and whether it is live broadcasting or games, the probability of failure will be greatly increased. And Lin Chang also knows that Lin Wan is actually a very proud person. Even if she feels that it is a bit difficult for her to complete the task assigned by President Pei, she will definitely take it up and will not shirk it. In this way, isn't it done? Lin Chang was very happy. Mr. Pei, which business do you think is suitable? Live broadcast or mobile phone? Pei Qian thought for a while. Mobile phone may be better. Pei Qian has also thought about other fields. For example, shared bicycles will definitely lose money. However, this field cannot be entrusted to Lin Wan, because shared bicycles have nothing to do with games, and there is no sufficient reason to entrust it to Lin Wan. Making mobile phones and live broadcasting can be said to be expanding the moat for the game business. The threshold of these two industries is not low. For live broadcasting, it is only the bandwidth cost. To achieve about 2 million people online at the same time in the month, the bandwidth cost per month will reach 40 million. After all, live broadcasting is different from games. The bandwidth of online games does not cost much money, because the amount of data transmitted is much smaller than that of live broadcasting, and the bandwidth cost is naturally not the same. And like the several large live broadcasting platforms that came later, the number of online users is basically at the level of 6 to 7 million to 10 million, and the bandwidth cost is easily over 100 million. Of course, if you play it in a poorer way, it is nothing more than spending less money to buy bandwidth, but no matter how little, the initial investment must be prepared at least 30 to 40 million. If the prepared money is less, if you can't make anything and the settlement is stuck, it will not be worth the loss. For mobile phones, investing 10 or 20 million is enough. After all, when coarse grain mobile phone was just starting out, it was only 10 million. What's more, in terms of the current market environment, live streaming has not yet emerged and is a blue ocean, while the mobile phone industry is developing much faster than in the past and is already a red ocean. Shenhua, Pineapple, MSC, and many other big companies have already started to fight. The next few years will only become more and more difficult for such small mobile phone manufacturers, and failure is almost inevitable. What's more, Lin Yu is in charge of Shenhua's mobile phone business. When Lin Wan releases a new mobile phone, Shenhua will release a more attractive one. Isn't it wonderful? Lin Chang naturally figured it out quickly and couldn't help but applaud. Boss Pei's plan is really perfect and seamless. I owe Boss Pei another big favor. Boss Pei, don't worry, if there are any difficulties in this process, we will do our best to cooperate. By the way, Boss Pei, I see that your new game doesn't have a good reputation. How about it? Have you considered controlling the comments or something? It seems that Weibo has also been on the hot search. Do you want me to help you remove it? Don't worry, I am very familiar with that side. As long as you say a word, it will be done in minutes. Lin Chang is in charge of Xinhua's entertainment department, and is naturally familiar with this aspect. Maybe he feels that he has received too much help from Pei Qian and wants to compensate a little. Pei Qian raised his hand quickly. No, don't do that. This is part of the plan. Lin Chang suddenly realized, oh, I see. Then I won't get involved. Anyway, if you have any requests, just say it. From now on, your business is my business, and I will definitely not refuse. Chapter 278, The Uncomfortable Mr. Chiao. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. October 4th. After having dinner with Lin Chang yesterday, Pei Qian carefully considered the new business again. Live broadcast and mobile phone industries are industries that require huge initial investment and huge losses. Even if they want to do it, they must wait until this month's settlement. Of course, it is said that the investment is huge, but there are ways to play with more money and less money. For example, even if Pei Qian makes mobile phones, it is impossible to prepare hundreds of thousands of units. It is not realistic and unnecessary. Other large manufacturers have a lot of stock, on the one hand, to get a lower purchase price, and on the other hand, they are afraid of being scolded by consumers if they run out of stock. But Pei Qian obviously doesn't need to consider these things. The purchase price is high, and it can lose more if it is high. If it is out of stock, it is out of stock. President Pei didn't expect this mobile phone to be sold at all. The initial limit is 3,000 units, and if one more is sold, I will lose. Anyway, the purpose is to make a loss. Why do you have such a big appetite? Just lose as much money as you have. Of course, the specific approach still needs to be considered slowly, and only when there is an absolute certainty of failure can it be taken. After arriving at the company, the first thing Pei Qian did was to check the status of turning back as the shore. Although the data of one day can't tell much, for Pei Qian, as long as the game data is not much different from before, it is the best news. Just after closing the backstage and planning to watch a drama, there was a knock on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Liada. Liada pushed the door timidly, pushed the thick glasses, and pointed the fingertips of his two index fingers together. Pei, Mr. Pei, there is a more serious situation. According to the regulations of the official platform, if the refund rate of a certain game exceeds 20%, the official will give a warning. If the refund rate exceeds 35%, then the game will be forced to be removed from the shelves and modified. Currently, our game has been close to 30%. If it continues like this, the situation may be not optimistic. Pei Qian was stunned. Oh? There is such a good thing? Pei Qian had never encountered this problem before, because Tengda's games have always been very conscientious and the price is not expensive, so the refund rate has never been very high. Even for the game Lonely Desert Highway, because the price is too cheap, players rarely refund. But this time the situation is different. Turning back has attracted a large number of ordinary players and players with poor skills. Although most of these players have stayed for various reasons, many of them have refunded their money in anger. Not only are the reviews of the game polarized, but the refund problem is also very serious. But for Pei Qian, this is a good thing. If the game is really removed from the shelves for rectification, then slowly modify it and release it again. This will reduce sales a lot anyway, just put it back on the shelves 1 week before the settlement. This is not something Pei Qian did on purpose, so the system has nothing to say, right? Pei Qian glanced at the backstage. Where is the warning? Liada lowered his head. Well, the official platform does stipulate this. As for why there is no warning, I am not very clear. Maybe, Tengda has a better reputation on the official platform? I just reported this matter. What do you think should be done? Does the game need to be slightly modified and the difficulty of the previous content be lowered? No. Pei Qian raised his hand. I have fully understood this situation, you don't have to worry. Okay. Li Yada nodded and left. Looking at the refund rate of less than 30%, Pei Qian felt a little distressed. Alas, what a pity. I should have tried harder and directly reached 35%. The refund rate of the game has not only not increased, but has shown a downward trend, which makes Pei Qian feel very sad. This is normal, because as the game information continues to spread on the internet, most new players already know that this is a difficult game, and they have psychological expectations after entering. So the number of players who refunded their games naturally showed a rapid downward trend. Pei Qian thought about it and opened the chat box with Xiaohu review again. The effect of the water army I bought last time was okay, and this game was criticized badly. In this case, then increase the intensity. Try to criticize more and lead the rhythm. If more people can refund, that would be good. If not, at least scare some players away, which can still reduce sales. Of course, it still can't be said explicitly. Pei Qian can only give hints as much as possible in the previous way. On the other side, Hu Xiao was deeply reflecting on his impulsive behavior. I regret it so much. Looking at the hee-hee that appeared on the screen again and again, Hu Xiao felt that his IQ, personality, and dignity were all suffering. What happened? Why did I lose my mind and not refund? It was clearly someone else who paid for the water army, but Hu Xiao himself even spent 100 yuan. It was really hard to describe. Could it be that I was tricked? Did the other party guess that someone would not refund the money? That's too scheming. When he comes again, I will definitely question him. I will never give up until this matter is clear. Hu Xiao thought angrily. Just as he was angrily thinking, he suddenly found that he had received a new message from Hardcore Review. Buy another 100,000 yuan of water army and increase the efforts. Hu Xiao was stunned and quickly replied, okay brother. No problem. Seeing another 100,000 yuan in the account, Hu Xiao was instantly in a good mood. How could such an open-minded boss trick me? Really, I thought too much. October 5th. Imperial Capital. Xiao Liang was in the rental house, anxious. It was uncomfortable. After the release of Turning Back is the Shore, he has been paying attention to it. But the more he watched, the more anxious he became. The evaluation of this game on the game website was mixed, and many people did not understand the essence of this game at all and started to criticize it. Although some hosts on the video website have made introduction videos of the game, they did not play the essence of this game at all, and the rich plot design of this game was not even mentioned at all. Most players are still struggling with trivial topics such as whether to refund or whether the difficulty of this game is problematic. In Xiao Liang's opinion, these discussions are completely worthless. Turning Back is the Shore is like a treasure, and these people are like arguing at the entrance of the treasure cave whether the entrance is too narrow. It's simply stupid, thinking of Mr. Pei's deep love for him and the big crabs that Mr. Pei had treated him to. Xiao Liang really wanted to stand up and help Mr. Pei right now. However, he had a standard answer in his hand, but he couldn't take it out. Because Xiao Liang had promised Mr. Pei that he had to wait a week after the game was launched before releasing the video. During this week, Xiao Liang could not spoil the game and must let other players experience this unique game without interference. So, Xiao Liang could only turn grief into motivation and continue to play Turning Back is the Shore frantically during this period to accumulate materials for his upcoming video. For him who had already played through many rounds, the content of the game's battles was already very clear, and now his focus was mainly on the game's plot. After all, the plot and worldview are also important parts of the game content, and Turning Back is the Shore is obviously a game with very rich connotations. After playing for a while, Xiao Liang opened the document and began to write the copy for the video in advance. If you are careful, you will find that the monsters that appear in the video will be encountered in the official game process, and they will change. The corpse lying by the river twitched in the video, suggesting that it has also become a monster. In the game process, there is a prop next to the corpse. If the player takes it, the corpse will suddenly jump up and hug the player, killing him instantly. In the video, the old monk in the ruined temple outside the city is chanting to resist the attacks of these wandering souls. But in the game, when the player comes to the ruined temple outside the city, he will find that the old monk has lost his mind and will attack the player crazily. Killing the old monk can get Buddhist beads and Zen sticks. The former is an important consumable item in the early stage, and the latter has general attributes. As a side weapon, it is only of collection value. Since Buddhist beads are more important and the old monk's combat power is extremely weak, it is recommended that you kill the old monk first after arriving in the town to get the props. The crazy scholar burnt his own house. When the player came here, the house had been completely burned down and turned into ruins. The body of the scholar can be found in a corner not far away. From him, you can get a torn family letter written by him, which can tell you some of the past of this small village. There are some plot triggers in the game, which may lead to different endings of the game. It is not clear how many endings the game has, but there are at least 2 or more. Xiao Liang recorded all the details and Easter eggs he found in the game while playing. The more he recorded, the more he felt that the game was so rich in content. He had not paid attention to these things when he was playing the game before. His mind was full of thoughts on how to pass the level and how to defeat a certain boss, and he did not pay attention to these details. But now that I have returned to my rental house, after completing multiple rounds, I no longer pursue the challenge of the game, so I started to study these details. The more I study, the more I find that the content here is too rich. Xiao Liang even suspected that it probably took a whole plot design team to make such a complete and detailed plot content. Of course, to be fair, compared with some 4 and 3A masterpieces that focus on the plot content of Turning Back is the Shore is not much, but it is very fragmented. But this feeling of treasure hunting makes Xiao Liang feel very addicted, and he can't stop. After writing a long video copy, Xiao Liang prepared to take a break. After making a bowl of noodles, Xiao Liang opened his fan group to see what the fans were talking about. Chapter 279. Isn't this weapon hidden too deep? When will the new video be released? I can't wait. Don't rush me, I'm working on it. Has Mr. Qiao ever lied to you? Every time I ask, I'm working on it. I'm a whore. I don't know if Mr. Qiao can finish this game. Fake fans? Mr. Qiao was invited by the official to experience the game a long time ago. It is said that he has already finished the game. It's just that he has an agreement with the official not to disclose the content of the game. Fuck, I get angry when I talk about this game. I've been playing for 4 days and I'm still stuck on Huangquan Road. It's true that you're stuck on Huangquan Road. I'm stuck on Mingpa. As long as you're a little bit more survivable, you can beat Mingpa, right? Meeting the judge later is a lesson for you. You can die so badly that you doubt your life. Fans are discussing the content of the game and some of their experiences. Relatively speaking, the atmosphere in Mr. Qiao's fan group is pretty good. There is no quarrel over the difficulty of the game. Maybe it's because most of the fans who follow Qiao Laoshi are hardcore gamers, who have more patience than those casual gamers. Hey, it seems that this game is not suitable for clumsy gamers. Watching you guys play, I, a clumsy gamer, really envy you. It's okay, it depends on how you play. In fact, this game can also be fun in the midst of hardship. I am also clumsy, so I plan to ignore these monsters and run away to open the Buddha statue to see how far I can run. No way, you haven't even finished the game yet, and you are already thinking about speedrunning? It's not a speed run, just for fun. Anyway, I can't beat any of the monsters. 2333. There are also some players who are very carefree and are playing some fancy games. Xiao Liang sent a message in the group: everyone can pay a little attention to the plot content while playing the game. If there is more suitable material, I will put it in the video. As an excellent video author, Xiao Liang has always believed in the power of the masses. There are so many fun things in the game, and you can't find them all by yourself. Stupid netizens can sometimes provide a lot of inspiration. Capture Old Joe. Is Old Joe crowdfunding for another video? You asked the wrong person. We are all being tortured to death by the monsters in the mass grave. Who has the time to study the plot of the game? I remember that this game seems to have an official novel. You can read the official novel. Old Joe was stunned. Official novel? Why haven't I heard of it? I quickly asked, where is the official novel? It can't be a fan fiction? The buddy in the group quickly replied, it should be an official novel. Go to this website. Do you know TPDB? It is said to be a rating website within Tenda, and there is this Endpoint Chinese website on it. And the homepage of Endpoint Chinese website has the novel Turning Back is the Shore, which should be the official novel. Xiao Liang couldn't help but marvel. Is there such a thing? Or the silly netizens have a way? Xiao Liang hurriedly clicked on the URL and saw that it was true. The cover recommendation on the homepage was Turning Back is the Shore. And after clicking in and taking a quick look, many of the contents here are really highly consistent with the contents in the game, including the old monk and scholar in the novice village, all appearing in the book. It's just that the stories in the book are quite scattered. Rather than saying it is a novel, it is better to say that it is a collection of plot settings for the game. Although it is a bit awkward to read, the plot coherence is very poor, and it is difficult to read smoothly, but Xiao Liang feels very happy. Because it is more certain that this is the official novel of Turning Back is the Shore. In this way, many plot doubts in the game can be confirmed. Thanks, brother, you've helped me a lot. Xiao Liang sent a fist-raising emoji in the group, closed the chat box at the speed of light, and started reading the official novel of Turning Back is the Shore. The first chapter was released in July, and the earliest comment appeared at the end of July. This made Xiao Liang more certain that this book was an official novel. Because in July, Turning Back is the Shore had not been in development for a long time, it can't be that some author just happened to have an idea that collided with Tenda's and wrote such a book. That's impossible. It must have been written by someone inside Tenda. After reading for 5 minutes, Xiao Liang frowned frequently. It's not because the book is badly written, but because he was disgusted by the comments on this book. I have to say that there are too many trolls, and the situation in the first chapter is particularly serious. The situation in the second and third chapters has improved a lot, probably because all the readers have left. What kind of shit is this? The author is completely self-indulgent? It's so annoying. Why is this book still hanging on the homepage of the website? Is it a relative? I don't understand what you are saying. Negative points, go away. Haha, no wonder this website can't be popular, the books written are such garbage, who would read it? And so on. Obviously, these comments were written before the release of the game Turning Back is the Shore. Most people judged this book by the standards of ordinary online novels, so naturally they couldn't read it at all. However, Xiao Liang read it with great interest, because many contents in the official novel were very valuable to him. Some of the content confirmed his guess, some denied his guess, and some details could guide him to discover more details in the game. This is another work that has not been buried. Although the story itself is not good and it is not qualified as an online novel, it suddenly becomes different when paired with the game. Is this website also created by Mr. Pei? Strange, why does Mr. Pei always like to play this routine of first suppressing and then praising? Is it some kind of unique hobby? Or does he like this roller coaster feeling, first watching his game and website fail, and then using some special means to reverse the situation and revive? I don't understand. Maybe this is a business wizard. The content of the book is quite a lot, and the various plots are also quite fragmented, and some of the content is not even in the game. Xiao Liang guessed that this plot should be written by many people, but the game only used a small part of it, and the rest of the content was at most stuffed in as Easter eggs or small details, and some of it was not used at all. Strange, this old monk has a lot of scenes. Xiao Liang noticed that the old monk had a strong presence in the original work. According to his understanding of the game, there is no Buddha in this world, only broken Buddha statues, symbolizing the legendary Dharma ending age. Perhaps it is because Mr. Pei just wants to integrate the content about Buddha into the game as one of the elements, integrating some content from traditional culture apart from the Buddha statues that serve as save points on the path. The only Buddhist elements are the dilapidated temple outside the village and the old monk in the temple. In the game, this old monk is very weak, and his only role is to take items after being killed. However, in the official novel setting, this old monk has a very tragic story, and his combat power is very strong after losing his mind. He should be an elite monster that is difficult to provoke. Xiao Liang scratched his head, a little confused. Did the design team make a mistake? Why is it different from what is written in the official novel? Indeed, it seems more reasonable to make it an elite monster. After all, this old monk has a separate model. Although he is skinny, he is taller than ordinary monsters. The attack action is also made separately, and the model is also very detailed. As a result, it is a bit unreasonable to make such a weak monster. Xiao Liang entered the game again. This is a new account created after the game was released. Now he has reached the second round and just arrived near the town. After finding this old monk and saving a file, he began to tease him crazily. Kill him with different skills. Try to lure him out of the ruined temple. Send him to die. But no matter how hard you try, no special plot happens. Is it possible that this old monk cannot be killed? Do we need to get a special pre-plot item from somewhere? Xiao Liang was deeply confused. After trying for a long time, he still had no clue. Xiao Liang decided to mobilize the masses and ask the players in the group to help. Everyone, see if the old monk in the ruined temple can trigger some hidden plot. I tried all kinds of methods, but I always feel something is wrong. Xiao Liang didn't hold much hope, so he asked casually. Old monk? I killed him a long time ago. I killed him too fragile, and he disappeared as soon as I touched him. I haven't hit him there yet. I can try, but I may not be able to beat him. I ran here directly, without props or good weapons. Xiao Liang remembered the last netizen who spoke. This was the player who said before that he would try not to kill a monster and see how far he could run. Xiao Liang didn't take it seriously. After all, it might be that the official novel was wrong, or for some reason, the numerical balance of the game was adjusted in the middle, and the old monk who was originally intended to be an elite monster was made into a tool man. A few minutes later. Old Xiao. Old Xiao, look. What kind of weapon is this? Perhaps because he was quite excited, this player posted 3 pictures at once. Xiao Liang was stunned and clicked on the first picture. A golden Zen staff. He was a little confused, because he had seen and used Zen staffs before, but they were not easy to use, had low attack power, and were particularly inconvenient to use. However, the Zen staff dropped by the old monk before was not luminous. But this Zen staff exudes a golden light, and it is cool and arrogant when carried on the body, which is obviously different from other weapons. The following 2 pictures are the name and introduction of this weapon. Pudu. The Buddha said, see that the 5 aggregates are empty, and overcome all sufferings. Xiao Liang was confused, and then he was ecstatic. There is actually a hidden plot? He quickly typed and asked, how to trigger this thing. Players in the group, I don't know either. I just ran over to open the nearby Buddha statue, so I thought I'd come over to take a look. As a result, I had no equipment or good weapons, and I couldn't beat this old monk at all. Every time I saw him, he was chased and killed. After dying a few times, I found that this old monk turned into an NPC. I went over to talk to him, and he said a lot of gibberish, and then gave me this weapon. Fuck, this weapon is really awesome. The excitement was simply beyond words. Xiao Liang was even more puzzled. Why? Why doesn't it work for me? I died several times, but nothing was triggered? Is it because I'm in the second round, so I can't trigger this hidden plot? Players in the group, it's possible. Xiao Liang was instantly upset. Big news. There is such a magical hidden weapon in this game? I will open a new save file and go to the first round to see how it works. Thinking back carefully to the whole process of discovering this weapon, Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh that it was hidden too deeply, as if the designer deliberately hid it and didn't want to be discovered by the players. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 280, I'll Give You a Pudu. Xiao Liang, who quickly opened a new file, also ran to the ruined temple. After dying several times, he successfully got the pudu. Looking at the golden Zen staff in the character's hand, Xiao Liang felt relaxed. It's really a hidden weapon. Who would have thought that you can get it after dying 6 times? After all, this old monk is too weak, even weaker than the monsters in the mass grave. If there weren't players who liked to run naked in the group, I would never have been able to test it myself. Is this weapon a more powerful version of the Zen staff? Fuck. What kind of damage is this? Xiao Liang tried to use this golden Zen staff to hit a soldier monster with more blood, but after 1 Zen staff, the monster was directly hit on Lin. After 2 Zen staffs, the monster's health bar was directly emptied. Xiao Liang clearly remembered that he needed to chop this monster at least 4 or 5 times with other weapons. After all, this is already the second scene, and the monster's various attributes have been further improved. In other words, if you use this Zen staff to attack weaker monsters, the effect will be better, and you may be able to kill them instantly. The only regret is that this weapon does not have any exclusive combat skills. Its combat skills are the same as the original Zen staff, which is an ordinary heavy attack effect. Although the damage is very considerable, it is not very cool. Xiao Liang originally thought that the combat skills of Pudu would be to raise the Zen staff to emit Buddha light to cause AoE effects to all enemies around, but it was not the case. From this point of view, Pudu is not as cool as the morning stick dropped when fighting the black and white impermanents. But after all, the morning stick will only drop after defeating the black and white impermanents, and it is impossible for novice players to get it so easily. And even if it is a morning stick, it is probably not as practical as Pudu, because the basic damage of Pudu is higher than that of the morning stick. Xiao Liang took Pudu to fight a few more monsters and found that this weapon is simply invincible. Although the conventional attack action is not easy to use, it can be used like other weapons. Jump slash and sprint slash, which greatly speeds up the attack speed. In the hands of a player like Xiao Liang, this thing is simply cheating. It has a long attack distance, fast attack speed, high explosive damage, and a strong toughness reduction effect. The monsters are directly knocked to the ground and cannot move. Those monsters holding short knives and daggers can't touch the players at all. They are knocked down by the Zen sticks from a long distance and are abused unilaterally. As for some monsters holding pitchforks, although the attack distance is almost the same as that of the players, as long as the players roll to avoid the attack, they will be beaten unilaterally. You don't even need so many fancy skills, just keep hitting the ground with Pudu and you're done. Looking at this cool weapon, Xiao Liang felt confused. If I had known there was such a good weapon, why would I suffer so hard? Xiao Liang recalled his blood and tears when he was pioneering. He crawled forward in the game with a crappy weapon. He had to be careful when he encountered a monster, for fear that he would be killed in seconds. Now? He casually hung up those monsters riding on his head and beat them. Looking at the fan group, they were all crazy. Fuck, I got this weapon too. Actually, I just need to ignore everything and run all the way, and die here with the old monk. This weapon is invincible, isn't this pure abuse? Isn't this too awesome? Official modifier? Brother who found it, please post it to the forum quickly, you must be the first to find the hidden weapon. Damn, what should I do if I have already killed this old monk? I have already used the Buddhist beads. Start over, it will be quick to make a new file. I declare that Pudu is the strongest weapon, no doubt about it. Someone has already posted on the RAN forum, this hidden weapon is definitely a major discovery. Many design teams will design hidden plots, hidden weapons, Easter eggs, etc. for various reasons. Most of them are to bring some surprises to players, or to supplement the worldview or plot of the game through similar content. Among them, hidden weapons are definitely the most topical. Because most of the similar content will not affect the gameplay of the game itself, and it will not be difficult to find. As long as there are more players, they will be found soon. But Pudu is different, because as a hidden weapon, its attributes are really good, which can fundamentally change the game experience of players. Moreover, this weapon is also hidden very deeply, which makes it very topical. Soon, this post became popular on the forum, and players also reposted it, and the news spread quickly. At this time, Pei Qian was staring at the refund rate of the game and cheering for the water army he had just bought. There was a post that was very much in line with his heart, and he almost wanted to give this water army brother extra money. The title of the post was, "Don't fall into the trap of the developer, you must refund." The design team knows the player's psychology very well. They deliberately extended the refund period. On the surface, it seems conscientious, but in fact, it is an outright scam. If the refund period is extended, many people will play the game longer, which is equivalent to forcing you to get used to this feeling of suffering. When the time is almost up, they come up with another line of words to disgust you in a weird way, and the epitaph that keeps appearing. It's all to stimulate the rebellious psychology of the players. Once you have a rebellious psychology, you've been fooled. If you don't refund, it will be exactly what the design team wants. Think about it, just because of your momentary impulse, 100 yuan was thrown away in vain, why bother? Why don't you do something else with 100 yuan? Why do you have to make yourself suffer? So, everyone must refund decisively, and don't be deceived by the design team. Seeing this post, Pei Qian was simply applauding. Great! This warrior, do you want to leave your contact information? Seeing your amazing bones, it's really a waste of talent to just be a water army. This post is like a timely help to Pei Qian. Although there is still a lot of quarrels under the post, and many people are scolding the author, it is obvious that such a high-profile post has also contributed a lot of refunds to the game. And this is not the only similar post. On Weibo, major forums, and some game groups, there are also water armies constantly leading the trend, calling on everyone to hurry up and refund, and there is no need to be abused in this kind of game. Pei Qian could only sigh silently that the money was not wasted. Although there were also a group of misguided water armies who constantly and mindlessly praised turning back as the shore, which caused some trouble to Pei Qian, but from the overall environment, the situation is still good, the refund rate still hasn't risen significantly. From the current situation, it's unlikely to reach a refund rate of 35%. But, stability is good news. With the spread of various information about turning back as the shore, new players know that this game is a game of suffering. With psychological expectations, fewer and fewer players refund. But under the unremitting efforts of the water army, the refund rate of the game has stabilized, which is obviously good news. Pei Qian didn't expect the official to remove turning back is the shore. After waiting for so long, there was not even a warning. Obviously, the official was determined to protect this game. Anyway, if you can trick one more person into refunding, you can earn a few dozen less dollars, which can be a great merit. It's strange. Why has the refund rate of the game started to drop again after so long? The water army is not working? It's time to renew the subscription? Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Didn't he just renew the subscription for the water army not long ago? He quickly clicked on major forums to see if there was any reversal in the direction of public opinion. As a result, after clicking in, he found a hot post. I found a hidden weapon in the game. Poodoo, it's invincible. What the hell? Pei Qian felt his blood boiling and almost had a heart attack. What the hell? He quickly opened the post to watch. The main content of the post is quite simple. The author simply described how he found Poodoo. He was a clumsy player and wanted to try to see if he could open the nearby Buddha statue teleportation point by running around. As a result, he accidentally entered a dilapidated temple and was killed many times by the old monk. The post also gave a detailed method of obtaining it, screenshots of Poodoo, and the power of this weapon. Look at the comments below, it has been pushed to thousands of floors. Fuck, it's true. This game really has hidden weapons. I got it too. Thank you, you are such a good person. This weapon is simply a cheat from the official, it's too invincible, isn't it? I can kill monsters in 1 second even though I am clumsy? It seems to have become a music game. With this weapon, I have the motivation to keep going. I wanted to refund it, but now I can complete the game. This weapon is obviously supermodel. Is this game balanced? What balance do you want? It's obvious that the official knows that the players are too pitiful, so they deliberately hid a powerful hidden weapon so that even clumsy players can complete the game. Is this the pity of the design team? The designer is really kind. I scolded your horse before, sorry I was wrong. This post is full of joy, just like the new year. Not only that, many people also came up with tricks, such as emoticons. Someone took a screenshot of the battle scene in the game. The protagonist wielded the Poodoo and directly knocked down 3 monsters gathered together. There was a line of words under the picture, I will give you a Poodoo. There are also some other emoticons, such as Poodoo ranked first, Poodoo warning, the other party doesn't want to talk to you and has given you a Poodoo, don't tell me about the soul-calling banner and morning stick, I just use Poodoo and smash it. Pei Qian slapped his forehead. Damn, the creation speed of the stupid netizens is too fast, right? I looked at the posting time, it was only more than 3 hours ago, but the stupid netizens have already made a lot of emoticons. Wait, what we need to worry about now is not the emoticons. Pei Qian instantly understood why the refund rate of the game is dropping like crazy. Because more and more people know that this game has an official skipping guide. In the past, many players were forced to do nothing. They couldn't beat the elite monsters and could only keep dying. In addition, their mentality exploded, so they could only refund. But now, with Poodoo, they have found hope of life again. As long as you survive the early stages and desperately run to the old monk and die a few times to get the Poodoo, the game difficulty will be greatly reduced, and you can have fun again. It's over, something big has happened. Pei Qian's hands and feet were cold, and the world suddenly became bad. Chapter 281 Everything is under the control of President Pei. What's going on? This is totally unscientific? I hid it so deep, how can you find it? Is there really such a bored player who has nothing to do and just runs around playing with Buddha statues? And then happen to run to the old monk and die 6 times? Nah. Pei Qian felt a little dizzy. It's too hard to bear. He still didn't believe the fact that this player found Poodoo, and always felt that there must be something else hidden here. But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. In short, the appearance of Pudu gave those clumsy players who couldn't beat it to see the light again. Many players who were originally hesitant about whether to refund, now no one refunded. Even public opinion has reversed to a certain extent. The reason why many water armies criticized this game before was nothing more than the difficulty of this game. The game is too difficult, and playing this game is equivalent to self-abuse. This high difficulty is deliberately made by the design team to disgust players, so this game is rubbish, and everyone should hurry up to refund. But now, this view has been refuted. The design team did not deliberately disgust the players. Isn't this a special weapon for players with poor hand skills? As long as you get the Pudu, the game will not be that difficult, and clumsy players will naturally have no reason to refund. It even makes the design team seem particularly humane and compassionate. Pei Qian felt a little dizzy. What should he do? This is not just a matter of the refund rate plummeting. Once clumsy players can continue playing, if the news spreads. Pei Qian knows very well that clumsy players can also pass the 6 reincarnation endings by getting the Pudu. After all, he himself is clumsy. No, I have to think of a way quickly. Pei Qian can't just sit there and wait for death. After thinking about it, he still has to ask for help from the water army. Of course, the specific application method this time must not be the same as the previous 2 times. Pengcheng. Hu Xiao is happily killing monsters with the Pudu. Let you kill me. I'll give you all the Pudu. You are an elite monster? Get down. Hu Xiao is having a lot of fun. After getting the Pudu, this game finally has some game experience. Hu Xiao was a very easy-to-please person. He didn't rush to kill the monsters behind him. He just killed the monsters that had abused him before several times, and saved up some more souls to upgrade. It was unexpected that even a clumsy player could find fun in this game. After playing for a while, Hu Xiao closed the game with satisfaction and prepared to open the forum to see if there was any new discussion about the game, Turning Back. He found that he liked to visit the forum of Turning Back more and more, because it was very interesting. It's not just the players fighting with each other that are interesting, but there are often some players in the forum who will dig out the hidden content in the game, which is also very interesting. Just like the hidden weapon Pudu, it was shared by a player in the forum. While browsing, Hu Xiao received another message from Hardcore Review. Buy some more water army. Hu Xiao's eyes lit up and he quickly replied, okay, no problem. This guy has already bought water army for the 3rd time. He is very open and generous. Although Hu Xiao himself paid more than 100 yuan to buy the game, this misunderstanding has been resolved. Hardcore Review. This time the demand is different from the previous 2 times. I found that the topic seems to be a bit one-sided recently. You can think of a way to make the topic more controversial, understand? Hu Xiao agreed immediately, okay, no problem. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the water army is very professional. They work hard and don't ask too many questions. Recently, the topic of turning back is the shore has indeed been a bit one-sided. With the discovery of Pudu, the complaints of clumsy players about the game have also decreased, and the controversy has naturally decreased. Those water army who badmouthed this game lost their weapons, and many of them changed sides and joined the ranks of brainless praise in order to complete the task. If this situation continues, the reputation will soon be reversed. Therefore, it is important to let everyone continue to argue, and those water army who badmouthed this game must not give up. If they give up, President Pei will not be far from giving up. This time, Pei Qian still deceived the system perfectly. If his request was let all the water army black turning back as the shore, it would be absolutely impossible, and the system would definitely not report it. But if it was let the game turning back as the shore have more controversy, then there would be no problem. After all, in the eyes of the system, this should also be considered as spending money to buy popularity, right? And now, those who praised turning back as the shore obviously have the upper hand, and this statement is equivalent to supporting the black fans. The plan works. Blacken it as much as possible. Blacken everyone to refund the money. Pei Qian refreshed the forum and Weibo, silently waiting for the water army to act. On the other hand, although Hu Xiao accepted the job very readily, he encountered a little problem after being assigned to the group. The boss's request was to make the public opinion on turning back on the internet less one-sided and to create as much controversy as possible. At present, it is obvious that the haters are a little bit unable to hold on. In other words, the boss means to let the water army help the haters to lead the rhythm and restore the situation to balance. But how to lead? The point of the previous black game is nothing more than that the game is too difficult, but after the appearance of Pudu, this problem no longer exists. Wouldn't it be too obvious to black it again? And the effect will not be good. Hu Xiao mentioned this request in the group and let the professional water army in the group find a way by themselves. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under a big reward. As long as the money is enough, are you afraid of not finding black points? When the water army heard that there was money to be made again, they were instantly boiling and began to rack their brains to find black points in this game. What about blacking this game for misinterpreting traditional culture? Or blacking this game for having a thin plot? Black this game, hired water army. Everyone had their own opinions, but they never discussed any good way. Because these points are really meaningless to black, they can only black it. Of course, it is not that it is completely wrong to criticize the game, but it is difficult to cause enough controversy if you do it, and it may not meet the boss's requirements. In other words, it is twice the result with half the effort, and it is easy to waste effort. If the game itself has quality problems, there are many things to write about, such as shoddy workmanship, deceiving consumers, selling domestic sentiments, etc., all of which are easy to accuse. However, the quality of this game is not a problem, it is very solid. These accusations are too unconvincing, and they are likely to cause some counter effects, making more people support turning back. What's more, many of these water army players do not have a deep understanding of the game. They refunded the game directly after playing for a few minutes and found that the computer could not run it. How can they find any deeper black spots? So, everyone discussed for a long time, but they just couldn't find a good entry point. So the situation was deadlocked. In the end, Hu Xiao had no choice but to type and said, "Brothers, don't worry. Anyway, post a few embarrassing black posts first to maintain the controversy. Other brothers will look for the deeper black spots of this game. We are professionals, and we must do everything we can to complete the boss's task. This is a long-term task. You can read more forums and posts posted by other players. Once you find any loopholes, report them in the group as soon as possible." October 6th. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Li Yada looked at the sales data of the game, as well as the reputation of players on forums and the internet. The glasses under the thick glasses could not help but bend up, and his smile became squinting. Sure enough, everything is under the control of President Pei. I was worried that turning back as the shore would be removed from the shelves, but it was completely unnecessary. During this period, the official did not issue any warnings, and even the recommendation position on the homepage was not removed. The attitude was very clear: support Tenda. Moreover, everything is getting better as Mr. Pei expected. Li Yada knew about the existence of Pudu before, and was still worried that this weapon would be buried too deep, and players would not find it after a few months. As a result, the players have found it less than a week after the game was launched. On the one hand, this shows that the power of players is infinite, and on the other hand, it also shows that Mr. Pei has reached a pinnacle of understanding the psychology of players. Why did Mr. Pei make a hidden weapon? This must be for players to find. And the players did not disappoint Mr. Pei's expectations and found it quickly, which shows that Mr. Pei and the players are in tune with each other. Moreover, once Pudu came out, the reputation of the game was reversed, the refund rate began to drop sharply, and everything was getting better. What's more amazing is that the players on the forum have become really interested in it, and the players who complained about the high difficulty of the game are almost extinct. Li Yada knew very well that even if he got Pudu, this game would still be very difficult for ordinary people and those with poor hand skills compared to other games. It was just equivalent to reducing the difficulty from purgatory to hard. But the players did not complain. This showed that President Pei had a precise grasp of the players' mentality. At the beginning, we throw out an extreme difficulty to make the players suffer madly. When the players are about to give up, we let them discover Pudu by themselves, which greatly reduces the difficulty of the game. The sudden drop in difficulty will bring great happiness to the players, so although the game is still difficult, the players' feelings have been greatly improved, and even clumsy players can play it. The game is still difficult and challenging, but the players are not so impetuous, and they don't clamor for a refund. It is simply a solution that has the best of both worlds. Li Yada couldn't help but sigh. So, this is what Lu Mingliang feels? It's a complete win. With a big boss like Mr. Pei, who is in charge of the game, any change can play a finishing touch. Being an employee is really happy. Seeing that the success of the game is a foregone conclusion, Li Yada is also sincerely happy. Keep up the good work, and start planning the update plan for the new version. Pushing his thick glasses, Li Yada once again devoted himself to work with full enthusiasm. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 282 Hurry Up and Arrange Your Affairs, additional chapter for the boss who is always busy. September 10th. In the office, Pei Qian was getting anxious and restless. What are these water army doing? It didn't stir up any waves. If it continues like this, public opinion will be completely one-sided. After Pei Qian arranged the water army yesterday, he has been paying attention to the rhythm on the forum and Weibo. As a result, after paying attention for a long time, there was no movement except for a few embarrassing posts. These embarrassing posts did not stir up any waves. No one paid attention to them and they were soon stepped on. Moreover, the Pudu stock is so popular that it is almost out of the circle. Especially many emoticons, such as I will give you Pudu, are all on Weibo, player groups, and forums. The screen is full of players. Once the stock spreads, many people will ask what game is this, and then more people will join the pit. The most annoying thing is that there are still many players who trick others into joining the pit with bad intentions. This game is called Turning Back is the Right Shore. It's a very refreshing mowing game, a great tool for relieving stress, and very suitable for immortal cultivation. You must play it. Comments like this are common. Pei Qian had only one thing to say to this kind of people: beast. There are so many people doing this kind of thing that harms other players and President Pei, and is completely unprofitable to themselves. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are no longer the same. But Pei Qian could only worry. He had no way out. Pei Qian also understood these water armies. After all, the general trend was already established. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to expect these water armies to bring out some big black spots to make the game cool. After all, Pei Qian himself couldn't think of any other black spots to use, let alone the water armies who were not proficient in the game. The trump card that Pei Qian had thought of before was the difficulty of the game, but now this trump card has completely failed. Forget it, let's arrange the aftermath in advance. Pei Qian silently began to calculate how many more fishing internet cafes and Nifeng logistics should be opened to offset the money earned from this game. There are still 3 weeks before the settlement, and Pei Qian only has 2 weeks left to operate. In any case, the progress must be accelerated. Pei Qian immediately called Zhang Yuan. How is the situation of the Moyu Internet Cafe Huanyu Tianjia branch? Zhang Yuan replied, Mr. Pei, it is still in a loss for the time being. What about the attendance rate? Zhang Yuan replied, about 30% to 40%, but don't worry, Mr. Pei, I believe the situation will get better soon. The words "will get better soon" made Pei Qian's mouth twitch subconsciously. But 30% to 40%, not bad. It's still within the loss range. Pei Qian didn't expect that this place could still have a 30% to 40% attendance rate. It may also be that the Huanyu Tianjia is more prosperous, so more people come to surf the internet? Well, it is very likely to be the case. After all, it is the largest shopping mall in Jingzhou City, and the flow of people is relatively large. If a few more are opened, it should be worse than here, right? Time is tight. Pei Qian made a prompt decision. I will invest money in you, and open 2 more, oh no, 3 more Moyu Internet cafes. Just like the Huanyu Tianjia store, find a big shopping mall, understand? Give you 2 weeks, you must open it within 2 weeks and officially open for business. You can't delay it for a day, can you do it? Hot Blood Battle Song Power Up Edition is already making money, and it's making a lot of money. Pei Qian is now under great pressure to spend money, so he must hurry up. Zhang Yuan was stunned, then said firmly, Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I will complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan looked at the customer who was playing Turning Back is the Shore in the internet cafe, and couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Pei is really a mastermind. He hasn't come to the Moyu Internet Cafe during this period. How could he know that the business here is booming? Could it be that President Pei had already predicted that after the release of Turning Back is the Shore, the high configuration of this game would attract a group of players to the Internet Cafe? Recalling the time when it first opened, business was indeed not good. The attendance rate was only more than 10% at one time, and most of the computers were empty. But slowly, a group of players came, many of whom played Turning Back is the Shore and other large-scale games, all of which were very demanding. In this way, the number of customers in the Internet Cafe increased, and the attendance rate has recently increased to 30% or 40%. It seems that President Pei also knew about this rising good trend, so he decided to continue investing money and seize the opportunity. Yes, it must be like this. Zhang Yuan immediately contacted other shopping malls to find other shops suitable for opening internet cafes. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian called Lu Mingliang again and asked him to open another 100 Nifeng stations immediately. Of course, 100 Nifeng stations is a relatively ideal number. Although the initial investment of each station is not much, renting office space, purchasing shelves, recruiting employees, etc., takes a lot of time. Pei Qian just told Lu Mingliang to work hard towards the goal of opening 100 Nifeng post stations, and to open as many as he could in the end, and just do his best. As long as it didn't affect the final settlement, everything would be fine. After arranging his funeral, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, even if Turning Back is the Shore becomes popular and makes a lot of money, Pei Qian will not die on the spot. Even if he dies suddenly, he can leave a whole body. Pei Qian slumped in the chair, falling into deep melancholy. Melancholy, melancholy, life still has to go on. Pei Qian opened the forum and refreshed the page without hope. Suddenly, he saw a post and his eyes regained some spirit. Hey, the water army finally started working? My money was not wasted. While President Pei was busy making calls, the water army was also busy. Although the current situation has become less and less hopeful of a turnaround, everyone has not given up hope. Many water army are still fighting in the game, and even missed the refund time to complete the work. But even though the game progress has advanced a lot, no good black spots have been found. Suddenly, a message in the group attracted everyone's attention. Everyone, please take a look at this post. It says that Pudu can only fight certain monsters and can only lead to the 6 paths of reincarnation. If you fight enemies in the infernal hell or the Hall of Yama, the power will be greatly weakened. Do you think this can be used to make a fuss? Hu Shao was also stunned and quickly clicked on the post to check. He was particularly concerned about any topic involving Pudu because he also hoped to pass the level with Pudu. The game has been on sale for 6 days. The weapon Pudu was revealed the night before yesterday and became popular yesterday. Many talented players are almost through the game, and some players who use Pudu have already reached the later content. According to the official settings, Pudu can only be used to fight the ending of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Once you fight the main Hall of Yama or the Hell, the damage of this weapon is no different from that of ordinary weapons. Therefore, as long as players with Pudu pass the Yellow Spring Road and the 3 Live Stone, when facing the ending and choosing the route, they will find the problem of this weapon. But, what is there to criticize? Hu Shao is a little confused. Many people in the group also raised questions. How is this done? Is this a normal game setting? No, I think this is a sugar-coated bullet from the official. It's designed to disgust people. Give you a weapon, but this weapon can only hit some monsters, tricking you into thinking that this game seems to be very simple, but when the 5 hours are up, you can't get a refund, and you will find that you will continue to be abused later. So, this is a scam to prevent players from refunding. The essence of this game has not changed, and it is still using high difficulty to disgust players. Is this okay? The reason is not very sufficient, but it seems to be much better than the previous embarrassing ones. I think this analysis makes sense. If the authorities weren't deliberately trying to disgust people, why did they design this hidden weapon to only hit some monsters? Why not design it to hit the entire process? It makes sense. Whatever, let's get the pace up first, and don't let the boss's money go to waste. Soon, a hot post appeared on the forum. Pudu is a scam. The design team has bad intentions, don't be fooled. Everyone should know that the weapon Pudu is very useful in the early stage, and it can be used to kill small monsters and chop melons and vegetables, but in the later stage, it will completely lose its effect when fighting some monsters, and become the same as ordinary weapons. And many people have discovered that this weapon cannot be upgraded. This is the insidious part of the official. First, use this weapon to trick us all in. After the refund period, it will be too late to regret. I think this designer is a psychopath. He designed this game to abuse players. Everyone must not be fooled. Players who don't want to be abused must not come in. If you come in, refund quickly. Don't be fooled by Pudu. As soon as this post was posted, the Water Army immediately started to act. Those who should reply replied, and those who should forwarded, and soon the popularity of the post began to soar. Of course, this post is more or less a little bit of black meaning, so it did not resonate with too many players, but with the help of the Water Army, this post still had some effect. At least many players who originally decided to try this game because of Pudu began to back off again. If Pudu can only be used in the early stage, most of the game content still needs to be endured honestly to be played, wouldn't it be even worse? It's fun in the early stage, but the lessons you skipped have to be paid back double in the later stage. For many players, they want to quit in an instant. Pei Qian finally showed a long-lost smile. The Water Army did a good job. My money was not wasted. They actually came up with such a bad point, which is not easy. Pei Qian even had the urge to give the Water Army some more money. Although this bad effect may not be very good, since it points out the characteristic that the Pudu weapon can only hit some monsters, it will inevitably affect many clumsy people who are waiting and watching. Even if it can persuade a clumsy person to quit, it will be a great merit. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh that the Water Army was really worth buying. Chapter 283 Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I'm here to protect you. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Imperial capital. Looking at the discussion about turning back as the shore on the internet, Qiao Liang was simply indignant. How could he misinterpret Mr. Pei's intentions like this? Slander, outright slander. These brainless black fans, at first glance, have traces of water army activities behind them. Who hired the water army? It must be those hateful competitors. These people don't make games carefully, they just know to be jealous of Tenda's good reputation and high sales of games, and hate that they can't make money lying down after Tenda appears, so they use this extremely despicable means to throw dirty water on Tenda. It's so hateful. Qiao Liang only hates that he can't stand up and make a video now to expose the sinister intentions of these water armies and rectify the name of this rare good game. But fortunately, there is only 1 day left before the appointment with Mr. Pei. Tomorrow, Mr. Qiao will officially come out and give those water armies and black fans a blow. Qiao Liang checked the materials on the computer and the already written copy. According to his plan, he would rush to work today to make a new episode of The Work of the Gods and give a general overview of the highlights of the game Turning Back as the Shore. Then, he would release a full-length strategy video. For a game like this, it's okay to make 10 or so videos, right? Make a series to show off the results of my hard work during this period, show my skills, and satisfy the fans who have been waiting for so long. The first is the first, and then the series of videos will be released. Perfect. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang started to make a new video. The second episode of the second episode of the second episode, Turning Back as the Shore, a hardcore game that tortures oneself. The video materials are ready, and the copywriting is almost done. The next step is editing, dubbing, and then publishing. The content of this video is not all focused on the difficulty of the game, because there are too many discussions about difficulty on the internet. In Qiao Liang's opinion, many water armies and black fans focus all their black points on the difficulty of the game, which is certainly hateful, but if you dwell on this point too much, you will fall into the trap. The purpose of the water army is to focus all the topics on the difficulty, demonize the difficulty of this game, and make those passers-by who have little confidence in their own operation retreat. If you dwell too much on this, it will only make the concept of the game as difficult deeply rooted in people's minds, which will be more detrimental to attracting passers-by to join the game. Therefore, the high difficulty of the game is a natural threshold and the main battlefield for the water army and the black fans to fight. If you want to defeat these black fans and water army, you must carry out dimensionality reduction and prove the reason and meaning of the high difficulty of this game from a higher dimension. After a long period of suffering, Qiao Liang has found this new dimension. That is the spiritual core of this game. Combining the spiritual core of the game with the difficulty is the real meaning of this game to the players. Qiao Liang excerpted some of the content he collected from the endpoint, added some insights from the game process, added them to the copy, and wrote the content of this video. After browsing again and again, Qiao Liang nodded with satisfaction. Then, he opened the video editing software. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I'm here to protect you. October 7th. Pei Qian browsed the web page to check the data of Turning Back as the Shore. After the quarrel some time ago, the forum finally calmed down a little. After all, a week has passed, and those who should buy this game have bought it, and those who were deceived and regretted it have basically refunded their money, and even some masters are almost quietly clearing the level. Under such circumstances, ordinary topics could no longer spark heated debates. The spread of games always has a golden period, and Pei Qian thought that as long as he could get through this golden period, the days ahead should be a little easier. Judging from the current situation, the debate on the difficulty of the game on the internet has worked. The sales growth rate has slowed down significantly in the next few days. After all, the current market environment is not so accepting of difficult games, and there are many players with poor hand skills. Once the impression of a game's difficulty becomes more and more popular, although it will not affect the reputation, it will still affect sales. Many players do not admit that they are poor hand skills, but in fact, when they hear that the game is very abusive, they will vote with their feet and not buy it. After all, there has never been a similar, soul-based game in China, and the players' habits have not been cultivated. The number of players who like to suffer is still too small. The existence of Pudu has greatly improved this situation, but for Pei Qian, the current situation is still within an acceptable range. But he can't let his guard down yet. Because Qiao Laosher's video has not been released yet. Pei Qian can't rest until this guy's video is released. Pei Qian has also made general mental preparations for Qiao Laosher's video. Pei Qian felt that it was very likely that Qiao Laosher would release a very detailed strategy video, detailing the pros and cons of various weapons, how to fight each boss, and so on. After all, for Qiao Laosher, this was his biggest advantage over other up-hosts, and it was also the easiest way to create content. If it was such a video, it would not have a big impact on Pei Qian because even if Mr. Qiao doesn't post it, other masters who have completed the game will definitely post it. This is inevitable. Similar videos are very helpful for players who have already purchased the game but are stuck in the process, or cloud players who plan to complete the game through video. But it may not have much effect on the sales of the game itself. Pei Qian had already thought about this when he asked Mr. Qiao to come and try it out, and the problem should not be too big. As long as the last bastion of game difficulty is not breached, Pei Qian can rest assured. After refreshing the web page of Ellie Island again, Pei Qian planned to take a break and watch a TV series. But a new video suddenly appeared on the dynamic page. The second episode of Fengshen's Hizu, Turning Back, is the Shore, a hardcore game that tortures oneself. Pei Qian, ? He hurriedly clicked in. There is also a line of small words in the introduction. Many players give up because of the high difficulty of this game, which is really regrettable. In my opinion, this is not a game that discourages clumsy players. On the contrary, only clumsy players can truly appreciate the value of this game. Pei Qian? What the hell? Only players with poor hand-eye coordination can truly appreciate the value of this game? What are you talking about? Be careful with your words and actions. Players have a distorted interpretation of the game, and you are responsible. Pei Qian panicked instantly and quickly clicked on the video to check it out. Hello everyone, I am still your Mr. Qiao. In fact, when the game Turning Back is the Shore was first launched, some players have been urging me to release a video. But the video didn't come out until today. Is it because I postponed it again? No, on the contrary, I actually received an official invitation to experience this game a month ago when the game was still in the development stage. The reason why I didn't release the video until today is because I promised the design team not to spoil the game within a week of the launch, so that everyone can feel the rich connotation of this game with their heart. It's just that I didn't expect that everyone would pay attention to the difficulty of this game and ignore its rich connotation. I have to say that this is a very regrettable thing. What I want to say is that the difficulty of the game is to better express the connotation of this game. This is not a mediocre game, but a high-quality game that reaches the pinnacle of immersion and surpasses all other games. Dear audience members, please listen to me carefully. After listening to this opening speech, Pei Qian was dumbfounded. What the hell? This Mr. Qiao doesn't play by the rules at all. Pei Qian originally thought that Mr. Qiao would also be obsessed with the difficulty of the game, and would make the video a strategy video, focusing more on the game's combat system and details. But that's not the case at all. It seems that Mr. Qiao doesn't intend to dwell on the difficulty of the game at all, but instead wants to start with the connotation, and even directly put a high hat on the game, saying that it is a game with the ultimate sense of immersion? Pei Qian himself was confused. The ultimate sense of immersion? Is this talking about Turning Back? What sense of immersion is there in this game? The game scene is so miserable, and the player is abused by monsters as soon as he enters. How can this be immersive? With deep confusion, Pei Qian continued to read on. Everyone, please note that the following plot analysis content mainly comes from three aspects. The first aspect is the details in the game that I noticed while completing the game. The second aspect is derived from the official plot setting of turning back is the shore at the end. The third aspect is a series of insights I gained in the process of continuous suffering and continuous progress. Among them, the official content of turning back is the shore at the end is richer than the game content itself. Many of my doubts about the game were answered in it. If you are interested in this, you may wish to take a look at this. The URL will be posted in the top comment, please take it yourself. Pei Qian shivered again. Why is there a matter about endpoint here? Pei Qian knew that the official release of Turning Back is the Shore was on endpoint. But, wasn't it criticized? Pei Qian had read the comments section here, and it was simply a mess of demons dancing and swearing in various ways. I really don't know how Myriad and others withstood the pressure and kept it on the homepage of the website. Pei Qian felt that this not only did not play any role in attracting traffic, but also discouraged a large number of readers, making passers-by wonder if Endpoint was a shady website that operated in secret and promoted junk books. From this point of view, it can be regarded as a great merit. So, Pei Qian didn't care about this matter. But now, why was he suddenly targeted by Mr. Chow? Pei Qian felt that his heart was hanging in the air, and he hurried to continue reading. Chapter 284: A game that breaks the dimensional wall. Many people have summarized the difficulty of the game very well. This is a very difficult hardcore game. Most ordinary players are slow to get started and suffer a lot. For those players who like to challenge themselves, conquering this game can also bring unparalleled pleasure. But, do you really think this game is just that? Do you really think this game is just a niche work made specifically for a few great players and abandoned for players with poor hands? That's wrong. In fact, the official left another way for ordinary players, which is the skipping artifact that everyone has discovered, Pudu. Many people may wonder how the hidden weapon that can only be obtained by dying 6 times at the hands of the old monk was discovered. Pure luck? No, absolutely not. The official deliberately left clues, hoping that those players who are not good at technology but like to study the game plot can find it. In the official novel of Turning Back is the Shore, everyone will find that the old monk has a lot of scenes, and the plot where the old monk finally loses his mind is also a very good tier point in my opinion. Such an old monk was originally a powerful elite monster in the original plot, but in the game, he became weaker than a small monster. Why is that? Obviously, this is a clue left by the official intentionally. Curiosity will drive players to investigate this old monk, and after being killed a certain number of times by the old monk, he will regain his sanity and give the artifact Pudu to the player. In this way, those players with poor skills will also get the weapon to pass the level. It provides a stage for high-end players to show their high-end operations, and also provides low-end players with the possibility of skipping classes. Therefore, Turning Back is the Shore is a game for all players, it is not just a niche game. Pei Qian felt a little sweaty. No wonder it was found so quickly. It turns out that the flaw is here in the official novel. The content of the game, Turning Back is the Shore, is made according to the official novel, so the old monk is made into an elite monster. In order to make Pudu less likely to be discovered, Pei Qian deliberately weakened the old monk. This way, the chance of the player dying at the hands of the old monk would be greatly reduced, and the possibility of Pudu being exposed would also be greatly reduced. However, after changing the old monk, he forgot to change the official novel. This cannot be blamed on Pei Qian, he could not have expected such a thing. Pei Qian finally understood how Pudu was exposed. He rubbed his heart and continued to read. But, do you really think this is all there is to this game? Do you really think the official just lets ordinary players and master players use different weapons to pass the level, and that's it? That's totally wrong. Hearing this turn of events from Mr. Qiao, Pei Qian felt like he was about to have a heart attack. How could it be so wrong again? You've already overinterpreted this video to this point, okay? I didn't intend to let the players discover Pudu at all. And you're still going to misinterpret me? In the video, Mr. Qiao's distinctive voice continued to narrate. Everyone has discovered that as a weapon for skipping classes, Pudu can only hit certain monsters and cannot be used to deal with all enemies. Many people criticized this, saying that this is intentional by the official, just to disgust people. Wrong. The official did it on purpose, but it is not to disgust people, but there is a deeper meaning in it. I conducted a detailed test, and the weapon Pudu can only be used to fight the 6 reincarnation endings of the first round. To be more precise, it can only fight monsters related to the old monk's quest line. Why did the official do this? According to my attempts, the game currently has at least 3 main endings, namely the evil ghost ending of going deep into the main hall of Yama and killing all Yama and the judge, the reincarnation ending of entering the 6 reincarnations and reincarnating, and the self-sacrifice ending of going deep into the hell of endless suffering, killing the crazy governor, and sacrificing oneself to suppress the resentful souls. Of course, some choices made by players at levels such as the 3 Live Stone and the Naiha Bridge will also have an impact and produce some other branches. In general, there are only these 3 major endings. But in fact, in addition to this, there is a hidden ending. Turn back and it's not too late ending. Hearing this, Pei Qian fainted. The previous endings were chosen by me, so that's fine. What the hell is the turn back and it's not too late ending? Why didn't I know there was such an ending in the game? How could this old man Qiao make something out of nothing? At this time, old man Qiao's voice became more and more excited. This ending actually doesn't exist in the game, but outside the game. The sea of suffering is boundless, turn back and you will find the shore. The original meaning of this sentence is good. But in this game, it is constantly persuading people to give up. At the beginning of the game, everyone knows that what awaits them will be an infinitely painful journey. Break out of the small village, arrive in the town, leave the town, step onto the gate of hell, and then there is the Yellow Spring Road, the Naiha Bridge, until the final Yama Palace and the infernal hell. The further you go, the stronger the monsters will be. The entire game journey is like a boundless sea of suffering. The voice in your heart must be constantly telling you, turn back, there is no need to persist. And the official is also reinforcing this feeling in your heart in many ways, such as the epitaphs that keep appearing, and the reminder that the refund deadline is approaching. At this time, if you follow the voice in your heart and choose to give up this game, then congratulations, you have achieved the ending of turning back. You gave up, you are free, as if you have escaped from the sea of suffering. But, what about the character you play in the game? He seems to have turned back, but in fact he has forever lost the power to change this world. He is like those monsters who wander aimlessly on the Yellow Springs Road and have lost their souls and spirits, and can only sink in the sea of suffering forever. Do you feel that the dimensional wall of the game has been broken? Yes, the protagonist in the game is suffering, and you are suffering too. Every time he dies, you feel the same. But you gave up, thinking that you have escaped from the sea of suffering, but you have lost the possibility of saving the world forever. Do you understand where the sense of substitution in this game is? But, do you really think that this game is just this? Do you really think it ends here? You are totally wrong. Pei Qian couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling a little exhausted. He couldn't imagine what Mr. Qiao would say next. He couldn't even imagine it. As mentioned before, Pudu allows people to skip classes, but they can only play the 6 paths of reincarnation ending. But in fact, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation ending is an absolute fake ending. In the 6 Paths of Reincarnation ending, the protagonist believes that he has escaped from this desperate world, but in fact he has just entered the same reincarnation again. The evidence is that there is a dying old man in the small village at the beginning. The protagonist must kill him before he can follow his soul to the underworld. But if the player reaches the 6 Paths of Reincarnation ending and comes to the second round, he will find that this old man is actually the player himself, holding the same weapon and wearing the same clothes as himself. Everyone, please note that even if you don't take Pudu, you can still get through the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, but there will be more monsters to fight and the difficulty will be higher. Pudu is a weapon specially created for the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Using it can not only skip a part of the game process, but also defeat the monsters and bosses of this ending more easily. In order to obtain Pudu, the player needs to die 6 times, which also symbolizes going through the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the 7th enlightenment, and the beginning of a new life. Everything seems so coincidental and perfect, right? Players will feel that they can skip classes and complete the process by using Pudu, without suffering, and they are very happy, especially compared to the original ending of the 6 reincarnations. But this is just deceiving yourself. Only by letting go of Pudu, using your own strength to suffer, and defeating the final boss of the hell, can you be considered to have achieved the true ending and truly ended the suffering of this world. Having said this, everyone should understand, right? The game, Turning Back, is the shore, completely breaks the dimensional wall of the game with this high difficulty approach. The high difficulty allows players and the characters in it to have a high degree of spiritual unity. If you retreat in the face of difficulties, choose to give up, and choose to refund, then you have achieved the ending of Turning Back as the shore, and the characters in the game have given up on themselves, and will forever sink in the sea of suffering. If you use Pudu to skip classes, only fight those very simple bosses, and achieve the ending of 6 reincarnations, then you are just deceiving yourself, and the characters in the game still have not jumped out of this reincarnation. Only by giving up Pudu, truly enduring these hardships with the characters in the game, constantly honing yourself, and becoming stronger, can you achieve the true ending, and the characters in the game can truly save the world. So I say that players with poor hand skills are more suitable for this game. Because those great players cannot feel the inner struggle of the protagonist in this desperate world, naturally they cannot break through the dimensional wall and cannot empathize with this kind of suffering. Only players with poor hand skills can use their own efforts and blood and sweat to move forward bit by bit, and finally complete this game. Can they achieve true nirvana and sublimation? Only then can they truly understand this world and understand the meaning of this game. Spiritual connotation. So, many people say that this game is difficult and very discouraging. I want to say that it is true. This game is indeed difficult, but, precisely because it is difficult, you will feel more accomplished after conquering it. A small mound of earth, no one will care about its existence. But if it is Mount Everest, there will be countless climbers to conquer it. So, I hope that those students who give up in the face of difficulties may wish to buy it and give it a try. Students who have already purchased the game should not think about refunding when they encounter a little setback. Defeat yourself, and you will get a sense of accomplishment that you will never get in other games. Conquer this truly godlike work, and don't leave regrets in your gaming career. The passionate voice of Mr. Qiao, accompanied by the appropriate background music, makes people's blood boil, and they can't help but want to draw their swords and ride on the battlefield. However, Pei Qian felt his hands and feet were cold, and his blood was almost frozen. So melancholy. Pei Qian looked up at the sky, speechless and choked. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 285, Where do new readers come from? Additional chapter for the boss Sangsu Chongshir October 10th. At the end of the video, all the comments full score essay floated by. But it's not over yet. At the end of the video, Mr. Qiao said the preview of the next program, which once again made the comments reach a peak. The above is all the content of this episode of Fengshen Jizhua. I sincerely hope that all players can personally experience the rich connotations of this game. After all, no matter how many times you play through the game online, it is just scratching the surface. It is better to experience it yourself. You don't have to worry about not being able to pass the game because of your clumsy hands. Next, I will release a series of detailed strategy videos to strive to make every clumsy party like me pass the game smoothly through their own efforts. This episode ends here. The full strategy of turning back is the shore will be updated later. Please continue to pay attention to it. If everyone thinks this episode is good, please support it. See you in the next episode of Fengshen Jizhua. The video instantly passed through various comments such as looking forward to it, thank you for your hard work, Lao Qiao, waiting for updates, see you next year series, and so on. Pei Qian fell silent again. It's over. This Mr. Qiao is going to release a new series of videos. A series of videos that explain the gameplay in detail. Pei Qian actually expected this series of videos. If the work of the gods was not released, the influence of this series of videos would actually be very limited. But after the work of the gods was released, the situation was completely different. Players in the comment area also left messages, and each of them was obviously very encouraged. In my lifetime series, I finally saw the second episode of the masterpiece. I never expected that the second episode would be a game from Tenda. As expected of my son, every time he makes a move, he is so extraordinary. He completely beats the up hosts in other game areas. That's great. The spiritual realm of this game has been raised by at least 3 levels. I have to say that the connotation of this game is too rich. Most people are deceived by the illusion of high difficulty. It still depends on professionals like Mr. Qiao to analyze the connotation of the game in full. Mr. Qiao is awesome. Old Qiao has been honing his skills for a week and has indeed produced a masterpiece. This is not only the masterpiece of Tenda, but also the masterpiece of Old Qiao. I am ashamed after watching this video. I am also one of the people who played the ending of Turn Back and Be on the Shore. I refunded the game because of my clumsy hands. I will buy the game back now. I feel ashamed after watching this video. I am also one of the people who played the ending of Turn Back and It Is Not Too Late. I refunded the game because of my clumsy hands. I will go and finish it carefully online now. Thanks to Lao Qiao for giving up my idea of skipping classes with Purdue. I will put Purdue aside and finish this game with my own strength. I didn't expect that this game process is not long, but there are so many plots. Sure enough, this is professionalism. When other domestic games only use the plot as decoration, Tenda has specially made such a rich worldview and plot setting for this game, and even buried clues to hidden weapons in it. Even the game only uses part of the content of the novel. It's so conscientious. I'm going to read the novel now. I feel that there are still many places to dig deeper into the plot content. I also paid attention to some details that Lao Qiao didn't see. I will also make a video to share with you later. After reading the popular comments, Pei Qian felt like crying without tears. You have all been deceived by him. The truth is not like this at all. The ending I chose is the ending of Turn Back and It Is Not Too Late. Can't you just give up honestly? Who told you to imagine that the characters in the game will forever be trapped in the sea of suffering? This is just a game, it's fake. Can you stop getting so into the game? The only comment that made Pei Qian feel a little better was the one from the player who wanted to clear the game online. It would be great if everyone could happily play the game online. But obviously, this is just Mr. Pei's extravagant wish. After watching this video, many players who were planning to give up the game because of their clumsy hands decided to buy it. Players who had already refunded their money paid for it again, players who were about to give up rekindled their motivation to fight. The most important thing is that the topic of difficulty has been completely deconstructed. The topic that the black fans and the water army were entangled with before was difficulty. As long as they repeatedly emphasized the difficulty and demonized this concept, they could persuade those clumsy players who were hesitating to quit. But when this video of Mr. Qiao came out, it directly provided a higher dimensional perspective, making the topic of difficulty unnecessary to discuss. Indeed, this game is difficult. But the difficulty of this game is part of the sense of substitution and part of the plot connotation. It is because of the difficulty that this game can be complete. It is because of the difficulty that players can get the best gaming experience and feel the emotional sublimation. The original shortcomings have become advantages. As soon as this position was put forward, Mr. Qiao immediately became invincible. After the detailed video guide comes out, those players who are worried that they can't pass the game will completely dispel their worries. Anyway, they just need to follow the video guide step by step. In this way, a large number of players will join the game. Pei Qian felt very depressed. It's getting bad. He completely underestimated the destructive power of Mr. Qiao. It's Thursday now, and the income of turning back is the shore will be credited next Monday. If the word of mouth ferments for 3 days, it is estimated that these 3 days will bring a wave of sales growth to the game. There is a big problem. Thinking of this, Pei Qian hurriedly called Lu Mingliang. Ask him to go all out and build dozens more Nifeng post houses until the next settlement. All the unexpected money must be spent. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian was still a little worried. No, I have to go there in person. Supervise the work in person. Pei Qian was afraid that Lu Mingliang would not realize the seriousness of the matter, so he decided to go to the office of Nifeng Logistics in person and give everyone full encouragement. Thinking of this, Pei Qian didn't dare to delay for a minute, and arranged for the driver to go out in a hurry. Before leaving, he told Liada, I'm going to deal with the matter of Nifeng Logistics. If there's nothing else, let everyone go home. In the office area, Tengda's employees looked at President Pei in a hurry and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, isn't our game popular again as expected? President Pei doesn't plan to take a break or celebrate, but continues to work on Nifeng Logistics? He is so dedicated. The leader works overtime himself, but lets the employees take a holiday. What kind of spirit is this? Upstairs in Tengda, Dianqi Chinese network. Ma Yichun has been busy with TPDB website before. Now that the website is finally on track, he is not so busy. Of course, for Ma Yichun, although he is in charge of both Dianqi Chinese network and TPDB website, he is still at ease. Because after Dianqi Chinese network is on track, there are very few things that need to be handled by Ma Yichun, and he can let it go. After such a long period of training, these people can each take charge of their own affairs. Whether it is selecting manuscripts, arranging recommendation positions, or providing suggestions to authors, editors represented by Zhu Xing'an can already do it well. Even in their spare time, editors like Zhu Xing'an have time to write the official novel of Turning Back. Although this novel was criticized by readers, no one cares anymore. After all, it is for self-entertainment. Ma Yichun also often sighs that these are indeed top students of Handong University. Although each of them seems to have some social phobia and is quite autistic, their understanding is still good. After Ma Yichun explained the rules and routines of online writing to them in detail, everyone understood it very well. Not to mention, it is really suitable for the online writing industry. Overall, the development direction of the Chinese website is correct. Although not many people were optimistic about the website at the beginning, there were no readers and no authors, but now, the situation has gradually improved. Some time ago, President Pei gave another grant, so that additional subsidies can be given to those well-written online articles. In Ma Yichun's opinion, all the online articles with excellent quality have been compensated according to the number of words, which has greatly improved the reputation of the Chinese website in the circle of online writers. With a higher ceiling, more powerful authors can be attracted. The only problem that is difficult to solve is the problem of the reader group. Without readers, it is not a long-term solution to keep burning money like this. However, Ma Yichun is not worried. As long as this kind of manuscript subsidy can last for a period of time, there will be more and more good authors, and some popular books will always appear. Over time, won't there be readers? Ma Yichun opened the back end to check the detailed data of these books. He is in charge of a large amount of subsidies, and he has to be extremely careful about which author the money should be given to. After all, this matter is not completely transparent, and it is easy to cause controversy, making other authors who have not received subsidies jealous, and they may even go online to lead the rhythm of the Chinese website and affect the reputation of the website. So, it must be fair. Of course, it is impossible for Ma Yichun to read all the novels on the website, and it is impossible to exhaust him to death. Ma Yichun mainly uses data, plus manual judgment, to determine how much manuscript fee to subsidize each month. First, it uses the background data to conduct preliminary screening, such as how many collections, how many follow-ups, and how many recommendation votes this book has. Then Ma Yichun will look at the beginning, the plot in the middle, and see if the number of comments in each chapter has dropped significantly or there are signs of brushing comments. In this way, the current popularity of a book can be roughly inferred. If a book starts well, but collapses in the middle, it will also be reflected in the data, and Ma Yichun will also reduce the subsidy accordingly. After all this money was given by President Pei. Ma Yichun felt that he must be responsible to President Pei, and he must not spend money carelessly, but must spend it all on the right things. Ma Yichun was suddenly stunned when he glanced at the background data of some top-ranked books. Why do all the data of these books show a rapid growth trend? The most exaggerated one is the official novel of Turning Back is the Shore. This can no longer be said to be a rapid growth, it should be said to be a surge. Looking at the number of registered users on the website, it is also growing rapidly. Ma Yichun was surprised, but also deeply confused. What's going on? Where do these new users come from? Could it be that Mr. Pei advertised for the Chinese website somewhere else? But Mr. Pei didn't inform me of this. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 286, Linking with the Game. Ma Yichun quickly looked at the comments behind the official website of Turning Back is the Shore and found that many authors came from the game Turning Back is the Shore. Ma Yichun certainly knew that this game was launched. After all, he wrote the plot of this game with the editors and devoted his efforts to this game. But what Ma Yichun didn't expect was that so many readers would come to visit. Plot planning is Ma Yichun's old profession, so he is very clear about the current situation of the domestic game industry. Plot planning is basically equivalent to skin-changing planning. Because currently in the domestic game industry, the plot is the least valued part of a game. Especially in mobile games and web games, many project teams simply don't recruit plot planners, and directly let an executive planner with slightly better writing skills take on the role. Even if some terminal games require certain plot content, they will not spend a lot of money to recruit special plot planners. At most, they will find a fresh graduate from the Department of Literature and give him a basic salary to send him away, highlighting his stinginess. In short, most domestic game companies do not pay attention to the plot, and most players do not pay attention to the plot. Because players don't pay attention to the plot, so the game company doesn't make the plot, or because the plot made by the game company is too rubbish, so players don't want to watch the plot. This is a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg, and it's hard to tell. In short, the plot of domestic games is not taken seriously. This is the current situation. Not to mention the domestic, even for some foreign 3A game masterpieces with great plots, there are very few players who deliberately go to find the original works. Ma Yiqun thinks that the official plot of Turning Back is the Shore is well written, but it shouldn't be so good, right? Therefore, the current situation makes Ma Yiqun feel unexpected and shocked. He hurriedly studied the tricks in it carefully. There was a fan tour group of Qiao Laosher in the comments, so Ma Yiqun found Qiao Laosher's video. After watching it, Ma Yiqun suddenly realized. So that's it, it's not just a problem of the plot. The plots of those 4 and 3A games are indeed very good. However, the plots of the game and the plot of are repeated to some extent. Even some of the plots in are imperfect, and the game has been greatly expanded on the basis of the plot. Considering the content, if it is 7 points, then the game has achieved 10 points. Considering that the game is a highly interactive and visual art medium, it is much more expressive than simple text, so the actual gap with the game will be even greater. Most players would not want to read the original novel, because the original novel is at most a watered-down version of the game. But Turning Back is the Shore is completely different. The plot in the game is veiled. If the plot in the original novel is 10 points, then the game is only about 5 points. Moreover, many plots in the game only reveal the tip of the iceberg, leaving a foreshadowing in places such as prop descriptions. But Turning Back is the Shore is a very well-made game with very profound connotations. Players have a strong resonance with the characters in the game during the game, so players naturally have a strong interest in the plot of the game. When they encounter some unresolved plots, they will naturally come to the official to solve their confusion. Ma Yiqun couldn't help but sigh, wonderful. Why didn't we think of this when we were writing the official plot? Ma Yiqun didn't care too much about the plot and the official, but Zhu Xingyan has always been very enthusiastic, otherwise the official would not have been able to keep updating until now. I didn't pay much attention to such an important matter, and almost delayed Mr. Pei's important matter. I really shouldn't have done that. It seems that Zhu Xingyan is indeed a promising talent. Wait, now is not the time to think about these things, we have to hurry up and keep these heat. Ma Yiqun suddenly realized a very important problem. As the CEO of Endpoint, he should play a role at this time. Mr. Pei finally used the game to attract so many new users and new readers to Endpoint, and he must keep them. Ma Yiqun knew very well that the game Turning Back is the Shore would continue to attract traffic to the website for a period of time, and the website's traffic would continue to rise in the next few days or even weeks. But these traffics are fake. Most people just come to see the official website of Turning Back is the Shore. It is really hard to say how many people can stay. So, we must find a way to keep all these people. Ma Yiqun made a prompt decision and called Zhu Xingyan over. Quickly arrange for the operation staff to launch an operation activity to try to keep all these new readers. Didn't the website have an activity for new users to read before? Increase the efforts on that basis. Just follow the 7-day login of the game. Ma Yiqun was worried that Zhu Xingyan was not clear about the 7-day login of the game, so he explained it in detail. For a game, as long as the players can insist on going online every day in the first 7 days, then basically they will form a habit and stay. In order to make players stay, web games and mobile games have developed a 7-day login system. In short, within the 7 days after the players start the game, they will arrange some activities and give some very good rewards every day to cultivate the players' login habits. I have to say that although this thing is old-fashioned, it is indeed useful. Otherwise, it would not have gradually developed into the standard configuration of almost all web games and mobile games. Every day, some activities are arranged for readers, such as reaching a certain length of time, adding some books to collections, etc. These activities should not be too difficult, and they can be completed with a little finger movement. As for rewards, the rewards on the 2nd and 7th days are the most important. The rewards on the 7th day are the best, and the rewards on the 2nd day are slightly worse, but they must also be attractive enough. Any good ideas? Ma Yiqun looked at Zhu Xingyan. Zhu Xing'an thought for a while, log in on the second day, and get a week of free reading. Log in on the seventh day, and get a month of free reading? A bit repetitive. Ma Yichun shook his head, and for most readers, there is not much difference between a week of free reading and a month of free reading. If you like reading on our website, you will stay if you give it a week of free reading. If you don't like reading on our website, it's useless to give it a month of free reading. It still lacks some more explosive rewards. Zhu Xing'an thought again, then do some linkage with the game? Since it is diverted by the game, I am sure I care more about the game. Ma Yichun clapped his hands, good. This is a good idea. Linking with the game will definitely be very attractive to players. And this does not require additional funds, and there is no need to report to President Pei. I can just tell Liyata privately. Then it's settled. Log in on the first day to get 3 days of free reading on the entire site, log in on the second day, get 7 days of free reading on the entire site, log in on the 7th day, get the linkage props in the game. There are also rewards for logging in at other times, such as some endpoint coins, coupons, etc. Zhu Xing'an nodded, okay, I'll tell the operations staff to hurry up and make the activity plan. The employees at the endpoint instantly became active. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army and use it in one moment. President Pei has brought so much traffic to the website. If we can't keep it, we will disappoint President Pei's expectations, and we should pack up and leave. Ma Yichun sent a message to Liyata to discuss the specific plan for linking the game and the website in detail. Nifeng Logistics Headquarters. At present, Pei Qian has opened more than 100 Nifeng post stations, and will soon increase to more than 200. These Nifeng post houses are scattered throughout various areas of Jingzhou City, but daily official business, such as some clerical work, still requires a unique office area. The headquarters of Nifeng Logistics is currently in a shop on the 2nd floor. A Nifeng post station is opened below for daily delivery, and the 2nd floor area is used as the office area of Nifeng Logistics. When Nifeng Logistics expands further, the office location will definitely be changed. Pei Qian went straight to the 2nd floor and found Lu Mingliang. Lu Mingliang adapted to the new job quite well. There were many documents on the table, and his computer was replaced with a thin and light business notebook, which looked quite decent. Boss Pei, it's just a small matter, why did you come in person? Lu Mingliang stood up to greet him and poured tea for Pei Qian. Pei Qian drank the tea and sat on the sofa to calm down a little. Obviously, Lu Mingliang knew nothing about Boss Pei's situation. What do you mean by just a small matter? This is not a small matter. My life and property are all pinned on Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Post Station. If it weren't for Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Post Station, these two big money-burning places, maybe Boss Pei would have gone to the rooftop now. Of course, President Pei has always had the excellent quality of not changing his face even when facing a disaster. Naturally, he remained calm at this time and drank tea silently. How is the matter of Nifeng going? LV Mingliang was well prepared. Don't worry, President Pei, the new Nifeng Inn has been arranged and is being prepared with all our strength. My idea is to recruit people and rent a venue at the same time, and definitely open the Nifeng Inn as quickly as possible. As Lu Mingliang spoke, he took out a ready-made report and reported to Pei Qian in detail the location and layout of these new stations, as well as the recruitment advertisements and recruitment status. Pei Qian was a little surprised. The reason why Pei Qian came to supervise the work in person was that he was afraid that Lu Mingliang could not accurately understand his urgent mood. But now after listening to Lu Mingliang's report, Pei Qian found that he was overthinking. Lu Mingliang is very reliable. It seems that transferring Lu Mingliang to Nifeng Logistics is a very correct decision. Because Lu Mingliang's characteristic is obedience. No matter what President Pei says, he will execute it very faithfully and never act on his own. Handing over the lifeblood of Nifeng logistics to Lu Mingliang, Pei Qian felt more at ease. After Lu Mingliang finished his report, he smiled and said, "President Pei, is there any deep meaning behind the layout of Nifeng logistics this time?" Pei Qian was stunned. Deep meaning? What deep meaning? The deep meaning is that if I don't spend money, I will be finished. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Why do you ask that? Lu Mingliang had an "I understand" expression. If these Nifeng post stations were not related to the future layout, why would President Pei be so anxious to roll out these posts in a short period of time? Pei Qian thought about it. Oh, that's right. In Lu Mingliang's view, Nifeng post stations are not so time-sensitive. Whether it is a month earlier or a month later, the impact will not be great. But why is Mr. Pei so concerned? Obviously, it is closely related to the future layout. Pei Qian drank tea and nodded gently, which was considered as tacit agreement. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I will thank God if you help me to open these Nifeng inns and spend the money in my hands as soon as possible. After finishing the tea, Pei Qian was relieved, and after telling Lu Mingliang a few more words, asking him to seize every minute, he turned and left. Chapter 287. You have to take the initiative to share the worries of President Pei and find something to do yourself. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. In the evening, Xiao Liang opened the Eli Island and glanced at the video of the work of the gods, and found that it had been pushed to the first place in the game area and the third place in the entire site by enthusiastic players at the speed of light. At the current speed, I believe that by tomorrow, this video will definitely be the first in the entire site. Xiao Liang opened the video with satisfaction and looked at the comment area, feeling the rainbow farts of fans, and was satisfied. Look, what is a first lineup host? A first lineup host can be on the Eli Island's entire site rankings by posting a video casually. In addition to being proud, Xiao Liang is also very grateful to President Pei. If it weren't for President Pei providing such a topical game, he would not have the opportunity to make such a video and stand out among many game videos. After being blown by the rainbow farts, Xiao Liang prepared to close the web page and continue editing the first episode of the full guide commentary of Turning Back is the Shore. Although Xiao Liang really wanted to put it off for a while, the game is very popular now, so he must seize this opportunity to gain more popularity for himself. If the following full game strategy explanation videos can top the Eli Island rankings, the effect of increasing fans will be obvious, and the price of future advertising will naturally be higher. Xiao Liang posted a dynamic, the first strategy video has officially started production. Stay tuned. In addition, many friends complain to me that their computer configuration is too poor to play this game, so I suggest that you can go to some high-end internet cafes to experience it. Friends in Jingzhou area especially recommend Moyu Internet Cafe, which will definitely give you the most perfect gaming experience. Of course, the disadvantage is that you can't blame the equipment if you die. He also helped President Pei promote Moyu Internet Cafe. After showing his presence, Qiao Laosher was about to close the web page, but found that he had received a private message. Clicked it and saw that it was sent by another up host. Hello, Mr. Qiao. I am a video creator who is an overseas student in the United States. My name is Hao Shuiqi. I also like the game, Turn Back to the Shore. Now I want to live broadcast this game on Link Live. I hope to use some of the content in your video. I wonder if it is possible. Thank you. Xiao Liang was stunned, because he had an impression of this up host. This is indeed an overseas student. He speaks plastic Mandarin in the video, but the videos he shot are quite interesting. He is also quite popular in Eli Island. I clicked on the avatar and took a look. It was indeed the real owner. Xiao Liang was very happy and replied directly, of course. Xiao Liang knew Link Live, a new live broadcast service of a popular chat software abroad. There is ZZ Live in China, which is also a new live broadcast platform. But in comparison, LinkLive started earlier abroad, has more complete functions, and is much more popular than ZZ Live in China. If this foreigner can live broadcast turning back is the shore on LinkLive, it should be regarded as promoting traditional culture, right? And he can make friends with this up host, and can also link up in the future. Isn't this a perfect win-win situation? So, Qiao Liang agreed directly and made special care that if this handsome classmate had encountered any problems while playing the game, he could ask him questions at any time, and he would definitely answer them seriously. After all, turning back is the shore is a game with relatively complex content. There are many branch plots and puzzles in it that use some elements of ancient Chinese and poetry. Qiao Liang felt that this foreign up host's plastic Mandarin should not be able to understand it. The two chatted for a few sentences in private messages, had a good chat, added each other as friends, and agreed to exchange their experiences about the game regularly. Hao Shuaiqi also said that he would record all the live broadcasts on LinkLive and send them to Ellie Island, hoping that Mr. Qiao could forward them to him. October 8, Friday. Mayu Internet Cafe Huanyu Tianjia branch. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan sat in the lounge area of the Internet Cafe, and the video, The Legend of the Gods, was playing on the big screen of the projector. Brother Ma, the business of Internet cafes has really become more and more prosperous recently. I said that President Pei is indeed far-sighted. Zhang Yuan looked at the Internet cafe area, where the occupancy rate was almost half. Do you think President Pei has planned it? Knowing that the game will be so popular after its release, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to the Internet cafe to play games, so he arranged it in advance, so that we can seize the time to open stores and open 4 stores at once. Ma Yang laughed. Of course, Brother Qian can fight a battle without confidence. I think this must be planned. By the way, the day before yesterday I secretly went to Xingla Internet Cafe, which claims to be a high-end route and a copy of ours. As a result, guess what? Running turning back as the shore was a bit stuck, and it couldn't run smoothly with the highest special effects. Zhang Yuan was stunned. No way? Aren't the computers in Xingla Internet Cafe also high-end? Ma Yang shook his head. I looked at the configuration, and it's far different from yours. It's definitely shoddy. Our computer, including the monitor and peripherals, costs more than 20,000 yuan for the whole set, and the host alone costs more than 10,000 yuan. But the mainframe of Xingla Internet Cafe costs only 5,000 at most. Can this be the same? It can run turning back on the shore, but it is very strenuous to run, and the picture quality and special effects have to be lowered, and the game experience is also average. So haven't you noticed that more than half of the people who come to our Internet Cafe to surf the Internet are here for turning back on the shore? Chen Lei's incident has made Moyu Internet Cafe famous to a certain extent, plus the ratings of Wuming Restaurant and Quanmin Dianping. Our Internet Cafe is now very well known in Jingzhou. In Jingzhou, when the configuration of Internet cafes is improved, the first thing everyone thinks of is Moyu Internet Cafe. Brother Qian said that he wanted to return to the essence of the Internet cafe business, and he really did it. Zhang Yuan sighed. Otherwise, how can we say that President Pei is still President Pei? Everything is linked together, and temporary losses are all for greater profits. It's amazing. If this situation continues, the situation will be very optimistic. Of course, Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang are also very clear that the game, turning back on the shore, is just an opportunity for Moyu Internet Cafe to gradually become lively. On the one hand, the original Moyu Internet Cafe has accumulated a good reputation in Jingzhou. On the other hand, the good reputation of Moyu Internet Cafe on Quanmin Dianping has also attracted many people. The configuration requirements of the game, turning back as the shore, are obviously higher than those of ordinary computers. If the configuration is not enough, it may lag. In order to better experience this game, most local players in Jingzhou all ran to the nearby Moyu Internet Cafe. This Moyu Internet Cafe in Huanyu Tianjia has gradually become well known. Many boys who come to shop come to the internet cafe when they have nothing to do, and it has actually brought up the popularity of the internet cafe. Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang sighed while looking at the projection, saying that President Pei is so wise. Excuse me, are you two the bosses here? Zhang Yuan turned his head and saw a young man who looked plain but dressed like he was rich standing behind him. Zhang Yuan did not dare to neglect him. After all, he was a customer, and the customer was God. Whether rich or poor, they were the breadwinners of the Moyu Internet Cafe. Do you need any help? Zhang Yuan asked hurriedly. The young man smiled and said, Nothing, I just think the computer in your internet cafe is very comfortable to use. Can you give me a set of configuration sheets? I want to get one at home. Zhang Yuan nodded, No problem, wait a moment. He found a pen and paper and quickly wrote down the configuration sheet. For Zhang Yuan, these configurations are simply familiar and easy to use. For this case, the cable management is not very convenient. Should it be a problem? Zhang Yuan handed the note to the young man and asked, casually. The young man scratched his head and said, I'm not very good at installing the computer. Can you help me? Zhang Yuan. He was about to refuse, but the guy said, I'll give you 500 yuan for the installation fee. Zhang Yuan, no problem. That's it, let's leave our contact information, I'll find someone to install it for you, and then you leave your address and I'll deliver it to your door directly. Really? Thank you so much. The guy was very happy, and left after thanking him again and again. Ma Yang was a little puzzled, and asked in a low voice, Let him find someone to install it himself, why are we wasting our energy? Ma Yang didn't understand it. Zhang Yuan was now the regional manager of Moyu Internet Cafe, so why did he go back to his old job and install computers for others? The installation fee of 500 yuan for this computer was quite high compared to the market price, but Zhang Yuan's current salary was so high, was it worth it to earn this hard-earned money? Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, Brother Ma, I'm not here to make a few hundred yuan in installation fees. I just suddenly felt that there is a business opportunity here. Don't you think that the same computer as the Moyu Internet Cafe, the computer dedicated to turning back to the shore, or the computer designated by Tenda Games is a good gimmick? Ma Yang was stunned. It's a good gimmick. But even if we can get a little bit of the popularity of the internet cafe, it's not enough. We are competing with those traditional computer brands, which is not easy to do. Zhang Yuan shook his head. The prices of traditional computer brands are shrinking rapidly. There is a lot of profit margin here. For players who really need games, DIY is definitely more cost-effective. Ma Yang thought for a while, but they have after-sales service. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, We can also have after-sales service. Not only can we have after-sales service, but we can also provide door-to-door delivery service. You forgot that Nifeng Logistics is also Mr. Pei's industry. It's a waste not to use it. There are so many profiteers selling complete machines online, and they have deceived many people. What we sell are all genuine products. We just charge a little for installation fees and after-sales service. We only target those local tyrant users. It will definitely be worthwhile. Maybe we can also do one in the future. What about the ready-made brand? Ma Yang was a little confused. Ready-made brand? Zhang Yuan nodded. I've thought about it. Let's call it Republic of Faith, abbreviated as ROF. What do you think? At that time, this business can also gradually cover the whole city of Jingzhou along with Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics. Ma Yang thought about it. It's not impossible, but I feel, it seems unnecessary, right? Can't we just do the internet cafe business well? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Brother Ma, you think too simply. We can't always do whatever President Pei commands. We don't have the initiative in our work. We have to take the initiative to share President Pei's worries and find things to do for ourselves. Although you have a close relationship with Mr. Pei, Tenda is a big company now. If we don't hurry up and make some achievements, we will definitely be suppressed by other departments. This time, we will expand some business for Moyu Internet Cafe. If this succeeds, the status of our Moyu Internet Cafe in Tenda will definitely rise. Wouldn't it be great to be proud of everyone at that time? Ma Yang nodded and agreed, yes, you make sense. We can't always do what Brother Qian says. We have to find some work to do. Then you should focus on the computer and recruit some technicians to be responsible for installation and after-sales service. I will talk to Lu Mingliang about this matter and let Nifeng Logistics cooperate with us and give it a try. Chapter 288, We Need English. October 10th, Sunday. Xiao Liang updated the first episode of the full walkthrough video of Turning Back as the Shore, and then refreshed the page with satisfaction, looking at the comments of the silly netizens, waiting for the popularity of this video to continue to increase. The comment area soon became lively. Sofa. I finally waited for it, I'm touched. Ah, Lao Chao's video is finally here, give me a like to support it. Lao Chao's game ideas are so clear, worthy of being specially studied. Indeed, Lao Chao did a lot of homework in this video. It is basically from the perspective of a handicapped player to experience the game. Some difficult places also have good clearance skills. It's so timely. Very professional, and it also lays a lot of plot foreshadowing. I give you 66 likes. Brain, I learned it. Hand, no, you didn't. It feels like Lao Chao and I are not playing the same game. Why does he play so easily? Feeling the rainbow farts of the silly netizens, Xiao Liang couldn't help but feel complacent. I am a professional game commentator, can I be the same as others? Xiao Liang himself was also very satisfied with this video. This video is not a video that focuses on showing off skills, but stands on the standpoint of an ordinary player to find a relatively easy way to pass the level for everyone. Of course, for some special monsters, Xiao Liang will save the game first, and then use multiple ways to pass the level, showing everyone many different ways to play. In addition, some details and Easter eggs buried in the game, and even the research on the official novel, or the speculation on some doubts, have also become quite outstanding parts of the video. Watching the rapid growth of the number of fans, Xiao Liang felt both gratified and proud. Who should I thank? Of course, I have to thank President Pei. If President Pei hadn't called me to Jingzhou to experience the game in advance, how could I be so much faster than other up-hosts? Xiao Liang couldn't help thinking that if President Pei hadn't let me experience it in advance, I should still be trying to pass the level and being tortured to death by the game. Otherwise, how can you say that President Pei is a relative? Not only did he invite me to experience the game, but he also repeatedly modified the game according to my opinions. This game can be so successful, I must have contributed to it, right? Rounding off, can I, Xiao, also be called assistant designer of Turning Back? Or special tester of Turning Back? Yeah, both are good. Xiao Liang randomly flipped through a few fan signs and interacted with the comments section. Soon, this video, which the audience called the strongest show in October, began to rise steadily on the rankings, first on the game area rankings, and then quickly sprinted towards the general rankings of Ellie Island. Xiao Liang flipped through the videos on the list and suddenly saw a familiar up-host name. It was Hao Shuaiqi. The title of his video was, When a Foreign Up-Host Broadcast Turning Back is the Shore on Link Live. The popularity of the video is also soaring, following closely behind Xiao Liang's strategy video. Hey, this buddy is also very efficient. Let me see how the international friends are playing. Xiao Liang clicked on the video. It must be said that Hao Shuaiqi is as handsome as his name, but he feels a little silly and is very good at making show effects. This foreign-spirited guy edited his live broadcast video on Link Live, and then added subtitles and special effects to Ellie Island. Obviously, Hao Shuaiqi's video is completely different from Qiao Laoshir's. Qiao Laoshir's video is a strategy video. The pace is not very fast, but the content is very compact. The entire route is planned, and everything seems to be going according to the script, making players exclaim, "This game is so simple." Hao Shuaiqi's video is a first-time video, filled with scenes of newbies being slaughtered by monsters. During the live broadcast, he may die several times in front of a monster, but Hao Shuaiqi simplified these death scenes and made them all into show effects. Hao Shuaiqi wrote "headied" on his epitaph, and with the expression captured by the camera, the audience saw their own shadows of playing games in this video, and the show effect was quite explosive. It can be seen from the barrage of the video that although Hao Shuaiqi kept dying, the audience felt particularly happy. Ha ha ha, the anchor died again. It's me, for sure. This headied is very smart. I suggest that the anchor change the epitaph to grass or vegetable in the second round, it will definitely be effective. Tenda Games promotes our country's prestige? It's obviously making international friends suffer and damaging international relations. 'Cause of death, this monster doesn't look powerful. From the video of Qiao Laoshir next door, one dish kills two birds with one stone, the show effect is explosive. Strange, when I play this game myself, I want to smash the controller, but why is it so fun to watch others play it? Ball anchor, find a power leveler, I really can't stand it anymore. Hao Shuaiqi also prepared a big dictionary next to him, and opened a poetry query on the web page, and often looked up what it meant when he encountered a plot. In order to prevent foreigners from playing this game, Pei Qian deliberately added a lot of poems and ancient Chinese to the plot, and even hid the key puzzles of some side plots. For Qiao Liang, although his ancient Chinese skills were not very good, he still had some, and he could guess the general idea by guessing. But for Hao Shuaiqi, it was a life-threatening situation. He often couldn't find the answer after searching the dictionary for a long time, and had to ask some classmates and enthusiastic audiences for help. However, every time Hao Shuaiqi found the meaning of a poem and solved the puzzle, he would be very excited and feel a great sense of accomplishment. Pei Qian did think about writing original poems, so that he could do it more thoroughly, but there was no way, this thing was too demanding, and it was impossible. Even college students majoring in literature would not learn to write poems specifically. Even if college students forced themselves to write poems, the effect would definitely be much worse than those classic poems of the ancients. Moreover, Ma Yichun and Zhu Xing'an were busy writing the plot, and they didn't have so much time to write poems carefully. Therefore, the poems in the game are mainly those that are less popular but more relevant in meaning, and are directly embedded in the game. Hao Shuaiqi relied on the dictionary and poetry search, and he really solved these puzzles with great effort. Then he would explain the meaning of these puzzles to the audience in the live broadcast room, which triggered a burst of woo, LOL or awesome praise. Linklid does not have bullet screens, but viewers can still speak in the live broadcast room and interact with the anchor. Hao Shuaiqi also recorded the comments of these foreign viewers when watching the live broadcast, and regularly translated some interesting comments and displayed them at the end of the video. For example, at the end of this video, several foreigners' messages were displayed. Very interesting game, hope to see more. Can anyone give me a purchase address for this game? It looks like this game is prepared for real players, it's eye-catching. It looks very rich in content, and the feel and picture are also good. I can't wait to see the rest of the content. We need English. Japanese is necessary. Seeing these messages, Qiao Liang couldn't help but smile. Is it okay to play games while looking up the dictionary? It's time to let international friends feel what it means to suffer. But then again, this game is so hardcore, no wonder it suits the tastes of these foreign players. Give him a thumbs up. Qiao Liang forwarded Hao Shuaiqi's video and happily took advantage of each other's popularity. Tenda Games. Liyada looked at the game background data of Turning Back is the Shore, and then looked at the game's rating on TPDB, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's thriving. The backend data is growing steadily. While sales are rising, the refund rate is also falling rapidly. It used to be more than 20%, but now it is less than 10%. The rating of the game on the TPDB website is also changing. The total score has now reached 8.1 points, and it looks like it will continue to grow in the future. The most important thing is that some media ratings will appear in a few days. If domestic game media want to review this game, they have to complete the game before they can evaluate it. The difficulty of Turning Back is the Shore is so high, and the editors of the game media are also human. They can't complete the game in the short term and are embarrassed to evaluate it, so the media rating has been vacant. If several media give this game a high score, then the score on the TPDB website will definitely continue to grow. Mr. Pei is really a mastermind. Although Mr. Pei is not in the company these 2 days, the development of the game is completely in line with his expectations. Sure enough, this is what is called having a plan in mind. Liyada couldn't help but sigh. Clicking on the comment area of the game again, he found that there were more hot reviews. Waned English. The queue was straight, and all the comments were from different IDs. Liyada was stunned. At first, she thought someone was deliberately making trouble. After all, the game was not promoted abroad, so where did the foreigners come from? But after a quick look, she found that there were quite a few similar comments. After careful research, Liyada quickly determined the source. It was an Ellie Island up host named Hao Shuiqi who live broadcasted Turning Back on the Shore on Link Live, which attracted the attention of some foreign players. It seems that these foreigners are quite anxious. After all, if you don't understand Chinese, the game Turning Back on the Shore is too difficult to play, and the puzzle content in the game can basically be abandoned. Liyada thought about it and felt that she still had to report this matter to President Pei. After all, the overseas market is also very broad. As long as you spend some money to find a better translator, you can find an overseas distributor to promote it after the English version is made, and earn extra money. Thinking of this, Liyada decided to call President Pei. After all, finding a translator and a distributor are not trivial matters, and they all cost money, so it is better for President Pei to make the final decision. Please ask Mr. Pei if we can make an English version. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of Dingdian novel is available at Chapter 289. Waiting for a better time. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At this time, Pei Qian had just left the headquarters of Nifeng Logistics and was about to go to the Moyu Internet Cafe Huanyu Tianjia store to have a look. After all, he could no longer control how the game was going, and now he had to hurry up and spend the money. The progress of Nifeng Logistics was going smoothly, and Lu Mingliang was rushing to recruit people to open a new store. Originally, Lu Mingliang was very reliable, and Pei Qian should be relieved, but after all, at a critical moment, Pei Qian still had to supervise more. There was no way to be busy, no matter how busy he had to get through this month's settlement. In the car, Pei Qian's phone rang. When he saw that it was Liyada calling, Pei Qian's heart instantly snapped. Could it be that Turning Back is the Shore had problems again? Don't mess with me. I'm trying to find a way to solve the problem here, don't create bigger problems for me. Hurry up and pick up the phone. Boss Pei, should we release an English version of Turn Back? I saw a lot of foreigners leaving comments in the comment section, hoping that this game will be released in English. Besides, this may also help to expand the overseas market. Hasn't the government always responded to the call to support domestic games and promote traditional culture? Pei Qian was horrified when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "There's no rush. Release an English version? That would kill me. Pei Qian knew very well that Dark Souls 1 was first popular in the European and American markets, and this kind of suffering game is particularly favored by European and American players. If Turn Back also has an English version, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Of course, it's not that it can't be done at all, the key is that it's at this critical juncture, and it's not just a few days to make money. Now there is less than a month left before the settlement. Pei Qian has opened an internet cafe and a Nifeng Inn, and he can see that if he spends money suddenly, he can make a loss of hundreds of thousands, and he can fill his pockets and get special rewards from the system. As a result, at the last minute, launching an overseas version, isn't that a joke? Although it costs money to make an overseas version and hire translators, this amount of money is not enough. Written translation is considered a very respectable job in Europe and America, but in China, written translation is very cheap compared to simultaneous interpretation, business conference accompanying translation, etc. 300 or 400 yuan for 1,000 words is considered high, and translating a 100,000-word game text can only cost tens of thousands of yuan. Is this little money worth it for President Pei? Even if we hire those famous translators, the maximum cost would be only a few 100,000. Compared with the income that the English version could generate, it is simply a drop in the bucket and very uneconomical. If Pei Qian agreed to Liyada, with his efficiency, he would probably find a translator within 2 days. Several translators would translate different texts in the game and it would be done quickly. The settlement is coming soon, so we can't make such a mess. So Pei Qian decisively refused. Even if we want to translate, it has to be after the settlement this month. Pei Qian coughed twice, too hasty. Entering the overseas market requires the right time, right place, and right people, all of which are indispensable. If you don't have abundant resources and support, it's easy to fall. Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of falling, but this is related to our company's long-term layout, there's no need to be reckless. Let's stabilize the domestic market first, and consider the multi-language version next month. You can look for suitable translations first, as for when to start making multi-language versions. Let's talk about it next month. Liyada, but what about the foreign players now? I feel sorry for them. Can we let them play while looking up dictionaries and wait until next month? Pei Qian said seriously, why not? This is a good opportunity for them to learn Chinese. Now, the players who play the game are those who know a little bit of Chinese. It's good to let them look up the dictionary, review the knowledge that has been gradually forgotten, and master some new Chinese vocabulary, isn't it? As for those players who don't know Chinese at all, they will wait anyway, so what's the harm in waiting for half a month? Besides, there are so many ancient poems in our game, how hard will it be to translate? If the translation is too hasty, and it turns out to be machine translation, it will be laughed at by foreign friends when it is sent out. So this matter can't be rushed, we have to think about it in the long run. You can first look for any powerful translators, and then we can talk about it after we find them. Liyada thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Okay, then I will prepare first. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart, and almost had a big problem. The next cycle will be discussed in the next cycle. Anyway, as long as it is not in these 2 days, everything will be fine after the settlement period. Pei Qian calmed down his emotions, and soon he arrived at Huanyu Tianjia. Pei Qian got off the car and went directly to the Moyu Internet Cafe on the 3rd floor. Pei Qian had been keeping an eye on Tenda for the past few days, so he hadn't been to Moyu Internet Cafe for a while. Today, he had to take a look to feel at ease. However, before he even entered the door, Pei Qian felt that something was wrong. It was Sunday afternoon, and as the largest high-end shopping mall in Jingzhou City, Huanyu Tianjia had a large flow of people. There was a lot of traffic at first, but it had nothing to do with the Moyu Internet Cafe on the 3rd floor. After all, most people come to the mall to go shopping, eat, and watch movies, not to play games. When Pei Qian inspected the location of this Moyu internet cafe before, he paid special attention to it. The two clothing brands on the third floor were usually deserted, and the popularity of the coffee shop was also average. That's why he felt relieved to open the Moyu internet cafe here. But this time, something suddenly went wrong. Pei Qian took the elevator up. There were a lot of people in the elevator. Pei Qian didn't pay much attention to it at first, thinking that everyone was going to watch a movie or eat. As a result, when they got to the third floor, this group of people all got off the elevator. Pei Qian, who was the last one to get off the elevator, froze and watched this group of people walk towards the Moyu internet cafe. Wait a minute. Stop right there. What are you doing? Don't walk around. Pei Qian hurriedly took 2 quick steps to the door of the Moyu internet cafe, but when he saw the scene inside, he almost fainted on the spot. The occupancy rate must be over 60%. At this rate, it will probably be profitable soon. This is really a happy ending after all the hard work. What the hell? Pei Qian immediately thought of looking for Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan. Where are they? The internet cafe must be in such a mess because of these two guys. Whoever did it first should take the blame. If I catch you, you will definitely not have a good time. Pei Qian continued to walk into the internet cafe. The more he walked, the more frightened he became. He had experienced this feeling before, at the Moyu internet cafe flagship store. It was just that although internet cafes were popular at that time, it was mainly the coffee shops and bars that were popular, and most people came to listen to Chen Lei sing. But this store only has internet cafe business left. These people were all sitting on esports chairs playing games seriously, and a large part of them were playing Turning Back Is the Shore. There were actually quite a few couples and brothers playing together, making the entire internet cafe look quite lively, no longer as deserted as before. It was uncomfortable. Pei Qian came to the lounge area of the internet cafe, and the latest video of Mr. Chiao was playing on the big screen of the projector. There were some customers sitting around the long table in the lounge area, some drinking coffee, some drinking milk tea, and watching Mr. Chiao's explanation on the big screen, often showing an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if they were greatly inspired. Ma Yang was also sitting in the lounge area, but Zhang Yuan was not there, and I don't know what he was doing. Brother Qian, you are here? Ma Yang's long face bloomed with a smile, and he invited Pei Qian to sit down in the lounge area. Would you like some coffee? Seeing that our internet cafe is getting more and more popular, the coffee shop next door is organizing an event with us, offering 30% off on drinks when you top up your internet fee. It tastes pretty good, and everyone has a cup now. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. This blow to the head made him a little confused. Why are there so many people today? Pei Qian asked tremblingly. Ma Yang was a little confused. No. There are so many people every day recently. Pei Qian. Damn it. You are going to piss me off to death, aren't you? What good will it do you to piss me off to death? Pei Qian forced himself to calm down. So, when did the number of people start to increase? Ma Yang was a little puzzled. Brother Qian, don't you know? It was during the time when you were busy with Turning Back to the Shore. I didn't realize before that although our internet cafe's attendance rate is not high, it has accumulated a good reputation in Jingzhou through a series of previous events. Although this store is new, it has always been rated high on Quanmin Dianping. At the beginning, there were few people, but later more and more people came. Everyone was tired of shopping, and there was no room in the coffee shop, so they came to our internet cafe to sit. Anyway, 10 yuan an hour is quite cost-effective in this mall. And then Brother Qian, guess what? Just a few days ago, the large roller skating rink in the mall was officially opened after renovation. Many fathers bring their children to roller skate. The children have to go to class for more than an hour, and the fathers just come to our internet cafe to play. There are also people who come to our internet cafe to kill time, like accompanying their girlfriends to get their hair done or manicure done, which takes several hours. In addition, there is also a word-of-mouth effect. It seems that Mr. Chow also recommended our internet cafe online, and Wang Peng from Quanmin Review also recommended our internet cafe. Of course, the most important thing is that the game, Turning Back is the Shore, is popular, and the internet cafe also benefits from it. Many players come here every day just to play Turning Back is the Shore to get the best gaming experience. Brother Qian, you have been busy at Tenda before, just busy with this thing, right? Pei Qian was silent. What, it's my fault again? Do you think the current situation of Turning Back is the Shore is what I want? Ma Yang was a little regretful. It's a pity that even though it has made great progress compared to the past, it is still a little distance away from making real money. Brother Qian, are you not satisfied with the current situation? You think it should be more popular, right? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. I am indeed not satisfied, but it is completely for other reasons. He thought of something more important and asked, how are the other new stores doing? Ma Yang said happily, the locations have been finalized. After a simple renovation, they will open next week. Pei Qian waved his hand hurriedly, no hurry. Set the opening time on the Sunday after next, which is the 24th. There is no need to rush. Do you understand? Pei Qian originally thought that it didn't matter when these internet cafes opened, but now seeing the nature of the Huanyu Tianjia store, he realized that there was a big problem. If other stores open too early, more customers will bring a heavier burden to Pei Qian. Therefore, just open the store 1 week before the settlement. If you open it a week later, you will naturally make less money and don't put so much pressure on yourself. Ma Yang was stunned, but we have already paid the rent, why delay it for another week? Pei Qian pretended to be deep and said, this is to wait for a better time, no need to ask more. Chapter 290 Media Ratings Refreshed. October 12, Tuesday. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Liyada has just finished communicating with several translation studio staff. After consulting with President Pei, Liyada has contacted several good domestic translation studios and sent part of the game's copywriting content to them for trial translation. Liyada specially selected some puzzle elements in the game to see what the real level of these translation studios is. In similar side quests, it is often through a poem as a clue, looking for corresponding hints, and then triggering the corresponding plot. The translation difficulty is still quite high. On the one hand, the meaning of these poems must be fully translated, without missing some key information, so that foreign players can also solve puzzles based on these contents. On the other hand, it must be faithful, fluent and elegant. Such good poems and ancient texts, if translated into other languages and become plain language, it will be meaningless and have no aesthetics. So, this is actually a great test of the translator's skills, and ordinary people really can't do it. These translation studios have already delivered the trial translations, but Liyada showed them to Assistant Qian, and received negative responses. The translations were not bad, but the beauty of the translations was not enough. Liyada's English level was average, but he could roughly tell the quality of the translations. Not to mention Assistant Qian, who worked as an assistant to the vice president of a well-known foreign company and was proficient in 3 languages. If he translated it himself, he would definitely be a little bit behind, but he could still tell the quality of the ready-made translations at a glance. Therefore, Liyada had a simple communication with these studios and asked them to translate it again and improve their translation skills, otherwise they would regrettably not be able to cooperate. After sending these translation studios away, Liyada couldn't help but sigh that what Mr. Pei said was right. This matter really can't be rushed. The translation work of turning back is ashore is much more difficult than other games. If one is in a hurry, it will definitely be machine translation, and the quality cannot be guaranteed. If the multi-language version is hastily launched, it will be self-destructive, which is not the style of Tenda at all. Tenda has always been willing to do everything possible to make every detail the best, regardless of investment. This is the core spirit that every Tenda person has learned from President Pei. Forget it, let's listen to President Pei and don't be reckless. Liada also tried to find some powerful people in the translation circle, but it was difficult to find them for a while, mainly because there was no way to do it. There are some full-time translators on the official resource site, and some translation studios can also be contacted, such as the ones Liada found, but it is difficult to guarantee that the translation will be particularly good. And some really powerful people are often not willing to do game translation. People usually translate some contemporary masterpieces, awesome blockbusters, etc. Translating game texts is relatively dirty and tiring work. Even if you go to their door, they may not agree. What's more, how to contact these people is also a big problem. So Liada also knew that this matter could not be rushed, and he could only take his time. There was new progress in the linkage with Pei Qian's end point. Before, Pei Qian found Liada and talked about the official and game linkage, and Liada readily agreed. This is a good thing for both parties, and since they are both their own industries, it is a piece of cake. The two of them discussed and quickly came up with a good linkage plan. Originally, Pei Qian wanted to organize a 7-day login event. As long as you participate in the 7-day event on the website, you can get a small reward from the game. Liada thought about it and decided to go a step further and connect the accounts on both sides, including the endpoint, Tenda Games, TPDB website, etc. Just need a unified Tenda account to log in, right? In this way, all Tenda game players can directly use their game accounts to log into the endpoint, and any rewards can be directly distributed according to the account. And this is not troublesome, it can be done quickly. As for the rewards on the game side, Liada initially thought of giving some consumable props, such as 3 souls and 7 spirits for upgrading, props for strengthening weapons, etc. But on second thought, it was a bit too stingy. Why be so stingy for a single-player game with a buyout system? Just give an exclusive appearance. But it's a bit too late to customize a new model now, so Liada slapped his forehead and decided to give players a special prop that can change the character model, directly using a ready-made pill prop icon, called Disguise Pill, which can be reused. This is not difficult to do, just let the program change the code. Of course, you can't change the model at will. Some monsters or bosses have very large models, which may cause some mysterious bugs after changing. Therefore, this prop is limited to some models that are similar in size to the protagonist, including monsters and NPCs. At the same time, the use of this prop also has a certain cooling time. Overall, it is an entertainment prop, but anyway, there are some decent-looking NPCs in the game. Although they are not particularly pretty, they are definitely beauties in this worldview. So Liada thought about it and thought that this should be quite attractive to players, right? He arranged it. After handing the work over to his subordinates, Liada habitually opened TPDB to see the recent rating changes of Turning Back is the Shore. Recently, all employees in Tenda have developed the habit of checking TPDB when they have nothing to do. After all, the rating of this website directly determines their bonus next month, so it is impossible not to pay attention to it. The specific amount of money the game has made is all false, and it is just a side job. If you really want to get a bonus, the reputation of the project must explode. Huh? 9.1 points. Liada couldn't help but cheer up. This rating is simply skyrocketing. How did it increase so much without checking it for a day? I clicked on it and took a closer look and found that the media rating was finally refreshed. A large part of the weight on the TPDB website comes from media ratings, which directly captures data from some authoritative game media. The higher these data are, the higher the total score of the project will naturally be. Liada scanned the comments of several game media and found that they all praised Turning Back. After game producer, Tenda Games once again reinterpreted what innovation is with a refreshing classic. This fast-rising game company can always bring players a refreshing new experience, and in just a few weeks, players have completed the transformation from scolding to applauding, from rejection to true love. Tenda Games can always bring excellent large-scale productions, as if the word cutting corners does not exist in their dictionary at all. Before this, no designer had ever thought that such a difficult hardcore game could be successful in China, but Tenda obviously did it. Turning Back is the shore makes players willing to suffer and enjoy it. It can be predicted that the perfect combat system of this game will become a benchmark for some time to come. The design of Epitaph is ingenious, and some details in the gameplay can show the designer's inspiration and talent. The difficulty mechanism of this game is also worth learning for all designers. Similar views are common on major game review websites and game media. The statements of these review media are inconsistent with the initial evaluation of players. This is because after more than a week, the reputation of the players for the game has experienced a major reversal, and these game review media have all seen it. Moreover, these review media will not give low scores just because they suffered or could not pass the game. They are all professional. Ordinary players just see that the difficulty of Turning Back as the shore is very high, and they feel that they suffered and are angry, so they give low scores in revenge, but these game media can see more things. The game is of excellent quality. The combat system is excellent. The worldview and painting style are excellent. The plot is complex and profound. It promotes Chinese culture, to a certain extent. The innovation in gameplay and system points the way for future action games. Therefore, it is not surprising that this game can get high scores if all these advantages are included in the game evaluation system. And what makes Liada most proud is the evaluation of the official platform. Turning Back is the shore depicts a desperate world. This world is born out of Chinese traditional culture and has been artistically reshaped, giving players a refreshing new experience. This is a desperate world where the 6 paths are broken and the end of the law is coming. The excellent difficulty setting makes the player feel as if he is really in a desperate situation and suffers from death again and again, but this world hides countless curious secrets, which makes every player involuntarily stand up again after resurrection, eager to find the sense of mission to save everything. The grand epic, heart-wrenching challenges, rich background stories, and philosophy contained in the game make Turning Back as the shore an adventure that is endless. It is particularly commendable that, at a time when domestic Chinese-style games are declining and all domestic manufacturers are copying foreign manufacturers, Tenda Games has embarked on a unique and completely original path. Turning Back as a shore has well integrated traditional culture into the story background, game content and spiritual core, and has played a vital role in the spread of traditional culture in the new era. I hope that other game manufacturers and designers can also strengthen their ideological construction, learn more, and better promote traditional culture, so that the game industry can establish cultural competence as soon as possible. Of course, for the official, any praise must be expressed. Turning Back is a shore undoubtedly got a few more recommended positions, which is all expected. Liada couldn't help but sigh. President Pei is President Pei, and any casual move is a classic game. As for the official recommendation, what is that? President Pei has received so many. Liada read the media's words about Turning Back is a shore again and was very happy. Although I took over halfway, I also contributed to the popularity of this game. Liada was watching when the girl at the front desk ran over. The staff of the official platform called and said they wanted to discuss the translation of the overseas version. Ah? The staff of the official platform? Liada did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly got up to answer the phone. The official platform has Tenda's office phone number, so he called the front desk directly. Liada was a little excited. After all, this was the first time he spoke to an official staff member. After a few polite words and greetings, the other party quickly got to the point. Do you intend to release a multilingual version of Turning Back and promote it to overseas markets? Chapter 291, Labeling the Console. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Liada hurriedly said, yes. In fact, we have been looking for some translation studios recently, but the translation level required for Turning Back is the Shore is relatively high, and we have not found a very suitable translator yet. We are still trying to contact some more experienced translators, but it may take some time. The other party smiled. That's perfect. In fact, the official also intends to make Turning Back is the Shore a benchmark game for cultural output. If you agree, we can help contact some experienced translators, and we will definitely make the translation as faithful, accurate and elegant as possible. As for the cost and some other issues, don't worry, we will have someone in charge of this matter. In the early stage, the English and Japanese versions can be launched first, and other multi-language versions can be done slowly, no need to rush. Liada was overjoyed. Of course that's good. She knew very well that the official resources and connections must be much greater than that of Tenda, a private company. If the official is willing to help find a translator, then it will definitely find a very good big translator. After agreeing, the two sides briefly exchanged some details and left contact information with each other. The follow-up work still needs to be discussed in the long run, but with the official support, the follow-up work should go smoothly. After hanging up the phone, Liada felt that this was simply a pleasant surprise. The official actually took the initiative to help Turning Back is the Shore produce multilingual versions, and also took the initiative to help promote it. But think about it carefully, this seems to be reasonable. Turning Back is the Shore is of such good quality and rich in connotation, it is a perfect opportunity for publicity. From the previous Hot Blood War Song mobile game version and game producer, it can be seen that the official attitude has always been to encourage originality, encourage correct value guidance, and encourage games with depth and connotation. Turning Back is the Shore is not only good in gameplay and quality, but also has excellent cultural connotations. Even many foreigners do not hesitate to look up dictionaries while playing, which shows the charm of this game. Isn't such a game exactly what the official wants? Therefore, it is reasonable that the official will vigorously promote it and even take the initiative to arrange translation. Liada suddenly thought of something. Could it be that President Pei had expected this to happen? What did President Pei say at the time? He said that entering the overseas market requires the right time, right place, and right people, and none of them can be missing. If there are no abundant resources and support, it is easy to fall down if you enter rashly. Now, there are abundant resources and support. It can't be considered a rash entry, right? It seems that President Pei doesn't let me worry. He has been waiting here for a long time. He just thinks that the official will take action within a month, so he is so calm. Hey, but President Pei said that he would consider multiple versions next month. Could it be that President Pei originally thought that the official would only notice this game next month and arrange translation? It is also possible. After all, it takes time for the game to increase its popularity and attract the attention of the official. Maybe even President Pei didn't expect Turning Back is the Shore to become popular so quickly. Great, I will report this good news to President Pei right now. It's a pity that President Pei is not here. If President Pei is here, let him communicate with the official staff in person. He should be happier, right? Liada jumped for joy and called President Pei. Achoo. In the rental house, Pei Qian sneezed while wrapped in a blanket. After blowing his nose, Pei Qian threw the toilet paper towards the trash can in the distance, but it hit the edge of the trash can with a click and fell to the ground. Fuck. Pei Qian was speechless. He got off the bed wrapped in a blanket, picked up the toilet paper and threw it away, then returned to the bed at the speed of light and continued to curl up. He didn't go to work today because he caught a cold. It was the turn of autumn and winter, and the weather was getting colder quickly. Pei Qian had been running around outside for the past few days, and he really caught a cold. So he didn't go anywhere today, just lying on the bed and drinking hot water. I'm so miserable. Pei Qian couldn't help but mutter. Why is it completely different from the script I imagined? According to the original plan, I should be able to sit back and wait for the money to come in now. Why are you still spending money in a rush? Ah, melancholy. While playing with his phone, Liada called. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the phone. Could it be that only 2 days have passed, and he has done something weird to me again? I can't bear this kind of blow. Is there something wrong? Pei Qian said weakly. Liada on the other end of the phone was obviously shocked. Mr. Pei, are you catching a cold? Ah, it's nothing serious, I've already drunk a lot of hot water. So is there something wrong with turning back, is the shore? Pei Qian was in no mood to greet anyone. Liada said happily, yes, Mr. Pei. The official just called and said that they would arrange a special translator for turning back and help us promote it overseas. It's even 1 week earlier than you predicted. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I have almost arranged it. Pei Qian? What the hell? The authorities arranged a special translator? Damn. That's a mess, isn't it? What reason do you have to refuse? Pei Qian felt dizzy and felt that his cold had worsened. Fortunately, he was lying on the bed and didn't have to worry about falling to the ground and sleeping. After a minute of silence, Pei Qian said, Oh, is there anything else? Liada, no, just reporting. How is your cold, Mr. Pei? Do you need medicine or help? No, Pei Qian looked at the ceiling blankly, I just want to rest alone. Okay, Mr. Pei, don't work too hard, have a good rest. After hanging up the phone, Liada muttered softly. Sure enough, Mr. Pei had expected it long ago and was not surprised at all. Pei Qian threw the phone aside and sighed silently. There was no way, the authorities had arranged it clearly, and he couldn't afford to offend. There was no legitimate reason to refuse the authorities' kindness, so he could only swallow his anger. So angry, I need to open a few more Nifing Inns. Mayu Internet Cafe Flagship Store. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan haven't been here for a while. Unlike before, the Internet Cafe area is no longer deserted, and the occupancy rate is close to 80%, which is quite lively. Of course, the situation of Mayu Internet Cafe 1.0 and Mayu Internet Cafe 2.0 is not quite the same. There are few computers in the flagship store, so it is full with a few customers, and the occupancy rate is inflated. But no matter what, compared with the past, the Internet Cafe business of Mayu Internet Cafe is finally no longer a decoration, which has to be said to be a great improvement. Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang are on the second floor, and there is a computer host installed on the table. The case is still the same as before, and it looks quite cool and luxurious. After all, it cost a lot of money to buy it, so the appearance must be arranged clearly. In addition to the case body, there is also a special logo on it. The 3 capital letters ROF are put together in a very freehand way, which makes people impressed at a glance. This is the logo of the Kingdom of Faith, specially made, just fit on the case, and can also glow. As we all know, when the accessories on the computer can glow, the performance of the computer can be improved by at least 50%. The ROF brand no longer uses the Mayu Internet Cafe logo, mainly because the Mayu Internet Cafe logo is relatively silly and does not help to highlight the high-end and fashionable feeling of the country of faith. Ma Yang looked at the host. Well, it's really okay. At least from the appearance point of view, it's completely fine, and it looks very expensive. Zhang Yuan nodded, it's indeed quite expensive. In the early stage, we will sell the same machines as those in Moyu Internet Cafe, and only serve a few local tycoons. We don't seek to sell in large quantities, but try to spread the word of mouth as much as possible. In short, let every customer who buys the host enjoy the treatment of an emperor. Home delivery, home maintenance, etc., are all necessary options. When the word of mouth gradually rises, we will consider launching a variety of other configurations, or meet the customized needs of some customers. As for the monitor, keyboard and mouse, etc., we will directly give an official recommendation list. If the customer is afraid of the high price, he can buy it himself. If the customer is too lazy to buy it himself, we will buy it for him. It is nothing more than the hard work of the brothers of Nifeng Logistics. If there is a chance to do it in the future, then we may be able to find a foundry to produce monitors and peripherals under our own brand. At that time, it will be a family bucket of the kingdom of faith, which will be more face-saving. Ma Yang agreed deeply, well, you really can't think of eating a fat man in one bite. In the early stage, it is equivalent to just helping to install the machine, deliver goods to the door, and repair it on the door, earning a hard work fee and building a good reputation. It is one of the subsidiary businesses of Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics. If it can really succeed, it will also be regarded as the performance of Moyu Internet Cafe. Zhang Yuan was very pleased. Mr. Ma finally agreed with him. He didn't have to talk him into it. No, he didn't have to persuade him. The computer was packed up and ready to be delivered to the first customer. The guy from Nifeng Logistics will deliver the computer to the customer's door in person, and Moyu Internet Cafe will also be responsible for the after-sales service of the computer. In addition to the regular warranty, if the customer wants to update the configuration in the future, such as changing a graphics card, there will be a dedicated person to provide door-to-door service. The brothers from Nifeng Logistics are all family members. They will be very careful during transportation. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the computer being bumped. It will definitely be delivered to the customer's home safely. Zhang Yuan took out other customized ROF labels and installed them on other machines in the Internet Cafe one by one. All computers in Moyu Internet Cafe will be affixed with this label, which will have a subtle influence on players. Originally, this host was assembled, but with this label, it looks much more advanced. Someone will definitely ask, what brand is this computer? At this time, the thoughtful network administrator will come over to introduce him to the Internet Cafe's newly launched high-end host customization service. Chapter 292 Fortunately, I found out early. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Wednesday. Pei Qian woke up and was hungry. He opened his phone and ordered a takeaway from Moyu. Although Mr. Pei's plan to lose money has always been unsuccessful so far, to be honest, with his unremitting efforts, the living standards of himself and the people of Jingzhou have indeed improved a lot. If you buy something online, Nifeng Logistics will deliver it to your door. If you want to eat takeout, Moyu Takeout has healthy and nutritious dishes. Not to mention the outstanding contribution made by Moyu Internet Cafe in improving the internet environment. So far, Moyu Takeout has been operating stably for more than 4 months, and it has been in a state of loss. Pei Qian is very satisfied with this. It's a pity that the stall of Moyu Takeout is not big enough. Although it has been losing money steadily, it has not lost enough. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the meal arrived. The Handong University branch of Moyu Internet Cafe is quite close to where Pei Qian lives, so the delivery is relatively fast. Pei Qian was eating while thinking about what to do next. Now it seems that the pressure of spending money is quite great. In addition to the usual expenses, Pei Qian has to think of other ways to continue spending money. Looking at the exquisite tableware and familiar home-cooked dishes in front of him, Pei Qian suddenly thought, can we let the takeaway take on more of the responsibility of spending money? After all, Mayu Takeaway has won the trust of President Pei with stable losses. If it doesn't work, just drink poison to quench thirst? Pei Qian pondered, and the next cycle will be discussed in the next cycle. First of all, it must be guaranteed that it is in a loss state when the settlement is made at the end of this month. After all, this is not just a matter of money, but also related to the special rewards given by the system. As for how to make back the principal and interest in the next cycle, then wait for the next cycle to develop more industries that burn money quickly. In short, take care of the present first. Thinking of this, Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and looked at the calendar. Today is October 13th. Until October 24th, you can continue to invest in Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics, but it will not work on the 24th. If you want to spend money in the last week, you have to think about your employees. Now Tenda is a big company. The game business plus the Endpoint and TPDB website have more than 100 employees, the Shenyang game has more than 40 employees, the Moyu Internet Cafe has more than 100 employees, and the couriers of Nifeng Logistics and Moyu Takeaway have about 600 to 700 people. Of course, different industries must be treated differently. It is impossible to give the same benefits to the employees of the core department of Tenda Games and the couriers. If everyone gets more, Mr. Pei will be less stressed. But these benefits are limited. What if they can't be spent? Pei Qian thought about it and decided to do something to quench his thirst. The last time he settled the accounts, Pei Qian couldn't use this method, mainly because at that time, Mr. Pei's only real business was the Moyu Internet Cafe, and the Moyu Internet Cafe became popular before the settlement, catching him off guard and making him unable to resist. This time, the money came earlier, so Pei Qian had plenty of time to react. Pei Qian looked at the time and his eyes were fixed on October 24th. 10/24 is Programmer's Day, although this term is not widely used at present. Just like November 11th, people still generally regard it as Singles Day rather than Shopping Day. Double 11 will be in the next cycle, so Pei Qian won't be able to catch up, but 10/24 is still in time. Taking advantage of this day, holding a week-long discount and customer reward event, so that some industries can work harder and lose more, wouldn't it be able to greatly reduce Mr. Pei's pressure? Thinking of this, Pei Qian felt that his future was brighter, and he quickly thought about the industries he had on hand. He had to think carefully about which industries to choose. Games cannot be discounted, because games have no cost. If they are discounted, they will definitely make more money, which is tantamount to suicide. The ultimate goal is not to promote or hype, but to spend money suddenly. So Pei Qian thought about it and decided that Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics are the most suitable for this. Especially Nifeng Logistics, which has been losing money due to labor costs. If each Nifeng post station delivers more express parcels during this period and pays more performance wages to couriers, wouldn't it be possible to spend a lot more money after accumulating a little? Moreover, even if there is a loss, as long as it is controlled within a certain limit and can effectively improve the reputation, the system will acquiesce to this behavior. After some simple tests of the system, Pei Qian quickly determined a subsidy plan for the 10/24 Programmer's Day. First, there is a subsidy for Moyu Takeaway, with a certain discount on all dishes and free delivery fees. Secondly, there is a subsidy for Nifeng Logistics. At present, Pei Qian has opened nearly 200 Nifeng post stations in total, and it is expected that another 40 to 50 will be added before the 24th, covering most areas of Jingzhou City. At that time, the delivery fees will be reduced for those who use these Nifeng post stations, which are all subsidized by Pei Qian himself. At the same time, all door-to-door express parcels were originally subject to commissions, but during the event, this commission was also cancelled to attract more couriers to hand over their parcels to Nifeng Express. If we purchase some small gifts and deliver them to the door with the express delivery, we can also spend some money. Others are middlemen who make a profit from the price difference, but Mr. Pei is the only one who makes a profit from the price difference. Recently, we have started some simple promotions, and the event will last from October 24th to October 31st. Pei Qian did not dare to promote it too high profile. Although it costs a lot of money, it is also risky, and we cannot do it recklessly. Pei Qian was very smart to set the salary payment date at the end of each month, so that a large amount of employee funds can be issued before settlement, and the system funds can be reduced as much as possible. During the event, Pei Qian will also increase the performance salary of all takeaway brothers and couriers. Every extra takeaway and express delivery will get an extra bonus. Although it is not much for each person, after all, there are so many Nifeng stations and so many employees in the entire Jingzhou city, so a lot of money can be spent at once. As for the consequences, obviously, during the 1024 Programmers Day, the number of users of Moyu Takeout and Nifeng Logistics will increase to a certain extent, but these two industries have been losing money after all. The larger the scale, the greater the loss, so there is no need to worry too much. Moreover, even if there is a profit, it will be in the next cycle. This is also the reason why Pei Qian dared not touch other industries rashly. He could not slash the price of internet cafes or make them free, nor could he discount games, because the risks and side effects of doing so were too great. Pei Qian made a rough plan and felt that this matter was very promising, so he prepared to call Lu Mingliang and Ma Yang to call them together to briefly discuss this matter. Soon, Lu Mingliang's phone was connected. Do you have time today? Come to Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. I have a promotional event about Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics. Lu Mingliang was stunned. Mr. Pei, I'm at the Handong University branch now. Pei Qian, ah? What are you doing there? Lu Mingliang, Mr. Ma asked me to come here. We are discussing the details of the installation business. Pei Qian? He was a little confused for a while. What the hell? What is the installation business? Then wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Pei Qian quickly dressed up, wrapped himself tightly with a thick coat and scarf, and prepared to go out. Fortunately, the cold is not serious. After a day of rest yesterday, it has improved. The weather is good today, the sun is shining, and there is no wind. It should be fine if I go out. Besides, at this critical moment, how can this little ailment stop Mr. Pei from spending money? I made a phone call, and the company's special car came to pick me up soon. Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Not long after I finished talking to Lu Mingliang, Pei Qian arrived. Seeing that Mr. Pei was wrapped up tightly, the three of them were a little confused. Mr. Pei, what are you doing? Lu Mingliang remembered that he was not like this the last time he met Mr. Pei. Pei Qian pressed his scarf down a little and spoke with a nasal tone. I have a cold. Brother Qian, you have a cold, and you don't take good care of yourself. I must criticize you for this. You can't just be busy with work and don't pay attention to your health. Ma Yang called the waiter next to him. Quickly pour a cup of hot water for Brother Qian. Pei Qian, no, I'm about to vomit the hot water. Give me coffee. Pei Qian looked at the host on the table and keenly saw that it was different from the host in the Moyu Internet Cafe before. There is a glowing mark on it. Pei Qian instantly felt that this matter was not simple. Well, the three of you are sneaking around and doing things behind my back again. Fortunately, I found it in time. Pei Qian was speechless. If I hadn't dragged my sick body and was still thinking about the loss-making business, I might have been fooled again. Ma Yang chuckled. Brother Qian, I was planning to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to find out. This time, Zhang Yuan and I are considering starting a host customization business based on Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics. Ma Yang briefly introduced the history of the birth of the ROF brand. In short, turn back as the shore has brought many wealthy people who have high requirements for computer configuration to the Internet Cafe. The wealthy people objectively have the demand to buy the same high-end computers. As a computer installation enthusiast, Zhang Yuan saw this business opportunity and decided to start a host customization business, cooperate with the delivery and door-to-door service of Nifeng Logistics, and open up a new industry. This business does not require much investment, and each computer can make between 500 and 1,000 yuan. Zhang Yuan and the network administrators of the Internet Cafe only need to buy accessories from the Internet, assemble them, send them to customers, and undertake the subsequent after-sales service. It does not require a large amount of capital investment. Even if it fails, there will be no loss, because Zhang Yuan and others do not plan to purchase a lot of accessories and backlog them. They will only place orders when there is demand from the wealthy. After listening to Ma Yang's story, Pei Qian fell into silence. If you really do this, you can definitely make money. Good for you, Ma Yang. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is also going to betray me. But on second thought, it seems that this blame is no longer on Ma Yang. After all, Ma Yang is too easy to be fooled. This blame must be on Zhang Yuan. It seems that Zhang Yuan must be transferred away from Ma Yang as soon as possible to eliminate the hidden danger. Pei Qian looked at the ROF first-generation prototype on the table again. To be honest, this thing sounds quite promising. If it really goes on like this, maybe it can really make a small profit and give President Pei a surprise attack before the settlement. Pei Qian couldn't help but secretly rejoice. I almost got fooled, what a close call. Fortunately, I was prepared this time. Pei Qian was not angry, but somewhat rejoiced. Okay, since you like to start a business so much, then help me and help me lose more money. This project was supposed to make money, but since Pei Qian discovered it and set his sights on it, he would never let it make money. Seeing that President Pei smiled but said nothing, Ma Yang didn't know for a moment whether he supported the project or not. Brother Qian, what do you think of this project? Is it worth it? Ma Yang asked. Pei Qian nodded. I think it's good, but there is a problem. It costs too little. It's meaningless to do small things. If you want to do it big. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, I'll pay. Zhang Yuan was stunned, not knowing whether to be happy or what to do. Of course it's good for President Pei to support it, but there's nothing to spend money on. Zhang Yuan thought, isn't it just selling some assembled machines and putting up a brand? Many online stores are doing this, and it doesn't take much startup capital. Now even if President Pei allocates a few million, Zhang Yuan doesn't know how to spend it. Pei Qian shook his head, you are just too conservative. You don't even have a little imagination in spending money, how can that work? Chapter 293 No matter how many mistakes you make, it's all Mr. Pei's fault. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. Zhang Yuan was a little confused. What does Mr. Pei mean? Pei Qian laughed. According to the current situation, it will take at least 4 or 5 days from the time the customer places an order to the time the goods are delivered to the door. Zhang Yuan thought for a while. Well, if it's fast, 3 or 4 days is possible. Pei Qian shook his head, very dissatisfied. That's still slow. The current model is equivalent to us first assembling a good computer and displaying it in the Moyu Internet Cafe. Players come to the internet to experience whether this computer is good or not. If he thinks this computer is good and needs to buy it, we order accessories online for him to install, and we are responsible for door-to-door delivery and after-sales service, so we can earn some installation and service fees, right? But the problem is, if you buy accessories online, the fastest logistics will take 2 or 3 days, and we may need another day to install and deliver them. During this period, won't the players be impatient? This is a big problem. Zhang Yuan was a little dizzy. It's just 3 or 4 days, so you can't wait for this little time, right? Don't all online stores that specialize in selling complete machines use this model? Some stores may take a week from ordering to delivery, and ours is still fast. Pei Qian shook his head. It's only 2 or 3 days faster than the online store. What kind of core advantage is this? Don't players still have to wait? We need to make sure that players can come to see it in the morning and have it delivered to their door in the afternoon. That's fast. So, it's definitely not okay for us to buy accessories online and install them after the players place an order. We need to prepare all the accessories in advance. We need to do 4 things. Shipping speed should be on par with offline stores. After-sales service should be on par with first-tier brand manufacturers. Marketing model and quality should be on par with conscientious online stores. Price-performance ratio should be on par with the false propaganda of the profiteers of the whole machine martyrs wall. This is worthy of this shining label. Ming, is it in vain? Zhang Yuan was speechless for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he said, then we have to stock up a lot of goods, which is equivalent to adding a burden to ourselves. What if this batch of goods is not sold and is piled up in our hands? When the next generation of products comes out, this batch of goods can only be sold at a discount. The risk of loss is too great. Pei Qian smiled. There are risks in everything we do. How can we not do it because of the risks? As long as you can spend money to bring players a better shopping experience, then the money is worth spending. Since you have decided to do it, don't just do it in a small way. I will give you another sum of money. You can use this money to rent some places around various internet cafes as warehouses and stock up a batch of goods. Don't worry about the inventory backlog. I want to organize a 1024 Programmers Day event recently, and I can add the ROF brand to it. The 3 of them were a little confused. Programmers Day? Pei Qian nodded and explained his idea in detail. The main thing is that Moyu Takeaway and Nifeng Logistics will offer various discounts within a week after October 24th, under the pretext of giving back to new and old customers, increasing popularity, and expanding market share. Of course, the most fundamental purpose is to spend money suddenly. After seeing this new installation business, Pei Qian decided to add it to the 1024 Programmers Day event. Programmers Day, if there are only discounts for takeaway and logistics, it is a bit unworthy of the name. Now adding computer hosts, it's just right. ROF, the computer installation brand, can also join this event, but some changes need to be made. First of all, there are too few categories at present, and there is only one configuration, which cannot meet the needs of everyone well. I think we can have 3 configurations, $79.99, $119.99, and $159.99. During the event, we will have a cost price promotion, and all these computers will be sold at the price of accessories, which is equivalent to giving away the door-to-door service and installation fees for free. Let's have a free upgrade. $79.99 can be upgraded to $11,999, and $11,999 can be upgraded to $159.99. The first 100 customers can enjoy the free upgrade. After the 100th, lucky customers will be randomly selected to upgrade for free. Then Moyu Internet Cafe can also regularly draw prizes, and a lucky user will be randomly given a host. Of course, these are all activities from October 24th to October 31st. After the expiration, the normal price will be restored. Holding a promotion like this will not only increase the popularity, but also build a good reputation. It's not too much to spend a little money, right? Pei Qian didn't say this to the 3 people present, but to the system. Sure enough, the system did not prohibit it. There is a vague limit between promotion and free. As long as it looks like a promotion, and some discounts are used to exchange for popularity, then the system will turn a blind eye. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh, the real industry is still good. Games can't do this kind of operation. After the development is completed, the game basically has no cost, and the more discounts and promotions, the more money can be made. However, the physical industry itself requires very high labor costs and rental costs. As long as it is not a long-term behavior and can be exchanged for fame and reputation, it is not considered a malicious loss in the system. In addition, the previously proposed large-scale stocking of goods, after the money is spent, the goods will be piled up and cannot be sold. When the new batch of products comes out, they can only be sold at a discount, which will result in another loss. Great! After listening to Mr. Pei's story, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Mr. Pei is indeed far-sighted and generous. But I have a small suggestion. Although 1024 is Programmers' Day, if we use this as a slogan for publicity, the effect may not be very good. After all, our target group is everyone, not just programmers. In my opinion, it is better to call it 1024 Digital Festival, which is more targeted and easier to spread. Pei Qian nodded, well, okay. He also felt that the name 1024 Programmers' Day was not very appropriate. Originally, this festival was just a discount for takeout and express delivery, and it was a bit far-fetched to call it Programmers' Day. Now this festival includes takeout, logistics, and computer-complete machines, and it is easier to remember it as 1024 Digital Festival. The more people in Jingzhou pay attention to it, the more Pei Qian loses. Add to that the labor costs that surged during the holidays. Isn't this another large sum of money spent? Zhang Yuan was also very excited and looked very motivated. President Pei is so open-minded. He trusts me too much. Before, Zhang Yuan just wanted to do a small business, and then he would go with the model of half-assembled machine online store, take advantage of the popularity of Moyu Internet Cafe, target the local tycoon market, and make a little money. But President Pei was so generous, and this support was really touching. Don't worry, President Pei, I will definitely do this properly. Pei Qian nodded, well, it's still the same as before, don't be afraid to spend money, understand? President Pei now understands that being stabbed in the back by employees is inevitable. The stall is getting bigger and bigger, and Pei Qian can't do everything himself, and his subordinates can't report everything they do. They can only report once in a while. It is normal to have some time difference and information gap. With so many people under him, it is possible that someone will be full and want to do something. After all, President Pei's treatment is so good, everyone's life is guaranteed, and some people want to achieve higher-level needs and want to make a difference in their careers. This is a very normal idea. So when everyone was madly backstabbing President Pei himself also had a problem. He let everyone eat too much. If you live a carefree life, don't you have to think about how to make a career? Pei Qian could only sigh that no matter how many mistakes he made, it was all President Pei's fault. But this matter is not necessarily a bad thing. The key lies in how you look at it. If you think about it in a bad way, these people all want Mr. Pei to die, but if you think about it in a good way, these people's messing around may also provide Mr. Pei with some opportunities to lose money. As the saying goes, it is better to loosen than to block. Take this incident for example. Originally, Zhang Yuan was just making a small move. He took advantage of the popularity of Moyu Internet Cafe and the convenience of reverse logistics to build an installation brand. Although he didn't make much money, it was difficult to lose money. The most likely result was to make a little money. But after Pei Qian made some operations, he could directly spend a lot more money in this cycle. Isn't this a bad thing turned into a good thing? Pei Qian laughed, fortunately I am a genius, otherwise I would really be broken by these employees. After a simple arrangement, the pre-promotion of the 1024 Digital Festival will be carried out in full swing. October 14th. The end. The joint event with Turning Back is the shore is ready. The efficiency of the event preparation was very high, mainly because Pei Qian was also very clear that the surge in traffic at the end point was mainly due to the popularity of turning back. This popularity may not last long, and the sooner this event is launched, the sooner these traffic can be stabilized. It's almost done, let's issue an announcement. Pei Qian and Liada briefly touched, and both parties issued an announcement at the same time. The announcement detailed the details of this linkage. The endpoint launched a 7-day login activity. New users can complete some simple tasks to get rewards such as free reading of the entire site and the disguise pill props in Turning Back is the Shore. Turning Back is the Shore also issued an announcement, reminding players that all Tenda accounts have been connected and they can log into the website directly to receive rewards. In addition, Pei Qian also arranged for his editors to communicate with the authors. The traffic has skyrocketed during this period, please add more chapters for me. Since the endpoint was officially launched, Pei Qian has been guiding these editors, and the editors are constantly selecting manuscripts and selecting some good seedlings from these low-level authors who are mixed with full attendance. Later, the endpoint gave a group of excellent authors additional manuscript fees, so that their income can be on par with other large websites, which greatly improved the enthusiasm of these people. Now, taking advantage of this wave of large traffic, more writing can make more money, and the authors of the entire website are naturally filled with a kind of chicken blood atmosphere. There are also many authors who have saved manuscripts in advance, waiting for them to burst out in one go during the linkage days, and strive to rush to the list and increase the exposure of their books. We have traffic, and the website has a number of good works. Whether it will succeed or not depends on this one move. Pei Qian was nervous and excited. He had originally given up on the online literature industry, but it was President Pei who gave him full trust and handed the finish line to him. More than 3 months have passed. Pei Qian has worked diligently and wholeheartedly, and finally found an opportunity to repay President Pei and turn the website from loss to profit. Chapter 294, Keep the money for yourself, don't transfer it back to me. The Chinese website, the game details page, and the official Weibo of Tenda Games updated the announcement almost at the same time, which soon attracted widespread attention from players. Huh? The official website of Turning Back is the Shore actually linked up with a novel website? Isn't this the website that serializes the official novel? This event reward is too good. Not only is there free reading on the website, but there is also a reward in the game. Disguise pill? Can it change the character model? Damn, don't stop me, I want this prop. And the accounts are already interconnected? That's great, so I don't have to register an account again. I have been following this website. The books at the beginning were pretty rubbish, but recently there are a few new books that look pretty good, not worse than the fine books on the Infinite Chinese website. I can also read them when I'm bored. For the disguise pill, go. The players responded enthusiastically. In the final analysis, the rewards are well chosen. The character in Turning Back is not a Shore, is just an ordinary man, and there is no face shaping process for the time being. After all, Pei Qian wanted to use this as much as possible to dissuade some appearance lovers. In this way, the ability to change the model becomes quite important. There are some NPCs in the game that are similar in size to the protagonist, especially some female NPCs. When players heard that they could change their models to these girls, they were excited. Of course, female NPCs in this worldview setting must be too good to look at, and they are far inferior to those little yellow butters who are proficient in this. But after all, the story background of this game is like this. After seeing these monsters and ghosts, any female NPC can achieve the effect of a so competing with Diaochan. Therefore, a large number of players ran to the Chinese website of the end to do tasks, just waiting to get the disguise pill after 7 days. Such a good prop does not cost money, and you can get it after logging in for 7 days. It's a waste not to get it. On the other hand, a group of excellent novels have also emerged on the Chinese website of the end. Under the tireless guidance of the editors, there are always some failed authors who will open up and happen to write some good and refreshing articles. Pei Qian will find these good seedlings through data, and use the subsidy of President Pei to supplement the royalties of the authors, so that they can get income no less than that of other large websites, which greatly stimulates the enthusiasm of the authors. During the event, many authors started to update their works frequently, which further increased the reader's stickiness. So, with works and readers, Dian Chinese Network naturally entered a positive cycle. Many players who were originally readers of Wuxian Chinese Network are also happy to collect another web page and follow different novels on both sides at the same time. With readers paying, the website no longer relies on subsidies from President Pei, and can gradually become self-sufficient. Seeing the surge in the number of readers on the website, Pei Qian was very pleased. Report this good news to President Pei. Pei Qian dialed President Pei's phone very proudly. Hello. President Pei on the other end of the phone spoke with a nasal tone. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. President Pei, do you have a cold? Sorry, I shouldn't bother you at this time. Every Tenda employee is very concerned about President Pei's health. After all, he is everyone's leader. Pei Qian, no big deal. Did the website encounter any difficulties? Tell me quickly. Pei Qian didn't know if he heard it wrong or because of psychological effects. He always felt that there seemed to be a little expectation in President Pei's tone. Expecting the website to encounter difficulties? That's impossible. It must be because President Pei's voice changed after he got sick, so he had an illusion. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Boss Pei, there is good news. Starting from next month, we won't need to give so much subsidy to website authors. I plan to return part of it before the end of the month. After another 3 or 4 months, maybe Endpoint Chinese Network will be completely self-sufficient. Mr. Pei on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time and said, Ah? Pei Qian continued, Mr. Pei, you have been very effective in attracting traffic to the End Chinese website through turning back as the shore. During this period, a large number of players have flocked to the End Chinese website, which has brought quite good popularity to the website. So I thought about it and started a linkage with Liada. So far, the effect is quite good. Not only has the number of registered users and active users of the website increased, but the follow-up reading data of some novels has also increased significantly. This shows that many players not only come to take a look at the official novels and leave, but really stay and become readers of our website. With these recharged readers, the website's recent income will definitely be greatly improved, so there will be no need to use so many subsidy funds for authors. So I am considering sending part of the money back to Tenda, so that the money can be spent on more meaningful things. Before Pei Qian finished speaking, Mr. Pei on the other end of the phone had already flatly refused. No need. Don't do that. Pei Qian, huh? Pei Qian coughed twice and regained his composure. This money is not important. The sales of turning back are so good, why are you still worried about Tenda's lack of money? On the contrary, it is the End Chinese Network that needs money more. We are just getting started now? We just saw the hope of turning losses into profits. We are still far from becoming a giant online literature network like Infinite Chinese Network. Keep this money, don't transfer it back. No matter what you think of this month, you must spend it for me. New readers are coming, shouldn't you give them some benefits? Authors work so hard to write books, and they have been generating electricity with love before, shouldn't you give them some compensation? Employees are so tired from working overtime, shouldn't you organize a team-building activity to increase cohesion? Or, you can find a few more programs to make the website better and optimize the mobile app. With so many readers pouring in at once, are the original servers and bandwidth enough? If not, buy more quickly. There are so many places to spend money, why are you thinking about saving costs? It's not your money, why are you so stingy? Spend it quickly, and ask me for it after you spend it. After listening to Mr. Pei's words, Ma Yichun felt ashamed. I was thinking completely wrong. Ma Yichun wanted to turn the website from loss to profit as soon as possible to save money for Mr. Pei. After all, the website is always burning money, including the salaries of editors, the operating expenses of the website, the full attendance and subsidies of the authors, etc. This made Ma Yichun feel very uneasy, and he had been thinking about how to help Mr. Pei earn the money back. But Mr. Pei's words today woke him up. Although profit is very important, the development of the website is more important. And Chinese network is part of Mr. Pei's overall layout. It is still at a very small scale. Even if it turns losses into profits, it is nothing more than making a little money. It can't be compared with giants like Infinite Chinese Network. From this perspective, Tenda Games has already walked in the front, and Chinese Network is like a little brother following behind the big brother, step by step. At this time, there is no need to think about sharing the worries for the big brother. Seizing the time to grow is the most important thing. Ma Yichun was deeply moved, not only because Mr. Pei has planned a bright future for Chinese Network, but also because Mr. Pei trusts him so much. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will definitely spend this money on website construction, you can rest assured. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian silently turned on the computer to check the situation of Chinese Network. Although the background data of the website cannot be seen, there are still some ways to reflect the popularity from the side. Just click on any book on the homepage and take a look at its book review section to find out. Originally, the book review sections of these books were either deserted or full of criticism, which looked quite miserable, but now, when I clicked on a few books on the homepage, the book review area actually became normal. Some people urged for updates, some wrote serious book reviews, and some discussed the plot. The various website data of these books, such as recommendation votes, collections, etc., all showed a significant increase. It's not just one or two books, but the books on the homepage are generally like this. Pei Qian knew very well that there is no fraud on the Chinese website at present. Once those books that maliciously brush data are found, they will be removed from the recommendation position. It is impossible to hang them on the homepage so openly. In other words, all the books on the homepage are real data, and the number of readers is indeed increasing. This is not the worst part. Pei Qian was surprised to find that compared with the previous novels, whether in terms of subject matter, rhythm or writing style, these novels on the homepage seem to have made great progress. Pei Qian had also read a few novels on the Chinese website before, and they were basically the most flops. The whole article was incomprehensible and would be abandoned decisively after reading one or two chapters. But now, at least these books on the homepage look like that. The title and introduction are more attractive, the pace is obviously faster, and the excitement is much better. In short, it has the flavor of online literature. No wonder the data of these books have improved. The influx of a large number of readers is only one reason. The more fundamental reason is that the quality of these books has been improved, so readers can stay. Of course, the quality of these books cannot be considered very high. At most, they may be at the level of the boutiques on the Infinite Chinese website, but they are already readable. What's going on? Pei Qian frowned slightly and found the problem. Ma Yichun should not understand online literature, right? After all, he has been a failure in every book he writes. Obviously, there is a huge deviation in his understanding of online literature. If Ma Yichun does not understand online literature, then the editors he taught must not understand it either. The entire editing team does not understand online literature. Then how did these seemingly good online articles get selected to the homepage of the website? Is it based on data? Well, there is also this possibility. Pei Qian originally had some doubts, whether he had made some misjudgments about the true level of Ma Yichun. but then he thought, readers are the biggest filter. Although the number of readers on the Chinese website is not large at present, the filtering effect will not change. Pei Qian does not actually need to read every book. He just needs to pick books with better data and keep recommending them. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it. The payment will be settled soon. Just spend the money honestly. There is no time to care about these trivial matters. Pei Qian threw his phone to the bedside, intending to enter ostrich mode. In short, now he just hopes that no one will bother him, and each department should find a way to spend the extra money they earn, so as not to create a burden for President Pei. Just as he was about to take a nap, his phone rang again. He took the phone and saw that it was Assistant Qian calling. President Pei, the official hopes to do an exclusive interview with you to interview your mental journey in making these games. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. I'm very busy, can I not go? Chapter 295 Mr. Pei, there is a personal bonus of 100,000 yuan. Mr. Pei, the chief designer of Tenda Games, was extremely reluctant. The official interviewed me and asked me about the mental journey of making these games? The mental journey was, I am so miserable. I make money from making a game, why is it so difficult to make a game that loses money? I am afraid that the official will raise many questions about game producer and turning back, repeatedly whipping the corpse and opening Mr. Pei's wounds again. This is too difficult. What's more, will the interview have a certain publicity effect? Will more players come to buy Tenda's games? Therefore, Pei Qian resisted instinctively. Assistant Qian was silent for a moment, and said in a persuasive tone, it's better to go? After all, this is an official interview. Ordinary game companies don't have this opportunity to be interviewed. The official has helped our company a lot so far, and we have to give the official a face. Pei Qian inexplicably felt like a primary school student who didn't want to go to class. Pei Qian got angry when he talked about the help the government had given to Tenda so far. Is that help? It's okay to give them a recommendation position, but they also gave them special recommendations and praised the game to mislead consumers. The worst thing is that the profit sharing was changed to 30 to 70. Every time, President Pei suffered heavy losses. If the official hadn't been messing around behind the scenes, would President Pei still be thinking about how to lose money when he had a cold? Pei Qian thought about it and asked, if I don't go, will the official ban me? Will they not give Tenda a recommendation position in the future, and will the profit sharing be changed from 30 to 70 to 50 to 50? Assistant Qian was speechless for a moment. That's not the case. Won't he be banned? That would be a pity. Pei Qian thought, if he could offend the official, it would be great if he could get fewer recommendation positions in the future. Assistant Qian said, the other party said that it's just a simple chat and won't take up much of your time. In that case, why not do it? Pei Qian. Assistant Qian said, by the way, during this interview, they said they would also give us an official certified trophy to recognize our company's outstanding contribution to original games. Pei Qian. Assistant Qian, there will also be a personal reward for you. In order to recognize your outstanding achievements as a designer, there is a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Of course, the money is not much, mainly. Pei Qian, let them come. Ah? Assistant Qian was stunned. He never expected that President Pei's attitude would suddenly change 180 degrees. He was extremely resistant just now. How come he agreed in the blink of an eye? Pei Qian coughed twice. I thought about it and I really should accept this interview. The main thing is that this honor is not just mine, but the result of the joint efforts of all Tenda employees. Although I am busy with work and not interested in similar honors, my employees should get this opportunity to be recognized. So, for the sake of Tenda's employees, I still have to accept this interview. Pei Qian said righteously. Yes, Mr. Pei, you are right. Assistant Qian praised, after all, not everyone is as indifferent to fame and fortune as you are. You still have to strive for these rewards. Pei Qian thought for a while. How many reporters will come by then? Assistant Qian, it has not been determined yet. It depends on the scale of the interview. If it is just a text script, one reporter is enough. If you want to make a video, you must have another cameraman. These are not fixed. The specific number of people and the number of days of the interview mainly depends on our intention. Pei Qian nodded, okay. Since the official is so respectful, everything should be done according to the highest standards. Let them bring more entourage, and we will bear all the expenses when they arrive in Jingzhou. Assistant Qian, including accommodation and food? Pei Qian nodded and said, yes, it also includes air tickets. The official team came all the way to interview, so we must do our best to be the host. We will cover all these expenses. Assistant Qian did not ask any more questions. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will arrange it now. Mr. Pei originally wanted to refuse, but he did not expect that the cunning official would actually prepare a personal bonus. Of course, 100,000 yuan is not a lot for Mr. Pei now, but it is not a small amount either. Moreover, Pei Qian suddenly felt that this was also an opportunity to spend money. Since it has been decided to quench thirst with poison before settlement, it is better to be straightforward. The official reporter team came to Jingzhou, with air tickets, accommodation, and food all included, and then invited everyone to Mingyun private kitchen for a meal. Isn't this an expense? Of course, Pei Qian's doing this may also have some side effects, such as brushing up the official's favorability. Once the report comes out, it may lead to another increase in the sales of the game. But Pei Qian has already thought of a countermeasure. During the interview, I told the truth to ruin the player's favor. It would be best if I could create a controversial topic and indirectly hit the sales of the recent game. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Anyway, in order to make a loss during the settlement, Mr. Pei tried his best. October 17th, Sunday afternoon. Airport. Xia Jiang, who set foot on Jingzhou land for the first time, looked at the super-luxurious interview team behind him and felt that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. There were a total of 9 people in the official interview team this time. Xia Jiang was the editor-in-chief, responsible for the interview with President Pei, and brought an intern editor to help. For photographers, 1 host, 2 game consoles, and a young and strong guy to help and carry equipment. 2 cameramen, responsible for taking pictures. There was also a business person named Xiao Zhang, who was specifically responsible for contacting and arranging the itinerary of this interview. Except for the intern, all the 9 people were experienced and had a long history. This interview team can be said to be the ultimate dream. Ordinary interviews can't reach such a high standard. At most, there is a reporter, a videographer, and a cameraman. Sometimes the reporter and the cameraman will serve concurrently. How could it be as mobilizing as this time? As for Tenda, Xia Jiang had naturally heard about it a long time ago. He knew that it was a game company that was rising rapidly in Jingzhou, and its current main business was not limited to games. It is said that the boss of this company is quite legendary, so Xia Jiang and other people in the interview team were also full of curiosity. It was Tenda's request to bring so many people here. This means that Tenda attaches great importance to this interview. Therefore, when Xia Jiang received this task from the leader, he attached great importance to it and felt that it might be a very important interview task. This time, Tenda showed considerable sincerity and arranged a 7-seater business car and an ordinary business car. Not only did they pick up and drop off the whole journey, but they also covered the food and accommodation during the interview. The 2 cars directly took the interviewees to the hotel where they were staying, and the staff arranged for everyone to check in. It was still the same as when Xiao Laosher and Zhang Zuding came. The high-end hotel was arranged, and the room was thoughtfully prepared with fruit plates, desserts and coffee machines, which were of very high specifications. After a short rest, everyone gathered in the hotel lobby and prepared to go to Tenda Games to interview President Pei. On the other side, Pei Qian was confirming the itinerary of the interview team. Take them to some nice scenic spots in Jingzhou this afternoon. We'll have dinner at Mingyun Private Kitchen in the evening. The dishes have been arranged. Tomorrow, Monday, I can take everyone to experience the Moyu Internet Cafe. In the afternoon, we'll visit the remaining scenic spots in Jingzhou, especially those with more expensive tickets. We'll arrange for everyone to dine at other high-end restaurants in the evening. The day after tomorrow, it's almost time to start the interview. You can interview more employees from various departments, try to interview for 3 days, and shoot more materials. After the interview, let them rest in Jingzhou for one more day before leaving, until Saturday. Go to Mingyun Private Kitchen for a farewell meal on Saturday night. Then fly away on Sunday, exactly 1 week, perfect. When you leave, remember to buy some more presentable souvenirs, 10 for each person, and let them take them back to their colleagues. Well, that's about it. After calculating the expenses of this trip, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. In Pei Qian's eyes, these reporters are not tools to shoot videos for him, but good friends who can spend money for him. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. So many people have finally come to Jingzhou, and they must not be allowed to run away like this. After confirming the itinerary, Pei Qian looked at the time and it was probably about time to leave. When he arrived at the hotel, Pei Qian met the official interview team and expressed a warm welcome to Xia Jiang and others. Xia Jiang, like most people who met Pei Qian for the first time, was somewhat surprised at his youth. After the greetings, "Boss Pei, why don't we go to the company first? We have all the equipment ready and can start shooting at any time." Xia Jiang's mind was full of work. "No hurry, no hurry." Pei Qian waved his hand. "This afternoon, Assistant Qian will take everyone to stroll around Jingzhou and feel the local customs and people of Jingzhou first." Xia Jiang was stunned. "Ah? President Pei, let's get busy with work first. If we have time after finishing work, it's not too late to stroll around." Pei Qian said seriously, "This is busy with work. As the saying goes, the local water and soil nurture the local people. Tenda is an enterprise nurtured in Jingzhou. If you want to shoot Tenda, don't you have to shoot Jingzhou first?" In this way, everyone will go to some scenic spots in Jingzhou and feel the atmosphere and environment of Jingzhou, which will help the subsequent shooting work. A banquet has been arranged in the evening. Please feel the Jingzhou cuisine together and inspire everyone's creative inspiration. The guest follows the host's wishes. Everyone just listen to my arrangements. Okay, everyone get in the car. The confused shooting team was coaxed and deceived by President Pei and got on the car, and began to spend money in Jingzhou. Oh no, sightseeing trip. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 298. The interviewer and the interviewee reached a tacit understanding. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Coming out of the reception room, Pei Qian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It can be seen that this interview team is not here with good intentions. Pei Qian originally thought that this was a small problem that could be solved by just dealing with it. Isn't it just an interview? I will talk about it casually, the reporter will take notes casually, the readers will read it casually, and everyone will just pretend that nothing happened. I never expected that this editor-in-chief Xia's ability to confuse right and wrong is too strong. Now it seems that this is definitely not a small problem. If it is not handled properly, the consequences may be very serious. Pei Qian hurriedly pulled Assistant Qian aside. Who are the employees that Editor-in-Chief Xia wants to interview? Assistant Qian thought for a while. They are all outstanding employees in our Tenda who have outstanding work, such as Huang Sibo, Bao Su, Lin Wan, Lu Mingliang. Pei Qian took a breath of cold air. This is simply a list of thorns in Pei's eyes. Most of them are excellent employees who have been eliminated, and there are also problem households like Bao Su who need to be focused on. Moreover, these employees who are keen on backstabbing CEO Pei have one thing in common, that is, they like to imagine. Huang Sibo, Bao Su, and Lin Wan are all terrible imaginary freaks. If this person were to accept an interview with Editor-in-Chief Xia, the two sides' imaginations might not necessarily be additive, but might be multiplicative or exponential. Will this interview still be watchable? I'm afraid it will make President Pei have a myocardial infarction on the spot. Pei Qian instinctively wanted to arrange a replacement, but then he thought again that it was not appropriate to replace him. First of all, who can guarantee that other employees are not imaginary? Secondly, if a few ordinary employees at the bottom are really found to be interviewed, and they report their titles in front of Editor-in-Chief Xia, it would not be the case. At that time, Editor-in-Chief Xia must be confused. Why not arrange for key employees to be interviewed? Is there some other hidden secret? Then Editor-in-Chief Xia will find these imaginary freaks for interviews in private and give President Pei a surprise. This situation is too terrible, and Pei Qian can't imagine it. So, these people still have to be interviewed. As for how to save myself, Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, just tell them that they must not mention me during the interview. Even if they do, they must not say a good word about me. Do you hear me? Xian Hailu was stunned. Boss Pei, this may be a bit difficult? Pei Qian waved his hand. This is an order, it must be done. Go and notify them. Xian Hailu nodded, took out her phone and quickly checked several employees who were about to be interviewed, and sent a group message to convey Boss Pei's request. Then, Assistant Xian went to the reception room and briefly explained a few words to Editor Xia. Pei Qian still felt a little uneasy. But he had already told Editor Xia that he had other official business to deal with, and it would be difficult to explain if he stayed at Tenda. So, although he was a little worried, Pei Qian had to leave, thinking that he would wait until the interview was over today and make a long-term plan tomorrow morning. Huang Sibo came to the reception room and looked at this unprecedented posture, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. There were 3 cameras alone, 1 fixed camera, and 2 floating cameras shooting at different angles. In addition, Editor Xia looked very professional, which implied that the specifications of this interview were definitely not low. As the first outstanding employee of Tenda to receive the Dream Fund, Huang Sibo was the first to be interviewed, which was reasonable. Originally, he thought it was just a very ordinary interview, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, the protagonist to be interviewed was President Pei. As long as he truthfully described President Pei's glorious image, he could just say whatever the reporter asked. Wouldn't it be enough? But now, the situation has changed. Because before Huang Sibo came in, he received a key message, saying that he should not mention President Pei in the interview, and even if he did, he could not say anything good about him. Huang Sibo instantly felt a huge pressure. He didn't feel too confused. After all, Mr. Pei's ideas were always so wild and unconventional. Behind many unreasonable behaviors and requirements, there were often very complex and profound meanings. Huang Sibo and most of Tenda's employees were used to this. You can't say good things, but you certainly can't discredit Mr. Pei. Only a fool would discredit his boss in such an important interview. What's more, Mr. Pei has been very kind to everyone. Wouldn't it hurt to say bad things about Mr. Pei? Then we can only not mention Mr. Pei. However, if we can't complete the interview task according to Mr. Pei's requirements, what should we do? After all, there are 3 cameras shooting, and when the interview film is edited, a large number of players will watch it. It's impossible to just complete the task assigned by Mr. Pei and talk nonsense in front of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of players and embarrass Tenda, right? Dilemma. Therefore, Huang Sibo could only rack his brains to think about how to say it in order to satisfy Mr. Pei's requirements and avoid a big deviation in the interview, which would cause everyone's doubts. In such a short time, he couldn't think of a good way, so he could only respond to the questions raised by editor Xia. On the other side, Xia Jiang was also looking through the list of people who were about to be interviewed. Before the interview, Xia Jiang had already obtained this list, including their work experience, the areas they were responsible for, some outstanding work events, etc. This way, a lot of time for early communication can be saved, making the interview more efficient. Assistant Qian hinted that President Pei hoped that he would not be mentioned in the interview with employees as much as possible, and that he would dig more into the inner world of these outstanding employees. Xia Jiang expressed his understanding. The low-key President Pei never competed with employees for fame and fortune, leaving all opportunities to show his face to his employees. This is a very rare and noble quality. If someone else said this, Xia Jiang might doubt his motives. But President Pei said this, which made Xia Jiang feel it was natural. Therefore, Xia Jiang also decided to fully respect President Pei's intentions and avoid the topic of President Pei as much as possible. But, is that enough? Xia Jiang thinks it's not enough. President Pei can be indifferent to fame and fortune, and cannot compete for these false names at all. But Xia Jiang feels that as a professional reporter, he has the ability to let everyone know President Pei's noble character. He also has the obligation to restore the truth for everyone. So, how to convey President Pei's noble character while respecting President Pei's wishes and not mentioning him at all? This was a very difficult task, but Xia Jiang was ready. Huang Sibo sat down on the sofa, and Xia Jiang quickly read through his resume, and the interview officially began. Xia Jiang smiled and said, "Because of some reasons we both know, the content of today's interview will be slightly changed. You just need to answer the questions truthfully according to your own ideas, okay?" Huang Sibo nodded quickly. As expected, he is a professional reporter. It seems that there is a solution in advance. Don't worry. We all know that you are a veteran employee of Tenda. When you joined, the company should have been established not long ago. So, can you tell me why you wanted to join such a company at that time? Xia Jiang asked. Huang Sibo simply thought about the scene at that time. At first, I was doing odd jobs in another game company in Jingzhou. Because the salary was not proportional to the work, I happened to see Tenda's recruitment advertisement on the internet, so I wanted to try my luck. When I came for the interview, I actually met Lao Lu, the previous chief planner, but he didn't pass the interview, which made me more nervous. After arriving at the company, I found that although it was a startup company, the working environment was very good, which made me more determined to work here. I truthfully introduced my position and workability, and got a salary package that far exceeded my expectations, so I came here to work. Huang Sibo was very careful to hide the existence of Mr. Pei in the entire description. Xia Jiang nodded in tacit understanding and prepared to ask a few detailed questions about these contents. The company finally accepted you, but not the experienced chief planner of your previous company, right? Huang Sibo nodded, yes. At that time, Tenda was still a startup company, but the working environment was very good, right? Yes. You said that you got a salary far beyond your expectations. How did you communicate the salary package specifically? Huang Sibo thought for a while. Well, I took the initiative to propose a number, and then the salary I asked for doubled. Xia Jiang cast an approving look at Huang Sibo. Very good, that's the feeling. The two sides reached a tacit understanding, and the subsequent interview became very simple. Before you officially started making Fortress at Sea, you already had a rough idea of how to make this game, right? You didn't know the specific promotion method for this game at the beginning, right? After Fortress at Sea was completed, you left Tenda Games. Can you briefly explain why? Fei Huang Studio continued to lose money at the beginning, but it never took some low-end advertisements like ordinary video creators. This is because someone gave you advice, right? One question after another, Xia Jiang and Huang Sibo asked and answered, and had a good chat. It was not until noon that the interview with Huang Sibo finally came to an end. Xia Jiang was very satisfied with the interview and stood up to shake hands with Huang Sibo. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to accept the interview. I hope you can work smoothly and achieve more success. Moyu Internet Cafe. Pei Qian, who was playing this game, looked at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock. Logically, the first interview should have been completed, right? I don't know what exactly was just released, and I always feel unsure. But Pei Qian was embarrassed to ask, so he could only hope that these treasure employees would be obedient and not mention him as required. Pei Qian felt that this matter was a bit outrageous. It was someone else who was interviewed, so why was he so nervous? Chapter 296, What is a professional journalist? In the afternoon, we toured the city scenery in Jingzhou. In the evening, we feasted at Mingyun Private Kitchen. Xia Jiang and the interview team were very moved as they ate the lobster. This reception standard is too high. As a reporter, interviews are also divided into different standards. There are some lucrative jobs, but there are also some hard work. Generally speaking, if the other party invites an interview, the standard will definitely be higher. The other party will cover the transportation and accommodation expenses, and sometimes give each person 500 to 1,000 yuan in travel expenses, which is commonly known as red envelopes. But this interview with Tenda was not invited by Tenda, but was officially organized. According to convention, Tenda does not need to cover travel and accommodation expenses. But President Pei took the initiative to bear these expenses. Not only that, whether it is travel expenses or accommodation expenses, even including the usual business cars and meals, all are arranged according to such high standards, which makes everyone feel more valued. Coupled with this meal of inestimable value, Xia Jiang and others are simply a little flattered. At the dinner table, Xia Jiang was still considering whether he should talk to President Pei in advance and collect some interview materials in advance. However, when all kinds of dazzling rare ingredients were served, this matter was immediately forgotten. Just busy eating. There are many delicious things that I have only heard of but never seen. This time, they are all served to my mouth. How can I not try them? Moreover, the rhythm of the waiters serving the dishes here is obviously specially trained, and the time for each dish is just right, making people eat very smoothly. After eating the dessert, Xia Jiang touched his slightly bulging belly with some guilt. It's bad, President Pei took care of me too well, and I didn't find a chance to interrupt. After leaving Mingyun Private Kitchen, Xia Jiang quietly took out his mobile phone and opened Quanmin Dianping. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. Isn't this the nameless restaurant that was popular before? It is said that the reservations for this place are scheduled for 2 or 3 months later. It is so popular that even the locals in Jingzhou may not be able to eat it. The eyes of everyone looking at President Pei have a little more respect and gratitude. This film must be filmed well, and President Pei's intentions must not be let down. Xia Jiang was very touched. Boss Pei, thank you for the hospitality. Let's prepare a little after we go back tonight, and we will officially start the interview tomorrow morning, right? Pei Qian shook his head. No, I have other arrangements tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we will invite you to Moyu Internet Cafe to sit down and interview the game company. How can we not play games? In the afternoon, everyone can continue to experience the beauty of Jingzhou. Jingzhou is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. How can one afternoon be enough? We need to experience it more. Everyone should have a good rest tonight and tomorrow night. After all, we are tired from traveling. We have plenty of time and don't need to be so nervous. We will officially start the interview the day after tomorrow morning. Xia Jiang was stunned. Ah? Mr. Pei, would this be inappropriate? Pei Qian smiled and shook his head. What's inappropriate about this? Isn't it for everyone to film this interview better? The guest follows the host's wishes, just relax and listen to my arrangements. October 18th. In the morning, Xia Jiang and his party drank coffee and surfed the internet in Moyu Internet Cafe, and were amazed at this new internet cafe model. After all, Moyu Internet Cafe is currently limited to Jingzhou and has not spread to other big cities. In the afternoon, everyone took another half-day tour of Jingzhou and visited some of the remaining famous attractions. In the evening, President Pei arranged for everyone to have dinner at Swan Lake Restaurant. As for why they didn't have dinner at the nameless restaurant, President Pei also gave a simple explanation. There was no reservation. Swan Lake Restaurant is a buffet restaurant. Although the environment is still high-end and the dishes are still rich, Xia Jiang can clearly feel that it is much worse than the nameless restaurant. Whether it is from the ingredients, the cooking skills of the chef, the dining environment, the service, and other aspects, the difference can be clearly felt. But what is the difference? It is not very clear. It can only be said that these details accumulate and there is a big difference in experience. Xia Jiang was not dissatisfied with this, but was more moved. The meal at Swan Lake Restaurant is already very high-end, but compared with the nameless restaurant, it seems to be eclipsed. Then what high standards must have been for President Pei's welcoming banquet yesterday. Ordinary people coming to Jingzhou will definitely not enjoy this kind of treatment, right? President Pei is too open and generous. In the eyes of Xia Jiang and others, President Pei's image has become infinitely tall and noble. When everyone thought that President Pei, who developed so many classic games, was so low-key, they felt a little heartbroken. It was our dereliction of duty not to report to President Pei in time. I must do a good job of the interview, at least I can't let down the dinner last night. In the evening, Xia Jiang returned to the hotel, took out her notebook and quickly typed on the keyboard, organizing her thoughts for tomorrow's interview. She felt a little embarrassed if she didn't work. After arriving the day before yesterday, she first went to Jingzhou to play, then had a big meal and rested at night. Today, I went to an internet cafe to sit for a while, then visited several scenic spots in Jingzhou, and had another big meal in the evening. This is really a full meal and full of energy. Boss Pei's itinerary is quite reasonable and thoughtful. Jingzhou is so big that it is impossible to visit it in one day, so I specially divided it into 2 afternoons. The weather in the afternoon is relatively warm, which is suitable for walking outside. At the same time, the amount of exercise every day is not too much, so people will not feel tired. And I really got some materials that can be used in the interview. Xia Jiang recalled what she saw and heard in the past 2 days. At this moment, all the good things she ate turned into nutrition and flowed into her brain, making her inspiration burst. Especially this morning in the Moyu Internet Cafe, after playing several games of Tenda with the highest-end computer, Xia Jiang had a completely different game experience, which made her have a deeper understanding of Boss Pei's game design concept. For a moment, the literary ideas flowed. Xia Jiang believed that Boss Pei's game design concept that transcends the times, coupled with her first-class writing style, will surely burst out fierce sparks, making this interview a hot topic in the game circle. Early the next morning, the interview team arrived at Tenda's office. Although such a spacious and grand office location shocked the interview team, they still tried to remain calm as they had seen enough surprises in the past 2 days. There will be an interview process for employees later. Such a good office space is definitely a very important material and topic, and it is impossible to miss it. Today's main interview is with President Pei, and the interview location is arranged in Tenda's reception room. The main cameraman set up the main position and made an OK gesture, indicating that it can start at any time. The 2 cameras were carried by the other 2 cameramen to shoot other angles for later editing. Xia Jiang sat on the sofa and found that he was still a little nervous, which was a very rare thing. Pei Qian saw the 3 cameras outside the reception room and instantly felt like he was facing a great enemy. He quickly pulled Assistant Qian over and gave him a few simple instructions. 2 minutes later, Assistant Qian came to the reception room and pulled Xia Jiang to repeat President Pei's meaning. Editor Xia, Mr. Pei hopes that he won't use a camera during the interview, and only wants to produce a text. When interviewing other employees, we will show the video materials. Xia Jiang was stunned. How can that be possible? Mr. Pei is the protagonist of this interview. I took a lot of pictures of Jingzhou's scenery and Tingda's working environment, and then did a very detailed interview with the employees, but the protagonist never showed up. This is a bit inappropriate. Assistant Qian smiled and said, Editor-in-Chief Xia, to be honest, our President Pei is a very low-key person and doesn't like to show up in public. President Pei didn't plan to accept the interview this time. However, President Pei considered that the honor does not belong to him personally, but is the result of the joint efforts of all Tenda employees, and he hopes that employees will get this opportunity to be recognized. Therefore, President Pei hopes to leave more content to the employees. As for himself, a simple text interview is enough. But Editor-in-Chief Xia, don't worry, the employees we selected this time are all backbone employees, each of whom can stand on their own and have good topicality. Xia Jiang was instinctively reluctant. After traveling a long way, the most important President Pei was not filmed. This interview is not interesting? Without video materials, only text transcripts, the effect of this interview will definitely be greatly reduced. But President Pei is so kind to the interview team, and his sincerity is full. President Pei himself is indifferent to fame and fortune and doesn't want to show off too much, but he doesn't want to force others, right? Xia Jiang thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, since President Pei is indifferent to fame and fortune, let's do as President Pei wants. I will improvise and try to follow President Pei's intentions while ensuring the quality of the interview. All 3 cameras were turned off and turned on later when interviewing employees. Pei Qian then entered the reception room and sat on the sofa to accept the interview. Although Xia Jiang felt a little discouraged because all the cameras were turned off, he was an experienced professional reporter after all, and had experienced many interviews, so he quickly regained his state and quickly went through the key questions he wanted to ask in his mind. Boss Pei, we all know that since its establishment, Tenda Games has launched many excellent games with both good reputation and good sales, and the majority of players love your games very much. So, why did you choose the game industry instead of other fields? Is there any special opportunity? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. It was a decision made on the spur of the moment. I have always regretted this decision. I wish I had chosen other fields. Xia Jiang, ah? She smiled. Boss Pei, you are joking. You can make so many well-received games, which obviously reflects your deep accumulation. If you don't have accumulation, how can you make such profound games as game producer and turning back? Pei Qian showed a slightly bitter smile. It's true. In fact, I haven't mastered the use of the official editor yet. As for why these games can be made, there is no way. My employees are too excellent. Boss Pei said with a bit of gnashing of teeth. Xia Jiang looked serious and began to take shorthand in a small notebook. A genius designer with wild and unconventional ideas. I have never systematically learned any relevant game design knowledge. Is this what is called a natural talent? I have never been bound by traditional game design ideas, but have thrown away the constraints of those rules and regulations and let my ideas fly freely. I have full trust in my employees. I am humble and open-minded. I attribute all the credit to my employees. I am not greedy for credit, I don't take credit, and I am very low-key. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of Dingdian novel reading website. Chapter 297. Your profound thoughts are like the brilliant stars in the sky. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. Xiaojiang quickly completed the record and asked, Mr. Pei, we all know that the games produced by Tenda have achieved a double harvest of sales and reputation so far, which is a very rare thing. Many game developers are obsessed with profit and choose to overdraw the reputation of the game, thus causing some works that may become gods to die halfway. There are also some game developers whose works are well received, but not popular. Although they have good reputation, they cannot obtain enough profit, and are even unable to maintain the normal operation of the company. I have to say that both situations are very regrettable. Then, can you tell me how to balance sales and reputation at the same time? Pei Qian sighed silently. In fact, I have no interest in making money. I have never considered how to balance reputation and profit. Every time I feel that I will lose money, but I don't know why, I always inexplicably have a good reputation and sales soar. I think that so far, Tenda has made too much money, which makes me feel suffocated. I don't understand why players give me money while praising my game. This bothers me. Xiaojiang nodded seriously and continued to write. A designer who is free from material enjoyment and has a high pursuit of spiritual realm. A soul that no amount of money can add a little burden to it. Material enjoyment can be satisfied with just a little bit, spiritual pursuit is endless. Never worry about setting too high a goal, but always reflect on yourself. Is my thinking not high enough? He often asks himself this question. After quickly recording, Xiaojiang asked again. Mr. Pei, since you have achieved such outstanding achievements, what is your next goal? Pei Qian cleared his throat solemnly. My goal has never changed. I just want to make a game that loses money. Xiaojiang was stunned, then nodded and quickly recorded in the notebook. Is this the realm of seeking defeat alone? Most designers' lifelong pursuit is to make a successful game, but he is secretly looking forward to the favor of failure. Perhaps, boring victories have made him feel bored, and only an inadvertent failure can make him feel a little bit of challenge? Use failure as a mirror to understand gains and losses. There are many people who succeed through hard work, but there are very few who fail through hard work. It is hard to imagine how many storms one has experienced to develop such a strong and calm mentality. Xiaojiang felt that her writing was like a diuretic, and the rustling sound of the pen tip sweeping across the paper was endless. Pei Qian, who was sitting opposite her, began to fall into deep doubts about life. Several questions in his mind tortured his soul one after another. Why didn't she feel strange about my answer? What was she writing? Why did she have a completely "I understand" expression? The more Pei Qian read, the more guilty he felt. That's not right, director. Is there something wrong with the script? I'm already talking nonsense. Why didn't the reporter opposite raise any questions, but kept taking notes seriously, as if I said something very well? Pei Qian wanted to secretly take a look at what Xiaojiang was writing on the notebook, but the handwriting on the shorthand notebook was like ghost paintings, and he couldn't recognize a single word. Ask? It seemed a bit wrong. How could you ask a reporter what he had written down when he was interviewing you? Isn't that questioning his professionalism? It's too rude. Pei Qian looked calm and smiling, but he was actually confused. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He quickly moved on to the next question. Then, let's talk about your new work. Turning back is the shore. As we all know, you always choose different game types. What kind of internal driving force is spurring you to keep moving towards different fields? Is it the spirit of daring to step out of your comfort zone, or your instinct to keep making progress, or a detached attitude towards the game world? Pei Qian was speechless for a moment. It's getting more and more outrageous. The questions asked before were relatively objective, but this question has begun to be explicit. Pei Qian shook his head and denied it flatly, neither. I just simply hope to try some unknown fields, to increase the chance of failure. This time, Xiaojiang did not take notes in shorthand, but smiled. I understand. Pei Qian? You know what you know. I hate people like you who are self-righteous the most. Pei Qian was completely speechless. He was now 100% sure that the reporter must have misunderstood, and the mistake was very, very outrageous. Pei Qian was very crazy, but at this time reason told him to calm down. Regardless of whether the reporter misunderstood or not, Pei Qian could not forget his original purpose. He had to ruin his popularity as much as possible. He could attract negative feedback from the player community, which would reduce sales and even cause the next game to fail. Thinking of this, Pei Qian regained his calm expression and gestured to continue. Xia Jiang continued to ask, there are already many professional reviews of Turning Back as the Shore. Did you expect these professional game reviewers to evaluate this game in this way? Pei Qian shook his head, not at all. Xia Jiang smiled and said, so, did you originally think that the connotation of this game was very obscure, and you were prepared to not be understood? Huh? No. Pei Qian shook his head. I never expected that they would make so many excessive interpretations of this game. Excessive interpretation? Xia Jiang picked up the pen again. Pei Qian nodded, yes, it is completely overinterpreted. The highly praised plot was not written by me, but written by some graduates of the Department of Literature from the school. The difficulty of the game is so high, and it is not to increase the sense of substitution. I just want to make a game that abuses players. I will be very happy to see the players suffer. This is completely a kind of bad taste of mine. Do you understand what I mean? Pei Qian said very seriously. Xia Jiang also nodded very seriously, I understand, I understand. Pei Qian, Xia Jiang took a pen and wanted to take down some information, but he felt that it was not accurate enough, so he asked, what about Pudu? Pei Qian answered truthfully, it was a cheating weapon I left for myself, but it was accidentally discovered by the players. Xia Jiang nodded, so, you also played this game yourself? Pei Qian was silent. How can you say that? I didn't play it? It's such a simple question, so you don't have to lie, right? Besides, no one would believe it if you said it out. I played it? It doesn't seem to be appropriate. I just said that this game is purely for torturing players, but I also play it myself. Will it be understood that I am also a masochist? So, Pei Qian didn't know how to respond for a while. Xia Jiang had an expression of I understand very well and wrote furiously in the shorthand notebook. Pei's humor also left a deep impression on me. Perhaps such successful and strong people have a natural sense of humor, which makes the originally plain and dull interview interesting. Pei admitted very straightforwardly that Turning Back is the Shore is a game that enjoys torturing players. But, before torturing others, you first torture yourself. When many players suffer in the game, they will not think that the producer of this game has already felt the same pain they have suffered. Pudu is said to be for oneself, but isn't it for all living beings? I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. If there is no great compassion of sacrificing one's life to feed a tiger and cutting one's flesh to feed an eagle, how can a game like Turning Back as the Shore be made? Pei Qian, who had already said it quite clearly, felt a sense of despair in his heart when he looked at Xia Jiang, who was writing with a serious face. It's useless, he won't listen. It's completely a chicken talking to a duck, the two people's thinking is not on the same channel at all. Pei Qian had no idea how to answer the next question. Xia Jiang had finished recording and was ready to ask the next question. Pei Qian quickly raised his hand to signal to stop. Editor-in-Chief Xia. Mr. Pei, you say. Xia Jiang's face was full of sincerity. Pei Qian tried hard to choose his words. Do you think that your understanding of what I said is a little bit biased? Pei Qian thought he had tried hard to question the professionalism of Editor-in-Chief Xia, but Xia Jiang was not angry, but smiled and nodded. Boss Pei, I understand. Your thoughts are too profound. I tried hard to guess, but I can only guess part of it. Just like the brilliant stars in the sky, no matter how far you look, you can only see the most shining brilliance. And the magnificent beauty beyond your vision can only be hidden in the darkness. I'm sorry, Boss Pei, I have tried very hard. Pei Qian, ? Am I talking to you about whether you work hard or not? You are indeed working very hard and have been trying to misinterpret me. Why can't you explain it clearly? No, this interview must not continue. If it goes on like this, who knows what the final draft will look like. Pei Qian was thinking about how to get out of this situation when his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was the alarm for waking up at 10 o'clock. When the company is not busy, Pei Qian usually sleeps until 10 o'clock. Today's interview was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning, so Pei Qian set an additional alarm for waking up. Just then, the alarm for 10 o'clock rang. Pei Qian turned off the alarm at the speed of light, and then put the phone to his ear in a pretentious manner. Oh, okay. Then wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After putting away the phone, Pei Qian apologized. Editor Xia, it's really unfortunate that I have something to do at work. How about you continue to interview my employees? I have to go first. Editor Xia nodded hurriedly. Oh, okay, Mr. Pei. Today's interview has benefited me a lot, you go ahead. Pei Qian turned around and left silently. Forget it, if you can't afford to offend, you can afford to avoid it. If I continue the interview, I'm afraid I will become a Buddha on the spot, so I'll run away. Watching Mr. Pei leave, Editor Xia silently wrote another sentence in his notebook. The most terrible thing in the world is that geniuses work harder than ordinary people. After writing, Editor Xia signaled the cameraman to turn on the cameras. Let me see, who should the first employee be interviewed? Chapter 299. President Pei was hardened into an acting talent by life. Afternoon. The second employee to be interviewed was Bao Su. Xia Jiang had already figured out the pattern, so this interview was more familiar. You were once an internet addict in the eyes of everyone. You lived and ate in internet cafes all year round, had no goals, and lived a muddle-headed life, right? Then how did you come to Tenda later? Your first job was the concept design of the game. This position is very critical because the concept design is the soul of a game. Why do you think you got this position at that time? Tenda has an excellent employee selection. Although you won the second place, you still got a month of paid travel vacation. How did you feel at that time? You won the second place of excellent employee twice in a row. In the nearly 1 year since you started working, you have spent 2 months on paid travel. This is quite enviable. Why do you feel so troubled? Soon, Bao Su's interview was also completed. The next one is Lin Wan. Why did you choose to leave Tianhua Studio and come to Tenda, which was just founded not long ago? In the first few months at Tenda, you were doing some very basic work. Later, you were suddenly transferred to the newly acquired Shangyang Games as a director. It can be said that this is a very difficult task. What do you think is the reason for this transfer? When you took over Shangyang Games, it was just a mess with extremely poor revenue. When Hot Blood War Song was first launched, it was a micro-client, and the data was also poor. It was finally popular after the mobile game version was made. So how did you think of making a mobile game version? Now that you have proved your ability, what is the next goal? October 22nd, Friday. Yesterday, all the interviews with Tenda employees were completed. According to the original process, the interview team will continue to stay in Jingzhou on Friday and Saturday, eating, drinking, and playing everywhere, and wait for the last meal at Mingyun Private Kitchen on Saturday night, and then send souvenirs and send them to the airport on Sunday. Knowing that the interviews were all completed, Pei Qian dared to show up in the company. During this period, Pei Qian also asked Huang Sibo, Lu Mingliang, and others indirectly. After learning that they all strictly followed the instructions and did not reveal any topics about President Pei Qian felt a little relieved. As for what the interview would look like, Pei Qian couldn't figure it out, but since his interview only had a transcript, his presence should be relatively low, right? Of course, he couldn't have too much luck. This editor-in-chief Xia came with bad intentions, and it seemed that he would definitely praise Pei Qian, but Pei Qian thought about it and decided that things wouldn't be that bad. After all, the official had arranged many similar interviews, and most of the emerging star producers in China had appeared in interviews, and they were basically exaggerated. The purpose of the official interview was to introduce excellent designers and excellent game companies to players, so it was reasonable to give them a little publicity. But these interviews didn't have a very obvious effect. If they were posted on the official platform, they would at most be a good recommendation. Pei Qian had some radical ideas, such as driving Xia Jiang and others away. But if you think about it, you will know that it is impossible to do so. Do you really want to break up with the official and the media because of this? Is it that serious? Others may wonder if Mr. Pei is crazy. It is not certain that he will lose money at that time, and he will also lose his reputation and become socially dead, which is really a brain-dead behavior. So, Pei Qian can only leave it to fate. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. The reporter came all the way to do an interview, and said only good things. Pei Qian couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. In the morning, Pei Qian came to the hotel and met Editor Xia and his group again. Editor Xia, did the interview go well? I'm really sorry. I've been a bit busy with work recently and haven't been able to cooperate with the interview properly. Pei Qian said casually, his face remained calm and his heart was not beating. After all, he was a habitual offender. Life had forced Pei to become an acting school. Xia Jiang smiled and shook his head. What are you talking about, Pei? Pei has worked hard and made great contributions to the domestic game industry and the local economic development of Jingzhou. He is really a model of excellent entrepreneurs. It is also a great honor for me to be able to interview Pei. Pei, don't worry, the interview was very successful, and you will be satisfied when the report comes out. Pei Qian's heart stomped and thought it was not good. If Xia Jiang grabbed his hand at this time and hoped to shoot a few more shots or ask a few more questions, it means that the situation of this report will not be too good. But now seeing Xia Jiang's confident look, Pei Qian panicked. What did he interview? What will the final interview video look like? I can't imagine it. But Pei Qian couldn't ask them to interview him again, wouldn't that be courting death? So, Pei Qian could only say MMP in his heart while smiling, Editor Xia, you've worked hard. Let's have some fun in Jingzhou these 2 days and experience the local customs and people. We have arranged a farewell banquet and some small gifts for everyone on Saturday. Please ask Editor-in-Chief Xia to help us express our gratitude to the leaders of the platform. Xia Jiang hurriedly nodded, okay, Mr. Pei, I will. Then everyone have fun. I still have work to do, so I won't accompany you. Pei Qian said goodbye to everyone one by one, and then left with Assistant Qian. Walking out of the hotel lobby, Pei Qian said to Assistant Qian with a sullen face, arrange them to go to Jingzhou New World Amusement Park, roller coasters, bungee jumping machines, pendulums, haunted houses, bungee jumping, all arranged. Make sure everyone has a good time, don't neglect it. The day after tomorrow, I will prepare an aerial parachuting project for everyone, and make sure everyone can experience the local customs and customs of Jingzhou. The interview that gave Pei Qian a headache finally came to an end. Now Pei Qian is like a primary school student who has just finished an exam. His mentality is probably that although he doesn't know if he can pass, he at least filled in all the blanks. Anyway, what the interview will look like in the end, just leave it to fate. After returning to the company, Pei Qian turned his grief into motivation and continued to work on the 1024 digital festival. During the interview, everyone at Nifeng Logistics and Moyu Internet Cafe was busy making preparations. Now there are 2 days until October 24th, and the preparations have been almost completed. Zhang Yuan has rented warehouses near several Moyu Internet cafes, and rented a large warehouse in a place where the land price is relatively cheap in the suburbs of Jingzhou City, which is specially used to store various computer accessories. Of course, with so many places, it is definitely not enough to just pile up computer accessories and various peripherals. After all, there are not so many customers in the early stage, and there is no need to prepare so much. But Pei Qian didn't think there was anything wrong. If the warehouse is not full, it is not full. Wasting space is equivalent to wasting money. It's too late to be happy. In addition, considering the huge pressure brought by the event, Pei Qian also prepared for a rainy day and made preparations. Moyu Takeaway and Nifeng Logistics have recruited a large number of temporary and part-time workers, and they are charged according to short-term workload. After all, during the event, the workload of Moyu Takeaway and Nifeng Logistics may be very heavy. Even with the incentive of additional bonuses, the current takeaway and courier brothers may not be able to handle it. If the courier delivery is too slow and the courier is backlogged, it will be very bad. It's not that this will ruin the reputation, but it may affect the effect of losing money. Anyway, the hidden danger that may cause Mr. Pei to lose less money must be eliminated as soon as possible. The time of this 1024 digital festival is set from October 24th to 31st. During the event, all dishes of Moyu Takeaway will have a certain discount, and the delivery fee will be waived. Using Nifeng Station to send parcels will get a reduction in express delivery fees, and the commission for door-to-door express delivery will be cancelled. ROF customized hosts are arranged in 3 levels, and all computers are sold at the price of accessories during the event. At the same time, a free upgrade event is launched. The first 100 customers and the lucky customers randomly selected later can enjoy free upgrades from $79.99 to $119.99, or from $11,999 to $159.99. The highest-end host of $15,999 does not have an upgrade service, and will directly rebate 4,000 yuan, which is equivalent to buying a $15,999 host at a price of $11,999. Moyu Internet Cafe regularly draws and randomly gives away a host. Although these activities are in preparation, the publicity intensity of different activities is completely different. The business of Moyu Takeaway, Nifeng Station and ROF Custom Host has begun to promote crazily, spending a lot of advertising fees. The event page on the Moyu Takeaway app has been posted, and the takeaway man will also give a flyer with the dishes when delivering the food to the door. When the couriers from Nifeng Logistics deliver the goods to your door, they will also give you a promotional leaflet. At the same time, Lu Mingliang has also contacted various courier companies in advance, asking them to try to send the parcels here during the promotion period. Moyu Internet Cafe promoted the promotion of ROF hosts, but there are also some activities that are not promoted at all, such as the lucky draw for free hosts in Moyu Internet Cafe. This event will not be promoted in a big way. After the lucky players are drawn, they will be notified privately to prevent the spread of the news. After arranging for a while, Pei Qian felt that the burden on his shoulders was slightly relieved. Although many details have not been well grasped so far, Pei Qian felt that it was almost time to take a break. Logically speaking, with such a large discount, there will definitely be losses. The official settlement will be on October 31st, and no new projects will be launched from the 24th to the 31st, otherwise it will lead to a delay in settlement. Based on the current profitable projects, Pei Qian thinks that losing 700,000 or 800,000 this time should be a piece of cake, right? Thinking of this, Pei Qian leaned back in his chair with peace of mind, ready to take a break and watch some dramas. Always busy with work, hard-working President Pei will not be able to stand it. However, at this moment, a message was received on the phone, sent by Liada. Mr. Pei. The English and Japanese versions of Turning Back have been translated and proofread. The official has decided to launch the overseas version on the official platform tomorrow. There will be very good promotional resources by then, Mr. Pei, you can pay a little attention to it. Pei Qian looked at his phone and fell into a daze. Fuck. I actually forgot about this. The official platform settles accounts once a week, and the income will be credited to the account on Monday. Today is Friday. If the official releases the overseas version of Turning Back on Saturday, then the income from Saturday and Sunday will be credited to the account on Monday. This is another windfall out of thin air. Pei Qian fell into silence. 5 minutes later, he opened the previous activity form again and started to modify it in a miserable way. What's the point of taking a break? I still have to keep working. Chapter 300 Bao Su, you will be the leader in the future. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. October 23. The English and Japanese versions of Turning Back is the Shore are officially on sale. On the emerging foreign live broadcast website Link Live, Hao Shuaiqi has downloaded the English version as soon as possible and started the game again. But this time he is no longer playing the game according to the conventional route, but pursuing a speed pass. After such a long time of live broadcast, the number of subscribers to Hao Shuaiqi's live broadcast has been growing continuously, and it has reached more than 100,000 subscriptions, which is quite impressive on the emerging live broadcast website Link Live. Every day during the live broadcast, you can see the audience asking, when will the English version of this game be released? On the Isle of Ely, the video of Turning Back is the Shore released by Hao Shuaiqi has also gained extremely high popularity, and the remarks made by foreigners when watching the live broadcast of this game have also become a topic of great interest among domestic players. Now that the English version of Turning Back is the Shore is finally out, Hao Shuaiqi will naturally take this opportunity to promote it to all the audience. The audience in the live broadcast room are naturally cheering. I've been watching the live broadcast of this game. It looks like this is a very difficult action game. Thank you very much for introducing such a fun game to us. Great, the English version is finally out. God knows what I went through when I was playing the Chinese version. I have to say that the English version of this game is quite well made. I took a look and found that some key translations were done just right, translating the original meaning very well. It's really a conscientious developer who strives for perfection in details. Good reviews. A game that has made me, a person who originally has no interest in Chinese culture, addicted. I have watched the blogger pass the level several times. I believe this game will not be a problem for me. There are also many players who leave messages on the official overseas platform to support, or promote it spontaneously on major forums and websites. The overseas version of Turning Back is the Shore is in a very good situation. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Liada has been paying attention to the data on the external network. The more he pays attention, the more he sighs. I didn't expect that the data on the external network is even better than the domestic data. Boss Pei is so amazing. Liada is completely convinced. The multilingual version of Turning Back was produced by the official platform with high translation quality. However, even so, Liada is not 100% sure that this game will be popular abroad. The reason is simple. The cultural differences are too great, the domestic and foreign game markets are completely different. There are many games that are very popular in China, but they are not popular in foreign countries, and no matter how they are promoted, they are ineffective. There are also some games that are not popular in China, but they are very popular in foreign countries. Therefore, there are even a group of publishers specializing in the overseas market in China, who will work hard to study the tastes of foreign users and be responsible for the overseasization of some local games, which also has huge profits. The so-called overseaization is to transform a local game in all aspects from the style of painting, gameplay, game details, publicity methods, etc., so that it can better cater to the tastes of overseas players. Sometimes, in order to achieve better results, even the entire worldview packaging must be replaced with a Western fantasy background that is more acceptable to foreign players. Therefore, it is a low-probability event that a certain game is popular both in China and abroad. Games that have achieved this have undoubtedly become the pillar games and cash cows of game companies. Therefore, Liada was very surprised that Turning Back is the Shore could also achieve good results overseas. To be honest, Turning Back is the Shore does not look like a game that will be popular in the overseas market. The entire story background uses materials from traditional Chinese culture. Many elements that resonate strongly with domestic players, such as the Naiha Bridge, the three-live stone, Mangpa, etc., may not be felt by foreign players. But even so, foreign players still love this game so much, which is enough to show how successful this game is. This is all due to the hard work of President Pei. Thinking of the efforts made by President Pei for Turning Back to the Shore, Liada admired him from the bottom of his heart. First of all, it's the design of the game itself. Turning Back is a very hardcore action game that suits the tastes of overseas players very well. Pei risked being rejected by domestic players and developed a difficult gameplay. Perhaps it was intended to be popular both at home and abroad from the beginning? Second is the way of promotion. Many foreign bloggers on Link broadcasted Turning Back while looking up dictionaries, which made the game widely known overseas and also formed a hot topic for discussion. It is a low-probability event that foreign bloggers spontaneously recommend it, but then again, this is also determined by the characteristics of the game itself. The game itself is so good that even without Hao Shuiqi, other foreign bloggers would have discovered this game and spread it spontaneously. Finally, Pei told me not to rush to launch the overseas version. On the one hand, we are patiently waiting for the game to gain popularity overseas, and on the other hand, we are also leaving more time for translation so that the cultural connotation of this game can be accurately and elegantly translated. All these factors combined together have led to the success of the overseas version of Turning Back. Maybe this is what is called planning in the tent and winning thousands of miles away. Boss Pei is really thoughtful and considers everything. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. Liada sighed sincerely. Just as she was sighing, Pei Qian came to work. Liada stood up quickly. Boss Pei, about the overseas version of Turning Back, the current situation. Pei Qian's face darkened, and he quickly raised his hand to signal her to stop. No need to say. Liada nodded quickly. Okay, Boss Pei. Sure enough, Boss Pei had expected this long ago, and it was a bit redundant to announce the good news now. Pei Qian was a little speechless. It's bad luck to hear such bad news early in the morning. Boss Pei, the project team currently has no other tasks, just some simple bugs to fix. Liada said, I plan to assign them some version optimization work, or prepare to develop DLC, what do you think? DLC? No. Pei Qian was startled and hurriedly stopped this dangerous idea. He looked at Liada and said seriously, everyone has worked so hard for so long, why don't you take a good rest? Employees are Tingda's most valuable asset, so they must not be overworked. Besides, if you keep producing without input, no matter how much inspiration you have, it will dry up. As a game maker, you must play more games and collect more materials to keep making good games that are refreshing to players, understand? Don't do anything this week, let Bao Su lead everyone to play games. Bao Su, you will be the leader in the future, responsible for leading everyone to play games. Plan it and assign tasks to everyone. No matter what game it is, everyone must play for 40 hours this week. If you don't have enough game time, you will be held responsible. Bao Su, who was shrinking his neck and trying to reduce his presence, was shocked. Damn. My head is almost stuck in the monitor. How come it was still arranged by President Pei? Bao Su hurriedly stood up. Okay, President Pei. Pei Qian went to his office angrily. Everyone in the office looked at each other, and then all turned their eyes to Bao Su. Bao Su spread his hands in silence. Why are you looking at me? Everyone, hurry up and act. Don't make it difficult for me. Everyone in the office looked at each other, then hurriedly put down the unimportant work at hand and hurriedly opened the game. In the office, Pei Qian used his English level to look at the reviews of the English version of Turning Back is the Shore and sighed silently. Alas, although this result had been foreseen before the English version was produced, there was nothing he could do. Pei Qian originally thought that cultural barriers could block more than 90% of overseas players, but now he realized that he was too optimistic. I really didn't expect that these foreign players would bite raw meat in order to suffer, and even brought a group of bloggers who knew Chinese to fame. So, the official platform saw the enthusiastic response of this game in China and abroad, and decided to help find a translation team to produce an overseas version, and everything happened so naturally. Forget it, let it go. Pei Qian was already powerless about this. Finally, he entered the state of sharpening his gun before the battle, and went through the various activities of the 1024 Digital Festival again. In the afternoon, Pei Qian watched a play, took a nap in the office, and waited for the farewell banquet arranged for Editor-in-Chief Xia and others in the evening. At night, a 7-seater business car from Tenda and an ordinary business car stopped at the door of Mingyun private kitchen. Xia Jiang got out of the car, her face pale, and she didn't look very energetic. The people who got out of the car behind her didn't look very good either. A strong cameraman walked a little unsteadily and looked weak, probably because he had vomited. Obviously, most people are not very adaptable to such extremely stimulating entertainment activities. Xia Jiang recalled the unforgettable experience in Jingzhou's Intiandi amusement park today, and he felt terrible. Roller coaster, bungee jumping machine, pendulum, haunted house. Xia Jiang didn't know how he persisted, and his legs were still a little weak. Pei Qian had been waiting at the door of Mingyun private kitchen in advance. Seeing that everyone's mental state was so depressed, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile from the heart. Haha, I finally got back a victory. Let's see if you dare to stab me again. Pei Qian couldn't help but think happily, should I arrange a similar death dragon for all reporters coming to Jingzhou, so that no one will dare to come to interview in the future? How is it, Editor-in-Chief Xia, did everyone have fun today? Pei Qian was full of joy and smiled warmly. Xia Jiang forced a smile, happy. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction, just be happy. Everyone, have a good rest after dinner tonight. We have arranged a skydiving project for everyone tomorrow. It's very fun and you must not miss it. Xia Jiang. The next morning, the staff came to the hotel where Xia Jiang and others were staying, and only found the trophy, certificate and the 100,000 yuan bonus left for President Pei in the room. Next to the trophy, there was a letter left. President Pei, thank you very much for your warm hospitality during this period. We spent a very unforgettable time in Jingzhou. Due to the heavy workload, the leader suddenly arranged a new interview task, so we had to rush back. Mr. Pei is busy with work and did not have time to say goodbye in person. I deeply apologize. Please rest assured, Mr. Pei, this interview will be completed successfully. I hope there will be an opportunity for cooperation next time. Chapter 301 Why is the lucky draw still done secretly? Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian happily collected the 100,000 yuan, and put the trophy and certificate into the cabinet in the office, feeling much better. Finally, he got rid of his anger. Of course, Pei Qian did not forget to ask Assistant Qian to pay for the other party's return ticket. Although the money was not much, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is meat, and this expense must not be saved. After sending off the official interview team, I can finally calm down and spend money well. Today is October 24th, and the week-long 1024 Digital Festival officially begins. There has been a period of publicity and warm-up before, so the event has received a lot of attention since the beginning. The first is Moyu Takeaway. During the event, Moyu Takeaway dishes are discounted and free of delivery fees. It can be said that the more you sell, the more you lose. Early in the morning, new and old users began to order food using the Moyu Takeaway app. The chefs of several Moyu internet cafes had never been so busy before, and dishes were quickly prepared one after another. These dishes were quickly packed in exquisite tableware and put into the incubator. The delivery guy who had been waiting for a long time immediately rode his electric bike and delivered the food to the customers like a hard-working bee. Of course, the staff responsible for collecting meals or cleaning and disinfecting dishes are also very busy. Pei Qian has already considered the problem of insufficient manpower in advance, so he asked the staff of Moyu Takeaway to recruit many temporary workers, with daily wages, to ensure that there are enough staff and that the delivery will not be delayed. If the delivery is really delayed, there is no way, and red envelopes will be directly arranged to be given to customers for reduction. If the delay is too long, compensation will be paid at double the price of the dishes. In short, let Moyu Takeaway, which is already losing money, lose more. In addition, it also cost a lot of money to prepare uniforms, incubators, and electric vehicles for these temporary delivery boys. Walking on the streets of Qingshan, you can often see delivery boys wearing the yellow and blue uniforms of Moyu Takeaway riding electric vehicles to deliver food, which can be said to be a beautiful landscape. Completely different from the delivery boys who rode electric vehicles and rushed around in Pei Qian's memory, the delivery boys of Moyu Takeaway are not so impulsive. They strictly abide by traffic rules, do not squeeze people, do not cut in, and are quite polite. Anyway, the delivery guy will not be fined if the order is overdue, and all compensation to the customer will be borne by the Moyu food delivery platform. Moreover, Moyu Takeaway is more generous in its delivery fees than other platforms. The delivery guys can earn a decent income even if they run slowly every day. There is no need to take risks just to earn a few more orders. At Nifeng Logistics, it is also a busy scene. We have already contacted other express delivery companies. During the event, Nifeng Logistics will not charge any delivery fees, so many express delivery companies are happy to directly send the express to Nifeng Station. Mailing at Nifeng Station can get a certain postage reduction, and some users with such needs have also started to use Nifeng Station to mail goods. The Nifeng stations in Qingshan have become busy. The express delivery guys are constantly delivering and collecting items. Every time they receive or send a courier, the funds in Mr. Pei's system account will be reduced. The number of players in Moyu Internet Cafe has not increased significantly, but the number of people who buy ROF hosts has increased significantly. Before the Moyu Internet Cafe opened, many players were already queuing at the door. After the door opened, the first 100 hosts were snapped up in a short time, and they didn't last too long. Because it's too cost-effective. Originally, the consoles of these three levels were all at cost price, and the assembly fee, logistics fee, after-sales service, and other links were all free. With the upgrade event, the price may be more than 4,000 yuan cheaper, which is very attractive to players. Even though the top 100 places are gone, the enthusiasm of the public is still unabated. Pei Qian asked Zhang Yuan to spend a lot of money to prepare the goods, which came in handy at this time. The accessories in the warehouse were continuously sent to several warehouses. The staff quickly installed the machines, and after they were turned on, they arranged for Nifeng Logistics to deliver them to the door, which was extremely fast. Many people had just finished buying in the morning, and the host had been delivered at noon. The surprise was simply beyond words. At noon, Moyu Internet Cafe. Yu Heng was staring at the screen intently. His index finger gently tapped the left button of the mouse, and the muzzle on the screen immediately spurted out blue fire, hitting the zombies in front and staggering back. It must be said that the ultra-high computer configuration and high refresh rate large esports screen of Moyu Internet Cafe brought him an unprecedented gaming experience. After a game, Yu Heng leaned back in his chair and drank 2 sips of coffee. His excitement had not yet completely subsided. At this time, the network administrator standing next to him came over and whispered in his ear, "Sir, congratulations on winning the prize." Yu Heng was stunned. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the smiling network administrator, and was speechless for a while. Fraud? No, this network administrator has been working in this internet cafe, and I'm familiar with him. Such a big internet cafe can't be blatantly cheating people, right? Could it be that I'm really lucky today? Yu Heng looked at the network administrator doubtfully. What prize? Are you going to give me free internet? The network administrator smiled and said, "Sir, please leave your delivery address and contact information. You are the first lucky player drawn by our internet cafe today. We will give you a computer host of the same model as the internet cafe." Yu Heng almost thought he had heard wrongly. Ah? Free computer? Free? The network administrator smiled and nodded, whispering, "Yes, I will give you a ROF customized host for free." Yu Heng felt a little dizzy and a little scared. This is so weird. He has also participated in activities of other internet cafes, but other internet cafes will promote their activities with great fanfare. There will be a notice board at the door, and there will be promotional banners and posters on the wall. If someone really wins the prize, they will broadcast it to the whole internet cafe for 3 days so that all customers will know. But how come the Moyu Internet Cafe is so low-key? A host was won in the lottery, so it should be promoted with great fanfare? Why does it seem like something shady has been done, and it has to be whispered in the customer's ear? Yu Heng didn't know what was going on. If he hadn't been a regular customer of Moyu Internet Cafe, he would have almost run away and shouted that it was a black shop. But when he heard that it was a ROF host, Yu Heng couldn't help but be moved. He knew ROF. Recently, internet cafes have been promoting similar activities. The configuration of this host looks quite attractive, especially the upgrade activity, which can directly save 4,000 yuan, which is almost free. But Yu Heng has no money and can't even afford the lowest-end ROF host. Now, such a good host will be given away for free? Is this possible? Taking the pen and paper from the network administrator, Yu Heng wrote down his address doubtfully, room 403, building 14, main campus of Handong Jiaodong University, and then wrote his name and mobile phone number at the back. The network administrator nodded. "Okay, I will arrange the delivery for you right away. Please check it." The network administrator put away the pen and paper and left. Yu Heng scratched the back of his head, a little confused. What's going on? The network administrator came, asked for an address, and left again. That's it? Yu Heng even doubted whether he had won the prize. He thought the scene just now was an illusion, the sequelae of drinking too much coffee. Forget it, anyway, I didn't spend any money, just wait and see. Yu Heng didn't think much about it and continued to struggle in Fortress on the Sea. Wait, if there is something delivered to your door in a few days, then we'll talk about it. After playing until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the young man felt hungry and a little hungry. It's almost time to go back. I ordered a takeaway on the way, so that the takeaway would be delivered when I got to the dormitory. I could have a good sleep after eating. Life was wonderful. Just as I walked to the school gate, my cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yu Heng? Your express delivery has arrived downstairs. Yu Heng hurriedly said, Oh, okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Yu Heng whispered, Why did the takeaway arrive so fast today? In the past, he had ordered takeout from Moyu many times, so he had good control of time. When he walked downstairs to the dormitory, the takeout was delivered. But today, he had just walked into the school gate when he received a call. Yu Heng hurriedly took 2 steps and rushed to the dormitory building. As a result, when he was about to reach the dormitory, the phone rang again. Hello? Is this Mr. Yu Heng? Your takeout has arrived downstairs. Yu Heng was a little speechless. Don't rush, I'll be there soon. The takeout guy opposite was a little confused. Huh? Yu Heng was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the guy's voice seemed to have changed. Thinking carefully, it seems that the previous guy said the express has arrived. Yu Heng hurriedly said, Oh, sorry, I made a mistake, please wait a moment, I will be downstairs soon. After hanging up the phone, Yu Heng was confused. Express delivery? I haven't bought anything recently, where did the express delivery come from? And generally, express delivery will not be delivered to the dormitory. They are all lined up in the open space of the square waiting to be claimed. Why did this express delivery deliver to the dormitory downstairs? This treatment is too good, right? Yu Heng walked downstairs quickly and saw the blue and white uniform of the delivery boy from a distance. But next to the delivery boy, there was an electric tricycle, and in front of the delivery boy was a huge box. Yu Heng was even more confused, and he quickly stepped forward to take the takeaway from the delivery boy, and then came to the delivery boy. What is this? Yu Heng looked at the big box in front of him, his face full of confusion. The courier smiled and said, Your computer host has been delivered. Do you need help to move it upstairs? Yu Heng was stunned for a moment, and then he sighed in a daze, Fuck. I won the prize in the morning, and it was delivered in the afternoon? It's not that fast even if I ride a rocket. Before, Yu Heng had never thought about it at all. He thought that even if the winning was true, it would take 3 to 5 days for the general courier to deliver it. He had heard that ROF was a computer installation brand, and the accessories were all purchased online. He never expected that it would be delivered to the door so quickly. The speed was comparable to that of offline stores responsible for door-to-door delivery, or even faster. Excuse me, help me move it up. Yu Heng was instantly excited. Was he dreaming? When he arrived at the dormitory, several roommates were busy with their own things. Some were sleeping on the bed, and some were watching TV series on their laptops. The courier was very skilled. He put the big box on the ground, unpacked it, took out the host, and put it on Yu Heng's desk. The accommodation conditions at Handong Jiaotong University are much better than those at Handong University. There are no bunk beds, but a bed with a desk underneath, so the host can still be placed. Yu Heng shouted to the classmate next to him, Laoli, lend me your monitor. Oldly, who was on the bed opposite Yu Heng, was the only one in the dormitory with a desktop computer. Yu Heng himself also used a laptop, so he didn't have a monitor. And this console didn't come with a monitor. If you want to test the performance of the console, you can only borrow someone else's monitor. Oldly was playing a game, and when he turned his head and saw the cool console on Yu Heng's desk, his eyes widened. Fuck. Old Yu, did you win the lottery? Chapter 302 New Interview Method, Lead Blank, Update 1. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The whole dormitory was instantly alarmed and gathered around. Oldly quit the game, unplugged all the cables on the monitor, and moved them to Yu Heng's desk. The other roommates gathered around the brand new console, their eyes full of envy. The courier connected the console and the monitor very neatly, and after turning it on, it proved that the console was intact. This is the after-sales contact information. If there is any problem with the computer, or if it needs to be upgraded in the future, you can call this number for technical support. Then I wish you a happy game. If you are satisfied with my service, remember to give a 5-star praise. The courier left and helped take away the garbage in the dormitory. Hurry up, run a score. Everyone in the dormitory was more anxious than Yuhang. Soon, the score came out. This cool score and high-end and fashionable configuration simply blinded everyone's eyes. This computer must be at least 5 or 6,000. Someone was already swallowing his saliva. Oldly laughed, 5 or 6,000? Who are you looking down on? I've seen that all the configurations are first-class brands, 15,000 is not too bad. Yuhang's roommates exclaimed. 15,000 yuan for a host, this is simply a dream configuration. Lao Li's eyes were full of envy. As the person who knows the most about these hardware in the dormitory, he talked about these knowledge very well, and he could be called the king of strong talk, but when it came to installing the computer himself, he could only match a low-end and cost-effective host. The reason is simple: poverty. The living expenses of students are tight. Except for some rich second generations, who can afford a host of more than 10,000 yuan? Lao Yu, are you a hidden rich second generation? Or have you recently gone outside the school to be a gigolo to make money? Can you introduce any ways to the brothers? Everyone's eyes were full of envy. Yuhang said, Pa. You're the one who's been working as a gigolo. This is the prize I won. Recently, the Moyu Internet Cafe seems to be holding an event. After surfing the internet, there is a certain probability that you can draw a host. This is a prize I won. Lao Li's eyes lit up. Fuck, there is such a good thing? When did it happen? Yuhang said, it was today. I won it when I was surfing the internet in the morning, and it was delivered at noon. This efficiency is too fast. Everyone looked at each other. I've only heard of internet cafes giving away internet fees for winning prizes, but this is the first time I've heard of winning a host for winning prizes. Isn't this too rich? One of my buddies started to pack up, without saying a word. Lao Li said sourly, hey, don't think about it. Lao Yu is a European emperor, and there must be a lot of people participating in this event. If you go, don't even think about winning the prize. Maybe there won't even be an empty seat. It will be a wasted trip. Yuhang thought for a while. It's not necessarily true. The attendance rate of Moyu Internet Cafe has never been very high. In the morning, it was only about 60% to 70%. And this event is very low-key. After I won the prize, there was no big publicity. The network administrator just quietly wrote down my address and contact information, and no one else knew. Lao Li and others started to pack up without saying a word. Let's go to Moyu Internet Cafe, to surf the internet today. That's right, it doesn't matter whether you win the prize or not. We just want to experience what the legendary high-end internet cafe feels like. Hey, wait for me, I'm going to put on my pants. Where is the address? Who knows? Hey, wait for me for a while, I still have some work to do. You go ahead and get busy, we'll turn on the computer and wait for you. Yuhang couldn't help but laugh. This group of people is so real. Before, they thought that Moyu Internet Cafe was too expensive and didn't want to go there. Now, when they heard that they might win a prize, they couldn't sit still. Yuhang smiled and watched from the sidelines. Anyway, he had already won a prize, and it was impossible for him to win another prize if he went online again. When he opened the tableware of Moyu Takeaway, a smell of rice wafted out. Yuhang ate while downloading various games on his computer. The campus network is very slow, but it is still okay to play ordinary online games with an accelerator. If you don't use this computer to play games, it would be a waste of resources. While downloading games, Yuhang opened a shopping website and wondered what kind of monitor he should buy. This host costing more than 10,000 yuan, but it is not justified without an awesome high refresh rate gaming screen? Let alone the keyboard and mouse, if they are cheap, it will not be worthy of such an awesome host. Yu Heng was browsing the web when the phone rang again. Hello, your express delivery has arrived. Yu Heng was a little dizzy. Why is there another express delivery? It happened that Laoli and others were going to the Moyu Internet Cafe, so everyone went downstairs together. It was still the delivery guy from Nifeng Logistics, but it was not the same person just now, but a different person. This time, the guy took out a large box and several small boxes from the electric tricycle. Yu Heng was a little puzzled. What is this? The young man smiled and said, I just received instructions from the leader not long ago, saying that the lucky customers who won the prize at Moyu Internet Cafe will receive a monitor and a full set of peripherals in addition to the host, so I sent it to you as soon as possible. Yu Heng was overjoyed. Awesome. Laoli, you guys hurry up and move up with me. Laoli clasped his fists and said, goodbye. Everyone ran away in a flash. Moyu Internet Cafe Huanyu Tianjia store Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang were chatting while drinking coffee in the lounge area. Boss Pei is really generous. After this week's event, ROF's brand awareness should be completely promoted. Although there is a lot of loss for the time being, as long as the local customers in Jingzhou realize that ROF is a brand of computer installation with good quality and good after-sales service, the loss will definitely be recovered when the sales volume increases. What's more, the more accessories are purchased, the lower the overall price will be, and some costs can be saved in this regard. The only thing I don't understand is why Boss Pei doesn't allow large-scale publicity for the event of giving away hosts at Moyu Internet Cafe? Zhang Yuan was always a little puzzled. In his opinion, the event will only last for 7 days in total, and the event of giving away hosts by lottery can greatly increase the attendance rate of Moyu Internet Cafe, so it should be publicized in a big way. Although it will cost a certain amount of publicity, it can definitely be earned back through the profits of Moyu Internet Cafe. The two were chatting when they heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. This store, are there any seats available? Huh. Yes, there are still seats. Hurry up, and get on the computer. Several people who looked like students were panting, probably because they had run all the way here. After swiping their ID cards to pay at the front desk, they quickly sat down on the empty seats, turned on their computers and started surfing the internet. After a few minutes, more people came one after another and took seats at the speed of light. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Huh? These people were running so fast, they must not just come to play games online, they must have known about the activity of giving away consoles at Moyu Internet Cafe, so they were so active. By 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Moyu Internet Cafe was completely full. Some people couldn't wait for a seat, so they had to leave in despair, thinking of trying their luck at other Moyu Internet Cafes. Looking at the full Moyu Internet Cafe, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. So that's it. Boss Pei knew it a long time ago. Whether it's advertised or not, Moyu Internet Cafe will be full. In that case, why waste those publicity funds? This spirit of careful calculation and thrifty housekeeping is worth learning. On the other side, Pei Qian was rubbing his temples to relieve his headache. Although the plan was good, it seemed that there were still a lot of problems in the actual implementation. Especially about the activities of Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian found that he was simply too naive. Who says that if there is no publicity, players won't find it? It's only the first afternoon, and the players have already filled up all the empty seats in the Moyu Internet Cafe. It is foreseeable that in the next week, all Moyu Internet Cafes will probably be crazy full. Fortunately, Pei Qian reacted quickly and immediately gave all the lucky players who won the prize a monitor and a full set of peripherals, which cost him a lot of money. Pei Qian wanted to continue to increase the number of hosts, such as giving away more than a dozen a day, but was rejected by the system and had to give up. However, Pei Qian carefully calculated that although there were a few small accidents, it did not have much impact on the overall situation. It is still stable. At this rate of loss, Pei Qian can easily achieve a loss of 5 or 6 million without even needing his employees to help with spending money. After calculating this number, Pei Qian himself was shocked. Happiness came too suddenly, it was a bit unbelievable. Haha, it seems that I have found the right way to lose money. A future local tyrant star is rising. The dream of losing money to become the richest man is not far away. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel complacent. Although the next cycle will inevitably usher in various messes that are difficult to clean up, Pei Qian can't care so much. It's okay to lose money in this cycle, and the next cycle, who cares about the flood? If I really feel that there is no hope of losing money in the next cycle, I will just sit there for a while and let the system's wealth grow naturally. Even if the ratio is 100 to 1, it can still convert a lot of money. Even if I have to lose money, I can open other money-burning industries. Pei Qian thought happily and clicked on the official game platform, ready to find a fun game to play. However, as soon as he entered the platform homepage, he saw a striking interview topic. Exclusive interview with Tenda Games, bringing the perfection imagined by players into reality. There was also a subtitle, Uncover with the officials who is the producer of Turning Back to the Shore. Pei Qian was frightened. What's going on? He knew that the results of the interview would be out soon, but, this is too fast, right? On Sunday morning, the interview team left Qingzhou, and only more than 30 hours had passed. The interview was done so quickly? This is really exciting. Will you die if you are lazy and send the interview draft next month? Seeing this title, Pei Qian instinctively felt that something was wrong, and then thinking about the scene of the previous interview. The official should not make trouble. Pei Qian shuddered all over and quickly clicked on the topic. There were transcripts and video materials. But after a quick glance at the transcript, it seemed that there was not much mention of himself. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked carefully at the first line of small words, Pei Qian felt his heart sink again. Although the manuscript did not mention him much, the problem was not small at all. The introduction at the beginning reads, Shakespeare once said that there are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 readers, and the same story can be interpreted differently by different people. In this interview, the author adopted a brand new interview format. We will use the blank method to outline the profile of today's star producer. As for what kind of person he is? After reading this interview, I believe you will find the answer. Chapter 303, Huang Sibo's interview. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Pei Qian was a little dizzy. What does blank space mean? Isn't this just an ordinary interview? How come you made it so fancy? He hurried to read on. The main part of the documentary, first of all, is about the scenery of Qingzhou. This is the first time I've come to Qingzhou. I didn't have much impression of Qingzhou, I just knew it was the capital of Handong province. As an ordinary second-tier city, Qingzhou's various industries are not particularly developed, and there are no very famous places of interest or large enterprises. But after a deep understanding of the local customs and practices of Qingzhou, my views have changed dramatically. If I use a simple sentence to summarize, Qingzhou gives people the feeling of tradition and innovation coexisting. It's like an old tree that is sprouting new buds, and it makes people feel the weight of history and modern innovation at the same time. There are some places of interest here, which show the long history of this city. At the same time, there are many emerging companies, showing the vitality of this city. Although these historical sites may not be that famous, and these emerging companies may not be that large, this feeling of new and old, calmness and adventure, conservatism and innovation is still deeply imprinted in the blood of the city. As the saying goes, the land and water nurture the people. In Tenda, we can also see some shadows of Qingzhou. Sometimes, it seems very conservative and very stable. It has invested in many traditional industries, such as physical and logistics, and is down to earth, constantly changing people's lifestyles from the subtleties. Sometimes, it seems very radical and full of innovative spirit. The games it produces are often imaginative and unconventional, which amazes players. This Jingzhou spirit has made Tenda a unique enterprise. In just over a year, it has grown rapidly and left those companies that lie on the credit book far behind. Next, there are some pictures inside Tenda, including office areas, scenes of employees working and dining, scenes of slacking off in internet cafes, etc. Unlike most companies in Jingzhou, Tenda always provides employees with the best working environment and salary packages, which may even make people wonder if it is too much. But it turns out that the favorable working conditions have further stimulated the enthusiasm and creativity of employees, allowing Tenda to develop rapidly at an impressive speed. This introduction at the beginning completely ties Tenda and Jingzhou together. On the surface, it praises Jingzhou, but in fact, it also praises Tenda. It can only be said that the field trip of editor-in-chief Xia and his team to Jingzhou when they first arrived was not in vain. There are many shots of Jingzhou's landmark buildings. Although the beginning of the video is not long, it also fully reflects the customs of Jingzhou. It would not be out of place to use it as a promotional video for the city. In response, Pei Qian said that he was emotionally stable because this level of praise was within his expectations. The only thing he was a little worried about was that Tenda's welfare benefits were completely exposed. Of course, Pei Qian also knew that this matter could not be concealed for long. Jingzhou's workplace circle was so large, and Tenda was recruiting more and more employees. It was possible that someone would publicize the welfare benefits for the sake of showing off. But no matter how much it was spread before, it was only limited to Jingzhou. Now that this official video is released, I am afraid that a large number of talents from other cities will come to Jingzhou from afar to find jobs at Tenda. But again, let's talk about the next cycle and the next cycle. Pei Qian continued to read on. Next, the interview with Tenda employees began. Before the interview video came out, Huang Sibo's resume was briefly introduced. He used to work as an executive planner at a game company in Jingzhou City. After joining the startup Tenda Games, he was promoted to executive planner and led the development of Sea Fortress. He founded Fei Huang Studio and worked with director Zhu Xiaozi to shoot short videos such as Pei's Daily Life, documentary Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly, and short drama A Day in the Life of a Great Inventor. This resume can be called glamorous. You should know that for ordinary game producers, it is already worth bragging if they make a popular game. Some game producers even make a lot of money with just one successful game and wish they could eat it for a lifetime. Huang Sibo not only developed the domestic FPS classic game Sea Fortress, but also founded Fei Huang Studio and shot many short videos that became hot topics and popular. After crossing the border, he can still be so successful. In the eyes of anyone, this is a rare talent. What's more, all these resumes were completed in just 1 year, which is even more amazing. After a rough glance at these resumes, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. The interview focused on Huang Sibo and emphasized Huang Sibo's achievements. It was exactly what Mr. Pei expected. Below the resume was the interview video, and Pei Qian clicked it to view it. In the video, Huang Sibo and Xia Jiang sat at the two ends of the sofa. Xia Jiang asked questions and Huang Sibo answered them one by one. We all know that you are a veteran employee of Tenda. When you joined, the company should have been established not long ago. So, can you tell me why you joined such a company at that time? Xia Jiang asked with a smile. Huang Sibo thought about it briefly, and then replied, at the beginning, I did some odd jobs in another game company in Jingzhou. Huang Sibo briefly introduced the reasons and consequences of joining Tenda. Xia Jiang asked a few more targeted questions, including that Huang Sibo and his original chief planner both came for the interview, but Tenda accepted Huang Sibo and not Lao Lu. Tenda is a startup company, but the working environment is very good. Tenda took the initiative to increase the salary, so that Huang Xibo's salary doubled. Pei Qian didn't find any problems at first. Huang Xibo said this is all true. But looking at Xia Zhang's cunning and fruitful eyes when he asked the question in the video, Pei Qian vaguely felt something was wrong. As we continued reading, Xia Zhang's questions became more straightforward, such as the production ideas and prototype sources of Sea Fortress, the promotion methods, and why Huang Xibo left Tenda after the successful development of Sea Fortress. Huang Xibo also answered these questions truthfully. Indeed, before we officially started making Sea Fortress, the general framework of the game had already been established. It was decided from the beginning that this would be an FPS game with a deep story mode, enough consideration for novice players, and epic weapons priced at $888. In fact, at the beginning, I thought this approach was not reliable. Xia Jiang interrupted at the right time. Why? Huang Xibo smiled and explained, because from a traditional perspective, these 3 points are very risky. There has never been a precedent for domestic FPS games to make a story mode, and the few foreign FPS games that have made a story mode have more or less failed to adapt to the local environment in China. Moreover, domestic designers generally regard the creation of story modes as a thankless task, with high input and low output, extremely poor results and extremely low efficiency. At that time, FPS games were considered a type of competitive games, and they were all as hardcore as possible and took care of the feelings of core players as much as possible. Reducing the difficulty might put the game at the bottom of the contempt chain. As for the epic weapons priced at $888, there should be many people who think that they are crazy about money, haha. Huang Xibo smiled self-deprecatingly. To be honest, I thought so at the time. After all, I was deeply influenced by traditional game design thinking at that time. Xia Jiang nodded and agreed with Huang Xibo's words, indeed. But the success of Fortress at Sea proved that this general direction is very correct. Huang Xibo also nodded, that's right. The two people stopped talking at this point, without revealing who proposed the general framework of the game, but continued to the next topic. You didn't know how to promote this game at the beginning, right? The more Pei Qian looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Xia Zhang's question was getting more and more biased. You should ask more about what Huang Xibo was responsible for during the execution of the plan, what difficulties he encountered, and how he communicated and cooperated with other colleagues to overcome the difficulties. Why do you keep asking about something that Huang Xibo was not responsible for? Keep reading. After Fortress at Sea was completed, you left Tenda Games. Can you briefly explain why? Xia Jiang asked again. Huang Xibo smiled a little embarrassedly. Well, actually I didn't leave voluntarily. Xia Jiang, huh? Huang Xibo said with emotion, in fact, when I first made Fortress at Sea, I was extremely excited and ambitious. After all, I rose from a general planner in a small company in Jingzhou to the executive planner, and I also made such a successful game project. This sense of achievement in a short period of time is enough to make people dizzy. At that time, I was ready to devote my life to the game industry. If it were in other game companies, I would probably continue to be entrusted with important tasks and be responsible for the development of the next game. Xia Jiang nodded slightly and said, but in Tenda, all this did not happen. Huang Xibo smiled, yes, now when I think back to that day, I still feel like I'm dreaming. At that time, the entire project team was immersed in the joy of the success of Sea Fortress. I was also completing my work as usual. As a result, I was suddenly notified that the company would conduct an evaluation of outstanding employees, and I was selected as an outstanding employee without knowing it. Only then did I know that in addition to the trophy and certificate, the reward for outstanding employees is a 1 million dream fund. I can take this 1 million dream fund to any field I like and fulfill my dream. Chapter 304, The Existence of an Invisible Man. Xia Jiang, So, you left Tenda because you got the dream fund. Huang Sibo nodded, yes. When I first got the money, I was a little confused because I never thought I would have such a large sum of money. I thought about it for a long time and what I should do. After repeated consideration, I found that my favorite industry is not actually the game industry. When Sea Fortress became popular, I did think about fighting for the rest of my life in the game industry, but after getting the money, I thought about it carefully and found that what I wanted to do most was the film and television industry. So, I used the money to set up Fei Huang Studio and found a like-minded good friend Zhu Su, which opened a new journey in my life. Xia Jiang, so, this money can change your life. Huang Sibo nodded, that's right. This money made me really recognize myself, find my interests, and find the direction I am willing to fight for my whole life. Until now, I am very grateful for the selection of outstanding employees and the Dream Fund. This is not only a startup fund, it also allows me to better understand myself. Without this outstanding employee selection, there would be no me now, no Fei Huang Studio, and no series of excellent video works such as Pei's daily life and breaking the cocoon into a butterfly. The more Pei Qian listened, the more he felt that this interview was a bit wrong. Indeed, Pei Qian himself was not mentioned throughout the interview. Except for the name of the short video, Pei's daily life, the two words Pei did not appear. But there is obviously an invisible person in Huang Sibo's words. Who rejected the experienced Lao Lu during the interview and accepted Huang Sibo with a poor resume? Who directly doubled Huang Sibo's salary? Tenda's working environment is very good, because of whom? Huang Sibo did not understand the 3 requirements of Sea Fortress at the beginning, so who proposed them? Who paid for a dream fund to let Huang Sibo leave Tenda Games and establish Fei Huang Studio? Obviously, behind this series of questions, there is a person vaguely pointed. The boss behind Tenda. That is Pei Qian himself. Although Pei Qian was not mentioned in the interview, the audience can feel that there is a certain existence that has been influencing Huang Sibo and played a very critical role in his growth through this blank method. This role is called pointing the way out of the maze. After listening to this interview, people will be left with such an impression: Huang Sibo is indeed a talent. He is young, but he has been able to complete so many projects in a row, whether it is making games or short videos. However, such a talent was originally buried. If there is no invisible man as a bull to dig out Huang Sibo and point out a clear path for him, then Huang Sibo, a talent, will probably be buried. At least it is impossible for him to shine to such an extent in just 1 year like now. The greater possibility is only humiliated by the hands of slaves, dying in the stable, not known as a 1,000-mile horse. As the saying goes, there are often 1,000-mile horses, but bull is not often cherry. Huang Sibo's outstanding achievements have indeed proved that he is a 1,000-mile horse. However, the content of the interview has further proved the importance of bull. Pei Qian felt the cold sweat on his head. It seems that something is wrong. These two people sing the same tune, and their cooperation is very tacit. Pei Qian originally thought that Huang Sibo would seize this opportunity to brag about his achievements in front of the reporters, without mentioning anything about President Pei. However, Pei Qian was only half right. Huang Sibo did not mention anything about President Pei, but all his achievements belonged to President Pei. The effect of this method is even more obvious than directly praising. Pei Qian hurriedly looked down. The second employee to be interviewed was Bao Su. Bao Su's resume is also written above. From the initial internet addict to the game concept design of Sea Fortress, and then to the detail adjustment of many games, Bao Su has become a stabilizing figure in Tenda Games. The content of the interview is completely different from the angle of the interview with Huang Sibo, but the feeling is exactly the same. I heard that you were once an internet addict in the eyes of everyone, and you lived and ate in internet cafes all year round. Is this an exaggeration, or? Xia Jiang asked. Bao Su smiled a little embarrassedly. This is a true story, not exaggerated at all. I once lived in the internet cafe for 4 or 5 months from the end of winter to the beginning of spring until summer, and I never went back to the dormitory. Everyone in the internet cafe has changed into shorts and short-sleeved shirts, but I am still wearing a sweater and wool pants. Xiaozhang's eyes widened slightly, his face full of disbelief. Then how do you take a shower? Bao Su shook his head. No shower. Brush your teeth? No, at most I go to the bathroom of the internet cafe to wash my face and rinse my mouth. What do you do when you are sleepy? At night, I put the chairs in the internet cafe together and sleep. If I feel sleepy, I take a nap on the chairs. Is the internet fee and living expenses enough? I help people level and resell equipment online. I don't have any other expenses except the internet fee. When I am hungry, I eat a bowl of instant noodles to deal with it. If I am really hungry, I order takeout and eat something good. The money is barely enough. The shock on Xiaozhang's face was beyond words. Then, your hygiene and health problems, I'm afraid. Bao Su smiled again. Very bad. But I didn't really care about it at that time. Recently, I've also seen a lot of news about sudden death in internet cafes. Now that I think about it, I'm very lucky that I didn't die suddenly. Xiaojiang continued to ask, then why do you think you fell into such a state of life? Is it the so-called internet addiction? Bao Su was silent for a moment and replied, it's more of a sense of confusion about the future and a loss of goals. At that time, in addition to playing games online, there was nothing else that could stimulate me. I was not interested in anything else. Even if I left the internet cafe, I had nowhere to go. Over time, it became a vicious cycle. Looking back now, if that situation continued, I might have been ruined a long time ago. Xiaojiang asked at the right time, so, how did things change? Bao Su recalled the scene at that time. Someone found me in the internet cafe and asked me to design a game together. At first, I didn't believe it, but he was very sincere. He gave me 500 yuan and told me that the company had top-end computers and dual-screen monitors, and I could play games at will. 500 yuan is not much, but it was the first time I felt that I was valued and appreciated. At that time, I felt that I was not a useless person who had nothing to do except playing games. So, I walked out of the internet cafe. But at that time, I didn't expect that my life would change because of this. Xiaojiang asked again, you are also a very outstanding old employee in Tenda Games. It seems that you have won the second place in the best employee selection twice, and the reward is a 1-month paid travel vacation. How do you feel about such a reward? Bao Su smiled bitterly. I feel very regretful. Xiaojiang was stunned. Regret? Bao Su nodded. Yes, I regret being selected. Xiaojiang couldn't help laughing. This is really hard to understand. I think most people would laugh out loud if they had a similar paid travel opportunity, right? Bao Su shook his head helplessly. But I really don't want to go out. I would rather work in the company than go out and run around. Xiaojiang, but you still went. Bao Su nodded. Yes, I want to give up and let the vacation be postponed to the next person, but the system is the system and cannot be changed. Xiaojiang felt quite novel. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. The company arranged a full month of paid travel for employees. Not only did they pay their salaries, but they also reimbursed all the travel expenses. The employees don't want to go and hope to transfer to someone else. The company still doesn't agree to the transfer. If I hadn't heard it from you in person, I would have thought it was a rather clumsy lie. Bao Su spread his hands to show his helplessness. There was no way, these were all his heartfelt words. I think this is a bit unnecessary. If you are willing to transfer, why not approve it? Xiaojiang asked. Bao Su thought for a while and said, I think this may be good for me. In fact, I was really reluctant to go out at first, but after going out twice, everyone felt that my complexion had obviously improved and my body was much healthier. I think it may be because I really need to go out, so the transfer is not allowed. This should also be a kind of concern for employees. Although I am a little resistant, I know in my heart that this is right. Next, it was the interviews with other employees such as Lin Wan and Lu Mingliang. Each resume is bright and dazzling. As the director, Lin Wan participated in the development of Hot Blood War Song Power Up Edition, and it was she who made the decision to turn this game into a mobile game. LV Mingliang is the producer of Game Producer, and also the voice actor of the main narrator in the game, and is now in charge of the business of Nifeng Logistics. The interviews with these two people are similar to those with Huang Sibo. Behind the production of these two successful games, there is also an invisible person who constantly points the way for them. After these two interviews, Xia Jiang also made a summary. The 4 outstanding Tenda employees are just outstanding representatives among the hundreds of outstanding Tenda employees. They have different personalities, different resumes, and different positions. But there is no doubt that they are all very outstanding talents. Chapter 305. No one knows who I am, but the legend of my pretentiousness will always be spread in the world. Update 2. Huang Sibo is an employee with very comprehensive abilities. He has certain overall planning and leadership abilities, as well as strong business capabilities. He can be said to be a model of excellent employees. Bao Su has a very strong personality and is extremely enthusiastic about games. He is very demanding in his work, but he is not good at socializing and is not good at overall planning and leadership. Lin Wan is an idealist. She may not be very good at delving into some details, but once she sets her sights on a goal, she will unswervingly implement it. LV Mingliang's own ideas are not strong enough, and he lacks some opinions, but he is an excellent executor. After receiving a task, he can ensure that it is completed without any error. These 4 employees come from different places, but what they have in common is that they were once very confused and could not find the direction to strive for. But in Tenda, their personalities have been fully utilized. Huang Sibo, who has the most comprehensive abilities, went to be in charge of Fei Huang Studio and quickly grew into a leader who can stand on his own feet. Bao Su, who strives for perfection in games, stayed at Tenda and used his rich gaming experience to escort new games one after another. Lin Wan, an idealist, came to Shangyang Games and transformed an original Krypton Gold game into a conscientious game, which cleared the atmosphere of web games and mobile games. The excellent executor Lu Mingliang retired after completing Game Producer and was responsible for Tenda's extremely patient and careful adverse logistics. These talents with different personalities can shine only when they are placed in positions suitable for them. And this may be the fundamental reason why Tenda can grow and develop at a very fast speed. Although Ma Yang is the right-hand man and the right-hand man of President Pei, he did not accept the interview. Because Pei Qian was very worried that Ma Yang's intelligence could not keep the secret well, and once everyone knew that Ma Yang and Pei Qian were roommates, it would not be long before President Pei's identity was completely exposed. But the interviews of these 4 employees were enough to give President Pei a headache. Pei Qian now completely understood Xia Jiang's routine. This interview never mentioned President Pei from beginning to end, but if you pay a little attention, you will find that there is an invisible person between the lines of this interview. Who guides these outstanding employees? Who puts these outstanding employees in the right positions? Who created such a favorable working environment for them? Who determined the big goals and strategies for Tenda's development? It is obviously the boss behind Tenda. So, this interview is praising these Tenda employees on the surface, but in fact it is praising Tenda's boss. It's like talking about a dynasty in history that was full of talents. The court was full of wise ministers who dared to advise, the generals were brave and good at fighting, and the 4 barbarians were submissive. Is this praising these wise ministers and generals? Yes and no. In the final analysis, there must be a wise monarch. It is the wise monarch who promoted these civil officials and generals and put them in the right positions, so that they can shine for the country. If the monarch is stupid, no matter how many talents there are, they will only be squeezed out by those treacherous villains, and the prosperous era will be overturned in an instant. This documentary has basically achieved its purpose here. But it's not over yet. At the end of the video, there is another content as a conclusion. Today, we use the method of leaving blank space to outline the outline of today's star producer. Every audience should have a vague image of him. The author has also thought about doing a detailed interview with him to promote his spirit. But he said that the credit belongs to all Tenda employees. These achievements are due to the hard work and excellence of his employees. He just fulfilled his obligations. In order to better convey his thoughts, the following are his original words in the interview, hoping to add some color to his image. Choosing the game industry was a decision made on a whim. I have always regretted this decision. I wish I had chosen other fields. In fact, I have no interest in making money. I have never considered how to balance reputation and profit. But for some reason, the reputation is always inexplicably explosive, sales are soaring, and the money I make makes me feel suffocated. My goal is just to make it's just a money-losing game. Turn back has been overinterpreted too much. I just want to make a game that abuses players. It's just my personal bad taste to make players suffer. These are all his heartfelt words in the interview. But we should also note that he himself has completed Turn Back. Obviously, behind his indifferent and humorous attitude towards life, there is also a soul that silently contributes and works hard. In addition, he is also a busy person with a very full schedule every day, but he can still maintain a strong work energy. This may be due to his preference for various extreme sports. Never be proud of your achievements, always challenge yourself, challenge your limits, and never stop. Finally, I would like to conclude with a few simple words. It is a blessing for Qingshan and the domestic game industry to have such a talented producer, excellent entrepreneur, and conscientious boss. Pei Qian drank a sip of water, was silent for a long time, and then sighed. This rainbow fart almost made me burst into the sky. Pei Qian himself couldn't imagine how this interview was written, it was so outrageous. Even if Pei Qian exhausted all his imagination, he couldn't imagine that Xia Jiang would come up with such an interview. The video was posted on the homepage of the official platform, not Ellie Island, so there is no barrage function. But there will still be comments below. The official actually came to my great Qingshan? The interview was with Tenda. Let me see what the producer of Turning Back is the Shore looks like. Oh my god, Tenda's employees are all talented. Some were poached from other companies, some came to us on their own, and some were internet-addicted teenagers found in internet cafes. Is it okay to invite an internet-addicted teenager to do the game concept design after 3 visits? This is really unconventional in employing people. Fuck, the salary offered is doubled? There are actually companies in this world that actively give employees a raise during interviews? Did I hear that correctly? The main planner who just developed a successful game went straight to start a business? Shouldn't he be asked to start developing the next game as soon as possible? Outstanding employees are selected to have a 1 million dream fund and paid travel? Damn, what kind of magical company is this? If it weren't for the official report, I would have thought it was a scam company. It turns out that the Hot Blood War song, this rip-off mobile game, is also the work of Tenda. I said this game is conscientious, and it has the flavor of Ghost General. Then the Fried Pigs Trotter advertisement should also be related to Tenda games? I have been mocking this game before, and it turns out to be the same as Tenda. It turns out that Tenda was the one who brought Hot Blood War song back to life. I was saying that ordinary game designers don't have such great power. So, the boss behind these Tenda employees is even more mysterious. Have you noticed that he gave instructions on making games, and he also planned the new industrial layout, including these enviable welfare benefits, which were also determined by him. This boss is the soul of Tenda. I'm going to apply for a job at Tenda now, don't stop me. I didn't expect that there are such conscientious companies in a second-tier city like Qingshan. I always thought that small companies in second-tier cities are very deceptive. I envy the locals in Qingshan. Nifeng Logistics delivers goods to their doorsteps, and there are places like Moyu Internet Cafe with good environment and high-configuration computers, and Moyu Takeaway that looks very healthy. Is it too late to settle in Qingshan now? The game company doesn't make games properly, but actually engages in the physical industry. They really have too much money to burn. Aren't they afraid of losing a lot of money? After all, they said that the biggest goal is to make a game that loses money, hee. When I heard what Bao Su said, I already thought he was pretentious enough. What I don't want to travel with Pei. But when I heard the words of the boss of Tenda, I knew where this pretentious attribute came from. When it comes to pretentiousness, Ten Bao Su combined can't compare to their boss. I regret entering the game industry. Sales always soar for no apparent reason, and making players suffer is a personal bad taste. Damn, this is a 24-hour humanoid self-propelled show-off. It's a pity that I didn't see the face of this show-off until the end. This is the highest level of show-off. None of you know who I am, but the legend of my show-off will always be circulated in the world. By the way, I remember there was an interview before, was it from Playtime or some other media? The boss of this company seems to be Mr. Pei, the same surname as Mr. Pei's daily life. It seems that this short video is based on this boss. Indeed, this interview is similar to the last manuscript. The content is basically the same, but it is much more detailed. Last time I thought that this small media was bribed with money, but the official also did this? Could this be true? In short, there may be controversy over the best game producer in China, but there is no controversy over the best show-off producer. It is this Mr. Pei. Looking at the comments below the video, Pei Qian had a hard time. It's unfair. Pei Qian never expected that he would be labeled as a show-off. I have been so low-key, why am I still misunderstood by everyone? What's more, what I said is the truth, and every word is from the heart. It's fine if Xia Jiang doesn't believe it, but why don't you believe it? Although there was a report before, it was completely different from this time. The media of Playtime can only be regarded as a little famous. What's more, the manuscript at that time had no pictures, no videos, and no dry goods. The content of the entire manuscript came from an unverifiable source of information. Therefore, although it was reprinted by many media, it did not cause much trouble. Most people just laughed it off after reading it and did not take it seriously. But this time it was different. The official professional interview team has official credit endorsement, so the credibility is guaranteed. Moreover, a lot of video materials were left behind this time. With videos and truth, the credibility of the report has been greatly improved. Pei Qian vaguely felt that if this interview spread, he might face some bigger troubles. Pei Qian leaned back in his chair and supported his forehead with his hand. What sin have I committed? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 306 Settlement. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. October 26th. The end. Ma Yichun had just finished watching the interview with the official platform of Tenda, and his face was full of gratified smiles. Because there are many outstanding employees of President Pei, Ma Yichun did not get this precious interview opportunity, nor did he show his face in the video. But many people in the interview were good friends and close colleagues of Ma Yichun, so he still felt sincerely gratified to see this interview. It's great that everyone has realized their dreams. Ma Yichun turned off the interview video of the official platform, and the web page opened below was the author background of the end. The data above shows that Ma Yichun's new book has achieved a good result of 2,000 first orders. According to the standards of infinity, this first order is not very good. After all, an average of 3,000 orders can meet the boutique standards. But for Ma Yiqun himself and the standards of the end, this is already a very good result. Ma Yiqun is very clear that the gap between the end and infinity, in terms of readership, is still very large. For the same book, it is easy to get an average of 3,000 subscriptions in infinity, but at the end, it would be good to get an average of 1,000 subscriptions. Although the game, Turning Back as the Shore, and the interoperability of Tenda accounts have brought a large number of readers to the end, it is not a matter of one day or one night for online literature websites to become popular, and the reader group needs to be accumulated slowly. The subsidy that Ma Yiqun received from President Pei is mainly to subsidize this type of book. Books with high-quality potential can only get more than 1,000 average orders in the end, so Ma Yiqun will use funds to subsidize and make up for the author's income. According to this data, Ma Yiqun's book can get 2,000 first orders in Wuxian, which is equivalent to 6,000 first orders in the end, which is already a very good data. Ma Yiqun did not give himself a supplementary fee, because he did not care about these fees. In comparison, the most important thing is that his book can be recognized by readers. The experience of writing a book in Wuxian and failing to get one made Ma Yiqun doubt his ability, so this time the book was completely for self-entertainment, and he did not even give himself too many recommendation positions. But the first order result was so good, which made Ma Yiqun overjoyed. This morning, President Pei called again and asked Ma Yiqun to take all the employees of the terminal and TPDB website to a big meal as a reward for their outstanding work performance. President Pei's tone was very firm, and it seemed that he could not refuse. So, Ma Yiqun had already booked the Swan Lake restaurant tonight and was ready to take his brothers to have a big meal. In fact, it would be best if we could go to the nameless restaurant, but there were no seats. Buzz, buzz. At this time, Ma Yiqun's phone on the table vibrated. It didn't show who the caller was, just a long string of phone numbers. Ma Yiqun took a look and saw that it was a familiar number. He wanted to hang up, but after hesitating for a moment, he pressed the answer button. Xiao Biao, you are finally willing to answer my call? A voice that was a few years older than Ma Yiqun came from the phone. Ma Yiqun smiled helplessly. Brother, tell me what you want to say. Are you still working in the game company? The voice on the phone asked. Ma Yiqun was silent for a moment. Brother, just say what you want to say, there's no need for us to be polite. The person on the phone sighed softly. Xiaobian, I know you went to the game industry just because you were angry. Recently, I also learned that the domestic game industry does not pay attention to the plot at all, let alone in a place like Jingzhou. If you do this, isn't it a waste of your life? Online literature and games are not things that are worthy of being in a high-class place. No matter which industry you choose, it's a waste of your talent. I just met our grandfather a few days ago. My uncle and I all have the same opinion. You have worked in the game company for such a long time, it's time for you to let it go, right? Now you can prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination in a year, continue to pursue the academic path, and find a teaching position in the school. It's still not too late. If you really want to write a book, it's better to take the traditional path. I can provide you with some connections. You insisted on taking the online literature path at the beginning, but it never worked. You should realize that you don't have the talent for this. Ma Yiqun's mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. The person on the phone is Ma Yiqun's cousin, who is 8 years older than him. His cousin is already a member of the local writers' association, and the physical publication has achieved good sales, which is far behind Ma Yiqun. If Ma Yiqun had answered the phone a few months earlier, he might have been persuaded. After all, his cousin is also an experienced person, and Ma Yiqun entered the industry and joined Shangyang Games, and also saw the extremely unreliable side of the game industry. During the time at Shangyang Games, Ma Yiqun was responsible for the game reskinning and packaging, which could only be described as a manual labor, without any technical content. He often doubted himself and felt that he was wasting his life. After all, coming from a scholarly family, studying literature at a key university, and having such a successful cousin, it was a bit difficult for Ma Qian to accept that he had become like this. But now, everything is different. Ma Qian smiled. Brother, you really read it wrong. Our latest game has been promoted by the official platform, and the overseas version has been well received even in Europe and the United States. Especially the plot, it is very colorful. My new book is also very popular. It should soon reach the standard of a fine product, and the reader's evaluation is also very good. On the other end of the phone, Ma Qian's cousin was stunned for a moment. Your new book? When did you start a new book? Ma Qian was also stunned and suddenly frowned. Huh? He keenly noticed a very critical problem from his cousin's reaction. Ma Qian frowned and said, Brother, I have never told my family about my pen name in Wuxian. Both parties were silent. Ma Qian is very smart and understood it instantly. There is something wrong with this. Before, Ma Qian decided to enter the online writing industry, and encountered some resistance from his family, so he decided to start writing online during college to prove himself. Although he wrote a book and failed, he never told his family what his pen name was. But today, after hearing that he was still writing, why was his cousin so surprised? Judging from his tone, my cousin obviously believed that Ma Qian had never written since he started working at the game company, and he was quite sure of that, otherwise he wouldn't be so surprised. Why was he so sure, unless the cousin already knew Ma Qian's pen name in Wuxian and had been following his author account? After a long silence, the cousin finally spoke. Hey. Qiqiang, I'm sorry. You are so smart, and now I can't hide it anymore. I'd better tell you the truth. In fact, I am a good friend of a senior editor of Wuxian. The data of your books when they were put on the shelves were all good, but I asked that friend to change the data. I just want you to give up as soon as possible and stop thinking about writing online articles. I'm afraid that you will taste a little bit of petty profit, and then go further and further on this road of no return of online articles. Writing online articles is a dead end. Ma Qian. He was a little amused. Angry and happy. What made him angry was that the culprit was finally found. Before, Ma Qian always felt weird. How could my book have good data in the public chapters, but it died immediately after it was put on the shelves? It would be fine if the data dropped slightly, but it was too fake that the book that was originally expected to be a masterpiece suddenly dropped to 31st orders. But at that time, Ma Qian didn't think about it at all. Who could have thought that a website as big as infinity would directly change the back-end data and target a small author? Now I know that I was calculated. Ma Qian smiled with some relief. Brother, don't worry about me. I chose the path myself, and I know how to go. As for what you said about writing online articles being a dead end, I have a different opinion. One day, I will prove it to you. After hanging up the phone, Ma Qian felt in a good mood. The dark cloud that had been covering his heart for a long time has dissipated. If it is said that when Ma Qian started writing online articles in Wuxian and working as a plot planner in Shangyang Games, there was still a bit of anger, then now as the editor-in-chief and person in charge of the end, Ma Qian completely regards this job as a lifelong career. At this time, the person Ma Qian wants to thank the most is still Mr. Pei. If it weren't for Mr. Pei's insight and arranging him to the position of editor-in-chief of the end, how could there be this series of stories later? Maybe Ma Qian would always think that no one reads what he writes, and completely leave the circle of online articles. After slowly losing interest in the game industry, he would go back to the old path as his cousin said. So, he still has to work hard and not let Mr. Pei down. We must make the end point more popular. Thinking of this, Ma Qian opened the backstage of the end point again and started working seriously. October 31st. In front of Pei Qian, the system screen automatically appeared. Wealth conversion system, host, Pei Qian, surplus conversion ratio 100:1, loss conversion ratio 1:1. Settlement is about to begin. System funds, 5.94 million plus 840,000. Fixed assets, a commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. Personal property, 485,831.5. Special task for this cycle, profits and losses are the way of business. The host seems to be overly obsessed with temporary profits, which is not the mentality of a business genius. It is recommended to achieve a loss at the next settlement. Special task completion reward, a mysterious surprise within the system rules. Settlement is in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 5.94 million plus 840,000. Fixed assets, a commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. Personal property, 1.83 million. Seeing this string of numbers, Pei Qian was almost crying with joy. It was not easy. Finally, I saw personal property in units of 10,000. Chapter 307 Wealth Conversion System 2.0. This is the first time that Pei Qian has made a lot of money from this system since he owned it for more than a year. The previous record was only a loss of more than 20,000 yuan, and the most conversion record was 40,000 yuan converted from profits during the fourth settlement. But this time, Pei Qian directly raised this record by 30 times. Pei Qian instantly felt that no matter how much struggle he made, it was meaningful. No matter how much hard work he put in, it was valuable. As for what to do in the next cycle, let's talk about it later. Pei Qian also noticed that the price of the Mingyun villa he bought had increased. The villa, which originally cost more than 6 million yuan, has increased to more than 8 million yuan. This is obviously because Mingyun Private Kitchen has played a very obvious role in driving the surrounding land prices, so the price of the villa itself has also risen. Fortunately, since the system's calculation method only counts 10% of fixed assets into the system funds, although the villa has increased by 2 million yuan, it is only equivalent to an additional burden of 200,000 yuan on the system funds, which is still within the acceptable range. Anyway, this time, the poisonous solution worked. Pei Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his field of vision, the light screen continued to appear. Special mission for this cycle, profits and losses are the way of business. The host seems to be too obsessed with temporary profits, which is not the mentality of a business genius. It is recommended to achieve a loss at the next settlement. Special mission completion reward, mysterious surprise within the system rules. Here it comes, special reward. Pei Qian was a little excited. After all, he had spent so much effort in this cycle, organizing the digital festival and spending money suddenly. On the one hand, he wanted to convert losses into more money, and on the other hand, he wanted to receive this special reward. Get system rewards, rule adjustment. An excellent entrepreneur must be enthusiastic about public welfare, often participate in charity activities, and make outstanding contributions to society. Every excellent entrepreneur should have a correct view of wealth. Having wealth means taking more responsibilities. This wealth does not belong to individuals, but is only entrusted by society to individuals to manage it better. The system ban on any charity activities is lifted. Starting from the next cycle, the host can carry out limited charity activities. In each cycle, the maximum value of system funds consumed by charity activities shall not exceed 50% of the initial system funds of the cycle. This reward will take effect after the system is upgraded. Pei Qian was a little confused after seeing this long list of information. I thought it would be some very simple and crude rewards, such as African spray, which would bring bad luck, and you would lose money like crazy in the next cycle when you lie in bed, and good news would spread everywhere. However, it was not. The special reward that Pei Qian had been thinking about was not a physical reward, but a simple adjustment of the existing rules by the system. In the original system rules, using money for charity was considered malicious loss and was absolutely prohibited. But now, it has been slightly relaxed. Well, it means that in each cycle, I can get a fixed amount of money to use for charity activities? Great! Pei Qian knew very well that any new money-burning field was precious. Many times before, it was because there were millions of dollars that could not be spent after racking their brains in the end, so it was impossible to achieve losses. But this time, the system stipulates that half of the initial system funds of the cycle can be used for charity. In layman's terms, assuming that the starting funds for the next cycle are 10 million, then Pei Qian can take out 5 million for charity. This is a lot of money. In this way, Pei Qian had an extra way to spend money, reducing the burden of 5 million in the next cycle. But the other rules remained unchanged. Pei Qian still had to ensure that the company's capital chain was not broken, and on this basis, the more losses he could make, the better. However, this new reward did not take effect immediately, but needed to wait for the system upgrade. The light screen in Pei Qian's system reappeared. Next settlement time, 150 days later. System funds will be replenished soon, target amount, 10 million. System funds are replenished at 4.06 million. System funds have been replenished. System funds, 10 million plus 840,000. Fixed assets, a commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. Personal property, 1.83 million. Before entering the next settlement cycle, the system will be updated and upgraded. Please read the update instructions carefully. Sure enough, this is a responsible system. Pei Qian began to observe the so-called system update instructions. Combining the industrial scale of Tenda Group, the system funding amount, the host's personal property and other factors, the system can be updated and upgraded to version 2.0. Affected by the Matthew effect, the original profit and loss conversion ratio will be adjusted. The original profit conversion ratio is 100 to 1, and the loss conversion ratio is 1 to 1. After adjustment, the profit conversion ratio is 1000 to 1, and the loss conversion ratio is 10 to 1. To compensate the host, after upgrading to version 2.0 system, you will get the following benefits. 1. If the wealth conversion value of each cycle reaches more than 200,000, you will receive a mysterious reward within the system rules. 2. If there are products that have not been released in the week before the settlement, they can still be settled. However, there can be no more than one product in each cycle, and it must be released before the next settlement. Ah? Pei Qian was dizzy. He saw the heartbreaking change in proportion at first glance. What the hell is this? He carefully read the long list of instructions again. Pei Qian certainly knew what the Matthew effect was. Simply put, any individual, group or region will have a cumulative advantage after achieving success and progress in a certain aspect, and will have more opportunities to achieve greater success and progress. Extended to economics, it reflects the phenomenon of winner takes all in economic income distribution. In layman's terms, the Matthew effect means the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. The system believes that considering the industrial scale of Tenda Group, the system funding amount, personal property, and other factors, the difficulty of making profits or losses has been greatly reduced compared to the previous stage due to the Matthew effect. Therefore, the system needs to adjust the wealth conversion ratio. Pei Qian was speechless. Fuck. Stingy system. I just tried my best to fleece you once. I only fleeced a little over 1 million in total, okay. Can't you let me get another 1 million? You're so stingy. But Pei Qian knew that this adjustment would happen sooner or later. As the industry scale grows, both profits and losses will increase exponentially. It is absolutely a world of difference to make 1 million with 50,000 yuan of system funds or 10 million yuan of system funds. The system obviously does not intend to let the difficulty decrease. But the system is also quite righteous. After adjusting the wealth conversion ratio, it also provides some benefits as compensation. This time, Pei Qian received a system reward that allows him to take out a sum of money for charity, which can be said to be very useful. After upgrading the system, similar rewards will become permanent rewards and can be obtained in each settlement cycle. At the same time, the system's requirements for settlement are also relaxed, which is equivalent to Pei Qian being able to extend the R&D cycle of a product to 2 settlement cycles. This may seem insignificant, but it is actually very significant. The current settlement cycle is basically 4 to 5 months. If a product is not released in this cycle, it will not affect the settlement. Then Pei Qian can continue to spend money crazily on this product and create losses in a rush, as long as the product can be launched before the next settlement cycle. And in the next cycle, you can change to another product. It can be said that the difficulty of losing money has been greatly reduced. Pei Qian thought for a few minutes and made a decisive decision. Upgrade. You introduced the rules to me seriously, but I thought, you didn't give me the right to choose. Pei Qian was speechless. On the surface, he could choose to upgrade or not. But if he didn't upgrade, the system would not enter the next settlement cycle, and the rewards for the charity rules he had received before would not take effect. Pei Qian would not have the opportunity to take advantage of the system again. Of course, Pei Qian could also invest the more than 1.8 million in his hand to make more money. But Pei Qian didn't plan to do that. In the last cycle, Pei Qian took more than 1.4 million from the system in 4 months. He finally opened the correct use of the system. Now let Pei Qian put aside the system and figure out how to make money? Isn't that asking for trouble? Moreover, as the saying goes, it's not terrible for the second generation of rich people to eat, drink, play, and enjoy themselves. No matter how much they spend, it's unlikely that they will lose all their property. The real horror is to invest with your own money, which will make your own father cry in minutes. Pei Qian had finally saved up this amount of money. If he really did some business and lost money, wouldn't he vomit blood on the spot? So, it's better to honestly take advantage of the system. After the upgrade was successful, Pei Qian took another look at the system panel. Wealth Conversion System 2.0. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio 1000 to 1, loss conversion ratio 10 to 1. Next settlement time, 150 days later. System funds, 10 million plus 840,000. Fixed assets, a commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa. Personal property, 1.83 million. If the wealth conversion value of this cycle reaches more than 200,000, you will receive a mysterious reward within the system rules. 1 week before the settlement, if there are products that have not been released, they can still be settled. But there can only be one product at most, and it must be released before the next settlement. Pei Qian leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. This cycle is finally over. Although there have been many twists and turns during this period, at least the loss was successful in the end. Losing successfully once is more than making 10 times a profit. Although the loss conversion rate has decreased after the system upgrade, the system funds will continue to increase in the future. Assuming that the initial system funds are increased to 20 million or 30 million, then a loss of 10 million can be converted into 1 million personal property. Moreover, the system is now open to allow an unsettled product, plus the current 5 million charity quota. It should be easier to lose money. Well, it's not a big problem, the future is still bright. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 308 An Internal Letter from President Pei, for the big boss Bai Meng, who repeatedly needs to be serious about things. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. Pei Qian opened the TPDB website and took a quick look at the current ratings of various industries. Benefiting from the 1024 Digital Festival, the ratings of related industries such as Moyu Takeout, ROF Installation Business, and Nifeng Logistics have also increased significantly. They are currently around 9.5 points, and the rate of negative reviews is very low. The currently profitable businesses, including several profitable games of Tenda and Shangyang Games, Moyu Internet Cafe, Mingyun Private Kitchen, etc., also have good ratings. Although the situation in this cycle is severe, for Pei Qian, there is still a long time to think slowly. Opening the intranet of the TPDB website, Pei Qian flipped through it and found that there were already some posts posted by employees. Many large companies have internal forums dedicated to internal communication among employees, and Tenda is no exception. When Pei Qian asked Ma Yichun to be in charge of the TPDB forum, he also set up the internal forum. Pei Qian looked through the internal forums, but he didn't find any posts that were dissatisfied with Tenda, which made him very disappointed. Tenda's internal forums were different from those of most companies. Most companies' internal forums are said to be a place where people can speak freely and make suggestions to the company, but they are also full of speech control. Whether it is an internal chat software or an internal forum, as long as the technical staff is willing, they can find out who is participating in the discussion, including the content of their discussion. Therefore, when many colleagues in the company say bad things about the company, they cannot discuss it in the internal chat software, but use social software to discuss it. The same is true for internal forums. If it is a general hot topic, everyone can discuss it. If it is black material exposed within the company, if the speech is inappropriate, it is still possible to delete the post, and even the employee who posted it will be interviewed or even resigned. This is normal. After all, large companies have public relations departments, which are also responsible for public opinion control. Public opinion outside the company cannot be controlled, but public opinion within the company can definitely be controlled, and its own employees can still manipulate it at will. However, Tenda's internal forum is completely different. Pei Qian is simply looking forward to the bad news. He thought about it and thought that many employees might be shy and embarrassed to tell President Pei some bad news about the company in person. But, you should be able to say it on the internet, right? Pei Qian was afraid that these employees would not dare to tell bad news, so he asked the program to be set to a serious anonymous mode, so that no one could find out who posted anonymously. Moreover, Pei Qian asked the administrative department to educate all employees, telling them that the anonymity of the internal forum is truly anonymous, and no one can find out, so that they can feel free to speak ill of the company on the internal forum. Recently, the internal forum has become more and more popular, and more employees have participated in the discussion. However, there were no posts complaining about the company, which still made Pei Qian a little disappointed. Pei Qian suddenly felt that as a boss, he should say something in the internal forum. Many company bosses like to post internal letters on the internet, whether it is to boost morale or brainwash employees, it should have some effect. Pei Qian felt that he should also unify the thoughts of Tenda employees. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing for everyone to work so hard and stab each other in the back all the time. Although President Pei repeatedly told everyone to work less and rest more, everyone ignored President Pei's words and did not take them to heart at all. Too much. Send an internal letter and pin it directly to the top of the internal forum. In this way, every time all employees open the forum, they can see this internal letter. This is President Pei's good wish, but also a warning and spur. Pei Qian opened the document and began to think. Half an hour later, he wrote 3 lines. Not good enough, I still need to find a template. Pei Qian felt that he was still suffering from his lack of education, So he had to turn to Baidu to search for some internal letters of large companies as reference. Soon, Pei Qian found a lot of internal letters from big companies full of motivation. He looked at the date and found that today was October 31st. This day last year was the day when Pei Qian decided to rent an office building, recruit employees, and officially expand the company to make more losses. It can almost be regarded as the first anniversary of Tenda's rapid development. It just so happens that this internal letter can be developed around this topic. The title of the internal letter that Pei Qian found was, "Work Hard to Live Better." The content is very simple. It simply emphasizes that only by working hard to make money and getting better development can one improve his living standards, realize his life value, and have a happier life. It's a standard success story, very toxic. Pei Qian thought about it for a while, and then began to translate it word by word according to this template. Work hard to work better. All colleagues of Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Today is the 409th day since Tenda was born, and it is also the first anniversary of Tenda moving into Shenhua Haojing, the entry of key employees, and the company getting on the right track. In the past year, Tenda has achieved some insignificant results, but also exposed a series of serious problems. Here, I want to say something from the bottom of my heart to all Tenda people: only by working hard can you work better. I know that in the eyes of many people, compared with other companies, Tenda's conditions are already very favorable. But everyone must not forget that there are still companies in the world with better conditions than Tenda. So, don't be satisfied with the current working environment. Every colleague has the obligation to make more demands on the company. The times are developing and the industry is progressing. No matter how hard a person works, he can never catch up with the pace of the times. Therefore, it is meaningless to overdraw health to complete temporary work. When I first founded Tenda, I always spent money lavishly. I rented the best office building and the most comfortable office chair. I took a nap when I was tired from work and got off work at a certain time. I never worked an extra hour. When the alarm clock rang, I pressed it and continued to sleep. There was only so much work, and it was the same to do it after a full sleep. But so what? Tenda's game after game was still developed, and no progress was delayed. It developed rapidly and soon reached today's scale. Facts have proven that personal efforts have little to do with the development of a company. Tenda's outstanding employees are constantly emerging. In the past year, at least 4 or 5 employees have received dream funds to start their own businesses. Although the company is constantly recruiting new members, there are more and more people working hard, and fewer people who know how to rest. If this continues, the company will only be swallowed by the poisonous chicken soup of blind struggle and embark on a road of no return. Employees who overdraw their health and work overtime are not good employees. There are so many people in the company, each doing their own job. A job can be done quickly with collective efforts, and you don't need to work overtime at all. If you work overtime, then you don't trust your colleagues' work ability and the work arrangements of your leaders, which is contrary to the company spirit of Tenda. A truly good employee must be someone who knows how to balance the rhythm of work and life. You must first learn to live hard before you can work better. If you only care about work and ignore life, let the family fall into contradictions, let the individual have no time to rest, and let yourself not learn, improve, and make continuous progress in your spare time, then such employees will one day be replaced by younger newcomers, and this is not the talent that Tenda wants. Tenda is already very successful. Everyone works harder or less for a while, and it will not make any difference to such a large company. Tenda will not force employees not to work overtime. Occasional overtime is allowed, but every Tenda employee must have the spirit of combining work and rest and must know how to enjoy life. I get up at 10 o'clock every day and work 3 or 4 hours a day, but the company is still thriving, so don't worry, don't have an excessive sense of crisis, everything is fine in the company. Finally, I hope that all colleagues and all brothers can understand the spirit of Tenda. The hourly work system is the rights and interests that countless predecessors have fought for all workers through struggle and struggle. 996 is not a blessing, but happy work is a blessing. Work is only a part of life. When you are young, if you work 1 or 2 more hours, will you definitely be successful? Of course not. Overtime work will damage your body. Although the company will pay overtime and work injury compensation, you will still be injured. In this case, why not save the overtime time, spend more time with your family, and develop your own interests? Tenda encourages employees to develop in a diversified way. It is precisely because of the diversified development of employees that Tenda can have the current scene of talents. Overtime is a distortion of human nature, a loss of morality, a social tragedy, and a regression of civilization. I hope that all Tenda colleagues will join me in starting from ourselves, and from now on, refuse to work overtime, and embrace a happy life. It's time to get off work, please go home immediately. After writing it, Pei Qian read it from beginning to end and felt very satisfied. After revising the original open letter "Work hard to live a better life" from beginning to end, the whole text suddenly changed from chicken soup to poison chicken soup, which can well express Pei Qian's mood at the moment. Employees work hard, that is harming others and themselves. Employees slack off, that is a happy win-win situation. In this difficult moment when the loss ratio in the future cycle turns into 10-1, President Pei needs to unify his thoughts with employees and overcome difficulties together. 1 less day of overtime for employees means 1 more happiness for President Pei. After checking that there was no problem, Pei Qian pressed the send button and sent out his first open letter on the internal forum, and then decisively pinned it to the top. Chapter 309, This is the ultimate humanistic care. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Qingshan Games. After the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song became popular, Qingshan Games has undergone earth-shaking changes. The biggest change is the office environment. Before, Qingshan Games was like most entrepreneurial game companies. The working environment was quite unrefined, the workstations were very crowded, the desks and chairs were relatively cheap, and even the company's hygiene depended entirely on the employees' self-consciousness, and they were reluctant to hire a cleaning lady. But now, the office environment has changed a lot. The original office location has been sublet, and the entire Qingshan game has moved to another high-end office building nearby. Office desks, chairs, computers, etc. are all purchased in a unified manner, in line with the standards of the parent company Tenda. The workstations are spacious, the computers are highly configured, and the company also has a water bar, snack area, fitness equipment, game room, etc. Lin Wan is very proud of this. This is all the money earned by Qingshan Games itself. The mobile version of Hot Blood War Song was launched on September 20th. It has been in operation for more than a month and has brought nearly 5 to 6 million in net income to Qingshan Games. Although this game has very few payment points, it has a large number of players and a strong ability to continue paying. In addition, Shenhua Game Platform treated Qingshan Game very favorably, and the revenue of the game was split 190%. So even after deducting taxes, daily operations of the company, employee wages, renting cloud servers and other expenses, Qingshan Game can still make a net profit of 1 or 2 million per week. Lin Wan originally wanted to hand over the money directly so that Qingshan Game could be proud of itself within the Tenda Group, but was rejected on the spot by President Pei. Qingshan Game is in need of money now, why don't you have any long-term goals? Is the office environment ready? Are the employee benefits in line with Tenda? Everyone has worked so hard for so long, shouldn't we give them some bonuses to reward them? First, you should block all the places where Qingshan Game needs to spend money, and then consider handing over the profits. These were President Pei's original words. Lin Wan had no choice but to give up. During this month, he was thinking about how to improve the office location for Qingshan Game. Pei Qian was a little worried at first, afraid that Lin Wan would be reluctant to spend money, but after a while, he secretly inquired and found that he was worrying too much. It's okay to worry about others being reluctant to spend money, but worrying about Lin Wan being reluctant to spend money? You are just thinking too much. Lin Wan really followed Tengda's standards, completely, without any discounts. Pei Qian saw it with his eyes and was happy in his heart. It turns out that the second generation of rich people are different. Pei Qian knew very well that Lin Wan was in a very inflated stage. She had just made a game that could steadily earn more than 5 million yuan a month, creating a new cash cow for Tengda. If it were someone else, they might be more frugal and save the money. But Lin Wan was obviously not that kind of person. She just spent it freely and gave all the benefits to employees of Shangyang Games. Anyway, you can earn more money after spending it. That's what Lin Wan thought. Therefore, the welfare benefits of Shangyang Games in all aspects are now on par with Tengda. The employees of Shangyang Games finally enjoyed the same treatment as Tengda employees. At this time, Hao Qiong was lying on a comfortable ergonomic chair, browsing the web aimlessly. There was really nothing to do. As an employee who just joined Shangyang Games not long ago, Hao Qiong could be said to have caught up with all the good things. Shortly after joining, she participated in the development of the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song. After that, the game sold well. President Pei treated her to a meal, and changed the office environment. A few months ago, he was still looking for a job, but now, he has started searching online every day for how to keep healthy. So much so that he feels guilty every day. He often thinks of the scene when he met Mr. Pei at the nameless restaurant. At that time, he ate a bowl of crab roe mixed with black rice, which tasted particularly strange. Later, he learned that the scientific name of the black rice should be caviar. As the saying goes, you should be grateful to the person who eats your food. Every time he slacked off, Hao Qiong felt a little sorry for Mr. Pei, but he wanted to work seriously for a while, but there was really no work to do. He was very stiff. According to Director Lin, the next R&D plan of Shangyang Games had to wait for Mr. Pei to issue an order, and the earliest specific plan could be finalized was mid-November. When he thought about slacking off for another 10 days or half a month, Hao Qiong felt uncomfortable all over. He opened the TPDB website and took another look at the rating of Hot Blood War Song. From the initial total rating of 7.2 points, to the later 8.4 points, and then to the current 8.9 points, the rating of this game can be said to have been rising all the way. According to this trend, it will be no problem to break 9 next month. A high rating means a high bonus. When Hao Qiong thought about getting more bonuses next month, he felt even more guilty. He didn't do any work, but he kept getting paid. Although this sounds pretty cool, but I'm always a little afraid that I'll be useless, so I can't wait to do something to prove myself. Then he opened the internal forum. I'll read 2 more posts and start working. Hao Qiong made up his mind. Huh? What is this pinned post? President Pei's open letter to internal employees? Hao Qiong's heart suddenly skipped and he felt even more guilty. You can imagine what the content of this open letter will be. Open letters like this posted on the company's intranet are basically for unifying thoughts and encouraging employees to strive. To put it simply, it is a bowl of thick chicken soup from the leadership to all employees. If it were in other companies, most employees might not even click to read it carefully, because it is meaningless. You are so tired that you still feed yourself chicken soup. Aren't you afraid of choking? But seeing this internal letter sent by President Pei, Hao Qiong couldn't help but click it. Because Hao Qiong felt that he really should drink some chicken soup. It was too sinful to spend every day doing nothing like this. He could even imagine that President Pei might criticize some employees who were living a lazy life with the company's welfare in this open letter, repeatedly emphasize the spirit of struggle and wolf culture, and give a good reminder to employees who indulge in pleasure. Hao Qiong felt that he needed this kind of spur now. With such a psychological expectation, Hao Qiong clicked on the pinned post and read it carefully. After reading it, Hao Qiong frowned and fell into deep confusion. Why does it feel that this open letter is different from what he imagined? This is the opposite? Hao Qiong read the open letter from beginning to end again and reviewed some of the golden sentences in it. When the alarm goes off, just turn it off and continue to sleep. It's the same if you do it after you have enough sleep. Personal efforts have nothing to do with the development of the company. More and more people are working hard, but fewer and fewer people know how to rest. Overtime means you don't trust your colleagues' work ability and Tenda's corporate spirit. From now on, refuse to work overtime? Hao Qiong read this open letter carefully and seriously from beginning to end, and finally saw 8 words between the lines. Overtime is a sin, slacking off is justified. This scene was so blackly humorous that Hao Qiong almost thought he was still asleep. Before, I still felt a little guilty, but now it has been completely replaced by confusion and bewilderment. The boss asked me to slack off more. Hao Qiong was confused and looked at the date. Today is not April Fool's Day, right? Confused, Hao Qiong refreshed the page, and 7 or 8 replies appeared immediately. Maybe there are many employees who are as idle as Hao Qiong. Everyone is browsing the internal forum. When they see this pinned post, they immediately come to comment and grab a sofa by the way. Capture President Pei in the front row. President Pei is awesome. What's the matter with this open letter? Is it testing the posting function or creating a show effect? Obviously, there are many people who are as confused as Hao Qiong. How can you give poisonous chicken soup to your own employees? Reverse chicken blood? While everyone was confused, more and more comments were left under the pinned post. I understand, Mr. Pei. We must have a good rest and take care of ourselves. It's so heartwarming. Although it is expressed in a humorous way, we can still feel Mr. Pei's care for us between the lines. After reading this pinned post, I fell into deep thought. While other companies are advocating wolf culture and spirit of struggle and trying every means to exploit employees, Mr. Pei, contrary to his usual behavior, severely exposed and satirized this behavior. I am somewhat moved. This is the Tenda spirit that we have always been proud of. Mr. Pei's advice is true, and every word is true. It touched my heart. Too many bosses are from the perspective of the company and their own interests. They are full of thoughts. If employees work hard, I can change a car by the end of the year. They encourage employees to work hard, saying that it is for the good of employees, but in fact it is for their own interests. But Mr. Pei is completely different. He completely stands on the standpoint of employees and cares about their health, family life and future development. With such a good leader, what else can I ask for? Please rest assured, Mr. Pei, even if we don't work overtime or overdraw our bodies, we will definitely complete the work successfully and let the company achieve better development. Yes, President Pei has created such good working conditions for us. He has shouldered the burden of the company's development alone. We must not let President Pei down. We must ensure our health. After all, only with good health can we work better for the company and make greater achievements to repay President Pei. Comments were liked crazily and soon pushed to the front. Hao Qiong, who was a little confused at first, finally understood at this time. It turns out that this internal letter is not for chicken blood, but an ultimate humanistic care. Whether to work overtime is obviously not the theme of this internal letter. President Pei's apparent meaning is to let everyone not work hard, but this is obviously an exaggerated way of expression. As long as there is a little bit of motivation, who doesn't know that struggle will be good for their future development? President Pei's real meaning is to let everyone know how to take care of their health while struggling. Only by ensuring good health, family happiness, and hobbies can we better complete our work and make greater contributions to the development of Tenda. From this point, it can be seen that Mr. Pei's vision is very different from those bosses who only covet petty profits, hope to save costs from some minor details, and deduct employees' wages. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was instantly full of fighting spirit. He replied under the post, "Please rest assured, Mr. Pei, we will definitely take care of our health while working hard, and hope to grow and progress together with Tenda in the future." Chapter 310: A Brand New Direction. In the office, Pei Qian looked at the replies from the employees on the internal forum, and was silent, with only a sigh. No way. The original intention was to persuade everyone to slack off more and work less, but it was understood as a pep talk, and it seemed to be quite successful. Seeing the employees express that they would take care of their health, improve their business level, and work harder for Tenda, Pei Qian felt very tired. He wanted to reply, but was speechless for a moment. Forget it, let it be. Anyway, the meaning is conveyed, and some people will relax a little because of this letter, right? Pei Qian took out his little notebook and prepared to plan the work tasks for the next cycle. Although this cycle is very long, 5 months, because too much lost potential was overdrawn in the last cycle in order to quench thirst, the revenue capacity of various industries may be greatly improved this month. In order to avoid crying in the dark room at the end of the cycle, President Pei could only plan ahead. He must try his best to nip the danger in the bud. Pei Qian thought about it, and the first thing he had to worry about was the problem of Lin Yuan and Shang Yang's game. Pei Qian had reached a strategic cooperation with Lin Cheng and Lin Yu, and had a preliminary plan for how to arrange Lin Yuan's whereabouts. Pei Qian decided to let Lin Yuan take charge of a new field while taking charge of the business of Shengyang Games. In this way, Lin Yuan must be unable to do both, and it is difficult to take care of both sides, and the probability of failure has increased significantly. Shengyang Games has just moved to an office building recently, and the benefits of employees are full. The treatment in all aspects is on par with Tenda, and daily expenses have increased significantly. As long as the new game loses money and the new business loses money, not only can all the profits earned by the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song be spit out, but also drag down the parent company Tenda. Thinking of this exciting scene, Pei Qian is full of expectations. Having just made a very successful game, Lin Yuan must be very arrogant now. People, it is at this time of exaggeration that they are easy to fool. Pei Qian quickly figured out how to arrange Lin Yuan and Shengyang Games. After coming up with a general idea, he called the driver and drove to the new office of Shengyang Games. Reception room. The newly hired administrative girl of Shengyang Games brought tea to the two of them. Lin Yuan sat opposite Pei Qian, looking very proud and expectant. Obviously, she couldn't wait to start making the next game. Looking at Lin Yuan's smug look, Pei Qian sighed in his heart. How did things turn out like this? In the final analysis, it was Lin Yu who cheated. The bad luck was caused by his bad teammates. We must learn from this lesson and never make mobile games again. Pei Qian secretly made up his mind. Lin Yuan took a sip of tea. Boss Pei, the whole company is in a very good working state now, and it can be said that the fighting spirit is high. After a good rest, everyone can't wait to get into the new work. I have to say that your internal letter is so well written. It has greatly inspired the fighting spirit of the employees. While reminding everyone to maintain the spirit of struggle, it also gives them warm humanistic care. You are so thoughtful. Pei Qian held the tea, and his mouth twitched slightly. Don't mention the internal letter again. What I want to express is not what you understand at all. I wanted to say something, but I still hesitated. Forget it, there is no need to dwell on this. However, judging from Lin Yuan's mental state, the situation on the side of Shengyang Games is similar to what I expected. To put it nicely, it's high morale, to put it bluntly, it's arrogance. Since everyone is inflated, it will be easier for President Pei to carry out his work. Pei Qian drank tea, still looking calm on the surface. New game, don't worry, it's not too late to do it after you think it through. Do you have any good ideas or thoughts? Lin Wan obviously expected that President Pei would ask this question, and had already prepared in advance. Yes. I had a brief discussion with Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin before, and we all agreed that we should continue the success of Hot Blood War Song and continue to move forward on the road of high-quality mobile games. Currently, the net income of the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song is only 4 or 5 million per month, and the TPDB score is only 8.9 points. We hope that the next mobile game can achieve a monthly net income of tens of millions and a score of more than 9.5 points. Pei Qian's hand holding the tea trembled. It's good to have a goal, but don't always say such scary things. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. I remember that Wang Xiaobin wanted to make a standalone game before. Before deciding to make Hot Blood War Song Power Up Edition, Pei Qian once held a simple lottery and asked all employees of Shangyang Games to write a plan, and he would select the plan. At that time, the plan provided by Wang Xiaobin was a standalone game that did not seek merit but only sought to avoid mistakes. At that time, in Pei Qian's opinion, the lower limit of this standalone game was not low enough. Although there was a certain possibility of failure, it was eclipsed by Hot Blood War Song Power Up Edition. So, it was passed. But now Pei Qian only has regrets. If possible, Pei Qian doesn't mind making up for it and revisiting the standalone game plan as a new project for Shangyang Games. Lin Wan smiled. Yes, Wang Xiaobin did want to make a standalone game before. But I remember that you, Mr. Pei, commented that the approach of this game was too conservative, mediocre, and lacked innovation. Pei Qian coughed twice. Ahem, before was before, now is now. I hope he can change this game and make it more special. In fact, the plan is not bad, really. Pei Qian tried to make his expression look sincere enough. Lin Wan smiled slightly, with an expression that said, Boss Pei is comforting his employees again. I understand what you mean, Boss Pei. Wang Xiaobin did try to change it as you said. But during the change, turn back is on the shore. Pei Qian, ? Lin Wan explained, originally, Wang Xiaobin had many ideas that he thought were good, but after seeing turn back is on the shore, his ideas were completely overturned, and his self-confidence was also greatly hit. He felt that no matter how much he changed the game he originally conceived, it would never reach the height of turning back to the shore. Compared with it, it was simply a pile of garbage, so he decided to completely overturn this game and redo it. Then, it was left unfinished. I asked him this question last time, and he said that so far the new plan has only been written for more than 200 words, and even the basic gameplay and story changes after the redo have not been completed. Pei Qian. Why is there my business here? The success of turning back to the shore hit Wang Xiaobin, and asked him to overturn the previous game design draft and redo it? Doesn't that mean that this plan is gone now? Pei Qian felt heartbroken. Young people nowadays are too easily influenced by others. How can they give up so easily after a little setback? Originally, Pei Qian planned to let Shangyang Games make games according to Wang Xiaobin's previous ideas. In this way, even if the game does not lose money, it will probably not make much money because of the mediocre gameplay, so it will not cause such a great burden and pressure to President Pei. But now, it's over. Wang Xiaobin himself was disappointed with the previous plan. What should he do now? Seeing that Shangyang Games was about to continue the success of the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song and continue to develop mobile games, Pei Qian felt that this evil trend must be stopped. After a little consideration, Pei Qian slowly said, continuing to make mobile games. I don't think it's appropriate. What do you mean? Lin Wan listened carefully. What Mr. Pei said still had great weight in her heart. Pei Qian pondered for a moment and said earnestly, people should have the courage to step out of their comfort zone and constantly break through themselves. Continue to make mobile games and gain a little economic success. This little money is insignificant. Real success still depends on high-quality games to achieve both fame and fortune. This is the real fulfillment of one's game ideal. Lin Wan nodded and agreed deeply. But she thought about it and said, but the three of us don't even have a reliable good idea. Even if we want to make a high-quality game, we don't know where to start. Pei Qian took a sip of tea leisurely. Well, I can provide a rough direction. Lin Wan was very surprised. What is it? Horror game. Pei Qian's expression was serious. Lin Wan was stunned. Ah? She thought about it for a while, and said with a little embarrassment, horror games. No one in the entire project team has ever made one. Oh, not only horror games, but also regular standalone games. Moreover, no one has even played horror games much, and is basically not interested in this type of game. It's not an exaggeration to say that we know nothing about it. Pei Qian smiled slightly. Haven't played much? Isn't that just right? Pei Qian thought of horror games mainly because of Xia Jiang and others' previous visit to the amusement park. After the interview team left Jingzhou overnight without saying goodbye, Pei Qian also asked the staff of Tenda who accompanied them to the amusement park and roughly determined the number of participants in each project. After investigation, it was found that although the extreme projects listed, such as bungee jumping, roller coasters, pendulums, etc., were very scary, the participation rate of most projects was still relatively high. Maybe it was because of a mentality of I'm here and it's free anyway. But among them, there was a project with the lowest participation rate, which was the haunted house. Moreover, it was not just the interview team that didn't like the haunted house, but all the customers who went to the amusement park didn't like it very much. Pei Qian learned a little bit about the facilities in this amusement park in Jingzhou City, and the haunted house was indeed the least popular. In the final analysis, there are only two reasons. For many tourists, especially female tourists, they dare to experience some high-altitude projects, but dare not enter the haunted house, and their boyfriends cannot leave them alone to enter the haunted house, so this naturally discourages a large number of tourists. At the same time, the setting of this haunted house is relatively simple and the process is very short, so even if some interested tourists go in, they will feel very disappointed after coming out and will never go there again. Inspired by this, Pei Qian thinks that this experience can be carried forward in the game. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 311 Mobile Phone Business, Who Else But You? Additional update February 10th for the boss who repeatedly said that he would be a heavy burden. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. If you make a horror game, will the probability of losing money increase significantly? Pei Qian certainly knows that there are some very successful and profitable horror games in the world, but overall, such games are a minority. Only a very small number of horror games can stand out and be remembered by players, while most horror games or horror movies have been quietly defeated or become the material of some spit programs. The reason for this is the same as that of the haunted house. On the one hand, horror themes naturally discourage a large number of timid players or viewers. On the other hand, if the horror theme is not done well, it is easy to make it a funny theme. Take horror movies as an example. If you want to shoot scary, you must first ensure a very high degree of realism, and the investment in scenes, props, costumes, makeup, etc. is very high. On the basis of ensuring the investment, you must also use exquisite shooting techniques and storyboards to keep the audience guessing what will happen next. Always keep a tense spirit, and ensure that the audience's immersion will not be stripped away. If non-professionals play horror themes, it is easy to end up with the effect of Jingzhou's haunted house, which is not pleasing to both sides. The timid tourists dare not enter, and the brave tourists find it boring. The same is true for horror games. There are very few manufacturers who can really make horror games. The reason why Pei Qian wanted Shangyang Games to do horror themes was because Lin Wan and everyone at Shangyang Games had no experience in developing horror games. When the time comes, make a very bad horror game, and then go on Qiao Laoshir's bad game rant program, wouldn't it be great? Of course, we still have to encourage everyone, at least we have to coax Lin Wan and Yi Zhizhou to take on this task that is likely to fail. Pei Qian put the teacup aside and said seriously, the domestic game market, the horror game field, is still blank. The domestic standalone game industry is very weak, and the horror game field is a niche among the niches in the standalone game field. At the same time, horror games require extremely high capabilities of the producers. Since you want to prove yourself, you should do the most difficult subject matter. If you can even conquer horror games, then making other games in the future will certainly be a piece of cake. Ting Darren, how can you retreat when you encounter difficulties? Lin Wan blinked and fell into deep thought. Obviously, after hearing Pei Qian's words, her attitude was shaken. Pei Qian was secretly proud of himself. Sure enough, he knew that this would work. If it were someone else, Pei Qian's words might have backfired and made the other party give up. But Lin Wan is different. She is a girl who likes challenges. Moreover, the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song has just achieved such a great success. The entire project team is in a blindly optimistic atmosphere. As the saying goes, it is relatively inflated. In this case, who doesn't want to make a 3A masterpiece with its own topics, to prove themselves? Pei Qian felt that the employees of Shangyang Games could never refuse this temptation. Lin Wan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Pei, I have to discuss this topic with Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaoban again. Pei Qian smiled and nodded, of course. He could see that Lin Wan's heart had obviously been shaken. Since the three of them hadn't figured out what to do, then Pei Qian's direction would become their guiding light. Lin Wan stood up and wanted to call Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaoban over to discuss how to make the new game. Pei Qian raised his hand to stop her. Wait a minute, there's one more thing. Lin Wan nodded. President Pei, go ahead. Pei Qian said seriously, in addition to the new game, there is another important task for you. Tenda is going to create a new mobile phone brand. And this mobile phone brand, I hope you will be fully responsible for it. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shook his head. No, Mr. Pei, I really can't take responsibility for this. Although I have bought many expensive mobile phones, I actually know nothing about mobile phones and have no interest in them. What's more, I have to take care of Shangyang Games. I am too busy to handle it. Pei Qian was not impatient after being rejected. Lin Wan's reaction was within his expectations. Don't rush to refuse. Mobile phones are a very important business layout for Tenda, and their importance is even higher than that of Shangyang Games. After all, the upper limit of Shangyang Games is just a well-known domestic game company, but the upper limit of the mobile phone business may be a technology giant with a market value of 100 billion. In the future, the impact of mobile phones on people's lives will inevitably become closer and closer. It is a mobile terminal and a window for everyone to communicate with the internet. Just like Xinhua Group, a mobile phone market can easily bring a game to the forefront. You should have seen this huge energy, right? If you can succeed in the mobile phone business, then Tenda will be even more powerful. Pei Qian desperately painted a pie. Lin Wan hesitated for a moment. Mr. Pei, I understand what you said. But I still feel that I am a little overwhelmed to be in charge of both the game and mobile phone business at the same time. Pei Qian shook his head. You underestimate yourself. For everyone who wants to grow from an ordinary leader to an excellent leader, this is a necessary stage. Besides, the mobile phone business will not let you work alone. I will find a way to assign you an assistant. You can hand over all the specific business to him and just make the final decision, right? Tenda's current business is so complicated, and I basically don't manage it. It's developing well, regardless of the difference. Just be a hands-off boss like me. Lin Wan took this as a joke and smiled very cooperatively. Mr. Pei, how can I compare with you? Pei Qian hurriedly raised his hand. Don't belittle yourself, you are definitely better than me. In short, this is the only way to grow into an excellent manager. What's more, looking at the entire Tenda Group, who else can be suitable for the mobile phone business, besides you? Pei Qian's expression was 120% sincere. Lin Wan was stunned, and suddenly felt that what Mr. Pei said made sense. Mr. Pei's layout has always been large, and it is not uncommon for him to decide to enter the mobile phone field. At present, Tengda's funds are not completely unable to support a mobile phone department. After all, according to President Pei's intention, this mobile phone department will be developed slowly, and he does not intend to eat a fat man all at once. To be honest, Lin Wan is really the most suitable person to take over this mobile phone department in Tenda Group. Although Lin Wan doesn't know the inside story of the mobile phone industry, other people don't know it either. President Pei can indeed spend a lot of money to poach people from other companies, but such poached executives are very unreliable and their loyalty is questionable. Even if the executive is loyal enough, it is difficult to guarantee that he can understand the spirit of Tenda well. Among all the old employees of Tenda, Lin Wan is indeed the one who is most related to the mobile phone business. After all, Shenhua Group started out with mobile phones and communications business. As the saying goes, you have seen pigs walk even if you have never eaten pork. Even if Lin Wan doesn't know much about the mobile phone industry, he is more suitable for this job than other old Tenda employees. Lin Wan hesitated. Okay, President Pei, I will think about this matter carefully. However, you should continue to look for other more suitable candidates during this period. It would be best if you can find talents that are more suitable than me. Pei Qian nodded. Okay. Lin Wan's attitude has obviously loosened, and it is only a matter of time to agree. Pei Qian thought, when the time comes, just find someone from the industry who knows a little about the mobile phone business to help her. This combination will most likely kill the mobile phone business. But who should be found to help Lin Wan? This needs to be considered in the long run. If someone with strong ability is found and Lin Wan is out of control, then it will be a big deal. Then, Mr. Pei, I'll call Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin over. Can you briefly explain the general direction of the horror game to them? Lin Wan asked. Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head. No. In the early stage, you should think about it first. I don't want to limit your thinking. After you have a general idea, I will give you a few suggestions. Pei Qian was already very distrustful of his existing design ideas. What if he came up with an idea on the slap of his forehead and it became popular inexplicably? However, he couldn't just ignore it. Pei Qian considered letting Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin come up with an idea first, and then he would instruct them in reverse, which would maximize the guarantee that the game would not make money. Okay, you guys go ahead and I'll come back later. Pei Qian got up and left. Chapter 312. My employees have learned to answer questions quickly. After leaving Shangyang Games, Pei Qian returned to Tengda. There is still a lot of work to be arranged slowly. In addition to the problems of Shangyang Games and Lin Wan, what bothers Pei Qian the most is what game should the game department of Tengda do next. So far, Pei Qian really feels a little bit at his wit's end. Oh no, helpless. From Sea Fortress to game producer and then to turning back, Pei Qian has been constantly asking Tengda's game department to make new types of games, and the chief planner alone has been changed 3 times. But, what can be done? It's useless. It seems that no matter how much he changes, it won't have the desired effect. Pei Qian wants to make a horror game and lose money, but he dare not give this task to Tengda. It can only be handed over to Shangyang Games, which has little experience in single-player game development, and Pei Qian is a little relieved. But now the question is, what should these people in Tengda do? Whether they are making standalone games or online games, these people have corresponding successful game experience. If they continue to do this, they will most likely have to replicate their previous successes, which makes them feel uneasy. How about giving everyone a paid vacation? However, there was no good reason. After all, in order to create losses in the last cycle, all kinds of employee benefits had been maxed out, and it would be difficult to add more. Pei Qian became more and more confused, and he couldn't think of a good solution after thinking for a long time. He could only open the Ellie Island and start watching the drama. After watching for a while, someone knocked on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Huang Sibo. "Boss, Pei, I have good news to share with you." Pei Qian's hands trembled, and he was frightened by the 3 words, "good news." This guy is backstabbing me again. But then he thought, no, it's settled. What am I afraid of after it's settled? Pei Qian's mentality stabilized instantly, and he showed a calm smile. What good news? Is it about a day in the life of a great inventor? Huang Sibo looked a little excited and said, "That's right. Boss Pei, a day in the life of a great inventor is finally going to turn a profit." Pei Qian was a little surprised. Can this show turn a profit? It's not that Pei Qian looked down on this show. The key is that this kind of show has strong limitations. Although Fei Huang Studio shoots short films, it always adheres to the attitude of striving for perfection. Whether it is costumes, makeup, props, post-production editing, or actors, they are all expensive, and they are among the more expensive online dramas. However, it is difficult for the program A Day in the Life of a Great Inventor to get suitable advertising. If it is just to make money without considering the effect of the program, then it is easy to say. However, the people in Fei Huang Studio strictly follow the requirements of President Pei to make videos. They will not accept any money for poor program effects, so they often have to produce several programs in a row before they can finally get a decent one. Moreover, the props used in the program A Day in the Life of a Great Inventor are all very useless things. Even if manufacturers come to the door, it is difficult to achieve the effect of bringing goods through videos, and it will instead have a dissuading effect. For example, the portable washing machine in the first episode does have similar products on the market, but after watching the video, a lot of consumers who originally wanted to buy this thing have been dissuaded. So far, A Day in the Life of a Great Inventor has been stable for more than 2 months, and now it has been filmed to the 12th episode. Although it has formed a very large fixed audience group, it has never had a good monetization channel. Just relying on the video incentive plan of Ellie Island is not enough to make a living. So Pei Qian was very puzzled. How can such a program turn losses into profits? Did Ellie Island spend a lot of money to buy exclusive broadcasting again? Or did he receive many videos of people eating food in a row? Huang Sibo smiled and handed the phone to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took it and saw that it was an online store. The name of the online store is Edison's Laboratory. When Pei Qian clicked on the product list of the store, his eyes quickly scanned the product list inside. Finger exercise machine. Nowadays, we need mobile phones to click on the screen every day, so it is very important to keep our fingers active. With this finger exercise machine, you can exercise your finger muscles in your spare time every day, allowing you to type on your mobile phone at a higher speed. The picture shows a miniature treadmill. After standing on it with your index and middle fingers, use your fingers to move the track below, and the small LCD screen above will change the reading to record the time and mileage of the exercise. LED light slippers. After putting them on, just step hard and they will emit lighting. Mom no longer has to worry about me going to the toilet alone at night. Sunlight foot bath machine. Use fluorescent light to replace the effect of water, promote blood circulation in the feet by sunbathing, and eliminate fatigue before going to bed. In addition, it has a tanning effect. Grass slippers. The slippers are covered with furry grass, and you can feel the feeling of stepping on the grass when wearing slippers. Rotating pasta fork. the fork handle has a battery and a motor. Just press it lightly and the fork head will start rotating, and it will be easy to roll up the pasta on the plate. Pei Qian browsed through the store's products from beginning to end and found that there were actually quite a lot of products in the store, and most of them were products that had appeared in the video before. Looking at the sales of the products again, some were very low, but there were also products with sales of hundreds or thousands. The highest sales were some related peripherals, such as a certain themed t-shirt, which had sold more than 4,000 pieces. A Q-version doll of a great inventor had also sold more than 700 pieces. In addition, the store also sold some snacks and small gadgets, such as Q-version dolls, and the sales of these were not low. With the products in the store and the occasional advertisements, the video studio really turned a profit. Pei Qian smiled with relief. Great! He was not happy that Fei Huang Studio turned a profit, but simply felt that Fei Huang Studio had a very good grasp of the time. It happened to turn a profit after the settlement, and I was not backstabbed. If it turned a profit before the settlement, and there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of funds inexplicably, wouldn't President Pei be so angry that he would vomit blood? But now, Pei Qian felt relieved. Just this small online store? It's not a big problem at all. Seeing President Pei's faint smile, Huang Sibo was also very relieved. It seems that Fei Huang Studio's adherence to the bottom line, not accepting random advertisements, and maintaining its reputation have won President Pei's recognition. However, the smile on Pei Qian's face only lasted for a short time before it disappeared. Pei Qian suddenly realized that online stores are not safe either. Although he didn't make much money now, the next few years will be the time for online stores to take off. Many retired professional players can open online stores and make millions of dollars a month by selling things like pork cubes, not to mention Fei Huang Studio, which has a dedicated person to manage the online store. There is no need to think further ahead. If the current trend continues, Fei Huang Studio will definitely accumulate a large amount of funds during this settlement. At that time, won't we still have to rack our brains to think about how to lose it? Oh no, it's too early to be happy. Although we escaped the disaster in the last settlement cycle, the profit problem of Fei Huang Studio still needs to be solved within this cycle. Pei Qian coughed twice and handed the phone back to Huang Sibo. Not bad, but we need to keep up the good work. What are Fei Huang Studio's plans for the next period of time? Huang Sibo smiled and said, Director Zhu Xiaoze and I discussed it briefly, and we decided to continue filming a day in the life of a great inventor and strive to make this drama a big IP with a wide influence. At present, the online store model seems to be very good, and the original goal of turning Fei Huang Studio from loss to profit has been achieved. We plan to keep up the good work and get higher income. Pei Qian fell silent and did not respond. Huang Sibo's heart snapped and he sensed a hint of displeasure from President Pei. Why? Didn't President Pei smile before? How come he became so serious in a blink of an eye? Huang Sibo was one of the earliest employees to follow President Pei after all, so he still had some vision and understanding. After a little thought, Huang Sibo quickly understood the reason. I see. President Pei smiled before because he was happy that Fei Huang Studio and A Day in the Life of a Great Inventor turned losses into profits, which represented a recognition of our work achievements. But now he looks serious. I'm afraid he is dissatisfied with our work arrangements for the next period of time. Huang Sibo couldn't help but think of the many conversations he had with President Pei before. President Pei had repeatedly emphasized that we must have a long-term vision and must not be obsessed with temporary petty gains. Although Fei Huang Studio is profitable, will President Pei care about this little money? I'm afraid not. It seems that President Pei has higher expectations for Fei Huang Studio. Pei Qian was still thinking about how to persuade Huang Sibo to earn less money, but he couldn't think of a good way to say it. Instead, Huang Sibo spoke first. Boss Pei, Are you dissatisfied with Fei Huang Studio's work arrangements for the next period of time? Do you think Fei Huang Studio should produce better works instead of focusing on the petty gains in front of you? Pei Qian. My employees have learned to answer questions now? He looked up at Huang Sibo's sincere eyes and nodded silently. Yes, that's what I mean. Huang Sibo smiled with satisfaction, thinking that he had indeed made progress with Boss Pei, and was able to think about problems from a higher perspective. However, his smile quickly withdrew. Boss Pei, this matter is really not short-sighted. The key is that director Zhu Xiaozi and I have not found a good direction, and we don't even have a ready-made idea. If Boss Pei can give me some pointers, it would be great. Looking at Huang Sibo's expectant eyes, Pei Qian was in a dilemma. Asking me for ideas? Aren't you afraid that you will miss the year? That's not right, the ideas I gave seem to be really popular. Pei Qian was in a dilemma. If he didn't give any ideas, Fei Huang Studio would continue to shoot a day in the life of a great inventor. According to the current development trend, the sales of this online store would only increase, and the number of advertisements for the videos would also increase, so it would definitely make money. Give me an idea. Pei Qian himself is also worried about what will happen if this idea becomes popular. Chapter 313, The Perfect Script for Wan Du Guizhong. Pei Qian thought for a moment and still felt that he could not take this risk. It would be better to fool Fei Huang Studio into spending a lot of money and let them come up with ideas and scripts by themselves. This way, the probability of losing money is the highest. Therefore, Pei Qian avoided talking about Huang Sibo's expectations and led the topic elsewhere. There is no need to rush for creativity. Don't many famous directors write scripts on the set? I believe director Zhu Xiaozi can do it. The key is that as a film and television studio that has been established for 9 months, it relies on Tenda Group behind it, but it is still struggling to make some short video dramas and make money by eating and online stores. It's too unambitious. Huang Sibo opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to refute. What's wrong with being established for 9 months? Is 9 months a long time? Many film and television studios closed down in half a year, let alone 9 months. Fei Huang Studio has been open for 9 months. Although the videos it made have made some losses and some profits, most of the responses have been good. This result is not bad, okay. But looking at Mr. Pei opposite, Huang Sibo felt embarrassed to say these words. Indeed, think about Tenda, how many good games have been made in 9 months? Compared with Tenda, the current achievements of Fei Huang Studio are indeed not worth mentioning. No wonder President Pei is disappointed with Fei Huang Studio. Huang Sibo was a little ashamed and said, then, President Pei, do you think that Fei Huang Studio should try to make some formal movies? Pei Qian nodded, yes. Short videos have been shot, documentaries have been shot, and the ability of the director and staff is no problem. What are you still hesitating about? Huang Sibo frowned slightly, not enough budget? Pei Qian smiled slightly. If the budget is small, just shoot a low-cost movie. If you really need money, you can ask me directly. It's not a big deal? Huang Sibo was a little embarrassed. This budget is actually only one reason. Pei, it's not that I'm too conservative. The key is that shooting short videos and shooting big movies are not the same thing at all. Huang Sibo began to tell Pei Qian about the doorway. Pei's daily life is only a few minutes long, and a day in the life of a great inventor is much longer, but only about 10 minutes, and the longest episode is only half an hour. But if it is a serious movie, it will be at least 90 minutes long if it is to be released in theaters. On the surface, it seems that the length has only doubled, but in fact, the difference is huge. A short video of a few minutes can be pieced together with various funny jokes. The whole story can be messy and scattered. As long as it can make the audience laugh, it is considered a success. But for a 90-minute movie, it is definitely not enough to just make the audience laugh. To make an excellent movie, the story must be complete and the control of the audience's emotions must be in place, which is much more difficult than a short video. Just a few laughs can't support the reputation of a big movie. Many big movies made by taking advantage of the popularity of online dramas have a bad reputation. It is precisely because the creative team does not have the hard power to make a good big movie. They simply understand big movies as extended online short dramas, so they fail miserably. So, Mr. Pei, if you want to make a serious movie, the risk is too great. If you are not sure, it is better not to take this risk. At least, there must be a good script, right? Huang Sibo said very sincerely. Pei Qian also fell silent. It seems that Huang Sibo knows a lot. But if that's the case, then Pei Qian will want to shoot it even more. What President Pei sees is that this thing has a high probability of failure. Of course, on the other hand, Mr. Pei is a very kind person. Since it is a risky and easy to fail, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi must not be blamed for this. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? This pot, of course, has to be borne by Mr. Pei himself. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, in this case, this movie will be funded by Tenda, and I will figure out the script. You and director Zhu Xiaozi only need to be responsible for filming. In this way, if the movie fails, the blame will also be on Mr. Pei, and it is Tenda's money that is lost, which will not affect the mentality of Fei Huang Studios employees. Huang Sibo was stunned and hurriedly said, Mr. Pei, you misunderstood. I'm not afraid of taking the blame, it's simply because. Pei Qian smiled and waved his hand, I understand. You are now the CEO of Fei Huang Studio. You are responsible for the projects under your hands. It is right to assess risks as much as possible and ensure the profitability of the studio. You can simply regard this shooting task as an opportunity for training, and it can also be regarded as paving the way for Fei Huang Studio to enter the film and television industry. Huang Sibo's eyes were moist. Touched. He saw that President Pei was worried that if Fei Huang Studio failed, it would undermine his and director Zhu Xiaozi's confidence, so he took the initiative to invest and bear the risk of failure. Regardless of whether the movie is successful or not, Fei Huang Studio will definitely accumulate a lot of experience in the process of filming and accelerate the growth of the studio. Huang Sibo had a lot to say, but he felt that it was too polite to say too many words of thanks to President Pei. In the end, all his words turned into a thank you. Then we will follow President Pei's arrangements. Fei Huang Studio will cooperate well and complete the filming task successfully. Also, President Pei. Fei Huang Studio can't let you work in vain. We will pay 100,000 to buy your script. It's not a lot of money, but it's also our intention. Please don't refuse. Spend 100,000 to buy a script? Pei Qian was just talking casually, but he instantly became energetic when he heard the number 100,000. Okay. I'll give you the first draft of the script in 2 days. There is also an unexpected surprise. There was a similar operation when filming Pei's daily life before. Pei Qian made a cameo appearance as an actor and made a lot of money by playing myself. And this time, Pei Qian found a new way to make money. Be a screenwriter. The gap between the upper and lower limits of screenwriters' prices in the market is very large. The top screenwriters get 6 figures for one episode, while some new screenwriters may only get a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan per episode, and they have to revise it day and night. This 100,000 yuan in remuneration should be within the reasonable range in the system's judgment, and it is not considered malicious use of system funds. As for Pei Qian, he does not need to write the script in detail, he just needs to provide an idea. In short, perfect, the two chatted for a few more sentences, and Huang Sibo stood up to say goodbye. Since he had decided to officially shoot a movie, Huang Sibo's work enthusiasm was fully mobilized. After returning to Fei Huang's studio, he still had a lot of work to do, and the most important thing was to recruit more people. After Huang Sibo left, Pei Qian opened the document and began to write the script. Pei Qian knew nothing about movie scripts. But since this manuscript was worth 100,000 yuan, it must be arranged properly. There was no need to think about it, just open the document and do it. First, decide on the subject. Pei Qian typed the word science fiction on the document without hesitation. Science fiction themes cost a lot of money and are easy to be criticized. It is indeed a place where bad movies are often produced, which is very consistent with the general direction of box office failure. Choosing a science fiction theme is half the success. Secondly, it is a general outline of the story. Half an hour later, there were still only the two words science fiction on the document. Pei Qian sighed silently. Oh no, it seems that he is not cut out for this. He originally wanted to write a random rubbish story that insulted the audience's IQ, but when he really started writing, he found that it was not that easy to write a rubbish story. At this time, Pei Qian really hoped that he could recall the story outlines of those bad movies. Unfortunately, Pei Qian is not an avid movie lover, and his film-watching experience is very shallow. Moreover, he is very averse to bad movies, never watches premieres, and will never buy tickets if the movie has a low reputation. Therefore, Pei Qian can't remember the specific plots of those bad movies at all, and naturally has no source material at this time. He wrote and deleted a line of text on the document, and in the end, there were only the two words science fiction. Pei Qian scratched his head. It's definitely not okay to write like this. I have to change my mind a little bit. Well, I can write it the other way around. Pei Qian suddenly thought of a good idea. Whether it's making a movie, writing a novel, or making a game, their cores are the same. The key to making a good movie is to determine what the audience likes to watch. Then conversely, if you want to make a bad movie, just shoot something that the audience doesn't like to watch, isn't it? The plots of many bad movies are very empty, making people drowsy. This is certainly a good idea, but it is not practical. What bothers Pei Qian now is mainly some specific plots of this movie. First determine some specific plots, then fill the script with water, and you can achieve the effect of making the plot empty, boring, and drowsy. So, what kind of plot makes people hate it? Pei Qian couldn't help but think of a concept in online novels. Poison point, the so-called poisonous points are some plots that make readers feel uncomfortable. For example, licking dogs is a big poisonous point. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was very satisfied and wrote another line under science fiction. The male protagonist is a licking dog. As the saying goes, licking dogs will not die well. If the male protagonist succeeds in licking the female protagonist in the end, the toxicity of the story will definitely be greatly reduced. So Pei Qian wrote another line, the licking dog licked until he had nothing in the end. After thinking about it, this plot seemed not cruel enough. The male protagonist was cheated. The child is not his. The male protagonist wants to raise this child, but this child hates him very much. After a series of blows, the male protagonist collapsed and decided to take revenge on society. Pei Qian thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate. No, the male protagonist cannot take revenge on society, after all, he is a coward. Pei Qian didn't want to make this movie into a superhero movie, like The Green Hat Man, and then accidentally win an award abroad. That would be a big deal. After a series of setbacks, the hero collapsed and chose to commit suicide. Pei Qian still felt it was not good. Well, suicide is only a small climax of the plot after all, and it is not appropriate to follow the old path of traditional tragedy. The hero spent the rest of his life in such a depressed way. Pei Qian thought about it again. It doesn't seem to be very good, it's a bit too bland. It would be best to give the hero a little hope at the end, and then ruthlessly extinguish it. But what kind of hope is it, and how is it extinguished? Pei Qian has no good idea yet. But he is not in a hurry. Anyway, this script can be written in 2 or 3 days. Just when he was about to close the document, Pei Qian thought of something and deliberately bolded the word science fiction. Don't forget that this is a science fiction theme. In order to spend more money on props and special effects, the story must reflect some science fiction elements. Of course, what kind of science fiction elements are reflected? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Pei Qian read the current plot framework from beginning to end with satisfaction, and almost died of poison. Toxic, absolutely poisonous. After this set of plots, it can be said that all poisons return to their roots, and there is really no lack of major poisons. At that time, just enrich the plot, wrap it in a layer of science fiction, and add a little water to the plot. It's all done. Hey, I'm such a bad guy. Pei Qian felt that he seemed to have a talent for making bad movies. I should have entered the film industry earlier. Please remember the domain name of this book's first release. Top Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 314 Recruitment Mailbox is Overflowing. Pei Qian felt satisfied after temporarily completing the general framework of the script. At this rate of progress, he would add a few more details tomorrow and then throw it directly to Huang Sibo and the others. Okay, today's work is almost done, take a break. Pei Qian habitually opened the Ellie Island and prepared to start watching the drama. Not long after watching it, there was another knock on the door outside the office. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Assistant Qian. Boss Pei, our company's mailbox is about to be full of emails. At present, colleagues in the Human Resources Department are busy screening and archiving. But because there are too many people submitting resumes, we urgently need to establish a screening standard. Assistant Qian looked at Pei Qian, implying that only you can set the screening standard. Pei Qian? Boss Pei, who was about to happily watch the drama, was full of surprise. The email is overflowing? How is it possible? Boss Pei, who was extremely vigilant, instantly smelled a bad smell. He quickly opened the company's corporate mailbox on his computer and found that there were indeed a lot of unread emails in the mailbox. The red number 999 plus on the inbox was very eye-catching. What is going on? Pei Qian was a little dizzy. Assistant Qian smiled and said, it should be the effect of the official interview and your internal letter. You will know if you look at the hot searches on Weibo. But the most urgent task now is to first determine a screening standard. After all, if all the resumes are to be interviewed, there will definitely not be enough staff. Pei Qian fell into a short state of stagnation. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. Okay, you go out first, I will call you when I think about it. Assistant Qian nodded and left. Pei Qian felt that this matter was not so simple, and it was definitely not a problem that could be solved by setting a screening standard, so he hurriedly opened Weibo. As a result, when he looked at the hot search list, the 7th topic was #Tenda internal letter #. What's going on? I posted it on the internal network. How did it end up on Weibo hot searches? Pei Qian had almost forgotten about it. The original intention of sending this internal letter was nothing more than to encourage his employees to slack off and reduce the burden of losses for him. After it was posted on the internal website, the effect was average, and many employees were praising it, which made President Pei very disappointed. So Pei Qian stopped paying attention to this matter. Unexpectedly, when he saw this article again, it was already on the hot search on Weibo. Pei Qian quickly clicked it and found that his internal letter had become a long screenshot and was reposted crazily by netizens. Looking at the discussion of netizens again, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Am I seeing right? Is this really an internal letter from a boss? You can't believe a word of what capitalists say. Eh? Why is it different from the script I imagined? I was moved to tears. How can there be such a good boss? Give me a dozen. This is actually an internal letter from Tenda? Is Tenda still recruiting employees? I will go there even if I have to take a pay cut. Don't be fooled, I think this is hype. Even if this internal letter is true, it's probably just a persona. But my friend is a Tenda employee. Tenda's benefits are really good and enviable. It's true. Some people say this is a persona? Then, please ask other company bosses to do the same. You can also establish your own persona. You can also dare to send such an internal letter? Hey, did you notice that this open letter seems to be copied from the previous open letter, the one work hard to live a better life? Really, it's all reversed? Is this a deliberate irony? Oh my god, it's so good, I'm a fan of this boss. Fuck, don't say anything, I'm going to send my resume to Tenda now. The response of the silly netizens on Weibo was so enthusiastic that Pei Qian was a little caught off guard when this internal letter was posted on the internet. It did cause some reactions, but it was not so popular at all. Although the pinned post has been posted on the internal forum and there are new replies every day, most employees just get a little excited after reading it and forget about it. Because those who can access the internal forum are all Tenda employees. Employees like Hao Qiong have long been accustomed to Tenda's generous benefits. Therefore, although everyone who saw this internal letter felt very fresh, they were not too moved. After all, everyone knows that Mr. Pei is such a good boss. But when it came to Weibo, the situation suddenly changed. Where have the stupid netizens on the internet seen such a fairy company and such a fairy boss? The previous interview on the official platform has already praised Tenda and caused a certain response. Now there is another internal letter, and Tenda's image has been completely established in the hearts of many netizens. So far, most players have the following impressions of Tenda. The boss is a talent scout, very good at discovering talent. The employees are all very good, the internal atmosphere is active, and there is no strict hierarchy like that of a large company. The benefits are excellent, and employees are not exploited. So far, Tenda's industries have involved many fields, and they have all been successful. Another key point is that Tenda is located in Jingzhou City, a second-tier city with good supporting facilities, and not as much pressure as in super first-tier cities. Taking all these factors into consideration, Tenda has become a hot commodity in the eyes of many job seekers. As the saying goes, it is not a problem if you don't know the goods, but a problem if you compare the goods. When bosses of other companies are all advocating the spirit of struggle, wolf culture, and 996 is a blessing, the boss of Tenda actually did the opposite, asking employees to rest more and take care of their health in an internal letter. This kind of humanistic care that is beyond words has moved many social animals in other companies to tears. As a result, many people have become Tenda's tap water on the internet, saying good things about Tenda crazily on Weibo. Some are even more straightforward and start sending resumes to Tenda. A few days later, Tenda's corporate mailbox exploded directly, with 999 plus emails, all of various job resumes. Pei Qian thought that the official interview would cause some bad consequences, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Looking at the 999 plus emails in the mailbox, Pei Qian and the HRs in Tenda's Human Resources Department had a headache. However, the reasons for the headache were different. HRs were simply happy troubles. With so many people scrambling to get into Tenda, it was naturally easier to screen out excellent talents. But President Pei was more rigid. He didn't mind hiring more employees, but if there were some big names among them, and they could easily bring the originally loss-making project to a halt after being hired, wouldn't President Pei be vomiting blood? However, it would not be appropriate to reject all these people directly. Now Tenda is no longer the small transparent company it used to be, and there must be many people watching. If it is discovered that Tenda only wants rubbish employees and does not want excellent talents, will anyone doubt Tenda or President Pei's motives? Pei Qian cannot let too many people doubt his motives, nor can he let too many people doubt the system itself or the existence of challenges. We must think of a proper solution to the problem of recruiting employees, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Pei Qian pondered. Tenda is now a large company. In the future, as the business expands, more and more employees will be recruited, and Pei Qian will no longer be able to do it himself and select them personally as before. Then, HRs must continue to discover those excellent employees. Then for President Pei, won't there be more and more people who will stab him in the back? Who can stand this? We have to think of a way to screen out as many slackers as possible. Excellent employees are like gold that shines everywhere. They will definitely stab me in the back after they come to Tenda. I can't stand it. Not recruiting these people and letting them shine in other companies will not waste social resources. If we hire 2 rubbish employees, it will be too conspicuous. Some particularly stupid people may make big news, which is not in line with Tenda's low-key temperament. It's best not to hire them. So, find a way to recruit a group of mediocre people, such as Lao Ma. They will do whatever the superiors say. As long as they are pointed in the wrong direction, they can guarantee losses. Yes, that's right, find a way to filter out the slackers. Pei Qian thought about the countermeasures quickly. Half an hour later, Pei Qian called Assistant Qian over. Send a notice to tell everyone that Tenda currently has no large-scale recruitment plans. For those resumes that have been sent, let the Human Resources Department set up a talent pool and save them first, and then talk about it later. Tenda's recruitment will be on the right track in the future. During this period, I will let the Human Resources Department formulate a general selection standard, and Tenda will select talents regularly according to this standard in the future. Assistant Qian made a record. Boss Pei, the Human Resources Department has selected a group of good candidates. Their resumes look very good and they are from various fields. Do you want to arrange interviews for them first? Pei Qian flatly refused. No. A beautiful resume does not necessarily mean strong actual ability. Tenda is a hot commodity in the eyes of many job seekers now. There must be many people who are trying to take advantage of the situation among those who submit resumes. We have never, and will never, select talents based on just a resume. What's more important is their actual ability. Assistant Qian nodded. Well, indeed, resume fraud is quite common now. Since you, Mr. Pei, have a better selection method, let's follow your method. Qian Hailu also knew that Mr. Pei has always been eclectic in selecting talents. People like Huang Sibo and Lu Mingliang were promoted from the bottom, and facts have proved that they are rare talents. Since Mr. Pei doesn't like these job seekers with overly bright resumes, forget it. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and a backstab that was close at hand was avoided. Assistant Qian added, but, Mr. Pei, all departments have plans to expand their staff recently, and there must be a group of people to fill these vacant positions. Pei Qian thought for a while and said, okay, departments that are in urgent need of additional staff can recruit a group of people at their discretion. If it is a department that does not lack staff, don't recruit reserve talents. Assistant Qian nodded, okay. Pei Qian asked, who is the head of the Human Resources Department now? Assistant Qian, Xiao Hao. Pei Qian blinked, which Xiao Hao? Assistant Qian, Hao Yun. Oh, it's him. Pei Qian pretended to be, I know him very well, but in fact he had never heard of him and didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. It's not Mr. Pei's fault that he doesn't care about his employees. The key is that he has too many employees under him. In Mr. Pei's eyes, the Human Resources Department is an insignificant department. How can he have the time to remember who is who one by one? Chapter 315, Tenda's Recruitment Standards. In the early days of Tenda, recruitment and finance were all managed by Assistant Qian, and colleagues in the administrative team were only responsible for helping her. But as the company grew larger, Assistant Qian was definitely unable to manage it, so it was natural for the administrative department to separate into specialized departments such as human resources and finance. Assistant Qian also directly handed over the human resources work, such as recruitment, to the human resources department. Then call Xiao Hao, and I will tell him a few words about future recruitment. Okay. Assistant Qian nodded and went out. Pei Qian sat in a chair and fell into thought. Now think about it, it may be a misunderstanding that he underestimated the human resources department before. This probably stems from some of Pei Qian's previous prejudices against this department. Some people say that in many large companies, the human resources department is a bit like the ancient East Factory and West Factory. Many large companies have some scandals, such as forcing sick employees to resign, firing without compensation, etc., and basically there are HR figures in them, with a strong sense of presence. Forcing employees to resign was definitely instigated by the boss, but the actual executor was the HR, so he can't help but take the blame. At the same time, HR often finds faults and lowers prices during recruitment interviews. On weekdays, they occasionally play the role of an outsider guiding an insider and making decisions in the professional field, so they are very annoying. Pei Qian was just an ordinary employee before his rebirth, so he naturally had a natural aversion to HR. But now, Pei Qian suddenly felt that his idea was a bit wrong. HR, in the final analysis, does dirty work for the boss. Whether HR is good or bad does not entirely depend on their own professional ethics, but more on what kind of company they are in and what kind of boss they have. Those unscrupulous companies can use HR to exploit employees, but President Pei can also use HR to better achieve his goal of screening out slackers. If HR can be trained well, so that they can actively help the interviewees raise prices and select some employees who don't like to work overtime during the interview, wouldn't that be a great help to President Pei? Therefore, Pei Qian decided to meet this little Hao, focusing on instilling the Tenda spirit in him and clarifying Tenda's recruitment model. After waiting for a few minutes, someone knocked on the door. Haoyun came to the office and looked a little nervous. This was a young girl who looked to be in her 20s. She was not tall and not pretty. She had a round face and big eyes. She looked like a nondescript office worker. She was younger than Pei Qian had imagined, but this is normal. After all, when Pei Qian first recruited employees, he chose some newcomers with little experience. Therefore, the current management of Tenda is generally young. Pei Qian had a good first impression of this Xiao Hao, who was not as domineering as the HR in his impression. And this Xiao Hao really had no sense of existence. Pei Qian looked at her carefully and could not remember that he had ever seen her in the company, which shows how low her sense of existence was. "Boss Pei, you are looking for me?" Haoyun asked timidly. "Well, you sit down, I have a very important task to give you." Haoyun sat down in the seat opposite, still a little nervous. After all, she had received tasks from Assistant Qian before, and this time she changed to a higher-level NPC, and she was a little uncomfortable for a while. The position of the Human Resources Department is very important, you should know this. You should first talk about the main job responsibilities of the Human Resources Department. Pei Qian said. Haoyun nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Pei, the Human Resources Department should decide on the allocation of talents according to their expertise and specialties, and at the same time, create a relaxed and pleasant working atmosphere and fully mobilize the enthusiasm of employees. Haoyun said a lot in one breath. She wanted to talk briefly, but seeing that Mr. Pei had no intention of interrupting, she just kept talking. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Yes, that's it. He originally just wanted to be a little polite and elevate the importance of the Human Resources Department, but he didn't know how to say it, so he let Haoyun speak for himself. As a result, Haoyun spoke so well that Pei Qian didn't feel like interrupting for a while. In short, the Human Resources Department is very important. So I hope that HRs can better understand Tengda's corporate culture and use it to guide a series of work such as recruitment and personnel management. How are you doing with the resume screening work? Do you have any ideas? Haoyun was excited. What Mr. Pei asked was exactly what he was responsible for. First, we will screen the resumes. Because there are many people submitting resumes, and we need few positions, we will be more strict in screening resumes. We will conduct preliminary screening based on factors such as job seekers' education, graduation school, work experience, project experience, etc., and screen out more than 80% of job seekers. Then, we will send interview invitations to job seekers. There will be 2 rounds of interviews. The first round is an interview with the department head, and the second round is an interview with HR. Finally, we will negotiate and seek a salary that is suitable for both the job seeker and the company. Haoyun briefly described the original recruitment process. Pei Qian frowned when he heard it. This is the standard interview process for general HR. But President Pei will definitely not be satisfied with this process. The resume stage directly screened out some people with low education, poor graduation schools, and no work experience. Wouldn't this greatly reduce the chance of hiring a slacker? In the long run, the company will be full of people who are struggling. Wouldn't this make President Pei uneasy? Definitely not. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "The process is very good, but I don't think it meets Tengda's recruitment standards." Haoyun was a little nervous. Really? Then what do you think the process should be, President Pei? She also hurriedly took out a small notebook to record. Pei Qian was very satisfied with such an obedient employee and introduced the employee selection criteria he had thought of long ago in detail. Our standard at Tengda is to recruit talents regardless of their background. How can we discriminate against job seekers just because they have poor academic qualifications, poor colleges, insufficient work experience, or ugly resumes? That's absolutely not allowed. We should treat all applicants equally and give them a fair chance to compete. Therefore, there should be no resume screening process. We will accept all applicants who submit resumes. Haoyun wrote in a small notebook, his face full of confusion. But Mr. Pei, this will be too much work. I can't interview everyone. Pei Qian shook his head. We don't need to interview everyone. Let's find a time to arrange a unified written test for them. We'll set up a special venue for the written test and let them answer the questions in a closed book. Then we'll select the top few candidates for the positions for interviews. Haoyun was still confused. In this case, the cost is still very high. To organize such a large-scale written test, we need to prepare the venue, set questions, arrange people to mark the papers, supervise the exams, etc. The more people there are, the more money we'll spend. Judging from the current enthusiasm of job seekers, it's probably going to be very expensive to hold such a large-scale written test. Expensive? Isn't that just right? Pei Qian said seriously, these are all necessary costs and cannot be saved. Okay. Haoyun nodded and quickly recorded in a small notebook. After Haoyun finished recording, he glanced at the contents written in the notebook and asked, for the test questions, will the heads of each department set the questions and mark the papers? Pei Qian shook his head. Only some of the questions are set by the heads of each department. The written test will be divided into 2 parts. The first half is a basic ability test, including basic knowledge, judgment and reasoning, data analysis, material discussion, etc., focusing on the basic abilities of job seekers. The second half is a professional knowledge test, which is set by the heads of each department to test the knowledge and abilities required for the position. After the written test, candidates will enter the interview according to the total score ranking. During the interview stage, the job order should be disrupted, and the heads of each department should conduct cross-interviews. Haoyun, what do you mean by cross-interview? Pei Qian explained, the head of the game department will interview the interviewee of Nifeng Logistics, and the head of Moyu Takeaway will interview the interviewee of Moyu Internet Cafe. The specific department to interview will be decided by a temporary draw. Haoyun was even more confused. Mr. Pei, is this okay? As the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. Pei Qian smiled slightly. This is easy. Determine the interview questions and answers in advance. For example, the head of Tenda Games will interview the interviewee of Nifeng Logistics. Even if he is not clear about the work of Nifeng Logistics, as long as he looks at the interview answers, it is enough to identify which interviewee performs better. Haoyun felt at a loss, but what's the point of doing this? Pei Qian was stuck for a moment, but quickly reacted. The significance of doing this is great. For example, it can effectively avoid nepotism and small groups in various departments. It can effectively avoid the big corporate disease of nepotism. Haoyun nodded suddenly and hurriedly recorded. Pei Qian continued, after the interview phase, the final candidates will be determined based on the total scores of the interview and written test. However, there is a third phase after this, which is the Tenda spiritual compatibility test. I will personally set the questions for this part, organize everyone to take the exam, and finally electronically grade the papers. Only those who pass the test can officially join the company. If you fail, you can only enter the 1-month internship period. Although your salary will be paid, you cannot be responsible for key work during the internship period. The main thing is to study and experience the Tenda spirit seriously. After the 1-month internship period, you will have to take the Tenda spirit fit test again. If you still haven't passed it, you can only regretfully postpone it. If you postpone it 3 times in total, you can only apologize and compensate. Haoyun quickly recorded it in a small notebook, feeling emotional. President Pei is indeed President Pei. He actually arranged so many links for the interview. It sounds very rigorous. Although Haoyun felt that these links were a bit superfluous and unnecessary, she felt that President Pei must have other intentions, so she didn't think too much about it. In addition, President Pei's arrangement did make sense. Pei Qian himself felt very satisfied. If we recruit in the usual way, the HR department led by Assistant Qian is definitely not just for show, and the heads of each department are keen to backstab President Pei, so the new employees we recruit will definitely be very powerful, which is a bit difficult to deal with. Although the current arrangement cannot be said to completely avoid this situation, it at least has a significant weakening effect. First, by not screening resumes and giving everyone a fair chance to compete, many newcomers with low education and little experience can be prevented from being eliminated. Secondly, only half of the written test is about job knowledge, and the other half is about basic ability tests that have nothing to do with the job, which gives a hand to those brothers who are good at the test but not necessarily strong in workability. Moreover, during the interview, cross-interviews are conducted by various departments, allowing laymen to interview experts, which greatly reduces the chance of selecting outstanding talents. Finally, the Tenda spiritual fit test can select many slackers. Those hard-working people who are dedicated to work can be directly compensated and persuaded to quit, which not only costs money but also ensures the safety of the job. It's simply perfect. Of course, this standard did not achieve Pei Qian's ultimate goal. But he couldn't go too far, and it was impossible to write "come to slackers" directly in the recruitment standards. This is already within the scope allowed by the rules, and it is the recruitment process that President Pei is most satisfied with. Soon, Haoyun wrote everything down, and there were several pages of dense notes on the small notebook. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then, the main task of the Human Resources Department in the near future is to coordinate with various departments as quickly as possible to arrange this interview process, including how to choose the venue, how many positions each department has, the arrangement during the exam, etc. Speak where there is money to be spent, don't be afraid to spend money. For example, if you think it's too troublesome to screen resumes when registering, you can spend money to build a special recruitment website to realize the complete intelligence of a series of steps such as registration and printing admission tickets. I emphasize again, don't be afraid of spending money. Talent is the foundation of corporate development. This is a long-term talent selection mechanism that will benefit the present and future generations. Do you understand? Haoyun nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. She paused and found that she had overlooked a question. Mr. Pei, at which stage is the specific salary determined? Do you still need to lower the price? According to the regulations of general companies, when recruiting, the salary will be discussed during the HR interview, and the price will inevitably be lowered during the discussion. This is a common method for most companies to reduce expenses. But now Mr. Pei's recruitment process seems to have no such link. Pei Qian said seriously, it is totally against Tenda's corporate culture to lower the salary. Since the job seeker has passed the selection and tests, it means that he is the talent we need. For such talents, we should be eager to recruit talents. How can we lower the salary? Just for a few hundred yuan a month, the talents are unhappy and uneasy to work, which affects the work efficiency. Isn't it our company that suffers? So, we can't lower the price. Let the job seeker propose the salary standard and then lower the price. That's hooliganism. We pay directly according to the higher standards of the industry, and we must ensure that the salary offered by Tenda is competitive. Once the employees pass the test of the spiritual compatibility with Tenda, we will immediately give them a salary increase. Only when the salary is enough can the employees work wholeheartedly for Tenda. Chapter 316 President Pei's Script. President Pei's words are like a waste of 10 years of study. Haoyun felt that all the HR management knowledge he had learned before seemed to have been thrown away, and it was totally incompatible with President Pei's requirements. But then again, this is Tenda, this is President Pei. President Pei has always been a maverick, and obviously he has his own unique theory on talent management. Haoyun nodded. Okay, President Pei, these things will be handed over to the Human Resources Department, and they will be properly handled. Haoyun received a long-term epic challenge task from the new NPC and left with full of fighting spirit. Pei Qian took a short break and continued to work on the script of the movie. November 2nd, Tuesday. At 10:30 in the morning, Pei Qian came to the company on time, turned on the computer, opened the document, and made the final revisions to the computer script. Strive to finish the script today and send it to Huang Sibo and others. There is no way, President Pei is so resolute in doing things. Based on the previous story structure, Pei Qian still needs to continue to improve some details. The more details there are, the less likely Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi will misinterpret their intentions. First, add some science fiction elements. Pei Qian thought about it and decided that it would be better not to add those overly complicated and conventional science fiction elements. It would be better not to add space battleships or time travel. Why? Because Pei Qian was going to spend a lot of money on special effects. What if the special effects were too good and the audience felt that just watching the special effects was worth the money? Then what would he do? Not only did he spend a lot of money on special effects, but he also didn't want the audience to see the big scenes. This was Mr. Pei's ultimate pursuit. It would be better not to add elements like time travel, because the script Pei Qian wrote was not complete. He was afraid that Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi, two brain-filling geniuses, would change the script beyond recognition. Time travel is a theme that is relatively suitable for brain-filling monsters to play, and Pei Qian is worried. He doesn't want to see a magical script like I cheat on myself, I sleep with myself, I kill myself, I marry myself and I am the only one in the movie from beginning to end. So Pei Qian thought about it and decided that it would be best to just sell dog meat under the guise of sheep, put on a sci-fi skin, but not shoot those sci-fi big scenes, just shoot some very boring daily life. When it comes to promotion, vigorously promote domestic sci-fi masterpiece, moving plot, gorgeous special effects, and so on to raise the audience's psychological expectations. When the audience entered the cinema, they saw that there were no gorgeous special effects, no cool scenes, and even the sci-fi elements were very thin. It was just a modern story wrapped in a sci-fi skin. Not only that, the plot was also feeding people with poison. How infuriating. The angry audience must have shouted, "Refund the tickets," right? As for how the plot specifically feeds people with poison, this is also something Pei Qian needs to consider carefully. The male protagonist is a bootlicker and ends up with nothing. This general framework cannot be changed, but how does he bootlick specifically, and how does he specifically end up with nothing? This requires Pei Qian to use his intelligence. If the intensity is small, the effect of feeding poison is not obvious, and the effect of persuading people to quit will not be very prominent. So, we have to increase the intensity. With the story framework, Pei Qian felt that his ideas were flowing like a spring, and he quickly tapped the keyboard and wrote down all his ideas. In the future society, technology is highly developed. Robots replace humans and undertake most of the physical work. A large number of physical laborers in society are unemployed and fall into the abject poverty class. Fortunately, there are the most basic social welfare for them to live and survive. The male protagonist is a poor man who has no job and can only survive on the most basic social welfare and relief. He lives in a living space similar to a capsule. He can only sleep with his legs curled up. If he sits on the bed, he will hit his head if he is not careful. Every day, you can get instant relief meals, which look like a kind of grayish-white paste. After brewing with hot water, it can provide the necessary nutrition for survival. There is a TV in the capsule compartment where the male protagonist lives, which is his only entertainment activity at present. TV programs are full of various advertisements, and he has no money to skip the advertisements. TV can also play games and chat online, but these need to be paid. The male protagonist does not even have the money to skip the advertisements, so naturally, he has no money to enjoy other entertainment activities. The male protagonist's daily life is to watch advertisements and TV. He only has 3 hours a day to leave the capsule and go outside. Because the urban space outside is not available to everyone at will. The rich can enjoy the outside world from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., the common people can enjoy the outside world from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m., while the extremely poor like the male protagonist can only enjoy the outside world from 12 p.m. to 3 a.m. From 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., the outside world must be cleaned up to ensure that the whole world is clean and tidy when the rich go out at 6 a.m. There are very severe penalties for the extremely poor who go out or stay in at the wrong time. Most of the extremely poor have their biological clocks completely reversed. They cherish the opportunity to get some fresh air from the outside world. For them, this is the most important moment of the day. Of course, strictly speaking, the destitute like the male protagonist are not completely jobless. They can choose the programs they like to watch on TV and vote for them. According to the length of time they watch, these destitute people will get a small amount of virtual currency, which can be used to buy some consumer goods, such as nice clothes, delicious food, delicious drinks or alcoholic beverages, etc. Every TV program will have a guessing activity, and these currencies can be used to complete these guessing activities. As long as you win, you can earn more virtual currency. Some programs will also specially invite some destitute people who have made a lot of money from guessing activities and become civilians or even rich people to share their experiences on stage. The male protagonist is also keen on this. He has wins and losses, but he has good talent and can often make a small profit and reward himself with a can of beer. One day, the male protagonist came to the outside world again. Here, he accidentally met the female protagonist who is also a destitute. Although the female protagonist is not particularly beautiful or charming, she is very pure and lovely. For the male protagonist, there is a unique charm that makes him sink deeply. The male protagonist used his natural sense of humor to approach the girl and beat several other competitors to win her heart. From that day on, they would meet every day during these 3 hours, eat delicious food together, or spend money on some cheap entertainment activities. The two quickly established a romantic relationship. The male protagonist began to save money and carefully participated in every guess, fearing that he would lose all his money accidentally. He wanted to save money to buy a living space that the two of them could share. The male protagonist was so focused on saving money that he had not bought gifts for the girl for a long time, and had not gone to a big meal with her for a long time. The girl was not angry about this. On the contrary, she was very tolerant and expressed understanding and support for the male protagonist's behavior. Until one day, the male protagonist finally saved enough money to buy a capsule space for 2 people. But at this time, the girl suggested that making money in this way was too slow, and she would never be able to become a civilian class. She hoped to participate in a talent show on a TV show. If she could get appearance time on the TV show, she would make money much faster than now. The male protagonist was unwilling, and the two had their first quarrel. But the next day, the male protagonist fell into deep self-blame. After repeated consideration, he still transferred the money he saved to the girl and let her pursue her dream. On the day when the girl participated in a TV talent show, the male protagonist, as a relative of the contestant, was given a day of commercial-free privilege and was able to watch the entire talent show from beginning to end in front of TV. On the stage, the girl tried hard to show her talent, singing and dancing. The male protagonist watched carefully and never thought that a TV show was so good. After the female protagonist finished her talent show, only one of the 4 judges nodded. According to the program rules, only if more than 3 judges passed, it would be considered a success in the talent show. The other judges pointed out the girl's problems mercilessly, dancing stiffly, like a clumsy bear, singing with wrong vocal techniques, unstable breath, and obvious off-tune, too nervous on the stage, without stage appeal. The only male judge who nodded just thought that the skirt the girl wore today looked good. It was rented at a high price before the show, making the girl look very simple and very neighborly. The girl left the talent show very disappointed. The male protagonist was a little relieved, because he knew very well that if the girl really passed the talent show, the two would only drift apart in the future. Now the girl's dream is shattered, and the two still have hope of living together. When they met again, the male protagonist comforted the girl and began to continue to work hard to save money in order to buy a capsule for the two to live in. The boy spent more time watching different TV programs, studying the tricks, and carefully participating in the betting activities. He had to ensure that every bet he made would be profitable. In the subsequent dates, the girl began to become absent-minded, often not hearing what the hero said, and just nodded blankly. The hero did not think much about it, but felt that the heroine's dream was shattered, so she was temporarily hit, and she would always cheer up. Finally, the hero saved enough money to buy a capsule for 2 people. He told the girl very happily that the two could finally live together. However, the heroine got angry for the first time. She was hysterical at the hero, shouting, "You don't understand anything at all," and then proposed to break up. The hero noticed the girl's slightly bulging belly in his confusion and collapse. The girl confessed everything to the hero, and she had been with the judge during this period. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 317. It will definitely be a masterpiece. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The judge has his own mansion and can take the girl out during the day. She has seen a better world, so she doesn't care about the male protagonist's cramped 2-person capsule at all. She originally wanted to confess to the male protagonist earlier and be with the judge, but the judge suddenly stopped contacting her a few days ago, and there was no news. The male protagonist knew that the girl had been abandoned. The judge might just want to change his taste and didn't plan to spend the rest of his life with her. After calming down, the male protagonist decided to accept the girl. But the girl still left resolutely. After that, the male protagonist's life seemed to have lost its color. He used the money to rent a larger single space, bought video ad-free, bought many entertainment activities, and bought a lot of junk food that can make people happy. In the end, the remaining money was all rewarded to the female anchor of the TV show and received two "thank you." The male protagonist continued to live a muddle-headed life. He no longer made cautious guesses, but instead invested all his money in high-odds guessing results. Sometimes he made a lot of money and spent it like crazy, sometimes he lost everything and lay dead in bed for several days until one day 5 years later. On this day, the confused male protagonist was still watching TV programs. Suddenly, he found that the large amount of money he had bet on before was actually guessed correctly, and he instantly gained more than 10 times the profit. There was already a large amount of money in his account, which could barely be considered a civilian class. The male protagonist was instantly overjoyed, and he couldn't wait to share this good news with the female protagonist. But he couldn't find the female protagonist, so he could only wander around for 3 hours every day, hoping that the female protagonist had not left the city. In this way, the male protagonist had been looking for more than a month, but in the end he couldn't find any trace of the female protagonist. The desperate male protagonist thought of a way. He decided to spend money to go to the talent show, and tell the female protagonist on the show that he loved the female protagonist, and told the female protagonist that he had actually been waiting for her and hoped that she could come back to him. The talent show has a great influence. As long as it is broadcast, the female protagonist will definitely be able to see it. So the male protagonist came to the stage of the talent show. Under the spotlight, the male protagonist saw the judge who snatched the female protagonist and ruthlessly abandoned her. Originally, the male protagonist just wanted to tell everyone here about his love and reluctance to the female protagonist, and about the little bits of beauty they had experienced, but after seeing the sanctimonious face of the judge, the male protagonist suddenly lost control of his emotions. He took the microphone and accused the judge of being so sanctimonious and such a beast in human clothing in front of everyone. He accused the judge of shamelessly taking away someone's love and cruelly abandoning a kind girl. He cursed the judge with the most vicious words, venting his unwillingness, regret and anger. The whole audience was silent. However, after a short silence, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Even the judge, who was scolded, bloody laughed and clapped his hands, and gave the male protagonist a thumbs up. The female judge next to him was moved to tears, kept wiping her tears, and tapped the approval button on the spot. 4S lit up on the table in front of the judges. 4 votes, full votes passed. The lights on the scene flashed, colorful jets were sprayed on the stage, and gorgeous special effects were constantly played. This means that many people on the internet were moved by the male protagonist and gave him tips. The male protagonist saw the dazzling number above the stage. In these few minutes, the tips he received had completely exceeded the total income of the past few years. The judge, who was cursed by him, highly praised his performance and said that he had not heard such a hearty talk show for a long time. The judges extended an olive branch to the male protagonist, hoping to tailor a TV show for him. The male protagonist knew what this meant. This meant that he would have unimaginable wealth and super high popularity, followed by hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. He could also have the right to go out freely during the day like other rich people, live in a spacious mansion, and wait for the maid to kneel beside him and put the peeled grapes into his mouth. The male protagonist thanked the judges profusely and enjoyed this moment to the fullest. At this moment, he was the absolute protagonist on the stage. The night the show ended, the male protagonist was well served by 2 hot, fair-skinned, and beautiful young women. He lived in a mansion, drove a luxury car, and got the life he dreamed of as he wished. One day, he received a communication request. The female protagonist really saw this show and hoped to renew her relationship with the male protagonist. The male protagonist immediately invited the female protagonist. He is now a wealthy class and can invite anyone during the day to visit his mansion. The heroine was moved to tears when she saw the hero. However, the hero was hugging two young women on his left and right, and he mocked the heroine, asking her why she had the nerve to come to him. The heroine collapsed and knelt on the ground begging for money, hoping that the hero could give her some money so that she could at least support her son. The hero became even more annoyed when he heard the word son, but he did not immediately kick the heroine out. After thinking it over again and again, the hero transferred a sum of money to her and asked her to never come to his house again. After resolving a matter of concern, the hero leaned on the sofa, sipping red wine, feeling physically and mentally comfortable. The money was not because of a change of conscience, nor because of a rekindled love. In the evening, the hero will continue to go to his show and emotionally tell his love story with the heroine. He knows that the audience does not actually care who the heroine is. If they really find the heroine, the audience will only quickly lose interest in the show. She is the most beautiful only if she exists forever in the imagination of the audience as a symbol. Once the audience sees her current haggard appearance, it will only make the dream lover image that the hero has worked hard to create for her completely collapse. Before going on stage, the hero met the judges. The male protagonist used to hate the judges, but now the judges are his sponsors, his mentors, and they are like a savior. Therefore, the male protagonist is very respectful to the judges. The judges congratulated him and said that today is a very important occasion and hoped that he can perform well. The judges also said that they had prepared a surprise for the male lead. The male lead then remembered that today seemed to be his birthday. Coming to the stage, the male lead once again tearfully told the love story between him and the female lead, and chatted with several lucky fans online to tell them the true meaning of love. However, after the online chat ended, a video of the male lead mocking the female lead in the living room suddenly appeared on the big screen. The male lead panicked, and he tried desperately to block the big screen, but during the live broadcast, the picture on the big screen still appeared on the screens of all the audience, and the male lead's panic behavior only added to the laughing stock. The audience was excited, and on the internet, countless angry viewers flooded into the column channel and cursed the male lead. The male lead was ruined and his personality completely collapsed. The judges did not have any intention of helping him. Instead, they asked the lawyer to take out the contract they had signed. The male lead's personal behavior seriously damaged the company's image and needed to pay a huge debt that could never be repaid. Looking at the male lead who had lost everything, the judges showed a sinister smile at the corner of their mouths. Not only did he get revenge for being scolded on stage, but he also boosted the show's traffic and gained a lot of attention. The judges pulled over the young and beautiful woman next to him and arranged for her to be the host of the next episode of this column. The camera turned, and in the small capsule, the male protagonist was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling that he would hit if he looked up, like a living dead. After writing, Pei Qian checked it and felt that he had written a good script for the first time. At least the story was complete. The goals envisioned before were basically achieved. Take the male protagonist for example, his life was miserable. He finally met a girl he liked, and he started to be a dog licker. As a result, the female protagonist was kidnapped by the judges, and the male protagonist happily got the green grassland. Then the male protagonist continued to lick, but the female protagonist didn't even give him a chance to connect with the plate, and broke off completely. Later, the male protagonist received a large sum of money and wanted to find the female protagonist again. He cursed the judges on the stage and let out a sigh of relief. But he was soon bought by the judges. He was willing to be a dog for money, which was in sharp contrast to his previous performance on the stage and was disgusting. The heroine really came back, but the hero threw away the last bit of tenderness and kindness, mocked the heroine, and paid her to never come again. In the end, the hero was framed by the judges. Seeing the happy life of the rich right in front of him, it was instantly destroyed. Not only did he return to a state of poverty, but he also owed a huge debt and lost all hope in life. I just want to ask you if it's miserable. I just want to ask you if it's cruel. Pei Qian himself felt poisoned to death after watching it. It was too miserable. The male protagonist is not only a bootlicker, but also a coward and a despicable villain. The female protagonist is not much better, a typical bitch and a dog, forever and ever. In short, if we look at it from the perspective of disgusting people, this drama has fully achieved the effect. All poisons return to their roots. Pei Qian looked at it again and found the last flaw of the script, which is that the length may not be enough. He thought about it and added 2 sentences at the end of the script. If the length is not enough, extend the part where the protagonist watches videos and advertisements in the room. By then, let alone 1.5 hours, it will be no problem to force it to 2.5 hours. The plan works. Of course, Mr. Pei is a kind person. He just wants the audience not to buy tickets, not that he really has any deep hatred for the audience. So just be a little bit nice and extend the movie to 1.5 hours. As for other content, such as the names of these characters, specific lines, actions, scenery, storyboards, etc., Pei Qian does not intend to get involved and directly throws it to Huang Sibo and others. Anyway, as long as they don't change the story of this script, there shouldn't be any big problems. It's done, and I got 100,000 yuan. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. It's getting easier and easier to make money now. Fei Huang Studio. Huang Sibo just received the script from Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei is so efficient. Huang Sibo was impressed. Other screenwriters would have to spend 3 to 5 months writing a script even if it was an urgent task. If they wanted to produce a masterpiece, it was possible to polish it for a year or 2. Of course, some directors who wrote and filmed at the same time were exceptions. As a result, when it came to Mr. Pei, the script was ready in 2 or 3 days. Of course, strictly speaking, what Mr. Pei wrote could only be regarded as a story outline, which was far from a truly perfect script. But no matter what, it was not easy to write such a story outline. Huang Sibo hurriedly called Zhu Xiaozi to come, and the two read it together. Seeing that it did not conform to the prescribed format at all, Zhu Xiaozi felt a little dizzy. Huang Sibo hurriedly said, "After all, Mr. Pei came from the game industry, and it is normal and reasonable that he does not understand the format of movie scripts. The format is not important. The main thing is to draw nutrition from Mr. Pei's ideas." Zhu Xiaozi thought about it and it seemed to be true, so he quickly corrected his attitude. The two read the plot of the script from beginning to end. Huang Sibo was a little dizzy. Why do I feel that this story is so frustrating? The male protagonist is a poor bastard and a bootlicker. In the end, he was about to live a happy life, but suddenly he went from heaven to hell. The heroine is just as miserable. She was dumped by the judges and can only make a living with her children. She finally found the hero, but was humiliated. And the most infuriating thing is that these two people are to blame for their own mistakes. They had every chance to live a better life, but they wasted it. Is this possible? He looked at Zhu Xiaozi next to him. Zhu Xiaozi did not answer immediately, but after a long silence, he raised his thumb. It's possible. This book is great. This story is heart-wrenching and thought-provoking. It criticizes the exploitation of people by consumerism, the oppression of people by classes, and the alienation of people by capital. The connotation is extremely profound. The plot is unexpected but reasonable, with twists and turns, which makes people applaud. In just 2 or 3 days, President Pei can write such a wonderful story. I can only say that President Pei is really a genius. No matter what industry he is in, he will be a well-deserved leader. Huang Sibo was a little confused. He didn't expect Zhu Xiaozi to have such a high evaluation of this book. The videos we shot before were all humorous and funny short videos. Are you sure the audience will like this? Zhu Xiaozi nodded very firmly. I am very sure. After reading this script, Mr. Pei and I have a feeling of mutual appreciation. I can vaguely understand Mr. Pei's true intentions. The audience may not like it, which means that the box office of this movie may not be very high. But in the eyes of those who can really understand this movie, it will definitely be a masterpiece. Chapter 318 Dream Venture Capital. After finishing the script of the movie, Pei Qian felt relieved. But now is not the time to relax. Now Pei has 1.8 million in his hand, which is enough for his parents to buy a new house. As for how to explain the source of this money, it's easy to say that he has become the management of Fei Huang Studio, and the company's previous short videos have made a lot of money, and he has received a lot of bonuses. Strictly speaking, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Pei is indeed the management of Fei Huang Studio, and Fei Huang Studio has indeed made a lot of money. Pei Qian plans to take time to go home and solve these things a little bit. But before that, the company's affairs must be properly handled. This settlement period is 5 months, which seems not short, but the time is not ample. Because Pei Qian plans to be busy with things in this period, including filming movies, making mobile phones, etc., all take a lot of time. Take the movie for example, although the content is relatively simple and there are not many special effects, it takes at least 1 month to plan, 2 months to shoot, and 1 month to edit and post-production, and finally it can be released before the settlement. Fortunately, after the system was upgraded to 2.0, a benefit was added, which is to allow a project with unproduced products in each cycle. For example, if a movie is not completed within this cycle, it will not affect the settlement and can be delayed to the next cycle. It must be released before the settlement of the next cycle. But for Pei Qian, if it can be completed within this cycle, it is better to complete it within this cycle. This benefit of the system is more of a guarantee. If you always think about this and deliberately slow down a project, it is very likely to fail in the end. Pei Qian flipped through the small notebook and cast his eyes on Ma Yang. Although he didn't want to trouble his good brother frequently, there was no way. The more capable, the more work. In the last settlement, although the Moyu internet cafe that Ma Yang was in charge of also stabbed President Pei a little, Pei Qian knew that this was not Ma Yang's original intention. The success of Moyu internet cafe was mainly dragged down by President Pei's own turning back as the shore, and Ma Yang won completely by doing nothing. And it was Zhang Yuan, not Ma Yang, who came up with the ROF computer brand. Therefore, Lao Ma is still trustworthy and is worthy of being the employee that President Pei values the most. But in this situation, Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan must be separated. Pei Qian has determined that Zhang Yuan is definitely a traitor. On the surface, he seems to be a big shot in the forum, but his thinking has been problematic recently. If he continues to fool Lao Ma, the situation will be very bad. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to either let Lao Ma take charge of the current business and find some new work for Zhang Yuan, or let Zhang Yuan take charge of the current business and find some new work for Lao Ma. After thinking about it, the latter is more suitable. Because President Pei just happened to have a new business direction, which is very suitable for Ma Yang to display his talents. Pei Qian is not confident in handing this business to anyone, only Ma Yang can be assured. President Pei wants to open an investment company. In fact, he has had this idea for a long time, but it has never been realized due to funding issues. Before, Tingda's funds were basically invested in the production field. Whether it was making games or opening physical stores, a lot of money was spent, and there was not much spare money in the account. At most, 3 or 4 million yuan could be squeezed out, which could be invested, but it was meaningless. It would be better to open a few more Moyu internet cafes and Nifeng inns. But now, the side effects of the last rush of spending in the last cycle will come sooner or later, and it is a bit unbearable to spend money by conventional means. So Pei Qian thought about it and decided to open an investment company. Although he was a little reluctant. Venture capital is full of risks, but once successful, the returns are also very terrifying. Pei Qian was very sure of his luck. If he continued to make money by making crappy games, he would probably make a lot of money by investing. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Pei Qian was already a little overwhelmed by squandering the system funds by himself, and had to ask for help from others. So, after repeated consideration, Pei had to reluctantly open this investment company. As for why he couldn't manage it himself. On the one hand, Pei was busy with work and had to personally monitor other areas. If he was solely responsible for investment, other businesses might backstab him. On the other hand, Pei had doubts about his own vision. So it was safer to hand it over to Lao Ma. He didn't ask Lao Ma to lose all his money. As long as he could symbolically mix it up and make a small loss, he would achieve Pei's goal. October 3rd. Moyu Internet Cafe. Brother Qian, it's up to you, hurry up. Ma Yang stared at Pei Qian's screen and shouted more happily than anyone else. However, looking at the two big words failure on the screen, Pei Qian had only one feeling, which was speechless. In the last team fight, Pei, who was naturally fat, went out to lead the team, and his teammates rushed forward like the gourd baby saving his grandfather, and achieved a glorious result of 4-for-1. Ma Yang was not the first one to rush forward to sacrifice, he was the last one. Originally, if Ma Yang was alive, he and President Pei would cooperate on the high ground, and there would still be hope for 2 against 4. But Ma Yang was also killed. Pei Qian used all his strength to kill only 2 people in this situation of 1 against 4, and could only watch the base explode helplessly. Alas, it's a pity for Brother Qian, let's play another round. Ma Yang said and was about to start another round. Pei Qian hurriedly stopped him, don't do it for now. I have something important to tell you. Oh, okay. Ma Yang turned off Shinchi reluctantly. Today, Pei Qian came to Moyu Internet Cafe, originally to briefly explain the investment company to Ma Yang. After coming here, he just wanted to play with it, so he played a black game with Ma Yang. In the end, it didn't work. Although he was very angry about losing the game, Pei Qian felt that this matter should be viewed in 2 ways. On the bad side, Pei Qian lost the game. But on the good side, Pei Qian confirmed that Lao Ma was still the same Lao Ma, and he was still reliable. The 2 came to the rest area, and Pei Qian called Zhang Yuan over. Zhang Yuan is still busy with ROF recently. After the 1024 Digital Festival, the price of ROF has returned to its original price, but because the brand has already gained a good reputation, many local people in Jingzhou still buy it. So, Zhang Yuan is very busy recently, but Ma Yang is very idle. Pei Qian first looked at Zhang Yuan. From now on, you will be the CEO of Moyu Internet Cafe. You will be fully responsible for the business of the Internet Cafe and ROF. Zhang Yuan was stunned. I became the CEO? So careless? What about Mr. Ma? Ma Yang's long face turned pale. Brother Qian, I just didn't play well in the last game, so I won't be eliminated, right? I don't have any credit, but I have worked hard. Ma Yang thought Pei Qian was holding a grudge, because he was cheated in the last game. Pei Qian was a little amused. What are you thinking? There is a new task for you, which is very important. Recently, Tenda is going to open a new investment company. I think you are the most suitable candidate for the CEO of this investment company. The expression on Ma Yang's long face froze, from bitter face, to confusion, and then, to ecstasy. Really? Brother Qian. I've wanted to be an angel investor for a long time. Brother Qian, don't worry, this job is very suitable for me, and I will definitely not let you down. Zhang Yuan was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't tell what President Pei's employment criteria were. Is it true that President Pei selects talented people? President Ma's talent doesn't look like the material for investment. Zhang Yuan always felt that it was outrageous to let President Ma manage the Moyu Internet Cafe. Managing an investment company is much more difficult than managing an internet cafe. Is it really possible? But can you say that Mr. Pei is a nepotist? No. Zhang Yuan himself has no relationship with Mr. Pei, but he was promoted. He took over Ma Yang's job and became the CEO of Moyu Internet Cafe. Mr. Pei did not assign this position to his relatives, so it can't be considered nepotism. Therefore, Zhang Yuan was also confused. He just felt that Mr. Pei was unpredictable. Maybe Mr. Ma has some advantages that ordinary people can't see. Pei Qian looked at Zhang Yuan. Okay, there's nothing else to do, you go, and get busy. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will definitely keep working hard to make Moyu Internet Cafe's business achieve greater success. Pei Qian. After Zhang Yuan left, Pei Qian coughed twice and began to talk to Ma Yang seriously about the investment company. This time, Pei Qian decided that he would never find an assistant for Ma Yang again. Because Pei Qian found out that Ma Yang's opinion depends on the last person who talked to him. Mr. Pei is brainwashing him now. If he doesn't keep an eye on him, he will be brainwashed by others in a minute. Therefore, we must not find a deputy for Ma Yang, at least not the kind of deputy who will give random ideas. Just find him some tools without personal ideas, so that we can ensure that Ma Yang will always act according to Pei Qian's ideas. Of course, this is all later. The first goal is to brainwash Ma Yang. Our investment company is different from other investment companies. Ma Yang listened very seriously. Well, what do you mean? Pei Qian asked. You should know what investment companies do, right? Ma Yang nodded excitedly. Of course I know. Investment companies invest money in companies that have the potential to make money, and then share the money with us after they make a lot of money. Pei Qian. It's very common, but this is not the answer that President Pei wants. Your understanding is too superficial. Is Tenda short of money? Aren't games and internet cafes making enough money? Pei said with a bit of gnashing of teeth. Ma Yang, Brother Qian, what do you mean? Pei Qian said earnestly, I'm not saying that investment companies must not make money. Making money is just one of its many goals. Investment means investing the extra money in your hands to where it should go the most. Where is the place where money should go the most? Is the place where money is made the place where it should go the most? Of course not. Many companies that truly benefit the society have closed down due to broken capital chains. Partners who have come together for their dreams can only be forced to go their separate ways. What a pity. So, our investment company is called Dream Venture Capital. Our goal is not to make money, but to help small companies whose dreams have been shattered realize their dreams. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 319 I need an investment consultant who doesn't provide any investment advice. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Ma Yang was a little confused. Why does it sound so much like doing charity? Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head and explained, it's not charity. Tenda will also do charity in the future, but this company is really a serious venture capital company. The difference is that charity will never have any monetary benefits. But investment can make you lose or make money, who can tell for sure? I just said, don't put the goal of making money first, the key is to realize your dreams, understand? What if you lose money by accident? It doesn't matter. After all, venture capital is risky, and I believe everyone will understand. Ma Yang understood a little, then. Brother Qian, as long as I see a dream that needs to be realized, I can invest, right? Pei Qian nodded vigorously, that's right. Old Ma, I like your excellent comprehension. Ma Yang was even more excited. At first, he just thought that opening an investment company was a game of making money from money. But after listening to Pei Qian's story, Ma Yang suddenly felt that running an investment company could not only make money, but also help small companies on the verge of bankruptcy realize their dreams. If you think like this, can you call yourself an angel in white or a reincarnated Hua Tua? This spiritual realm suddenly rose. Brother Qian, when do we start investing? I can't wait. Ma Yang couldn't sit still and wanted to stand up. Pei Qian quickly held him down, don't worry. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. In the next 2 days, I have to find you a qualified investment assistant. Investment is a very troublesome and technically demanding job. If it is a normal venture capital company, there are many steps before deciding to invest in a company. It is necessary to screen and review the investment proposals submitted by the company, understand the investment projects from all aspects, interview the company's managers and understand the company's prospects, and conduct complex business negotiations and evaluations. Ma Yang can't do any of these. At most, he can only look at the investment proposal and decide how much money to invest. He must know nothing about the specific operational level. Of course, this is exactly why Pei Qian entrusted him with such an important task. But if you want this company to operate normally, someone has to help him deal with some trivial matters. Even if Pei Qian didn't assign an assistant to Ma Yang would spend money to hire someone after he found out that he couldn't do these things, and then the situation would be out of control. So Pei Qian had to strike first, arrange an assistant who knows everything and can do everything beside Ma Yang, but will not interfere with Ma Yang's ideas at all. At that time, even if Ma Yang asks, the assistant will not answer, this is the best. Pei Qian asked, so as a venture capitalist, what are your expectations for your work? Ma Yang patted his chest very confidently, Brother Qian, don't worry, I understand everything. There may be many projects sent to me. At this time, I will hand them all over to professionals and let them help me screen which ones are reliable and which ones are not reliable. First, screen out those companies that want to cheat money. Then I will ask them to recommend me the companies with the highest success rate, and invest money carefully. Pei Qian. If you say so, then I dare not hand over this investment company to you. Hey, Lao Ma, when can you figure out your position? Pei Qian shook his head, absolutely not. The screening process cannot be handed over to an assistant, you must do it yourself. Ma Yang was a little confused, Why? I don't understand this at all. Pei Qian said seriously, you may not understand the data, but you can definitely understand a heart with dreams. Think about it, those small companies with dreams, how can they have so much energy to make such a beautiful investment proposal? Dreams are lofty and full of emotion. If you write them in such detail and in such a realistic way, and quantify them into a bunch of cold data, what kind of dream can you still call them? If you let others help you screen, how many small companies with dreams and real need for this investment will be eliminated? So, you have to do this job yourself. Those with detailed data and rigorous wording are all without dreams. Those with lack of data but beautiful and contagious words and unrestrained ideas are the real dream projects. Only by investing more in the latter projects can we ensure that our dream venture capital really invests money, and you must remember that the less reliable the letter of intent is, the bigger the dream is. Ma Yang suddenly realized and nodded, so that's it, it makes sense. Seeing that Ma Yang had been swayed, Pei Qian hurriedly continued, remember, this company is called Dream Venture Capital. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not, but you must invest in dreams. All evaluation criteria can be relaxed, but dreams cannot be relaxed. projects without dreams must not be invested. Do you understand? Ma Yang nodded vigorously. I understand. Seeing Ma Yang's expression, Pei Qian was sure that he had successfully brainwashed him. As long as he is not brainwashed back by others, this state should last for a long time. Then I will be in seclusion for this period of time, Brother Qian. I will go buy some investment-related books and make up for the relevant knowledge. Ma Yang looked very excited. Pei Qian was about to stop him, but when he thought of Ma Yang's performance when he bought game design professional books before, he was no longer worried. Let Lao Ma do whatever he wants. The more he does, the faster this thing will fail. Back to Tenda, Pei Qian found Assistant Qian. Help me find an investment consultant who knows all the investment processes very well. No requirements are made in other aspects. The only requirement is that no matter how the boss asks, do not give any investment advice, let alone influence or interfere with the boss's thinking. Assistant Qian's eyes were confused. Investment consultants do not provide any investment advice? Then, what exactly do you want the consultant to do? Pei Qian, only responsible for handling some execution-level issues. Assistant Qian thought for a while. In fact, there is no need for a special investment consultant. Just find an analyst or investment assistant from an investment company. Pei Qian nodded. That's fine. Boss Pei couldn't ask for it. Assistant Qian was still in his usual style and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, I'll go look for one right away. Pei Qian didn't care whether the person Assistant Qian found was an analyst, investment assistant, or investment director. Anyway, as long as he didn't provide advice to Ma Yang, everything would be fine. Evening. Hao Qiong, who had just gotten off work and was about to go home, felt a little confused. He played horror games all day at work today. Director Lin also drew the curtains, under the pretext of letting everyone experience the atmosphere and sense of immersion of horror games. All the employees of Shangyang Games wore headphones, looked at the big screen, and immersed themselves in the atmosphere of horror games. As a result, screams came one after another. And the screams came one after another. Someone was frightened by the horror game and screamed, and as a result, the people around were frightened and started screaming. It was like it was contagious. This atmosphere was simply amazing. Hao Qiong was also scared, but there was no way. Director Lin gave a death order. Since we are going to make horror games, all employees have to play horror games seriously, so that the horror games made can be scary enough. When Hao Qiong thought about having to endure this torment in the next few days, he felt tired. Hao Qiong left the company and walked towards his residence. The house he rented was near the company, and it was only a 10-minute walk away, which was very convenient. As he was walking, Hao Qiong suddenly heard a cough from behind him. Ah! Hao Qiong was startled and almost thought he had seen a ghost. As a result, the person behind him was also startled. Both of them jumped high and looked at each other in horror. The person coughing behind Hao Qiong was a 30-year-old office worker, who was as frightened as Hao Qiong at this time. Hao Qiong was confused. What are you doing? The office worker was even more confused. I just coughed twice. Do you have to react so much? Hao Qiong thought about it, and it seemed so. It was all his fault that he played horror games for too long at work and overreacted. Sorry, I was also scared. Sorry. Hao Qiong apologized and prepared to leave. However, the office worker came to him. Buddy, please stay. Actually, I came to you for business. Let me introduce myself. I am the HR of Hingtu Games. My name is Wu Bin. Brother, are you planning to change jobs? Hao Qiong blinked and realized that the person in front of him was here to poach people. Although playing horror games intensively recently was a bit overwhelming, Hao Qiong thought about the salary and bonus he received, and then thought about the feast at Mingyun Private Chef, and shook his head decisively. No plans. Hao Qiong was about to leave when Wu Bin hurriedly stopped him again. Brother. Brother, please stay. Don't refuse so quickly, let's go to the cafe next door and sit down and chat for a while. As the saying goes, even if the deal fails, the friendship remains. We are all in this circle, so let's make friends. Hao Qiong still wanted to leave, but he was a soft-hearted person, and could not resist Wu Bin's eloquence, so he could only reluctantly agree to sit in a nearby cafe. The two sat down separately. Wu Bin wiped the sweat from his head, thinking, it was not easy to fool someone. Hao Qiong was not the first employee of Tenda Games that Wu Bin found. Before, Wu Bin also tried to send emails and call people from Tenda Games and Shenyang Games, and tried many ways to contact them. As a result, no one paid attention to him. All emails fell into the sea, and the phone calls were basically hung up immediately after the self-introduction. But Wu Bin had another task, and he had no choice but to think of the most primitive and stupid way, waiting for people at the door of the company. Face-to-face communication will increase the chance of digging people. He did a simple investigation and found that this guy named Hao Qiong was a relatively marginalized ordinary employee in Shenyang Games, and it should not be difficult to dig him out. Wu Bin doesn't dare to poach business backbones like Yi Zhizhou and Li Yada. They are famous and wealthy in Tenda Games, and they can make good games and have money. How could they be poached? But this guy named Hao Qiong only does some very basic odd jobs in Tengda's subsidiary Shenyang Games, and his salary is not very high. Even if Tengda's benefits are good, how good can it be for such a marginal employee? As long as you are willing to pay more, you should be able to poach him, right? Wu Bin had no choice. After all, the boss had issued a death order that he must recruit a few people from Tenda to learn from Tengda's advanced experience in games. Thinking of this, Wu Bin generously paid for the coffee for 2 people, ready to use his eloquence to lure the silly-looking guy across the street to his company. Chapter 320, Are all HRs so unprofessional now? Wu Bin has some experience in how to poach people. The most important point is to raise the other party's psychological expectations and satisfy them in a certain way. Sometimes it's a pie in the sky, sometimes it's inducement, and sometimes it's a combination of soft and hard tactics. Wu Bin has already investigated that Hao Qiong is an executive planner at Shenyang Games, responsible for miscellaneous work. According to the general salary standard of executive planners in Jingzhou, it is generally 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Of course, Wu Bin has done his homework and knows that the welfare benefits at Tenda are ridiculously good. How good it is, I don't know. Because so far, I have only heard of people going to Tenda, but I have never seen anyone running out of Tenda. If you want to ask Tengda's employees, they won't tell you. The only rough standard is that it was mentioned in the official interview that Huang Sibo's salary doubled when he went to Tenda for an interview. But Wu Bin tried every means to find out that Huang Sibo's original salary was only 2,000 yuan, so this doubling is not particularly exaggerated. What's more, who is Huang Sibo? He was poached to be the main planner, so how could his salary not be high? An ordinary employee like Hao Qiong would at most make the same as Huang Sibo at that time, right? If you grit your teeth and estimate it high, it will be at most 5,000 yuan. Any more would be an insult to Wu Bin's IQ. Of course, Hao Qiong's income source is definitely not all basic salary, bonuses must also be taken into account. Wu Bin calculated that the monthly net income of the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song is about 4 million yuan, which can be roughly estimated through its ranking on various charts, payment points, number of players, popularity, and other information. It's not a lot, after all, this game is a conscientious game and does not require Krypton gold. Wu Bin pondered that according to the general game company taking 10% of the net income as project bonuses, the bonus distributed to employees is about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. To put it in a high way, 500,000 yuan. But a project team must have at least 30 or 40 people, and the backbone members take the lion's share. A small scum like Hao Qiong who helps out can get a bonus of 5,000 yuan. In this way, a month's salary including bonuses is at most about 10,000 yuan. Wu Bin is not very clear about other benefits. But, if the price is increased by 2,000 to 4,000 yuan, it will be enough to beat those benefits, right? Wu Bin's psychological price is between 12,000 and 14,000 yuan per month. This monthly salary is already quite outrageous in his opinion. In Jingzhou, the average chief planner only makes 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. Now he has to spend 13,000 yuan a month to recruit an executive planner? This is already outrageous enough, therefore, Wu Bin's way of poaching people is to raise the psychological expectations of the other party first. The following is the script he expects. Wu Bin, your salary must be very high, right? The daily salary must be at least 6,000, right? Hao Qiong, no, not that much, less than 5,000. Wu Bin, oh, then your bonus must be a lot, right? It must be 7,000 or more, right? Hao Qiong, no, just over 5,000. Wu Bin, then, your monthly income is only 10,000, which is lower than I thought. Hao Qiong, it's okay, the company's benefits are good. Wu Bin, good benefits can't be eaten, with your qualifications and abilities, come to us, the base salary plus bonus will definitely start at 12,000. Hao Qiong, really? Wu Bin, of course it's true, you are worth this money. If Hao Qiong still hesitates, then Wu Bin will continue to raise the price, all the way to 15,000. Earning 5,000 yuan a month, how can ordinary people resist such temptation? If it really reaches this point, poaching is considered a success. It's a bit expensive, but Wu Bin has no choice to complete the task assigned by the boss. Anyway, dig first and talk later. Wu Bin began to perform according to the script he imagined. I heard that your Tenda benefits are very good. Your salary must be very high, right? The daily salary must be at least 6,000? Hao Qiong nodded, yeah, about the same. Wu Bin, ? I felt a little dizzy. Wu Bin had already added 1,000 yuan to the highest salary he had expected, but when it came to Hao Qiong, he just calmly admitted it. Fortunately, Wu Bin reacted quickly and put on an as expected expression in time, then the bonus must be at least 7 or 8,000, right? Hao Qiong laughed, indeed. Wu Bin, ? He felt a little overwhelmed. What does indeed mean? More than 7 or 8,000? You know, the practice of game companies is to give bonuses of 10% of the income, and this is considered a lot. There are also many game companies that make money but don't give bonuses at all. As a result, the bonus given by Shangyang Games to an executive planner is actually more than 7 or 8,000. It looks like it should be at least 8,000. Wu Bin felt that there was something wrong with his budget. Added together, Hao Qiong's salary has reached nearly 15,000. Now it will cost at least 18,000 or 19,000 yuan to dig it up. This is too difficult. But the arrow has been put on the string and it has to be shot. Wu Bin can't give up now, so he can only bite the bullet and say, then your monthly income must be 15,000 yuan, which is a little lower than I expected, but not much lower. Hao Qiong smiled innocently, it's okay, the company's welfare is good. Wu Bin finally had a sentence that could be connected smoothly, and hurriedly said, good welfare can't be eaten as food. Before he finished speaking, Hao Qiong asked in confusion, it can be eaten as food. We have 3 meals provided, take out, and the menu changes every day. It is absolutely healthy and hygienic. Wu Bin. After calculating, the most basic food expenses alone are close to 1,000 yuan a month. The budget has to increase again. Hao Qiong said again, and we also go to the nameless restaurant for dinner regularly. Wu Bin. It's over. Isn't this a mess? Wu Bin certainly knows the nameless restaurant. The dishes there are extremely expensive. If you go there for dinner, even if you are stingy, you will have to spend 200 or 300 per person. Not to mention too much, eating once a month, this is not something that most companies can afford. Wu Bin felt that he couldn't talk about it anymore, and he had to change his mind. He had to talk about his ideals, with the innocent little brother in front of him. Wu Bin coughed twice. Hey, I think people can't just satisfy their appetite. Don't they have to have some spiritual pursuits? Hao Qiong nodded. Yes, I was just about to say that. You can play games at will in our company. All computers are of the highest configuration, and they have dual screens. There is a mandatory reimbursement quota every month, and you can use it to recharge the game. And? Wu Bin raised his hand quickly to stop Hao Qiong. Okay, I know your company has good benefits. But you have to think about your career development plan? Tenda is full of talents, and there are many people waiting to be promoted to chief planners. It's too difficult for you to climb up. Hao Qiong looked puzzled. It's okay. The company will regularly arrange excellent employees to explore other business areas. The current chief planner at Tenda has only been in office for more than 7 months, from doing odd jobs to being the chief planner. I think if I perform better, it should be soon. Wu Bin. I can't talk anymore, I can't talk today. It's okay if we don't talk about benefits. After talking about benefits, the budget has to be more than 20,000 yuan a month. With the treatment that Hao Qiong can enjoy at Tenda, people may not be willing to come even if they are given 20,000 yuan a month. Thinking over it again and again, Wu Bin could only grit his teeth and quote a huge price. I'll be frank. Come to our company and we'll give you a monthly salary of 22,000 yuan, how about that? Wu Bin looked at Hao Qiong. Hao Qiong looked at Wu Bin. They looked at each other in silence. After a long while, Hao Qiong scratched his head. Aren't you poaching people by reducing their salaries? Wu Bin, ? He froze. Cut salary to poach? Wu Bin was confused. No, this money is already higher than your salary plus bonus, even if you add the benefits, it's almost enough. Hao Qiong was speechless. Not as high as my bonus. Wu Bin was stunned. Didn't you say your bonus was about 8,000? Hao Qiong, I just said that the bonus was higher than 8,000, but I didn't say how much higher. I was just taking care of your feelings. Wu Bin. God, take care of my feelings. Wu Bin sighed silently and looked at Hao Qiong. Brother, if you really care about my feelings, tell me the truth. How much bonus do you get? Hao Qiong, more than 10,000. Wu Bin, brother, can you tell me more accurately so that I can give up this idea? How much more than 10,000? Hao Qiong, more than 10,000. One time? Wu Bin's face darkened, and he felt that his IQ was insulted. Brother, do you think I'm stupid? The net income of your game is only 4 or 5 million a month, right? If you get a bonus of 20,000 yuan, then this project should pay out at least 1 million yuan in bonuses a month. Hao Qiong nodded, yes. Wu Bin felt even more outrageous. 1/5 of the monthly income is used to pay bonuses? Hao Qiong shook his head. That's not how it's calculated. We don't give bonuses based on profit, but on reputation. Our game's reputation is currently A, and we will give bonuses every month based on 1/10 of the total investment in the game for 6 consecutive months. Our game cost a total of 10 million yuan in research and development, publicity, and promotion, so we give bonuses based on 1/10 of this amount every month. Wu Bin wondered if he had heard it wrong. What if the game doesn't make money? Hao Qiong wondered, why are you more stupid than me? I said it's based on reputation. Whether it makes money or not, it's based on this. Wu Bin was silent for a long time and sighed. Hey, you people in the game department, you make so much money. It's really a lot, I really envy you guys. Hao Qiong shook his head. No, our company's personnel, administration, finance, all earn a lot. My salary is just a normal level in our company. Wu Bin. Brother, is your company still hiring? If I submit a resume, where should I submit it? Hao Qiong spread his hands. I'm not sure about this. It is said that in the future, employees will be recruited by taking an exam first. I don't know what the exam is specifically. Now internal referrals don't work anymore. Hey, that's not right. Aren't you trying to recruit me? Hao Qiong suddenly realized that the roles of the two seemed to have been swapped. Wu Bin clasped his fists. Goodbye. He turned and left. Hao Qiong watched Wu Bin's back as he left, drank a sip of coffee silently, and wondered. Are HRs so unprofessional now? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website.